Dear Lord Sangle, please, this mission really needs you, and only you. The fluffy little pink ball danced around Sangle, and when she remained indifferent it landed on her shoulder rolling and begging, Sangle, please, please, no, I want to take a break. Sangle adjusted her sunglasses which covered half her face and swatted the pink ball away. That garbage mission, the comic only had half a story, and then stopped updating the earlier plot, was completely mediocre. She wasn't crazy enough to take a hot potato during her vacation. As the ace employee of the comic department, Sangle's performance was far ahead, consistently ranking first among outstanding employees. She had just finished a revision task for a badly concluded comic, turning around its terrible reputation and forcing it to become a popular comic in that world. It had taken an enormous effort, and she absolutely needed a proper vacation. Sangle, the fluffy pink ball, flew back again, rubbing against her face ingratiatingly. I've discussed it with the department head. If you take this mission, we'll give you a half-year vacation. Sangle remained silent, pretending not to hear. Seeing no reaction, the pink ball flew a little farther away and opened a communication light screen, fiddling with something. Soon the ball flew back, gritted its teeth, and said, "This mission's completion bonus will be doubled half-year vacation with pay. Deal. Comic World login successful. Proceed to connect to the storyline." Yes. Storyline connection successful. The moment Sangle opened her eyes, she was nauseated by the bizarre, giant worm carcass in front of her. Ugh. She had just pushed the shelf off her body when, before her mind could react, her body rolled to the side and a dark green leg stabbed viciously into the ground where she had been lying. A massive dark green beetle stood at the door, its enormous body unable to enter the narrow space, so it could only extend its forelegs trying to grasp its prey. Damn Qiaoen Ye. What kind of crappy landing spot did you find for me? Sangle, hold on. Don't fight back. The protagonist will be here soon. Hearing this, Sangle furrowed her brows, dissipated the spiritual power she had just gathered, and kept dodging the swinging forelegs. The ceiling kept shedding dust, the walls around shook violently. This place wouldn't hold much longer. How much longer? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, here they come. As the countdown ended, the crumbling walls finally collapsed, and the giant beetle lunged at the girl. A bright silver sword light flashed. The beetle was split in two, green liquid splattered everywhere, and the girl, who should have been buried in the rubble, was scooped up by a silver mech and held protectively against its chest. This comic was a sci-fi interstellar group battle-themed hot-blooded story. Humanity had entered the interstellar era, with various planets united to form the Federation, jointly fighting against the insect race. This comic roughly told the story of several young people full of passion and dreams joining the military academy, participating in the academy league to win glory for their school, and then fighting against the insect race. The comic stopped just after the protagonists joined the military academy and received their first mission to escort the granddaughter of the founding hero Qiaoen Ye back to Weilon. Sangle's login identity this time was the biological granddaughter of the Federation's founding hero, a waste with both physical and mental abilities rated FF. 50 years ago, General Qiaoen Ye led the Federation army to drive back the insect race, but due to internal political struggles within the Federation, he lost his only child and died of depression. Now the Federation had finally found the only remaining bloodline of the old General Sangle, born in a remote star system. But just at this moment, bugs appeared where Sangle was. The outdated defense system could not withstand the bug attack, and the place soon turned to rubble. Those few bugs inexplicably chased after Sangle alone. The original Sangle died at this point. The pale-faced girl curled up in the silver mech's arms, trembling all over, looking terrified, pretending she had almost died. Another mech in full crimson red walked over, retracting its light sword. "The bugs have been cleared. Should we go back now? I'm afraid something might happen later." The boy with the blue earpiece nodded, then looked at the girl in the silver mech's arms. Sangle did not speak. She was always mindful of her character. Right now, she was a poor little thing with no power to defend herself, who had almost been killed by the bugs. A clear young voice came from the silver mech. "Should I carry her up? She's probably terrified. Facing bugs like that would be too much for a little girl." The crimson mech was retracted, and a red-haired woman, looking about 1.8 meters tall, stood there looking at the girl with some sympathy. Qiaoen Ye reached out, signaling for the silver mech to set the girl down. When Sangle was put down, she still clung tightly to the mech's fingers, her eyes red and her lips bloodless. "It's okay, don't be afraid." Qiaoen Ye gently hugged Sangle, her fiery red hair falling on the girl's neck, bringing a slight tickle. Seeming comforted, Sangle let go of the mech's hand and turned into Qiaoen Ye's embrace. The silver mech was also retracted, and a 1.9 meter tall boy with golden curly hair stretched his back. Good thing no one was hurt by the bugs this time. Qiaoen Ye took a large coat and wrapped it around Sangle, whose clothes had been torn while dodging the bugs. Indeed, a blessing in disguise. "We were just in time." She patted the girl's head soothingly. "You're such a fake." The fluffy little ball in Sangle's mindscape said, somewhat speechless. "Qiaoen Ye, are you jealous that I'm being hugged by a beautiful sister?" Sangle wore a pitiful expression on her face, was led onto the starship, while in her mind, she was arguing with her system partner. Once inside the starship, Sangle was packed into a medical pod. According to the examination, her body is fine, just shaken. Let her sleep well. The accompanying doctor handed them the report and took out several nutrient supplements. She is 18 years old now. Probably due to being in a remote star system, her physical condition is poor, some malnutrition. Then he took out some pills. This is her first time on a starship making a jump, so she'll definitely feel unwell. Give her these motion sickness pills when she wakes up mixed with warm water. Zhang Lan removed his earpiece, took the nutrient and pills. Got it, we understand. Mo Air scratched his golden hair, muttering, when do we eat? I don't want to drink more nutrient supplements. Tong Yinny and Yafei happened to come over carrying dishes. Hearing this, Tong Yinny couldn't help but kick him. You only think about eating. We only brought a little natural food here. The rest of the days we'll have to drink nutrient supplements. Mo Air skillfully dodged and made a face. Yafei watched them argue with amusement, placed the freshly cooked food on the table, and called everyone to eat. Alright, stop playing. Come eat. At this time Sangle lay in the medical pod, her face still somewhat pale, her lips slightly regained color, but she seemed to sleep very restlessly, her brows tightly furrowed. Sangle's consciousness sank into the system space, a pen held between her lips as she pondered the plot that lay ahead. Who knew what dog's hit luck this comic world had? Even with its garbage plot and abandoned updates, it had somehow awakened a world consciousness, now forming its own independent operational order. Her current task was to fill the plot holes the previous author had left behind, push the storyline forward, and ensure the world ran smoothly. Have you figured out what to do next? Yuanzi held a small pink comb, lovingly grooming her own pink fur. Why are you grooming your fur again? Sangle grabbed Yuanzi over and roughly rubbed her all over, messing up the freshly combed fur. Stinky Sangle. The pink fluffy ball shrieked, tossed aside the comb, and hurled her entire round body at Sangle's face. Damn, how much have you been eating? Getting so fat. So heavy. Sangle lifted the chubby pink ball and tossed it away. You're the fat one. Yuanzi puffed up angrily and flew back. You always mess up my freshly combed fur. Ugh, I was thinking about the plot. Alright, no more fooling around, I need to keep brainstorming. At the mention of work, Yuanzi immediately quieted down, obediently curling up next to Sangle, watching her write and edit. Right now we've just entered the military academy. As cannon fodder who barely survived, there's no way we can push the main plot forward much. Our top priority is to get close to the protagonist group, mooch screen time, and deepen our impression. Sangle irritably knitted her brows. Advancing the plot was really too much for her. She was just a double F waste. This crappy screen time would end as soon as the protagonist sent her to Azure Star, and she couldn't even enter the military academy. What a pain. Look at what login identity you chose. How can a double F even enter a military academy? Yuanzi rubbed against her ingratiatingly. Don't be angry, although your physique is F, your original spiritual power wasn't sealed, you know. The current interstellar maximum is 3S, and you're above 3S. What's the use? Above 3S spiritual power with F rank physique. Even using a bit more spiritual power, I'm afraid this body will explode. The body was the vessel of spiritual power. Housing 3S level spiritual power in an F rank physique was absurdly inadequate. Even slightly mobilizing spiritual power would cause backlash, pain beyond endurance. There's suppressants. I'll use the system internal price to buy them for you. Having successfully squeezed some points out of Yuanzi, Sangle knew when to stop pushing. Sangle swiped through the mall screen looking for useful items. Oh, the avatar module is on sale. Yet 10 of the original price. Buy. Why are you buying this? Haven't figured it out yet, but it's 90 off. Buy first, figure it out later. What if I need it someday? I've already thought it through. In this mission world, I'm going to open a few avatars and have fun. I've wanted to open avatars in mission worlds for a long time. It was just too expensive before. Now I'm taking it for free. Yuanzi complained while purchasing the module. Where did you spend all those points you earned before? You're so stingy buying plot items. Sangle examined the avatar module in her hand. Ugh, I need to save points to tour the small worlds, plus I still have to do gacha pulls, and I always hit the hard pity. Thinking about the piles of points she'd poured in to stack up the full collection, Flower sang, Lee's heart ached terribly, but there was no way around it. She was a completionist, and her unluckiness had drained all her resources and energy. I give up on you. Wait. Sangle saw the familiar gacha interface, and her fingers trembled. This avatar module. Don't tell her the avatars inside have to be pulled from gacha too. Sangle hurriedly flipped out the product manual and found a line of small text at the bottom. Discounted products do not provide the free customization function. Avatars are only available through gacha, no refunds after sale. Shit. Dog's hit. Just new cheap deals never came free. The girl in the medical pod opened her eyes dazedly, the harsh light making her instinctively raise her hand to shield her face. Upon her pale skin, blue veins were clearly visible, and a fresh red scratch marred her forearm, the crimson wound standing out starkly against her already pallid complexion. You're awake. The towering youth, nearly 1.90 meters in height, stood beside the capsule-shaped medical pod. His golden curls bounced playfully as he suddenly dipped his head, and the fragile girl clad in a hospital gown was reflected in his golden eyes. Hearing the voice, Sangle lowered her hand and turned her head to see 4 people standing nearby. Her lips moved slightly as though she wanted to say something. Yafei, whose flaxen hair was woven into two thick braids resting across her chest, offered, saying, "Lu, the motion sickness pills and warm water she had prepared in advance. These are for seasickness. Your constitution is delicate, so taking them should make the starship journey more tolerable." Tong Yinny stepped forward to help the frail girl sit up against the pod's interior wall, positioning a pillow behind her back. Sang Lu accepted the medication and swallowed it with the warm water, then took several long drinks from the cup. A faint blush colored her pale cheeks, bringing a touch of vitality to her otherwise wan face. She held the cup with both hands before her fingers absently tracing its rim. "Don't be nervous," Jiang Lan offered reassuringly, sensing the girl's discomfort. Though at a loss for words, he could only manage those four stiff phrases. Sang Lu turned her gaze toward the speaker. Beneath the glaring lights, the tall youth wore black combat gear, his light gray hair falling across his forehead. His usually sharp eyes had softened in an attempt at friendliness, though the unfamiliarity showed in the slight rigidity of his expression. "I am Jiang Lan." The youth's cool voice reached her ears. It seemed to trigger some unseen mechanism as the others began volunteering their introductions in quick succession. I'm the one who piloted the silver mecha to rescue you. Am I not handsome?" Moore leveraged his larger frame to push past the others crowding close to Sang Lu with bright, eager eyes. "Get away from her." Tong Yinny swatted at his golden curls, then turned to Sang Lu with a gentle expression. "Don't mind him. He's always like this. I'm Tong Yinny." Yafei covered her mouth in amusement, waiting until the introductions concluded before approaching. "Hello, I'm Yafei." The welcoming atmosphere eased Sang Li's tension, and she offered them a smile. "I'm Sangla." "Aunt." Moore let out a sudden cry that startled everyone, earning another swat from Tong Yinny. "What are you yelling about?" Moore pressed a hand to his chest, feigning near death. "So cute." Tong Yinny. "Yafei." Jiang Lan. "Uff." As if amused, the girl covered her mouth with her knuckles, her eyes curving into crescents, her long black hair cascading smoothly over her shoulders. "She really is adorable. Don't you think so? She's like a little figure, so cute, so cute. The way she smiles makes her even cuter." Moore buried his face in his hands. "Thank you." Embarrassed by Moore's blunt praise, the girl blushed from face to neck, a subtle pink tint spreading to her ears. "Ah, too cute, I feel like I'm dying." Moore bounced around excitedly, his towering height making the already cramped treatment room feel even tighter. "Get out." While the group continued their playful banter, they never lost sight of Sang Lu, keeping her engaged in conversation. They understood that the frightened girl thrust into an unfamiliar environment would feel afraid, and their efforts might at least ease her tension. Once they noticed her growing weary, they tactfully withdrew to let her rest. Sang Lu had been genuinely amused by the golden-curled boy's antics. Truly a protagonist squad, this atmosphere. Yuan Zi hovered beside Sang Lu, regarding her rolling on the ground with mild disdain. "Such a lack of dignity. I wonder how someone like you manages to play the part of such a fragile, innocent girl." Having laughed her fill, Sang Lu sat up and arched an eyebrow smugly. "Hey, this is talent, okay?" She pressed her hand to her forehead in mock grandeur. "I truly am. How could anyone in this world possess such extraordinary gifts, such beauty that makes fish sink and geese fall, such quick wit and courageous spirit?" Seeing Sang Lu had no intention of stopping, Yuan Zi was at a loss and tossed something at her face. "That's enough. Being this narcissistic is a disorder. I'll lend you my system discount card. Just promise me you'll go see a neurologist." "Ouch." Sang Lu plucked the small round creature from her face. "What do you mean narcissistic? These are facts, okay? Also, you're really heavy. So fat. You need to lose weight." "Stinky Sang Lu. You're the fat one. You need to diet." Yuan Zi's pink fur bristled like a small hedgehog, launching at Sang Li's stomach like a tiny cannonball. "Damn it. Are you trying to murder your partner?" Sang Lu clutched her abdomen, teeth clenched in pain. "Oomph." Yuan Zi flew midair, then produced her pink comb to straighten her ruffled fur. Having recovered, Sang Lu grabbed Yuan Zi. "You bumped me, did you?" "Oh, stinky Sang Lu. Don't rub." "Oh, don't touch my fur." Sang Lu deliberately messed up the fur she had just combed smooth, then patted Yuan Zi's round belly with a threatening tone. "Next time I'll pull out all your fur." The pink sphere instantly turned gray, collapsing onto the ground in despondence. It couldn't fathom it. It didn't understand. Why would someone with such twisted humor rank first in performance? Why would such a person be its partner? But having the top performer as a partner, maybe that was somehow comforting. Having comforted itself, the little sphere regained its pink hue. After the protagonist squad delivers you to the homeworld, they'll return to the military academy. What will you do? Sang Lu scribbled on paper. "I'll go with them." After the Federation located Sang Lu, prioritizing her safety, they assigned the retrieval mission to the military academy, publicly describing it as routine training. Thanks to protagonist fate, the task fell upon the protagonist squad. Regrettably, despite efforts to contain information, news had leaked, and the original body had perished on that barren planet. Per Federation requirements, the protagonist squad must escort Sang Lu to the homeworld, Azure Star. Upon reaching port, elite troops would take over the protection detail, continuing the escort journey from there. At that point, they would part ways with the protagonist squad. "How do you plan to accompany them?" "You'll need to follow the Federation forces afterward." Sang Lu didn't look up. "I have my methods. Qiaoen Ye flew in front of Sangle, curious about what she was writing. Not showing you. Sangle covered her newly drafted plot. Fine, don't show me then. The pink sphere flew off, indignantly retreating to a corner where its frustration only grew. Observing her little companion so dejected, Sangle felt a rare pang of guilt. Qiaoen Ye, stop being angry. You'll find out later. How about I let you use my card to buy a new system skin, though it can't exceed 500. Alright, I forgive you. The little ball proved as easily appeased as ever. Qiaoen Ye was a college sophomore, and her greatest passion was reading comics. One day after class, she opened Sheetsy Comics to check if her favorite series had updated. When she found it hand, she was utterly devastated. What? Why hasn't it updated today? With no choice but to search for something else worthwhile, she swiped through the feed, until a particular scene caught her eye. In a city overrun by rubble, a girl in a white dress nestled against the massive silver mecha, her eyes closed. The petite girl was smaller than the mecha's palm. Her white dress was torn, revealing patches of porcelain-smooth skin, while blood flowed steadily from her arm. Despite the dust smudged across her face, her delicate beauty remained untouched. Holy crap! Where did this beauty come from? The sense of fragility. The atmosphere. Qiaoen Ye's eyes widened in awe as she frantically took screenshots. After capturing the screenshots, she navigated to the comics homepage, intending to give it a proper read. For a character with such a stunning face, she'd tolerate even the worst story. She started from the beginning, but the corners of her mouth never quite relaxed. It couldn't truly be this bad, could it? The earlier plot was utterly mundane, and the artwork didn't stand out, though the protagonist's faces were undeniably striking. Mo, standing at 1.9 meters with golden curly hair, initially gave off the vibe of an aloof, handsome guy. But turns out he was as pure as they come, a total dog person archetype. So charming, so lovable. Qiaoen Ye, with her crimson long hair, a stunningly beautiful face, 1.8 meters tall, and legs that defied nature. Absolute queen energy. I could totally date her. Zhang had slightly longer gray hair that lightly covered his ears, light gray pupils, and always wore a physical headset, often letting it rest around his neck. At first glance, he seemed like a social anxiety case, but he was actually quite the sharp-tongued guy. Ye preferred tying her thick hair into 2 braids with a few small freckles dotting beneath her eyes and along the bridge of her nose. She always carried a gentle smile like a little angel. Relying on the protagonist's handsome faces, Qiaoen Ye held on until she finally reached the latest chapter. Several giant insects rampaged through the city, all converging on the same girl. The girl sought refuge in a small supermarket where a worm attempted to squeeze its soft body through the entrance, but the defensive system's laser sliced it in two. Before she could even exhale, the tiny supermarket began shaking. The crude defense system had already pushed its limits, just killing that one worm. It simply couldn't hold out any longer. Shelves collapsed onto the girl. Qiaoen Ye held her breath. She's hurt. Fortunately, when the shelves fell, the top edge landed on the worm's corpse, providing some cushioning. When she later pushed the shelves away, Qiaoen Ye finally exhaled in relief. She hadn't fully relaxed when the next panel hit her like a punch. The dark green serrated limbs of a beetle pierced into the spot where the girl had just lain. Its massive body couldn't fit through the cramped supermarket doorway, but its crimson compound eyes fixed relentlessly on the prey trapped within. The girl's arm was sliced open by the fallen shelves, blood streaming down her arm. Tears welled in her eyes from the fear and pain. The scent of blood drove the beetle into a frenzy. It roared, slamming against the walls and swinging its forelimbs, wildly desperate to tear the girl free. She could only press herself against the wall, clutching her wounded arm. The building crumbled, and to the girl's utter despair, the beetle burst through. Qiaoen Ye frowned deeply. Someone come save her already. A silver sword flash cleaved the beetle in two green ichors, splattering the ground. Amid the city ruins, the silver mecha's palm lifted the girl, cradling her tightly against its chest. There it was. This was the exact scene from before. So cool. Qiaoen Ye let out an involuntary scream. This is incredibly cool. Scattered comments floated across the screen. What did the old geezer get possessed? Since when can he draw this well? Beautiful, I love it. Draw more, keep drawing. The author has to maintain this quality. If you keep it up, I'll reward you heavily. Even if your plot is terrible, I'll still tip you. I'm with the above commenter. I'll reward you too. Did the author get replaced? This is ridiculously good. Author, have you looked at what you were drawing before? Author, you should have said you could draw this well earlier. I've already added it to my favorites. Judging by the art style, it's definitely the same person. The old guy's not bad, but what happened today? It's like he unlocked some hidden merit meridians and suddenly started drawing like this. About that time, a trashy author finally updated their abandoned series, introduced a breathtakingly beautiful new character, and had an epiphany that resulted in a stunning illustration. Qiaoen Ye couldn't help but smile at the comments, but she also learned the series had been abandoned before. Now she was a bit anxious. What if the author quit again? Even though the plot was mediocre, the characters really resonated with her. She silently added the comic to her bookmark folder. Screw it, she'd stash it there and pray the author wouldn't disappear again. The subsequent plot had them boarding a starship together, with the final panel freezing on the girl, turning her head, her eyes reflecting a city of ruins. The new updates were fairly standard, but the main draw was how attractive all the characters were. Han Xiaoye sighed at the ongoing status, hoping the author would update soon. She then shared the screenshot of the mecha holding the girl on her social media, believing that good things should be shared. Meanwhile, that extraordinary image of the silver mecha cradling the fragile girl went viral, giving the comic titled Star Trek a burst of popularity. Sangle examined the analytics. We went viral purely on visuals. Yuanzi fluttered over. Great, our popularity is rising. Not enough, Sangle replied. Right now readers are only interested in the aesthetics. This illustration is solid and brought us some attention, but to truly break through we need to change how people perceive the mediocre, if not poor, storyline. Sangle studied the comments criticizing the plot and stroked her chin thoughtfully. Yuanzi, you make a valid point, but what should we do about it? Sangle chuckled lightly, pulling up the storyline and highlighting the military academy section. We can't fix the narrative overnight. For now we'll rely on the visuals to soften the impact. The past chapters are set in stone, so our focus should be laying groundwork for future plot twists. Diluting that perception won't work with pretty images alone. We need to strengthen the storytelling. To quickly shift reader opinions, let's inject more satisfying moments into the comic while we capitalize on this popularity spike. Satisfaction factor. Exactly. Think about it. When you watch shows, read novels, or browse comics, aren't you drawn to scenes with payoff? Face-slapping moments, battles, climactic confrontations. Not some mundane sequence of cooking or doing laundry. You're right. Good stories need peaks and valleys. All that quiet build-up serves to highlight the high points. Ugh, this is so complicated. Yuanzi mumbled, resting her round body on Sangle's head. But you still haven't told me what you're actually going to do. Oh, I need to figure out how to get screen time at the protagonist's military academy first. As for the rest, top secret for now. Yuanzi gave her a look that said she'd heard this before, shook her plump body, and deliberately ignored her. The starship sailed through the cosmos. Sangle's hands rested against the transparent cabin walls, gazing with wonder at the dreamlike sea of stars beyond. She had always lived on a barren planet in a remote star system. She had never traveled by starship nor witnessed such vast cosmic wonders. It's so beautiful. Ye stood beside her. Yes, if we have the chance we can travel across the stars often and see even more stunning sights. Really? Sangle's eyes sparkled as she turned to look at her. After a few days of rest, the girl looked much better in color. She wore an oversized coat that Tong Yini had given her. Seeing how fragile Sangle appeared, as though a strong breeze could topple her, Tong Yini couldn't help but feel protective and offered her own coat. Though it looked like a child playing dress-up in adult clothes, it kept her warm. Ye held back a smile as she activated her light brain, projecting images of starfields, majestic nebulae, and brilliant constellations. Of course, just look. It's beautiful. I've never seen anything like it before. Sangle reached out to touch the hologram floating in the air, then pulled her hand back. Ye noticed her gesture and guided her hand toward the light screen. Here, if you want to see more, I have plenty. Take a look. Sangle felt a bit embarrassed, but her curiosity overwhelmed her. Her fingers traced across the screen as she gazed at each stunning image, her eyes growing brighter with longing. Thank you. Ye stood beside her, watching together. At the words, she simply smiled, her freckles giving her a playful look that drew people in naturally. Hey, get ready. Last jump. We're arriving at Blue Star. Moer ran over boisterously, handing Sangle motion sickness pills. Sangle took the pills and swallowed them with warm water. Thanks. No problem. Moer scratched his head. Should I walk you back to the lounge? Ye tilted her head to ask. During a starship's jump, protective barriers would rise to shield against harmful substances in the transit channel and spatial compression, sealing all transparent cabin walls. All right. Sangle nodded and followed Ye back to the rest area. Moer wanted to go too, but Ye sent him back to the cockpit to stay with the others. Even taking medication beforehand, and having made several jumps before, she still felt unwell. Sangle pressed her lips together, leaning against the headboard with a pale face. Ye sat beside her, holding Sangle's hand tightly with a concerned expression. Would you like to sleep a bit? I'll wake you when we arrive. The warmth from her palm brought the girl some comfort, and her furrowed brows relaxed. Sangle shook her head. I've always slept through jumps before, but I'm about to reach the place where I'll live from now on. I want to see it properly. She wanted to take in the sight of the planet where she would spend her future, gazing at Blue Star. The name sounded so lovely. Her home planet had no name at all, only a cold string of numbers. All right. Approaching target planet, the system's announcement echoed through the cabin. Sangle gripped her clothes, staring at the blue sphere before her with a dazed expression. It was truly beautiful, like the purest sapphire in the cosmos, slowly rotating through darkness, its surface shimmering with a pale blue glow, serene and breathtaking. No wonder it's called Blue Star. Is this really the planet where I'll live? It's so beautiful. Tong Yini walked over and adjusted her trenchcoat sleeves. After all, it is the capital planet of the Federation. After boarding the starship, they had all changed out of their combat uniforms into casual attire. Moer held a peach-flavored nutrient stick between his teeth, speaking in a muffled voice. Actually, I think Xinostar looks better. What? Moer swallowed his nutrient stick. Xinostar. I said Xinostar. Xinostar is the Federation's most renowned tourist planet with spring-like warmth year-round and the greatest variety of flowers across the entire star network. Zhang Lan's brows furrowed coldly. Next time you're eating, keep your mouth shut. After all, your only use besides basic physiological needs is non-existent. What does that mean? Though he knew Zhang Lan was insulting him, Moer's simple mind couldn't grasp what exactly she was saying. She's saying you only know how to eat. Yafei laughed until she could barely stand beside them. Zhang Lan. Moer's golden curls seemed to bristle with anger as he lunged forward to grab her throat, but Tong Yeni intercepted him. Unable to get close, he could only thrash and threaten wildly. Let go, Zhang Lan. If you've got the guts, face me one-on-one. Are you the crazy one, or am I? A mecha pilot challenging a mecha designer. Did you forget to bring your brain again this morning? Zhang Lan. Yafei sighed with familiarity. Such a familiar feeling. Sang Li's eyes curved into a smile. You guys have such a good relationship. Good relationship? I suppose so. Tong Yeni gripped Moer by the collar, afraid that if she let go the team's sole mecha pilot would be harmed. Calm down, Moer. We only have one mecha pilot. Who has a good relationship with him? Moer tugged stubbornly at his collar, still muttering, though he showed no further intention of fighting Zhang Lan. Zhang Lan remained composed. A simple-minded brute, all brawn and no brains. Tong Yeni suddenly released Moer and cracked her neck, studying him with a serious expression. You know what, I could go for a beating myself. She was a mecha pilot too. Zhang Lan. How to ensure personal safety after offending two mecha pilots at once. Seeking advice. Urgent. The three of them ended up in a tangle, though it was mostly Tong Yeni and Moer mercilessly pummeling Zhang Lan. Enough, stop fighting. We're approaching the port. Zhou Interstellar Port was one of the most bustling ports across the entire star network, a vital hub connecting Blue Star with other worlds. Nearly every major planet maintained direct routes to Zhou. After passing security checks, the starship successfully entered the port. Starships of various designs were docked at the port, while interstellar trains bearing different designations rushed overhead. Staff moved with clear purpose, organizing the steady flow of ships entering and departing. The processing hall stretched endlessly, packed with people, while reception robots diligently navigated through the crowds. Guided by the staff, they parked the starship. The hatch opened to reveal a squad clad in black military uniforms gripping specialized firearms, standing rigidly at the base of the ramp. Their expressions were stern, their gazes sharp. The Federation emblem was embroidered on the wide lapels, fastened with dark golden buttons that ran down the front. A belt cinched their slender waists, and black straight-leg boots encased their calves. The figure at the forefront wore an additional military greatcoat with golden tassels hanging from the epaulets, accentuating his commanding presence. The leader fixed his gaze on the young woman, surrounded by 4 guards. His voice matched the cold hardness of his black uniform. We are first squad of the 3rd Military District of the Federation, ordered by the commander to escort Miss Sangle. Moer swallowed. The first squad of the Federal 3rd Military District. The 3rd Military District was the most powerful among the 9 districts, and the first squad was the strongest squad, second only to the Special Operations Squad. The fact that this squad was dispatched to pick up Sangle was enough to show the commander's high regard for the only bloodline of General Qiaoen Ye. The area had been cleared in advance with only this single starship. Aside from the starport guards patrolling the perimeter, there was only this black-clad squad before them. Don't be afraid, go ahead. Seeing Sangle hesitate, Yafei hugged her. They're here to escort you. They're much stronger than us, so you'll be safer. If you get a chance, come find us at the 9th Military Academy. Of course, we'll come to visit you when we have the chance. Okay. Tong Yeni said nothing, only helped Sangle adjust her coat. Her red hair remained dazzling. Moer, with a mournful expression, bent his tall 1.9-meter frame over Zhang Lan's shoulder. Our little cutie is leaving Wuo. Zhang Lan's face twisted as he tried to push his head away. If you dare get your tears and snot on my clothes, you're done for. The leader in the black uniform stood still, waiting calmly, his eyes fixed on the hatch. Sangle clutched her clothes and walked slowly toward him. Her petite figure among the 1.9-meter tall men made her look like a doll. She barely reached their chests, like a child amidst giants. Looking down, she was just a tiny thing. No wonder Moer called her a little cutie. Miss Sangle, the leader lowered his head. Let's go. Okay. Sangle couldn't help but look back and saw Moer and the others waving at her. She smiled and waved back. Escorted into the hovercar, Sangle lowered her eyes. She seemed nervous and uneasy, thrust into a strange environment with strangers in the same space, so she just tugged at her clothes and sat still obediently. The leader was clearly not a talkative person. Silence spread, and an awkward atmosphere enveloped the two. At this moment, Sangle appeared very restrained, but in reality, she was quite at ease, her consciousness sinking into the system space. No cameras now, but there are still so many handsome guys. I feel much better. Sangle sprawled in her chair, holding the script and pondering what to do next. Qiaoen Ye played the situation on the protagonist's side. Got it. The round, pink little ball trembled in the air, and a light screen expanded in midair. Inside, the protagonist group was chatting and laughing as they returned to the military academy, then submitted the mission and went off to train. Youth is wonderful. Sangle lay motionless on the chair like a corpse, her tone gloomy. I feel so stiff. Qiaoen Ye landed on the corpse. Are you jealous? Do you think you're old? Sigh. Sangle covered her face with the script. I haven't felt this energetic in a long time. What are you worried about? In your last mission, you just played yourself, cheerfully ran to blow up the zombie den, and even planted a flag saying Sangle was here. Isn't that energetic enough? Ta-ha. The last world was so much fun. Ha ha ha. Those stupid zombies, ha ha ha. Sangle recalled the last mission and laughed so hard, she pounded the floor. You're pretty energetic, aren't you? Qiaoen Ye was truly speechless. Stop laughing, we're about to get off. Miss Sangle, we're almost there. The leading man finally spoke just before they arrived, and then fell silent again. Sangle was currently maintaining a naive, kind, and fearful, little pitiful persona. How could she possibly initiate conversation with a stranger who looked so fierce? So after the man spoke, she just replied softly, okay. The hovercar stopped at the entrance of the commander's mansion. The squad members got off first, and after Sangle descended, they quickly shielded her in the middle. The first step into the commander's mansion was to undergo inspection. Captain Qiaoen Ye, routine inspection. Please present your identity chip. Qiaoen Ye extended his wrist, and the inspector scanned it with a device which displayed authentication passed. The others also underwent inspection one after another. When it was Sangle's turn, the girl looked nervous and flushed, murmuring, I don't have. Qiaoen Ye understood her meaning. The remote planet she grew up on hadn't yet implemented identity chips. An identity card will also work. Sangle lowered her head and tugged at her clothes. I lost it. Qiaoen Ye looked down at the tiny figure, then turned to the inspector. She is the one the commander ordered to be brought back, the only surviving bloodline of General Qiaoen Ye. The inspector nodded and said, we know. We were informed in advance. However, we still need Miss Sangle to cooperate and check if she is carrying any dangerous items. Sangle nodded and stood on the scanning machine as instructed. The machine's screen displayed a green safe message. The checkpoint opened and the group passed through smoothly. When they reached the inner courtyard, the other squad members stopped, and only Qiaoen Ye led Sangle further inside. They crossed the sky corridor and took the direct elevator. Ding! The elevator opened, and Qiaoen Ye led Sangle to a door made of special silver metal. The display screen lit up, and a mechanical voice sounded a bit playful. Respected Captain Qiaoen Ye, the commander is out on business. Shall I dial the commander's phone for you? No need. Okay, please wait in the side hall, Captain Qiaoen Ye. A small robot carrying a tray flew out from the corner of the corridor. Please follow Moo to the side hall, Captain, and this lovely young lady. Sangle looked at the little robot with wonder, following closely behind it. Qiaoen Ye, you should change your skin to this one next time. It's so cute. Your 500 points aren't enough. At least 1,000. Forget I said that. Qiaoen Ye watched the girl's reaction, pursed his lips, and followed behind her. The two sat in the side hall for a while, and then the little robot came to inform them that the commander had arrived. After all this fuss, they finally met the federal commander. The current federal commander was named Luo Li, who had been leading the Federation for over 100 years and was a close friend of Qiaoen Ye. Although he was advanced in years, his eyes remained sharp. When he saw Sangle, the old man's expression softened. Sangle, come here, let me have a good look at you. Sangle walked over. So alike, truly alike. The old man's expression became dazed and his eyes glistened. Child, I'm sorry it took so long to find you, and that you've suffered so much. Sangle said nothing, only kept her head lowered, her expression obscured. I'm a bit emotional. Seeing Sangle silent, Luo Li smiled. You've just arrived at Weilon Star, you must not have had a chance to look around properly. Luo Li glanced at Qiaoen Ye. Qiaoen Ye, Commander. Sangle, from now on Qiaoen Ye will be with you as your personal bodyguard. Are there any others you fancy? From his tone, it seemed that if Sangle named anyone, Luo Li would directly assign them as her guard. No need, no one else. Sangle shook her head. Hearing her refusal, Luo Li looked a bit disappointed, while Qiaoen Ye stood there with no expression. I've known your grandfather for so many years. If you don't mind, you can call me Grandpa too. Luo Li's expression was expectant. Sangle's lips moved, but she still didn't speak. Seeing this, Luo Li didn't press further, thinking it was only natural for a child who had suffered so much to be guarded. I've arranged all the assets under your grandfather's name and transferred them to you. From now on, you'll live in your grandfather's original general's mansion, which is equipped with the best defense system. I once owed your grandfather a life. Now that I've finally found his only granddaughter, my heart can finally rest. Luo Li took out a medal from his bosom and placed it in Sangle's palm. This is your grandfather's medal from the founding of the nation. With this, as long as it doesn't harm the Federation's security, you can make a wish to me, and I will grant it. The Federation's founding medal allowed its holder to make a request to the highest ruler of the Federation, and the ruler would grant it as long as it didn't threaten the Federation's security. Okay, do you have any other needs? Yes. The girl raised her head. I want to enter the military academy. Lawrence was somewhat surprised. You wish to enter the military academy? Yes. Sangle's expression was earnest. Carol, whose face was usually devoid of emotion, could not help but reveal a trace of astonishment as he turned to glance at the young girl. Lawrence did not approve and advised her with heartfelt words, Sangle, life at the military academy is incredibly arduous. You will endure training far beyond what ordinary people can bear. If you simply wish to study, I can arrange a comfortable school for you. Art, piano, painting, any subject you desire. Even if you insist on military curriculum, I can arrange private tutors. There is no need to attend the academy, especially considering your physical condition. I understand, but I really truly want to enter the military academy. The young girl who had always appeared timid and hesitant showed extraordinary resolve in this matter. Her dark black eyes were filled with unwavering seriousness. Lorix fell silent for a moment before saying, "Then let us first conduct a spiritual power and physical assessment." Sangle agreed. Upon seeing the dual F rating report for spiritual power and physique, Lorix grew even more silent. He attempted to organize words to comfort the little girl he had just brought back. Well, sometimes one need not. I mean, spiritual power and physical strength do not determine everything. Do you understand? He failed to formulate a proper response. Sangle looked at the report, her head bowed, her expression hidden in shadow, her voice somewhat despondent. My spiritual power and physique do not meet the standards. I cannot enter the military academy, can I? I can send you to the best cultural academy in the Federation, a prestigious institution. Consider the Taming Miliite Federation University, ranked 3rd across the entire interstellar community. If you do not like it, there is also Shinjo University or Zifi mode. I only want to enter the military academy. The young girl raised her head, her eyes glistening with tears, her voice trembling. I really only want to attend the military academy. Sangle, there is truly no way around the military academy requirement. Lorix's expression was troubled. The military academy selection process was exceptionally strict. Only those whose spiritual power and physique met the admission standards and who passed the entrance examination could enter. This applied to every military academy. Every student at a military academy enjoyed the nation's finest resources. Each of them was a future hope in the fight against the bug tribe. Almost every graduate would join the military, and soldiers were the most respected and highest status group across the entire interstellar community. If he made an exception, it would spiral beyond control. He could not allow the military academy to become a gilded resting place for spoiled young masters. He could agree to any school for Sangle except the military academy. This was a principle. Even as the supreme commander of the Federation, he could not compromise. Sangle, your plan completely failed. How were you ever going to enter the military academy? You wouldn't even tell me before, and now you've been proven wrong. You can't get in, so change your plan. Qiaoen Ye mocked Sangle mercilessly within the system space. Ignoring Qiaoen Ye's words, Sangle continued her performance. What about this? Sangle handed the still-warmed medal back to him. Sangle. Lorix was somewhat angered, his voice unconsciously rising, his tone severe. He could not understand why this young girl was so persistently stubborn. I use this medal to make my request. I wish to join the 9th Military Academy of the Federation. The young girl, who had always appeared timid and ill at ease, now stood with resolute composure. Tears shimmered in her eyes as she looked directly at the supreme commander of the Federation before her. Carol's brows furrowed tightly. In his view, this orphan of a hero who had just been brought back seemed far too willful. Lorix gazed at the familiar face before him. Those eyes brimmed with determination and conviction, burning into his heart like flames. She was so much like him, so much like his childhood friend. He eventually sighed, his expression weary. I understand. I will arrange for you to enter. But once inside, you will receive no special treatment. You will undergo the same training as all other cadets. Thank you. I want to know why the 9th Military Academy. The Federation has 9 military districts, each with its own academy. The 3rd Military Academy is the strongest among them. Why did you not choose the 3rd? Sangle said, nothing, simply placing the medal back into his palm. Lorix took the medal, his rough fingers tracing its surface. Is it because of the children who came back for you? Which department do you wish to enter? Command Department. Lorix waved his hand. I understand. You may leave now. I am getting old and need to rest. Yes. All right. How could you use the Federation medal so quickly? And, did you already know about this Federation medal, which is why you were so confidently certain you could enter the military academy? Qiaoen Ye was nearly stunned. No, I had no idea such a thing existed. Besides, why shouldn't I use it? Let it collect dust. This isn't founding metal. The Supreme Commander of the Federation can grant any request. I have my own rhythm. Fine. Then without this medal, what was your original plan? Qiaoen Ye asked curiously. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Carol followed behind the young girl as they walked out of the commander's mansion. Warm sunlight bathed their bodies, casting a golden halo around them both. Captain Carol is quite displeased, isn't he? Sangle suddenly spoke. Carol paused mid-step. He could not understand why the timid girl who had been quiet until now would suddenly initiate conversation and say something like that. You are the captain of the 1st Squad of the 3rd Military District, yet you've been ordered to protect someone like me, a liability. You must be deeply frustrated, or perhaps even a bit angry and unwilling to accept this. The petite girl looked up at him, revealing a pale, fragile throat. A soldier's highest duty is to obey orders. Without denying Sangle's words, Carol answered stiffly and precisely. As captain of the 1st Squad, the 2nd strongest unit in the 3rd Military District, surpassed only by the Special Operations Brigade, Carol was proud. He should have been on the battlefield fighting the bug tribe. Scars and the corpses of bugs were the honors he deserved. When he was first ordered to protect a frail, helpless girl, he had been furious. He could not understand why this person deserved special attention from the Supreme Commander. Later learning that she was the sole surviving bloodline of General Qiaoen Ye, he expressed understanding, for she was an orphan of a hero. Though he could understand, he still could not accept it. Why him? He should be on the battlefield fighting alongside his comrades, not being a bodyguard. Seeing the girl's cowardly demeanor only deepened his frustration. How could the descendant of a heroic figure like Qiaoen Ye be like this? Upon seeing the spiritual power and physique test results, his disappointment grew even greater. Yet no amount of unwillingness could change anything. He was a soldier, and he had to obey the Supreme Commander's orders. Sangle looked at the expressionless man before her and smiled, maintaining her harmless appearance as she walked ahead first. Carol's gaze darkened. He had been deceived. The general's manor was situated in the most prosperous district of Azure Star. Flying vehicles glided past towering skyscrapers, their steel frames and shimmering neon signs interplaying, while metallic exteriors gleamed with a cold radiance beneath the ever-shifting lights. Massive electronic displays covered entire building facades, their pulsating colors and streaming information resembling the city's unceasing pulse. People clad in technologically advanced attire moved through the bustling streets, their luminous accessories flickering faintly in the darkness like distant stars. The roar of aerial trains intertwined with the cacophonous music from advertisements. Diverse hovercrafts darted freely between skyscrapers, leaving dazzling trails of light in their wake. Holographic advertisements danced in midair, captivating the attention of passers-by. It was utterly mesmerizing, this intoxicating world of decadence and glamour. One could scarcely blame so many for desperate to remain here. Stepping into the general's manor, a row of transparent display cases filled an entire wall of the living room, each housing merit medals. Above them hung a towering portrait. Sangle stood before the display cases, gazing upward at the monumental portrait. This is your grandfather, one of humanity's greatest heroes. Calante's eyes filled with reverence. The girl's tone was remarkably calm, laced with the faintest chill. From her vantage point behind her, Calante could not see her expression. Move all of this to an empty room. Sangle pointed toward the merit display cases. And that painting as well. What? Calante could barely contain himself. This is your grandfather. Do you have any idea what he contributed to all of humanity? How can you? In the year 2145 of the Interstellar calendar, he joined the Alliance Armed Forces. In 2171, he overthrew the tyrannical regime of the former nation. In 2171, the Federation was formally established, and he became one of its founding fathers. In 2183, when the Zerg launched a massive invasion and devoured 2 entire star systems, he led his troops to turn the tide, ruthlessly driving the Zerg back. He commanded and participated in 2154 battles against the Zerg, and took part in 391 operations to eradicate interstellar pirates. In 2217, the Zerg struck again, breaching the Federation's defensive borders and causing billions of casualties. On the brink of twilight years, he once again threw himself onto the front lines of the fight against the Zerg, repelling them a second time. Without Qiaoen, there would be no Federation. Without the Federation, no humanity. Calante fell silent. She knew all of this. Then why? The girl turned around. What good are all those achievements in the end? They all end up as nothing but a mound of yellow earth, just like. She trailed off abruptly, a trace of hostility lingering in her voice. There was no reverence in her eyes. Only the faintest wisp of what might have been pity, swiftly swallowed by profound sorrow. Pity. Calante could scarcely believe his eyes. Had he mistaken things? Perhaps he should have his vision checked. Do you envy my grandfather? He was a hero. No soldier could help but admire him, and I am no exception. But beyond envy lies something greater, respect. Sangle's lips twitched slightly as though she realized her demeanor had been too sharp. Composing herself, she resumed her gentle countenance and spoke softly. I never had the chance to meet my grandfather, yet I know what he sacrificed for the Federation and for humanity. It is simply that seeing all of this displayed before me, I find I cannot always control my emotions. Her voice dipped as if sinking into deep sorrow. I apologize for the trouble, Captain Calante. Well, she had already said such a thing. What else could Calante do? Besides, he was merely her bodyguard. He gathered everything and carried it to an empty room. Your terminal and identity chip have arrived. I will go retrieve them. Very well. Soon Calante returned carrying a box. Opening the box revealed the latest model of terminal and an identity chip. The identity chip must be injected into the skin using a specialized medical device. Calante held a silver-white shotgun, placing both the chip and the device before Sangle as he spoke. Sangle glanced at them casually and extended her wrist. Thank you for your trouble. Calante inserted the chip into the medical gun, steadied the girl's wrist with one hand, and pressed the muzzle against her skin. Sensing her tension, he hesitated briefly before speaking. It won't hurt. Sangle said nothing, only slightly relaxing her clenched hand, watching silently as Calante injected the chip into her wrist. After a brief tingling sensation, she withdrew her wrist and gently rubbed the spot. After implanting the identity chip, Qiaoen Ye holstered the medical gun and handed the terminal to Sangle. This is the latest model of terminal device. He then gestured for her to extend her wrist, once more aiming the terminal at the chip's location. A soft beep sounded, and the terminal sprang to life, automatically transforming into a slender band that wrapped around Sangle's wrist, its cool metal surface resting gently against her skin. Sangle examined the terminal on her wrist and tapped it, projecting a pale blue screen into the air. Do you have any other questions? Hailing from a remote star system, Qiaoen Ye worried she might not be familiar with operating the terminal. Sangle fiddled with the terminal while offering him a smile. No. If I have any issues, I will let you know. Very well. With the brief exchange concluded, silence once again filled the space between them. Upon activation, the terminal automatically enabled privacy protection. Only the owner had access. Others could not see any information displayed. Thus, Qiaoen Ye had no idea what Sangle was viewing. Sangle's fingers glided across the screen, the pale blue light casting a glow upon her face. She wore the same gentle expression as ever, yet Qiaoen Ye inexplicably sensed she was unhappy. Seated upon the sofa in the vast living room, her figure appeared forlorn, like a wandering soul untethered from the world. This place merely a temporary stop on her endless drifting. Look, wasn't that an outstanding performance? Next time give me a role in the entertainment industry. I'll surely win Best Actress. Inside the system space, Sangle perched cross-legged, cheerfully popping popcorn into her mouth. Yes. Qiaoen Ye offered a non-committal reply of Sangle was indeed quite talented at acting. When do you plan to head to the military academy? Won't Lil Akizi arrange it for you? What's the rush? By the way, aren't the Academy League qualifiers starting soon? Qiaoen Ye unfolded the screen and scrolled through it. Right? It uses a point system with team entries. You form teams freely within the academy regardless of grade. Each squad consists of 5 members, 1 commander, 2 infantry soldiers, 1 mech pilot, and 1 logistics specialist. Only those who accumulate sufficient points qualify for the school team selection. And only members of the school team may compete in the Military Academy League. You're signing up as commander because you want to join the protagonist's team. The Military Academy League is broadcast across the entire Interstellar community in real time. That means all 9 Federation academies will participate. Sangle cradled a bag of popcorn in one arm while making notes on the plot summary with the other. However, the protagonist may not necessarily team up with you. Keep in mind that on the surface you are a cripple with both mental and physical attributes rated F. Are you prepared to expose your mental power? Sangle carelessly tossed her pen aside. Then I'll simply cause them some trouble. The confidential archive room of the Judiu Military Academy. Sangle positioned the signal jammer and swiftly began copying the documents. The jammer would only last 15 minutes. She had to finish the copying within that window and cross the sensor zone before the device failed and triggered the alarm. The faint glow of the monitor illuminated her face. The pitch-black mask concealed most of her features, leaving only a pair of deep blue eyes visible, with dark metallic lines extending downward from the corners of her eyes. 10 minutes. The data copied. Sangle immediately bolted outwards, swiftly crossing through the sensor zone. To steal the core design blueprints of the Federation's new mecha, she had scouted the location numerous times in advance. This operation permitted no failure, only success. She needed to exit the military academy within 7 minutes. With 5 minutes remaining before the alarm would sound, 2 minutes was all it took for Judiu Military Academy to implement martial law and seal off the area. Once the defensive systems activated, she would be trapped like a fish in a barrel. Who's there? In her rush to flee the academy, she had taken the quickest route, one she had observed beforehand to be unguarded. Why was she so unlucky today? The moment she vaulted through the window and landed, someone spotted her. Sangle had no time for unnecessary confrontation. Bracing herself, she prepared to scale the wall. Halt! Moore immediately stepped forward to block her path. The woman dropping from the window caught his attention. Her deep blue hair, pulled high into a ponytail, the lower half of her face concealed by a black mask. She moved with suspicious stealth, clearly not someone to trust. Sangle's gaze turned razor sharp, and with a swift kick from her long leg, she struck hard. Moore's pupils contracted. He instinctively raised his arm to block, but a tremor ran through his limb, followed by a numbing sensation. Seeing the figure in black about to scale the wall again, Moore abandoned caution and threw a punch, the fierce wind of his strike cutting through the air. Sangle's eyes flared with hostility. She sidestepped slightly to evade, then seized his wrist and twisted it with brutal force. Moore gritted his teeth against the pain, gripping her tightly with his other hand as he pressed downward, then pivoted and drove his elbow into her with all his strength. Sangle frowned and reluctantly loosened her grip. Moore's right arm was completely distorted, cold sweat beading on his forehead. The bones inside must have shattered. Yet he didn't care. His only thought was that this person couldn't escape. He held onto Sangle with desperate grip, refusing to let go. A cold glint flashed through Sangle's dark blue eyes. 1 minute left. She flexed her fingers and a small blade materialized between them. With a vicious slash across Moore's wrist, blood sprayed up, splattering her face. As Moore released his hold, she delivered a powerful kick to his chest. More was sent flying, his back slamming against the wall with enough force to cave his chest in. Blood gushed from his mouth, and his wrist bled relentlessly. Through his pain, the image of the black metallic lines on the intruder's face and the dagger between her fingers surfaced in his mind. She was a cyborg. His vision blurred, then darkness consumed him. Song Jio considered finishing him off, but the wailing alarm forced her to abandon the task. She slipped away quickly. Her body was covered in a specialized shielding device that would render ordinary detectors useless once she left the academy grounds. Still, Song Jio didn't dare grow complacent. She carefully avoided the street surveillance cameras and made her way into the black market, a chaotic place where anyone could disappear. The academy would never find her there. Finally, she vanished into an alleyway. Qiaoen Ye, observing from within the system space, winced at the violence. You're brutally harsh on the protagonist. Do you actually want him dead? Relax. I know my limits. Interstellar medicine is highly advanced. Lying in a medical pod will heal these injuries quickly. Sangle casually wiped the blood from her face, the dark metallic lines on her mask catching a cold gleam. You also administered a neurotoxin to him. That slash nearly took his hand off. Aren't you worried he'll bleed out? Sangle returned to the system space and tossed the documents aside where they were automatically stored in her system backpack. Beside her, Song Jio stood motionless, eyes vacant. The toxin is harmless. It merely prevents him from exerting force during the early selection rounds. Sangle picked up a bag of chips, cracking it open and popping one into her mouth. Besides, the protagonist has tough skin and thick flesh. How could such light force break his arm? And if it did break, couldn't it just be reattached? Qiaoen Ye pictured the protagonist's miserable state and shuddered, wondering why his data-constructed body would experience phantom pain. Why are you doing this? Beating him up and injecting neurotoxin. What's the point? Because I need to join the protagonist's team. Sangle pulled up the plotline. What commander would accept a single soldier with a crippled hand? Sure, the protagonists will inevitably form a team together, but which commander would risk joining them? A smile curved Sang Li's lips as her finger traced the selection competition on the plotline. A team with a disabled soldier is practically marked for elimination from the start. Even in the early stages, no one would want to join, which matters because this is a points-based system. What sane commander would attach themselves to a team that can accumulate points? Moreover, commanders are always the scarcest resource. They never struggle to find squads wanting them. Sangle rose to her feet and grinned recklessly at Qiaoen Ye. Which means, they have no choice but to select me. Qiaoen Ye rolled his eyes, dismissing her entirely. Sangle puckered her lips, then stood and brushed off Song Jio beside her. Should I outfit this alter ego with a mecha? Qiaoen Ye drifted closer. You got lucky. 10 pulls and you secured Song Jio, a double S rank solo fighter. This alter ego is incredibly cool and powerful. You've struck gold. Sangle frowned. Something tells me this alter ego suits a mecha pilot better. With combat power this extraordinary, not piloting a mech would be a waste. Song Jio was encased in dark metallic lines running across their entire frame. At 180 centimeters tall, with sharp striking features, blue hair tied in a high ponytail, and clad in a form-fitting black combat suit, the deep blue eyes lent an even colder intensity to their presence. Qiaoen Ye circled Song Jio and nodded. You're right. Such a striking alter ego clearly looks built for combat. Then it's settled. I'll craft a mecha for her when I have time. For now I'm exhausted. I wonder what the manga author was thinking. 4 members in the protagonist squad, but missing a commander. Usually in these interstellar action team stories, the protagonist squad is fully stocked with every specialty commander's solo fighters, mecha pilots, logistics specialists. All should be present. According to the author's setup, they'd need 5 protagonists. Did one of them develop dual specialties? Or was a new protagonist supposed to be introduced later? Why bother caring? This manga got abandoned mid-story. Who knows what the author intended? The settings can't be changed anyway. The protagonists will remain these 4. Plus it works perfectly for you to slip in and grab screen time. That's true. Back in reality, Sangle pushed aside the blanket and sat up on the bed, feeling parched. She descended downstairs for a glass of water. Glancing over her shoulder, she spotted Qiaoen Ye standing at the stairway like a ghost. Sangle offered him a hollow smile and headed back upstairs to sleep. He's still watching her, clearly deeply affected by her earlier performance. 9th Military Academy Medical Room. Dr. Song, how is Mort? Ye stood beside the medical pod, her face full of worry. Every bone in his right arm is shattered, ribs fractured, internal organs damaged, and the artery in his left wrist was severed. Song Yao handed over the report. None of these are major issues. A week in the medical pod should do the trick. The worst is the nerve toxin. Can it be cured? Certainly. But the selection tournament is about to begin, and completely healing this nerve toxin would take at least 2 months. Tong Yinny pushed the door open. Still unconscious. Why the long faces? Don't tell me. He's going to die. Her voice was filled with panic. No way. No. Zhang Lan pinched the bridge of his nose as if dealing with a headache. Then what's wrong? Tong Yinny pulled down the outer layer of her combat uniform. She had just finished solo training. Yifei explained he's out of danger and recovering well. Just needs a week in the pod. But the nerve toxin injection means he probably won't make it for the selection tournament. Well, then it's fine. As long as he's alive, that's what matters. Tong Yin brushed her fiery red hair back, without a care. As for the tournament, I'll just compete in a few extra matches. It's only 2 months. Or do you not believe in my abilities? Yifei and Jiang Lan relaxed upon hearing Tong Yin's words. Indeed, being alive was already a blessing. The Military Academy League is held once every 3 years. Missing this time isn't a big deal. We're freshmen, and we'll have another chance in our senior year. Jiang Lan set down the report, his mind already moving past the setback. Exactly. If we don't make it this time, we'll have next time. Tong Yin rested her hands on both their shoulders, her striking features as vivid and captivating as her crimson hair. After 2 days in the medical pod, Mort finally woke up. His right arm still looked rather gruesome, twisted like a pretzel. Ah! What are you screaming about now? Tong Yin smacked him on the head. You hit me again. I'm injured. Mort glared at Tong Yin. That was for your brain. Though you probably don't use it anyway, Jiang Lan said coldly from the side, shoving the nutritional supplement into Mort's mouth rather roughly. You guys are too much. Mort complained while drinking. If his hands weren't both immobilized, he wouldn't be so frustrated. Jiang Lan, can we switch flavors? I really don't want to drink bitter melon flavor. Jiang Lan ignored him and continued feeding him the greenish nutritional supplement. Mort's entire face scrunched up. Yifei entered holding the registration form. Is registration done? Jiang Lan glanced at it. Yifei pressed her lips together and said nothing. What's wrong? Seeing Yifei just shake her head, Tong Yin took the registration form. When she saw the command department field was blank, her expression went blank too. Noticing both had dark expressions, Jiang Lan frowned, set down the remaining nutritional supplement on the table, and got up to check the registration form. Huh. What about me? I haven't finished. Mort was somewhat dissatisfied upon seeing this. What's going on? Let me see. Jiang Lan looked at the registration form without much expression. Nothing much. We're still short a commander for the team. I'll go ask later. Mort was stunned. Why? Didn't we already find someone? Isn't Qiaoen Ye our commander? He was supposed to team up with us, we had agreed beforehand. Yifei was about to say something when the medical room door was pushed open. Qiaoen Ye? Yifei's tone turned somewhat cold upon seeing the visitor. What are you doing here? Haven't you already teamed up with someone else? I came to apologize. I can't team up with you. I originally chose to join you because your overall strength was quite good. But now with Mort, I have no choice. I'm truly sorry. Qiaoen Ye felt somewhat guilty, but he really didn't want to miss out. Participating in the Military Academy League was every cadet's dream. With a half-disabled soldier in the team, elimination was inevitable. In a points-based competition, even with later recovery, the chances of catching up were too slim. He couldn't take that gamble. Jiang Lan said, it's fine. We don't need unreliable teammates anyway. Hearing this, Qiaoen Ye felt even more guilty, standing at the door with clenched fists. I'm sorry. You don't need to apologize. It's only human nature. Jiang Lan put away the registration form. Having a half-disabled soldier in the team, Qiaoen Ye's choice to leave wasn't really surprising. During the 2 days Mort was lying there were clearly many opportunities to say something. Yet he teamed up with others without even informing them. Quite frustrating. Alright, we understand you. But it's hard to be in a good mood toward you right now. Tong Yin crossed her arms. Alright. Qiaoen Ye nodded awkwardly and turned to leave, somewhat embarrassed. Normally the most boisterous Mort was silent, now head bowed, looking as deflated as a frost-bitten eggplant. Seeing Mort like this, Yifei comforted him. It's okay, we'll find others to team up with. Don't overthink it. It's not your fault. Jiang Lan wasn't good at offering comfort, so he simply swapped to another nutritional supplement, peach-flavored this time, and held it to Mort's mouth. Drink. It's all my fault. Mort slumped against the medical pod dejectedly. Why don't you find another soldier? Before Mort could finish, Jiang Lan, with a cold expression, directly shoved the nutritional supplement into his mouth to silence him. I told you to drink, not to talk. Tong Yin raised an eyebrow. Are you really this discouraged by a small setback? Your mentality is terrible, weak as ever. Who are you calling weak? You're the weak one, who has bad mentality. My mentality is perfectly fine. The moment Mort heard himself called weak, he bristled. Isn't that true? Tong Yin, just you wait. Once I recover, I'll beat you into the ground. Bring it on. Come at me if you dare. I don't remember who couldn't even speak after last time I beat them. That was ambush. The nutritional supplement. Spilled. I didn't mean to. Jiang Lan, don't hit him. Stay calm. The group started bickering again, as if they had completely forgotten what had just happened. Is this the bond between protagonists? It's truly touching. Sangle fake wiped the tear in the system space, producing a small handkerchief from somewhere to ceremoniously dab at his eyes. Stop pretending. Qiaoen Ye was speechless every day. Cough. Putting away the handkerchief, becoming serious in an instant. Let's get down to business. Losle has been arranged. Official enrollment in 1 week. When the protagonists are at their wits' end trying to find team members, desperately searching only to discover that no commander wants to join them, I'll appear before them once more. I can't wait to see their faces when we meet again. I really am such a good person. Another day moved by my own kindness. Qiaoen Ye can't stay serious for more than 3 seconds. Knock knock. A sound of knocking came from outside the room. Enter. Calendar pushed the door open. Miss Sangle, your school uniform. She didn't understand why she refused to hire servants. The general's mansion was so vast, if not for the cleaning and cooking robots, he would have been exhausted. Why did a bodyguard have to take on the butler's duties? Thank you. Sangle flashed him a sweet fake smile. Calendar. He was used to it. After changing, Sangle went downstairs. Having slept in and skipped breakfast, she only had a nutrition supplement. The 9 military academies were located on different planets, and the 9th academy happened to be on Azure Star. Otherwise, she would have had to take a starship ahead of time. She got into the hover car. Thank you for your hard work, Captain Calendar. It's not hard. Sangle sat in the back, playing with her optical computer, and yawned lightly. She had downloaded an Interstellar online game last night, and played until late. The hover car could drive autonomously, but Calendar insisted on manual driving. Sangle couldn't understand him and didn't bother to. While waiting for the traffic light, Sangle suddenly said, Captain Calendar, you've reported my situation to the commander these past few days, haven't you? Calendar remained expressionless, tapping his fingers on the steering wheel idly. I just did what I had to do. I understand. But I, an orphan without parents, managed to survive until 18 on a barren star without even an identity chip. I've tried very hard. Her voice grew softer, choked with sobs. I just wanted to protect myself. I just wanted to live. I just didn't want to go through the past again. I didn't mean to be like this. At that moment, Calendar felt he was despicable. Seeing her slightly reddened eyes in the rearview mirror, he turned around to say something only to catch her sly gaze and the corners of her lips curling up. He had been fooled again. He chose to withdraw his guilt, but was also glad that she wasn't truly upset. For survival, such little tricks were nothing. Since arriving at Azure Star, she had become much livelier, and that was a good thing. Arrived at the 9th Military Academy. After the familiar identity verification process, they followed a guide robot to the principal's office. Captain Calendar, long time no see. Long time no see, Principal Ma. After some pleasantries, Principal Ma finally turned his gaze to Sangle. So this is Miss Sangle. This old fox did it on purpose, Sangle thought inwardly. Annoyed that she was forcibly enrolled in the military academy against regulations, he was deliberately ignoring her. Yes. No matter what she thought, she had to maintain her persona on the surface. Sangle bit her lip and clutched her clothes. HLO. Seeing Sangle start acting again, Calendar didn't intend to warn Ma. He only needed to protect Sangle and periodically report her situation to the commander. Others were not his concern. The commander has arranged everything. You are entering mid-semester and have missed over half a year's worth of courses. These courses may require extra time to study. Ma looked at Sangle with a kind expression. Sangle nodded. Ma casually picked up a document and waved his hand. All right, that's it. Teacher Sue outside will take you to class. The schedule and course materials are in your student system, all on your optical computer. Seeing the principal's unwillingness to engage with her, Sangle felt a little sad and replied softly, Okay, thank you, Principal. Since you're going to class now, I'll come pick you up when you're on break. Calendar turned to Sangle. After enrollment, military cadets had to live in dormitories and could not leave campus, only returning home or going out on weekends. Huh. The girl was still in a daze. She snapped back at Calendar's words and quickly replied, Oh, okay, thank you, Captain. After Sangle left the office, Calendar turned to the principal. Your attitude toward her was somewhat rude. Ma pushed the document he had just picked up to Calendar, crossing his hands on the desk. Take a look. Double F. Calendar took the report, his expression unchanged, but his voice grew colder. So what? She is now a student of your school. You should treat everyone equally. Ma was at a loss for words. He admitted he had been somewhat rude to Sangle just now, deliberately speaking to Calendar first and making her stand there. But the selection for military cadets was so rigorous, her enrollment itself was unfair to those who had worked hard to get in. Even if she was Qiaoen Ye's granddaughter, he couldn't help but feel dissatisfied with her. Principal Ma, she earned this opportunity with the Federation's founding medal. There is no unfairness. Moreover, she will undergo the same training as other students. Heroes' descendants should not be treated with such coldness. I was foolish. Ma sighed. The Federation's founding medal. The child was willing to give that up. He had been prejudiced. He was regressing as he grew older. Calendar didn't want a medal. He knew Sangle seemed gentle and harmless, but was actually a black sesame dumpling. She wouldn't be taken advantage of. He had been fooled by her at first too. If not for what she suddenly said after leaving the commander's residence, he might have been deceived all along. Later, she even put on a very perfunctory act in front of him. Seeing her acting again today, he felt a strange sense of familiarity. Seeing Ma's attitude today, Calendar felt it necessary to remind him. These people were too prejudiced to the point of failing to treat students equally. Teacher Sue. Yes, I'm Sue Jean, teaching interstellar history. This teacher looked scholarly, wearing glasses from the ancient Blue Star era, his hair slightly unkempt, as if not tidied for a while. You're Sangle, right? I'll take you to the classroom first. You can check your dormitory on your optical computer. You've logged into our school's campus app, haven't you? I've already logged in, thank you, teacher. Follow me. Okay, teacher. Sangle obediently followed the teacher toward the classroom. Sue Jean had originally planned to go straight to the classroom, but was suddenly called by the principal to pick up a student. He was a bit speechless. Later, upon hearing the student's specific information, he became curious. He had to see what a double F Constitution hero's descendant who was willing to exchange the founding medal for a military academy spot looked like. At first sight of Sangle, she looked delicate and fragile. Why was she entering a military academy? Second glance, she seemed quite pleasant-looking and pretty, but her physique was too poor. She would be trained to tears by the instructors. Third glance, how obedient she was, and her voice was soft. Maybe he should tell the instructors not to be too harsh on her. There was no such type among military cadets. What a rarity. This trip was worth it. The principal's office was quite far from the teaching building. It took nearly 20 minutes to reach the classroom. Interstellar history, a compulsory course for all military cadets. The class bell had already rung, but the teacher was still absent. The students in the classroom could no longer sit still. At first they whispered, but as the teacher failed to show up, they grew bolder and louder. Oh, where is Teacher Sue? Why hasn't he come yet? Moer lay on the desk, stretching his fingers in front of him, opening and closing them. His hand had finally healed, but his left hand was still weak. How annoying. He couldn't even pilot a mech with any strength. I don't know. Zhonglan was still memorizing his notes. There was a test at the end of the month, and he didn't want to fail. Yafei and Tong Yini huddled together, browsing the latest clothing styles, planning to go shopping over the weekend. These few had already given up. Whether they found the command department or not, there would be another chance. As for this time, let it be. This damned sense of relaxation. Ahem. What's all this noise? The classroom, which had been buzzing just a moment ago, fell silent instantly. Su Jin stood at the door with a look of disdain. I could hear your racket from far away. When the teacher's not here, don't you know to read on your own? What kind of behavior is this? The classroom was as quiet as a mouse. Come in, please. A question mark. The classroom buzzed with whispers again. Who is that? The dark green uniform made the girl's skin look exceptionally pale. Sunlight fell on her face, casting a small shadow under her eyelashes. Her black eyes were pure and clear, with jet black hair falling loosely over her shoulders. Among military cadets whose average height was over 175 centimeters, she was too petite, only about 165 centimeters. At first glance, she looked like a large, exquisite oriental doll, obedient and delicate. Who is she? Do you know her? I don't know her. I was about to ask you. Is she also a freshman? The semester is almost over. Why is she only arriving now? No idea. She's pretty, but that build. Which department is she from? She looks so weak and short. The discussions in the classroom grew louder. Hey, did I give you permission to speak? Su Jin tapped the podium with his textbook. Honestly, quiet down, everyone. When the classroom fell silent again, he turned to Sangle and said in a gentle tone, introduce yourself to everyone. Okay. The girl faced the crowd. Her eyelashes fluttered, and she lowered her gaze, afraid to look at them. Her voice sounded socially anxious. My name is Sangle. I'm a freshman in the command department. After saying this, she tightly shut her mouth. Sangle looked up and saw a golden-haired boy frantically waving at her. To make sure she could see him, he even stood on a chair. Tong Yini rested her chin on her hand and blew a kiss in their direction. Sangle's face instantly turned red. Moer, who told you to stand on the chair? Sit back down. After being scolded, Moer touched his nose and reluctantly sat down. Sangle, find a seat and sit down. Thank you, teacher. Without a second thought, she went straight to the main group side. How could she hesitate when it came to hitching a ride on the spotlight? After class. Sangle, you actually came to the 9th too. Moer's eyes were still sparkling. Nice to see you again. Zhonglan greeted her. Long time no see. Yafei and Tong Yini hugged her. Long time no see. Sangle's face was red. She sat with her legs together and her hands on her knees. Still so shy. Tong Yini laughed and ruffled Sangle's hair. Sangle's face turned even redder and she seemed to radiate heat. Don't tease her. Yafei chuckled. After chatting for a while, they headed to the cafeteria. Try this. The steamed pork with rice flour in the cafeteria is super delicious. Stir-fried cucumber and dragon fruit. Why did you get that? Zhonglan's face twisted as he looked at Yafei's tray. I heard that eating this can whiten your skin. Yafei stabbed a piece of dragon fruit and put it in her mouth. Actually, it tastes okay. Do you want to try? The other three shook their heads in unison. No. Moer and Tong Yini's plates were piled high, almost entirely with meat, and rice was served on separate plates. The appetite of a mech pilot was truly terrifying. Zhonglan's tray looked much more normal: sweet and sour spare ribs and stir-fried greens. Sangle ate slowly. To be honest, she didn't really like the cafeteria, but the 9th Military Academy's cafeteria seemed okay. Otherwise, she would rather drink nutrient supplements. By the way, Zhonglan remembered something. You said you're in the command department. Command department? Moer's eyes lit up. That's right. You said you're in the command department. That's great. What? Sangle looked at them blankly. Tong Yini pulled her into a hug. Our team just happens to need a commander. Your arrival is perfect. So how about it? Want to join us? What teams? The school team selection tournament. It's a point system. Only those who meet the point standard are eligible to join the school team. Yafei wiped her mouth. This stir-fried cucumber and dragon fruit actually tasted fine. She didn't know why they were resisting it. She would eat it again tomorrow. Sangle hesitated. This competition is very important. I advise you to think carefully. A commander with double F in both mental power and physical constitution will only drag the team down. A proud-looking young man walked over looking at Sang Lu with disdain in his eyes. Shi Luoer, what are you saying? Zhang Lan stood up. If I'm speaking the truth. This classmate Sang Lu, tell everyone am I wrong. Aren't you a waste with double F in mental power and physique? You, Mo Air with his hot temper stood up and wanted to punch him. Tong Yinny frowned and stopped Mo Air. Shi Luoer, don't speak nonsense. The minimum standard for joining a military academy is B-level physique and B mental power. Two mech pilots over 180 centimeters stood behind Zhang Lan, both staring at Shi Luoer with immense pressure. Shi Luoer gave a cold snort, and the two pilots behind him stepped forward, directly confronting Mo Air and the others. Others in the cafeteria curiously looked over. Was a fight about to break out? Shi Luoer had a grudge against Zhang Lan because he originally wanted Zhang Lan to join his team. Zhang Lan was the top scorer in the mech pilot assessment at enrollment, while Shi Luoer was the top scorer in the command department at the 9th Military Academy, one of the rare SSS-level commanders in the entire galaxy. With his team's mech pilot being SS, he had assumed that Zhang Lan would definitely team up with him. The strong only stick with the strong. Unexpectedly, Zhang Lan flatly rejected his team invitation. He had never been so ruthlessly turned down in his entire life. If Zhang Lan had joined a strong team, it would be one thing. But those two mech pilots were only S-level, and the logistics member was only 13th in the entrance test. How could they compare to his team? He refused to accept it. He would make Zhang Lan regret it. Actually, Zhang Lan had only said one sentence, "Oh no, I already have a team." Zhang Lan was busy with a new mech design and didn't even glance at Shi Luoer the whole time. Little did he know that this young master had taken such a grudge against him. He felt quite wronged. He's not wrong. I really am double F. Sangle looked at the four with a dejected expression. Off. Mo Air was stunned. Tong Yinny stepped on his foot and winked at him. You heard that right. She admitted it herself. I wonder what ability you have that made the school admit you as an exception. Shi Luoer only respected the strong. He had the utmost contempt for people who got in through connections. Zhang Lan, do you regret it now? Zhang Lan rolled his eyes. What do I have to regret? Regret not joining your team and putting up with your crap, Ye Fei squeezed Sang Li's hand and whispered comfortingly, it's okay. Shi Luoer's hair almost stood on end with anger. I'm warning you. I'm helping you. Don't you realize what use a double F waste of a commander is? In the points competition, she can't even activate the equipment for the first round of mental power simulation combat. Don't trouble yourself. At worst, we'll give up the points from the commander's mental power competition. Zhang Lan couldn't even be bothered to spare him a glance. That's right. Mo Air made a face at them. Shi Luoer was about to be driven mad by Zhang Lan and the others. Are you crazy? You already have a half-crippled mech pilot. And you want to give up the commander's mental power test points. She's a waste. Shi Luoer to Kellens. A cold voice sounded. Cairo de Lance. A cold voice rang out. A tall man clad in black military uniform approached slowly, his expression stern and piercing. His black leather boots struck the polished floor with heavy muffled thuds, one step at a time, each landing like a weight upon everyone's chest, squeezing the breath from their lungs. Is this the upbringing the de Lance family is known for? Carlant lowered his eyelids, looking down at Cairo from above. See Captain Carlant. Cairo, feeling the force of Carlant's gaze, involuntarily retreated several steps. Miss Sang Lo was personally brought back by the commander's own men. She is the descendant of General Qiaoen Ye, and her enrollment at the military academy was secured through the founding medal. There has been no violation of regulations. Cairo, is this how your family taught you? To openly humiliate others and hurl insults? Cairo grew flustered. He desperately attempted to explain, only to realize that his actions truly warranted such accusations. There was no defense. In the end, he could only fall silent. No, I didn't think that way. I will inform your father about this matter. Ignoring him further, Carlant turned toward Sang Lu and bowed slightly. Miss Sang Lu. Carlant. Sang Lu stared at him bewildered. After exchanging greetings with Sang Lu, he straightened up. Carlant's gaze swept across the cafeteria, where every other patron hunched their necks like frightened chicks, daring not to meet his eyes. Respect. These two words need little elaboration from me. Believing oneself superior because of one's spiritual energy level and going so far as to shamelessly humiliate others, that is not a quality a future soldier should possess. Everyone watch your words. His final words carried a chilling weight as his icy gaze lingered upon Cairo and his companions. Anyone with sense understood exactly who that was directed at. Thank you. Sang Lu lifted her head, her clear, untroubled eyes reflecting Carlant's figure. This is my duty. Carlant averted his gaze. I shall take my leave now. I will come to escort you when the holiday begins. All right. Goodbye. After Carlant departed, Mo folded his arms across his chest and looked at Cairo with a languid tone. Watch your words. Cairo's face cycled through shades of pale and green. Unable to endure the weight of the cafeteria's stairs, he and his companions hurriedly made their exit. Ha, he totally deserved it. I'm dying of laughter. Did you see him just now? My stomach hurts from laughing so hard, ha. Mo clutched his belly while laughing, slapping Zhang Lan's shoulder frantically. Are you trying to kill me? Zhang Lan stumbled from the force. Tong Yinny rubbed his forehead in exasperation. Don't beat our mecha pilot to death. Sorry I lost control. Scratching his head, Mo straightened up and casually pulled Zhang Lan back to his feet. Yafei drifted over to Sang Li's side, curiosity evident. How did Captain Carlin end up here? Sang Lu tilted her head. The commander assigned him to accompany me as my guard. Mo, Yafei, Tong Yinny, and Zhang Lan. The rest of the cafeteria diners. An elite from the Federation's most elite unit serving as a bodyguard. What a remarkably niche statement. What's wrong? The girl looked at them in confusion. Something about her seemed boastful, yet seeing her innocent expression and untroubled eyes made them doubt whether they were reading too much into it. Tong Yinny wiped his face. Nothing. We just need a moment. His demeanor carried a weary depth beyond his years, his voice frail. All right, let's not dwell on that. Let's continue our earlier conversation. Yafei cleared her throat. What? Join our team. Tong Yinny rested his hand on Sang Li's shoulder. But my spiritual energy and physical condition. Sang Lu bit her lip, a shadow of dejection crossing her features. It doesn't matter. We'll strive together. We'll go as far as we can, and we have each other. Mo rested his hand on Zhang Lan's shoulder. Zhang Lan came in first place on the mecha pilot assessment during the entrance exam. Isn't that right? Zhang Lan brushed Mo's hand away. Your hands are weak, not your legs broken. Don't use me as a crutch. Such a stingy fellow. Zhang Lan turned to Sang Lo. I didn't join Cairo's team. He holds a grudge against me and was deliberately looking for trouble. Don't take his words to heart. I bear some responsibility for today's incident as well. I'm sorry. No, none of this has anything to do with you. Sang Lo quickly waved her hands. All right, let's not speak of that arrogant fool anymore. Let's continue. Mo bent down to meet Sang Li's eye level. Sang Lu, join our team. We need you. We need you. Those simple few words crashed so suddenly into Sang Li's gray and desolate world. Since the passing of her parents, she had felt abandoned by the entire world, living each day with painstaking caution. It had been so long since she had experienced the feeling of being desired, of being needed, and she truly could not bear to let it go. Her gaze collided unexpectedly with 4 pairs of sincere eyes. It was as though a stone had dropped into a still lake, sending ripples expanding outward. A fierce heartbeat echoed in the girl's ears. Thump, thump, thump. Each beat so distinct, so passionate. Warmth gathered behind her eyes, and she heard her own dry voice speak. Yes. Yage. Inside her consciousness space, Sang Lu was on the verge of laughing herself mad. What a magnificent display. Absolutely exhilarating. Are you trying to laugh yourself to death? Sang Lu wiped the tears of laughter from the corners of her eyes. Oh my, I really can't hold it in anymore. Qiaoen Ye rolled her eyes speechlessly. Look, you've already joined the protagonist team. Satisfied with her laughter, Sang Lu sat on her swivel chair, kicked off, and spun around. As expected, the protagonist's life at the military academy surely wouldn't be peaceful. Here comes someone looking for trouble, a true benefactor sending opportunities my way. Now I can farm more favorability from the protagonists. Qiaoen Ye tapped across the data screen. Inspection complete. Both your neural interface and identity chip contain trackers, and your neural interface has been under constant surveillance. Oh, Qiaoen Ye flew over to Sang Li's side. Why did you suddenly ask me to check this? When Carlin had just arrived, Sang Lu had abruptly requested an inspection of the chip and neural interface. She had been puzzled at the time, but the results of the inspection left Qiaoen Ye utterly shaken, as if she had no privacy whatsoever. I just felt that Carlin's arrival was far too convenient, truly perfectly timed. Sang Lu lowered her eyes, lazily spinning in her chair. Her voice betrayed no discernible emotion. This was a manga world, one centered around the protagonist. She was not the protagonist. Even if she had momentarily brushed against the protagonist's storyline, a face-slapping confrontation like this would typically never fall to someone like her. Only the protagonist could enjoy such satisfying retribution. Moreover, the plot was still progressing very slowly. She was merely cannon fodder at this point. There was absolutely no possibility of her receiving such a perfectly timed moment of revenge. He hadn't come early nor late. He had appeared precisely when she had been nearly humiliated, and her heart was filled with dread. What was his intention? A tracker, surveillance, protection. A soldier's highest duty is obedience to orders. Sang Li's finger traced the plot outline as she murmured to herself. What are you saying? Qiaoen Ye, grooming her fur, caught only fragments of her mutterings and couldn't make out the words clearly. I said stop constantly grooming your fur. You'll go bald one day. One should never expect anything worthwhile to come from that person's mouth. So, I won't be in charge of the psychic power simulation command, right? Sang Lu asked while sitting on a stool. Yes, I calculated that if I take first place in the mecha engineer competition, I can earn 200 points. For Yafei's logistics assessment, daily performance accounts for 60% of the grade. Adding the competition, conservatively speaking, she can score at least 140 points. The mecha soldier competition is more complicated. It requires a series of rounds to advance. Gain 1 point for each advancement, lose 1 point for each defeat. You can only challenge upward, not downward, like a defending champion. The competition runs from 8 in the morning to noon and from 2 in the afternoon to 8 in the evening, lasting a month. MOAR can't compete in the early stages. Other teams earn points together, but in the early stage we can only rely on Qiaoen Ye. And the competition has a time limit. If MOAR wants to advance too many times in a short period in the mid to late stages, there simply isn't enough time. Plus, since this selection has no grade restrictions, we have to compete with upperclassmen. In the soldier arena, we can probably only score about 210 points. That's the best case scenario. As for the command competition, I checked with the school. They have no intention of lowering the psychic power requirement for the simulation equipment. So just go and have fun with the command competition. We're participating for the experience, so don't feel pressured. The bulk of the points come from the team competition. First place gets 500 points, second place, 400, third place, 300, fourth place, 200. After that, points decrease by 150 for each subsequent rank. Teams that don't make the cut at the lower ranks get 0 points. Without the team competition, we can get about 560 points. The top teams are already over 600 points. To reach the minimum for school team selection, we need at least another 140 points. So we need to finish in the top 15 in the team competition. And there are a total of 1,070 teams in the entire school. Zhang Lan, the only son of the Zhang family, the premier mecha dynasty in the Federation, had shown top-tier talent in mecha engineering since childhood, the most gifted child the Zhang family had seen in a century. He had been exposed to mecha manufacturing since a young age. By high school, he could already independently build an S-class mecha and propose a new mecha structure. Now the structure he innovated has gone into mass production. Backed by the Zhang family, Zhang Lan had access to knowledge that others could hardly dream of. Combined with his extraordinary talent in mecha manufacturing, he had already surpassed his peers, even those long-established mecha engineers. This was truly the case where the destination others spend their entire lives reaching was merely his starting point. With his talent and the unique mecha knowledge his family could provide, he could confidently declare that he would take first place in the mecha engineer assessment even against upperclassmen competitors. In mecha manufacturing, he had never lost. Not now and never in the future. That was the confidence his talent and family gave him. Zhang Lan held a notebook, having said a great deal. Then he looked up. Any more questions? Yes. MOAR raised his hand with great seriousness. Speak. I didn't understand. Can you explain it again? Get lost. Got it. MOAR slumped onto the table looking wronged. He really hadn't understood. Qiaoen Ye, on the other hand, was different. Zhang Lan had rattled on, but she couldn't absorb a single word. She didn't listen, but she wouldn't voice it and get scolded. She just nodded along with hum, and yeah. Looking at these two, Zhang Lan felt a heart attack coming on. He put down the strategy notebook, feeling utterly drained. He had researched like a nagging mother, calculated rankings and crunched points for so long, only to find that one hadn't understood and the other hadn't listened at all. All right. They've always been like this. It's not like you just found out today, Ye Fei said to Zhang Lan. MOAR and Qiaoen Ye sat together feeling guilty. MOAR can't compete in the early stage. Why? Sangle frowned, asking with concern. Hearing this, MOAR stood up abruptly, his voice indignant. It's all because of that mechanical cyborg. Let me tell you. It was a dark and windy night. Then I fought her for 300 rounds, but she still got away. And this is what happened to my hand. After saying this, MOAR's face was filled with pain. After listening to MOAR's vivid and heavily embellished, glorified version of description, Sangle put on a timely expression of surprise, covering her mouth with one hand to hide the smile she could barely suppress. Oh, that's really terrible. Good thing you're okay. Right. After I woke up, I was called in for questioning by the school. I don't know where that cyborg ran off to. They haven't caught her yet. The school is still on lockdown and patrols have been greatly strengthened. If she gets caught, I'm going to punch her good, MOAR said, waving his fist. That was the first time he had been beaten so badly, completely dominated. The icy, murderous intent in those blue eyes before he passed out still sent chills down his spine. If not for the alarm, he would have died there. Just who was that mechanical cyborg? What was she trying to do by sneaking into the school? Don't listen to his nonsense. That day he tried to sneak out, ran into her by rotten luck, and got his ass kicked. When he woke up, the school made him write a 5,000-word self-criticism for trying to sneak out, Zhang Lan added, rubbing salt in the wound. MOAR, my fists are itching. Even a one-armed soldier could easily overpower a fragile mecha engineer. MOAR immediately messed up Zhang Lan's hair into a bird's nest. Qiaoen Ye looked on, clearly enjoying the drama. Am I kind of holding everyone back? You're all working hard, but I'm going to be eliminated in the first round. Sangle picked at her fingers, looking uneasy. What holding back? We're a team. Without you we couldn't even compete. We should be thanking you. Qiaoen Ye looked at Sangle disapprovingly. MOAR, letting go of Zhang Lan's hair, chimed in. Yeah, we're the ones who should thank you. Let's all work hard together. Ye Fei sat beside them, propping her chin on her hands. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. After all this time, we're all just giving it a try. If we make it, great. If not, we'll try again next time. Look at MOAR. He's carefree and heartless. Qiaoen Ye nodded deeply. Exactly. Sangle, you can't think like that among friends. Sangle broke into a rare smile. Thank you. Oh, what's there to thank? Sunlight streamed through the window, casting light and shadow over the five of them, alternating between brightness and darkness. Sangle sat at the innermost spot, the falling shadows exactly covering half her face. By the way, do you have class this afternoon? Yafei asked. No. Sangle shook her head. Have you been to your dorm yet? Not yet. Then it's perfect. Qiaoen Ye and I also have no classes. Let's take you to the dorm first, and see if you need anything so we can buy it in time. Okay. Mo air lay on the table. Then you two take her to the dorm. Zhang and I won't go. Two boys couldn't enter the girls' dormitory. He planned to go to the training ground to practice his shooting. Zhang also nodded. I'm going to draw mecha blueprints. The five of them parted ways here. Do you live here alone? Tong Yinny glanced around the dorm room. Military academies typically assigned 4 people to each room, yet she had just entered and found only one bed made. Yes. Sangle glanced around. This so-called commander was quite thoughtful, having specially arranged a single room for her with all the dorm essentials already in place. Then you must enjoy the freedom of being alone, Yafei nodded. It's fine. Sangle brought over 2 glasses of water and pushed them toward the others. The 2 girls accepted them and thanked her. Is there anything you're lacking? Yafei asked. I don't think so. Sangle shook her head. If you need anything, you can order it online. The school's courier station is right next to the main gate. Got it. Tong Yinny ruffled Sangle's hair. We'll head out then. Let us know if you need anything. With the competition still ahead, they needed to make the most of their time for training. Okay. After seeing the 2 off, Sangle closed the door and flopped onto her bed. Classes start tomorrow. How terrible, how awful, how painful. Sangle rolled around on the floor of the consciousness space. Only heaven knew how agonizing attending school could be. She genuinely wanted to die. Didn't you choose this yourself? Besides, this isn't your first time. Qiaoen landed on her head. Sangle hoisted the pink orb up. You wouldn't understand. Our resentment towards schooling is carved into our very bones. Alright. Qiaoen wriggled free from her grasp and opened the scenario display. What do you plan to do next? I don't know. I only know tomorrow's going to be a headache. Sangle lay on the ground, hands clasped behind her head, gazing at the pure white ceiling of the system space. Qiaoen flipped through the scenario data. The popularity boost from last time had almost entirely faded, and the current rate of growth was as sluggish as a snail's. Why aren't you responding? Sangle sat up and poked the pink orb. I'm analyzing the popularity metrics. Right now you have the highest popularity because of that image that went viral last time. Most of the new fans came specifically for you. Number 2 is Zhang, followed by Tong Yinny, Mo Air, and Yafei. If the plot doesn't advance much going forward, these readers who joined because of that image will drift away quickly and popularity will drop again. I know. Has the author drawn out the new plot yet? Not yet. Qiaoen checked the real-world progress. Let's just wait. We'll do a massive update dump later and keep whatever fans we can. Sangle lay back down, her gaze drifting blankly. Why are you lying down again? If I don't lie down now, I won't be able to tomorrow. Sangle covered her face in agony at the thought of the day ahead. Qiaoen shook its fur. Let me check. You've got command theory first, then physical training. Wow, an entire afternoon of PE classes. You're blessed. Qiaoen flipped further into the schedule and burst out laughing. You're pitiful. Look at this. Afterwards there's firearms training, hand-to-hand combat, and morning runs every day. Good luck to you. What a devastating schedule. Sangle truly wanted to die. Only a handful of theory classes, yet her current physique rating was merely F. Would she actually die on the training field? Shall I activate the perception blocker for you? I'll give you a discount. What about 100 points? No way. Then suffer through it. Sangle ran her fingers through her hair, bantered with Qiaoen for a bit, and then began pondering the new plot. There was nothing she could interfere with right now. All developments were proceeding normally. Participate in the competition, join the school team as originally planned, then the military academy league, followed by exterminating the insectoid race, slowly filling in all the loose ends from the author's earlier plots. Perfect. Sangle was still lost in thought when Qiaoen suddenly darted over. Sangle, the minister's communication. Sangle furrowed her brows, a sense of foreboding rising. Connected. Sangle. A blurry silhouette of a person sitting in a chair projected into Sangle's system space. Minister, what's wrong? Sangle was somewhat puzzled. Normally during missions, headquarters would never initiate communication requests so as not to disrupt the employee's progress. Sangle, you may need to modify your mission. What do you mean? Sangle stood up, staring intently at the silhouette. This manga world is undergoing an upgrade. The figure paused, speaking through gritted teeth. Qiaoen was utterly stunned. Are you crazy? Upgrading at a time like this? The Manga Department did not exist solely to boost manga popularity. Across the various microworlds there existed numerous nascent realms spawned from novels, manga, and other media. Because these microworlds had just come into being, their world consciousness remained fragile, and the overall barriers were particularly unstable, posing a constant risk of collapse. What Sangle and the others were tasked with doing was entering these worlds. Since they originated from the real world, they could increase the stability of these worlds by boosting their popularity in reality, allowing them to safely manifest without collapsing. But this manga world, what on earth was it thinking? To have stumbled upon the fortune to birth a world consciousness was already absurd enough, and yet this world consciousness wasn't even fully formed. Its world barrier was as thin as paper, and it was already attempting to evolve. If it wanted to collapse, it should just say so. Sangle took a deep breath. Minister, I want to terminate this mission. The figure leaned forward, placing its hands on the desk. Sangle, I know this is absurd, but this world cannot withstand a second intrusion. That's not my concern. My job is only to boost popularity. What's happening now falls under the repair department's jurisdiction, not mine. Sangle wore a stubborn expression, and no one was going to increase her workload. Your bonus for this mission will be doubled. Sangle's heart skipped a beat, but the workload still seemed overwhelming and not worth it, so she continued shaking her head. No. The figure clenched its teeth. It had known she wouldn't agree easily, but there was no choice. This world simply couldn't endure a second connection. It pressed a hand to its forehead. What could it do? She was after all the finest employee in their department. I'll have someone secure those merchandise items you want, and I'll cover the points. But then again, Sangle's eyes sparkled as she leaned grinningly toward the figure. Sharing our boss's troubles is every employee's duty. But I want the complete merchandise set, all right. Understood. Though it was merely a shapeless black silhouette, Sangle somehow managed to see her minister rolling its eyes. Sangle straightened up. So what exactly do I need to do, minister? I've never handled repair department work before. I'm not very familiar with it. I'll send you the materials. In any case, I believe in you. With those words spoken, the figure vanished. Sangle watched the disappearing silhouette and pursed her lips. As always, the boss only needed to say a few words while the employees had to do all the thinking. Qiaoen Ye flew up in front of Sangle. The materials have arrived. Take a look. A pale blue light screen unfolded in midair. Sangle studied it carefully, analyzing every word. She truly had no experience with repair-type work. If she botched this, her merchandise would be gone. Absolutely unacceptable. The collapse of a minor world does not shatter it into fragments, but manifests through catastrophic events observable within its own domain. Take the modern world as an example: nuclear detonations, volcanic eruptions, glacial melting, earthquakes, planetary impacts, extreme weather phenomena, a cascade of man-made or natural disasters. In an interstellar setting, the most likely triggers for direct world collapse would be a federal civil war or an invasion by the Zerg swarm. Although the plot design dictates that the Zerg would launch a massive invasion in the later stages, this world simply cannot withstand such devastation. This was absolutely infuriating. Moreover, this was a manga world where the world consciousness had only just awakened, and the protagonist served as its core. The most direct manifestation of this world's instability was the weakening of the protagonist's halo of fate, which could lead to injury or even death. Once the protagonist fell, the world would explode immediately. Therefore, Sangle's primary mission was to ensure the protagonist's safety and stabilize his fate halo, with preventing the federal civil war as a secondary priority. The inevitable Zerg invasion could not be avoided. The manga synopsis clearly stated the invasion must occur. If this plot point was not completed, the world framework could not be finalized, yet the invasion itself carried the risk of world collapse. Sangle was on the verge of madness. Whether to advance or retreat, there was no winning move regarding this Zerg invasion. Scan the world's stability level. Scanning in progress. Scan complete. Current world stability 26. Collapse risk 97. As long as she stayed by the protagonist's side, his safety should be secure. The most troubling issue remained the Zerg invasion. What a nightmare. Sangle pressed her fingers to her brow, her expression heavy with worry. What's wrong? The Zerg invasion is extremely problematic. Completing this plot thread means world collapse, but leaving it unfinished prevents the world framework from stabilizing. The world will collapse either way. Qiaoen Ye flew down from Sangle's shoulder, tapped at a holographic display for a moment, then presented it before Sangle. I've calculated the probability. Given the current world stability, the chance of a Zerg invasion triggering collapse stands at 99,999. However, when world stability reaches 47, the probability of collapse triggered by a Zerg invasion drops to 67. The primary reason Zerg invasions cause world collapse is the massive casualties they inflict. Members of the protagonist's party and other key characters have an extremely high likelihood of perishing in this invasion. Therefore, if we can raise world stability above 47 before the Zerg invasion and minimize casualties while ensuring the safety of the protagonist and key characters, we have a very strong chance of preventing the invasion from triggering world collapse. Qiaoen Ye paused, then continued, the higher the world stability, the greater the safety margin. Sangle, the final casualty rate is what truly matters. Though the world revolved around the protagonist, its true essence lay in the myriad living beings within it. The protagonist merely served as a vessel for accumulated fortune, while the world remained immature. Reducing casualties was imperative. I understand. Sangle exhaled heavily. Maintaining the protagonist's fate halo to keep world stability above 47. Essentially acting as his bodyguard. She could do this. Was she really expected to single-handedly exterminate the entire Zerg swarm to prevent war casualties? How absurd. She had to protect the protagonist, safeguard key characters, and face off against the Zerg in the final battle. Who was the real savior here? Blast it all, she was doing the protagonist's work entirely. The real sucker was herself. It was so suffocating. Having to shadow the protagonist constantly. What difference was there from being a simp? She genuinely wanted to pocket them all to prevent any careless lapse in vigilance that might cost them their lives. After all, the protagonist was the ultimate death magnet. Sangle lay sprawled on the floor with an expression of serene resignation. Never mind, she told herself. One step at a time. First, she needed to boost her popularity metrics. Military Academy cadets rose at 5. Sangle stood before the mirror, her hair a disheveled nest, face blank and numb as she went through her morning routine. She had barely slept the night before, consumed by thoughts of how to resolve the collapse, leaving deep shadows beneath her eyes. She splashed cold water on her face, attempting to sharpen her senses. Pathetic constitution aside, a grueling trial awaited her shortly. With no energy to spare for the cafeteria, she fished a nutrient drink from her bag and made do. Wretched cadets were also required to endure morning drills. By the time she reached the field, formation was nearly complete. Sangle found her unit and fell into step, jogging along. It was then she truly felt the chasm between F-class and B-class physiques. 5 laps and the others hadn't even broken a sweat, while a coppery taste had already risen in Sangle's mouth. Fortunately, the pace wasn't too fast, and she could barely keep up. After morning drill, Sangle dragged her trembling legs to the classroom and collapsed onto the desk, unable to endure another moment. When the bell rang, Sangle lingered in her arms for a while before forcing herself upright. "You," a voice she knew well. Sangle lifted her eyelids and looked up. "Oh, wasn't this the kind soul from yesterday?" "Hello. Good morning," she greeted, then drooped her gaze back to her textbook. Hilo snorted coldly and took the seat beside her. Command theory. Sangle couldn't absorb a single word. She stared blankly at the blackboard, feigning rapt attention. "Are you even listening?" "Moi." Sangle snapped back to reality and turned her head. Hilo crossed his arms. "I'm talking to you. Why aren't you saying anything? Chatting during class and drifting off. Such was human nature. I'm sorry I didn't notice. What did you say?" Facing the kind person who had boosted her protagonist favorability the day before, Lu chose to be accommodating. Hilo glared at her, puffing his cheeks with indignation. "I said, I have my previous notes. Do you want to see them?" "Huh." Lu was genuinely bewildered. "Then never mind." Hilo turned his head away, his voice muffled with frustration. He had only been too excited yesterday. He hadn't meant it. He simply couldn't accept why Jianglan refused to team up with him. After all, he was strong. Calm had returned, and he knew his words had been cruel. But to apologize, he simply couldn't save face. Sangle studied him for a moment. "So he was at Sundara." "No need, thank you," she said, flashing her signature smile. Up close, the amplified beauty of an oriental doll hit him like a physical blow. Hilo's eyes widened, and his words stumbled. "Why, you're welcome." He then dropped his head in annoyance. Why wasn't she scolding him? Was this person really that good-natured? He had said such terrible things yesterday. "You're flirting with someone again." Yuanzi somersaulted above Sangle's head. It had grown tired of staying in the system space and had created a virtual form to play around outside. No one else could see or hear it anyway. Sangle replied within her consciousness, "Flirting? I was just responding normally. Let's relax our minds now so I can face death with a clear head this afternoon." The mere thought of afternoon physical training sent phantom pains across her body. After a morning of command theory, Sangle felt her rear had gone numb from sitting. She sighed and mentally mourned the self yet to come. "Want to head to the cafeteria together?" Hilo stood and addressed Sangle. This kid, why was he so informal? Had he forgotten his arrogant demeanor from yesterday? Sangle paused, then smiled at him softly. "I'm going with Moore and the others." Oh. Hearing this, Hilo said nothing more. He packed his things and left on his own. He had intended to apologize. Perhaps another chance would come. Hardly had he stepped out of the classroom when he ran into Moore's group, who were looking for Sangle. "Singyin." Moore blinked, his tone dripping with mockery as he addressed Hilo. Jianglan didn't deign to glance at him. Tong Yinny and Yufei stared at the sky and floor alike, deliberately ignoring him. Noticing their obvious disdain, Hilo swallowed his anger. Remembering his own shameless behavior from the day before, he bit back his retort, shot Moore a glare, and walked away. Huh. Did he take the wrong medicine today? He's not arguing with me. Moore draped an arm over Jianglan's shoulder, stroking his chin as he gazed at Hilo's retreating figure in deep thought. Who knows? Jianglan brushed Moore's hand off and headed toward the classroom, with Tong Yinny and Yufei following behind. "Hey, wait for me." Sangle pretended to have just finished packing when they entered. "You're here? Have you been waiting long?" She placed her books away. Yufei walked over and gave her a warm embrace. "No, we just arrived." Tong Yinny ruffled Sangle's hair and took her bag. "I'll carry this for you." She had always treated Sangle with a mother's devotion. "Thank you." Sandwiched between the two, Sangle held hands with them as they headed to the cafeteria together. Moore and Jianglan followed behind the three girls. The front trio chattered animatedly, leaving no room for the two to interject. They sat down after getting their food. "Here are the registration forms. We've already signed up." Yufei waved the papers. Moore and Tong Yinny focused entirely on their meals. The two soldiers' world revolved around food. Jianglan and Yufei were long accustomed to this and no longer expected reactions. Sangle glanced at the form and lazily pushed her rice. "When does the competition start?" Next month. We have half a month to prepare. Yafei returned to her cucumber stir-fried with dragon fruit. The four regarded her plate with expressions that defied description. Half a month. My hand won't be healed for another month. Moore swallowed his rice. I can only fight for half a month. It's all that cyborg's fault. As he spoke, Moore viciously stabbed his spoon into his rice bowl and shoved a massive bite into his mouth. Sang Li's fingers twitched, and she lowered her eyes in agreement. Yes, it's all her fault. Her raven-black hair fell forward as she bent her head to eat, concealing the faint upward curve of her lips. Haven't you caught her yet? Sangle looked up curious. No. Moore's face darkened at the thought. How could someone hide so effectively? Why did she come here in the first place? Sangle finished her meal and wiped her mouth. Who knows? The school hasn't said anything. Tong Yeni noticed that Sangle had barely finished the small portion of rice and barely touched the side dishes. Furrowing her brows, she asked, Aren't you going to get more? You're stopping now. I'm full after eating that little. Moore was baffled, truly shocked. How could anyone feel satisfied with such a tiny amount? He and Tong Yeni could finish her plate in 2 bites. Not everyone has the appetite of a soldier like you two, but Sangle, you do eat rather little, Jiang Lan said. He had almost called her a bottomless pit, but remembered Moore was currently injured and swallowed the remark. I'm really full. Sangle tucked her hair behind her ear and smiled. All right. Yafei handed her a nutrient drink. Have this if you get hungry this afternoon. Sangle took it and placed it in her bag, thanking her. Afternoon. Just thinking about the physical training made her want to die. She couldn't bear to imagine how punishing it would be with an F-class constitution. She braced herself for the ordeal ahead. She dragged her feet through the afternoon, inching toward the playground assembly point. Dear heavens, physical training. She wanted to die. As she barely arrived at the gathering spot, Ziyual's voice drifted over. Why are you so late? He pulled Sang Lu into formation. Fortunately, old Zhang is running late this time. We're all required to assemble on the playground 10 minutes early. If you'd been caught here, you'd have been made to run as punishment. Zhang Yuancheng, who was in charge of physical training for the command department, always preached that if you weren't trained to the point of death, you weren't trained enough. Even a solo soldier would lose a layer of skin in his hands, let alone the command department cadets. Sang Lu. This kid is way too familiar, acting like we're close or something. She sniffled. Yesterday's incident had given her a cold, and by afternoon she was already feeling dizzy. What's wrong? Ziyual looked down at her pale complexion with concern. I'm fine, Sang Lu replied weakly. All right. Everyone else was surprised to see the two getting along so harmoniously, since everyone had heard about yesterday's incident. How had they become friends overnight? They stood in formation, and before long the instructor arrived. His bronze skin and bulging muscles made him look absolutely intimidating. Zhang Yuancheng swept his gaze across the formation and spotted Sangle. He tilted his chin. You step to the front. Standing in the middle when you're this short. Sangle. After moving to the very front, Zhang Yuancheng began roll call, and his voice clearly paused when he reached the last name. Sangle. Here. Did you skip breakfast? Speak up. Here. Sang Lu answered more loudly, though she was already sweating after just a brief moment in the sun, and with her cold her head felt incredibly heavy. First 10 laps. Start now, and the last person finishes gets 10 more. Zhang Yuancheng began organizing the run as soon as roll call was done. This run was completely different from morning exercises. Everyone was running like it was a fitness test. Do they really have to push this hard? Sang Lu fell to the very back of the group from the start, initially half a lap behind, then a full lap, then 2 laps. She seriously wanted to die. A metallic tang flooded her mouth, her heart pounded with a deafening rhythm, and her ears rang. Everything blurred before her legs weighed down as if filled with lead. True to her F-rank constitution, she felt like she could die any second now. Ziyual passed Sang Lu again, noticing her colorless face with worry. Are you okay? Sang Lu couldn't speak, only giving the slightest shake of her head. Seeing how terrible her complexion had become with her lips turning white, Ziyual reached out to help, but Zhang Yuancheng's voice cut through. Run your own race. If you help her, she runs 10 more laps. Ziyual's hand froze mid-reach. He turned back, wanting to plead with Zhang Yuancheng. 20 laps was far too much for Sang Lu. She had an F-rank constitution to begin with, was already fragile, and had never undergone any training before. This level of exertion would be unbearable. Sang Lu pushed him, signaling him not to interfere. She'd run this on her own. That idiot better not go tattle to the instructor. That would just mean another 10 laps for her, and she couldn't handle that. Then I'll keep running. Good luck. Seeing Sang Lu didn't need his help, Ziyual had no choice but to continue on his own. One by one the others finished, leaving only Sang Li's solitary figure on the playground. Her vision swam and blurred. Sweat had soaked her clothes through. She tried hard to regulate her breathing and maintain her pace, but the metallic taste of blood in her mouth was overwhelming. She secretly channeled her spiritual energy into her legs to ease the burden slightly, but dared not use too much for fear of being discovered. Barely holding on as she continued running, her mind was a chaotic swirl of curses. After grinding through 20 laps, she collapsed to her knees at the assembly point, palms pressing into the ground as she gasped for breath. She no longer cared about maintaining any composure. 20 laps. Damn it. Her already delicate skin exposed to the scorching sun for so long had turned crimson. Sweat dripped from her chin onto the ground, creating tiny splashes that evaporated almost instantly. Zhang Yuansheng was taken aback when Sangle completed the 20 laps. He'd expected her to collapse on the field. She had actually finished, and she didn't seem quite as fragile as she appeared. But he'd already stated the rules: equal treatment, no special privileges. Training would continue at the standard intensity for military academy cadets. So, in the next instant, a demonic whisper echoed in Sangle's ear. Rest enough. 20-kilometer loaded march, starting now. At those words, everyone instinctively turned their gaze toward the figure kneeling on the ground. Sangle still couldn't even lift her head. 20 kilometers. A loaded march. She raised her trembling hand. Reporting, sir. Speak. Instructor, may I rest a bit longer? Sangle remained on her knees, looking thoroughly disheveled as she gazed up at him. Everyone has rested sufficiently. But she had just finished. No buts. Continue. Zillual grit his teeth and stepped forward. Instructor Sangle, what's this? Don't you need to report before speaking? Zhang Yuansheng shot him a few sharp words. You add 5 more kilometers. Before Zillual could say another word, Sangle gripped his arm and pulled herself up, her voice hoarse. Just run. Zillual watched the girl's stubbornness. Despite her F-rank constitution, why was she pushing herself so relentlessly? At that moment, he was genuinely moved by Sangle's spirit. As a descendant of General Qiaoen Ye, she refused to yield no matter the obstacles, never backing down from any challenge. The blood of a soldier ran through her veins. Her passion for the military academy was so profound that she would trade something as precious as a founding medal just for a chance to enter. Even with an F-rank constitution, she possessed the courage and determination to press forward without hesitation. Was this what it meant to be descended from heroes? He finally understood. No one had the right to mock her. Even those stronger than her might not possess the same perseverance. It was only a 20-kilometer loaded march. He should trust her. Any help he offered would only insult her resolve. Zillual suddenly felt profound respect for Sangle, his eyes flashing with emotions she couldn't decipher. He firmly grasped her hand, as though conferring something of great importance, his expression resolute. Very well. I'll wait for you at the finish line. I believe in you. With those words, he shouldered his weighted pack and sprinted ahead. A question mark slowly formed in Sangle's mind. What was he imagining? She had only feared that his pleading would drag her into additional punishment running alongside him. Zhang Yuansheng said nothing as he watched Sangle's snail-paced jog compared to the others on the playground. He wouldn't actually train a student to death, but an F-rank constitution likely wouldn't hold out much longer. Seeing Sangle's near-death appearance, Zhang Yuansheng decided to notify the medical office first, having the doctor come directly to the playground. Useless constitution, cold heatstroke loaded march. She had every debuff stacked to the max. Her hair clung to her scalp, soaked through with sweat, and each breath grew heavier and more labored. At this point, her pace was no faster than a snail's. She ran mechanically forward when suddenly everything went black and she crashed straight onto the ground. In that final moment before losing consciousness, Sangle felt a sigh of relief deep within. She had finally fainted. Sangle opened her eyes and found herself back in the infirmary. Awake. How do you feel? A hand reached out from beside her, the cool back of it pressing against Sangle's forehead. The fever has broken. Nothing serious. Drink plenty of water when you go out. Sangle shook off the daze and fixed her gaze on the woman beside her. The woman in the white coat withdrew her hand and began writing something in a medical file. Seeing Sangle looking at her, Song Yao tucked her pen into her breast pocket. I'm Song Yao, the school's physician. You can call me Dr. Song. Thank you, Dr. Song. Sangle's voice still carried a heavy nasal quality. The corners of her eyes flushed red. Song Yao pulled up a stool and sat by the bedside, curiosity etched on her face. You ran 20 laps. If you train like this every day, you'll be coming to me daily. Honestly, you could have just faked it. No one would have doubted you. Faking it. Interstellar medicine was so advanced. Mower had been beaten to a pulp, yet a short rest in a medical pod had him springing back to life. Any attempt at feigning unconsciousness would have been exposed immediately. In a military academy with such strict discipline, Luke didn't believe this doctor would help her cover it up. What a peculiar sense of humor this school physician had. She offered a faint smile and said to Song Yao, since I've made this choice, I will persist no matter what. Besides, this is only standard training. I should get back to training. Sangle threw off the blanket and set her bare feet on the cold floor, shuddering involuntarily. Hearing these words and seeing Sangle still intent on training, Song Yao couldn't help but regard her with newfound respect. Your shoes are over there, Song Yao said, pointing toward the wall. Thank you, Sangle said. Barely a few steps out of the infirmary, a dull pain slashed through her chest, and a coppery tang rose in her throat, which she forcibly swallowed back down. Sangle braced herself against the wall, cold sweat breaking across her skin, her mind feeling as though needles were piercing through it. Her body had pushed beyond its limits today, and the spiritual backlash had begun. She should be grateful it wasn't severe. She could still endure it. After catching her breath for a while and feeling the pain subside, Luke continued toward the training ground. Interstellar medicine truly was remarkable. She had only lain there for 20 minutes, yet in that span her cold and heat stroke had vanished along with any soreness from training. Zhang Yuanqing stood beneath the shade of a tree, raising an eyebrow as he watched the figure slowly approach him. The girl had actually come on her own. Teacher. MHM. For the first time Zhang Yuanqing studied the person before him closely. Her skin was slightly pale, her frame strikingly frail. Yet those cold black eyes held something compelling. Even when she masked herself with warmth, something guarded and biting lingered beneath. The kind of chill that rose like sharp spines one after another, as though at any moment she would shred anything that dared enter her territory. Like weeds clinging to a cliff face, appearing on the verge of collapse and fragile as glass. But beneath that appearance lay resilience stronger than anyone else, with sharp serrated edges capable of drawing blood. A child who had grown up on a planet nearing abandonment. Since you're back, continue. You have 12 kilometers remaining. He said little more. The training had to go on. Yes. Sangle shouldered her weighted pack and began running once more. The entire afternoon was nothing but steady running, rest-weighted sprints, rest, shuttle runs, rest, a relentless cycle. Sangle was utterly spent. She had fallen so far behind, she didn't even know why she was bothering to run. There was no way out of this. Even though she no longer needed to court the camera for popularity, she still had to shadow the protagonists lest they run headlong into danger without realizing it. She had to stabilize their protagonist halo, and when necessary serve as their guide. A gold-finger grandpa, as the saying went. No wonder the restoration department commanded the highest salary. Those people walked around with dead fish expressions all day long. She was definitely demanding extra pay when this mission ended. After finishing her training for the day, Sangle dragged herself back to the dorm too, drained to even shower, before collapsing onto her bed. This wretched physique couldn't contain her spiritual energy. Today it had nearly overflowed multiple times, and she had forced it back down each time. It had been excruciating. 3 more days until she could leave campus. With last time's incident unresolved, the school wouldn't ease its patrols. What a nuisance. The next moment a knock echoed from outside. Sangle rubbed her face and rose to answer the door. Dr. Song. Song Yao stood there carrying a silver rectangular device, offering a greeting. Good evening. Sangle glanced at the device, her fingers tightening around the door handle. Is there something you need, Dr. Song, at this hour? She diverted her gaze from the spiritual energy tester in the woman's hands. Song Yao didn't answer her question, but simply said, Aren't you going to let me in? Sangle's eyes darkened slightly before she stepped aside. Of course not. Please come in. After Song Yao entered, she casually surveyed the room, then placed the rectangular box onto the table. Do you live in this dorm alone? Yes. Sangle closed the door without expression, then turned around and put on that gentle smile once more. She gestured toward the item on the table, confusion evident on her face. Dr. Song, what is this? It's the latest model spiritual energy tester. Want to try it? Song Yao patted the silver case with a smile. Sangle lowered her eyes, 2 fingers gently rubbing together at her sides, her voice low. I've already been tested. I'm an F. All new students are tested upon enrollment. Even though you've already been tested, it doesn't hurt to do it again. Just go through the motions, alright. Though her tone carried amusement and inquiry, there was no room for negotiation in Song Yao's words, sounding particularly indisputable. It seemed testing was unavoidable today. Sangle gave her a heavy stare, then suddenly let out a soft laugh. Very well. I hope the results will satisfy you. Those final words were ground slowly from her mouth, laced with a viscous chill. A shiver ran up her spine, and a sense of foreboding settled in her chest. Song Yao's smile faded slightly as she turned away from Sangle's gaze and powered on the device. Just place your hand on it. This girl was far more complex than she appeared on the surface. Sangle approached and positioned her hand in the central depression where several thin adhesive strips emerged from within, pressing against Sangle's wrist. Green data streams flickered across the machine's display, the cold light rendering Sangle's face unreadable. Song Yao watched the screen intently. An F-level constitution. After running 20 laps, and then an additional 3 kilometers with a weighted pack before collapsing. That didn't add up. While sheer willpower could explain some of it, she had witnessed Sangle's state through the window after she left. Pressing against the wall, trembling and completely pale, the medical pod had detected no abnormalities. Interstellar medical pods were incredibly precise in their physical examinations, capable of detecting even the slightest ailments. Except spiritual energy. These symptoms closely resembled spiritual backlash. At this level of backlash, she suspected the girl wasn't merely an F. She might even reach S-class. The results flashed up almost immediately. Still an F. Sangle withdrew her hand and lazily pulled her sleeve down to cover her wrist. How is this possible? Song Yao's brows knit together as she studied the fresh report. If it were physical trauma, why hadn't the medical pod detected it? The only possibility was spiritual energy. But why did the machine show an F? That was wrong. Had she truly misjudged? Suddenly a thought struck her. The current spiritual energy tester maxed out at SSS. What if someone exceeded that threshold? Song Yao barely turned around before her body stiffened, her pupils losing focus. Threads of solidified spiritual energy coiled around her entire body, rendering her motionless like a puppet at Sang Lee's complete mercy. The spectral threads trembled faintly in midair. Song Yao mechanically stowed the spiritual energy tester and shuffled slowly toward the door. When her hand touched the doorknob, the threads around her body slowly retracted. Good night, Dr. Song. Click. The door shut behind her, and Song Yao shivered. Wait. What was she here for again? Right. To examine Sangle. Yes, a medical checkup. Song Yao shook her head and carried away the silver case. Why was her memory so terrible lately? She would have to run a proper diagnostic as soon as she got back. Inside the dormitory, strands of spiritual energy crisscrossed the entire room. So densely packed, there was nowhere to set foot, forcing everything to drift weightlessly in midair. Sangle lay curled on the floor, her face ashen, fingers digging into the ground. Her clothes were already soaked through with sweat, clinging to her skin in a suffocating dampness. This body was far too frail. The immense spiritual energy and physical constitution were like a taut string holding a precarious balance. One wrong move, and it would snap. The day's intense training had already pushed this equilibrium to the brink, and forcing spiritual energy to alter Song Yao's perceptions had finally overwhelmed the vessel, causing an explosive release. She retrieved an inhibitor from her spatial button and injected it into herself. Imperfect, but better than nothing. The cold fluid entered her bloodstream, granting her a fragile respite. Struggling upright, she pressed herself against the wall and gasped for breath. The damp outline on the floor marked where she had collapsed moments before. After an indeterminate span of time, the scattered threads of spiritual energy slowly retreated back into her body. Sangle licked her cracked lips and rose unsteadily, using the wall for support as she made her way to the bathroom. Her body still felt weak, her clothes plastered to her skin, the clammy texture making every movement uncomfortable. The sound of running water filled the bathroom, steam fogging the mirror and carving trails down its surface. Reflected in the blurred glass was a pale face, dark eyes burning with barely restrained fury. Sangle pressed her palms against the sink and stared at her own reflection, forcing her lips into something that resembled a smile. A miscalculation on her part. She had been spotted leaving the infirmary. While the cognitive alteration bought temporary safety, it wasn't foolproof. Creating a scene at the military academy would only draw unwanted attention, especially with the current lockdown in place. A doctor vanishing without explanation would raise far too many questions. The real problem was that someone who had just encountered her would become suspect, and she couldn't afford the scrutiny that would follow. On Azure Star, making too bold a move would invite investigation she wasn't prepared to face. She needed to stay under the radar, or the truth would cost her everything. She had grown careless over these quiet days, her guard slipping, and that would not do. With a cold expression, she injected another dose of inhibitor, though the vial was nearly empty. This was becoming a nuisance. After showering and changing, Sangle lay on her bed, staring at the ceiling, her fingers tracing her wrist. A faint blue glow pulsed there, distinct from the optical interface. Dr. Song, if you must blame someone, blame your sharp eyesight. Since I cannot kill you, I will simply have to inconvenience you. The room lights went out, and the blue glow faded with it. Sangle rested the back of her hand over her eyes and drifted into a deep sleep. Song Yao returned the mental energy tester to the infirmary, changed out of her white coat, and prepared to head home. The infirmary had a rest room, and she had not planned to go back to her off-campus apartment at this hour. Yet somehow tonight, she simply wanted to return there. The nights on Azure Star were far from quiet. They thrived instead. As one of the Federation's most prosperous worlds, this glittering metropolis truly came alive after dark. Rather than hailing a cab, Song Yao opted for the aerial train. In this fully automated starship era, the trains ran 24 hours a day under AI control, departing every 10 minutes, much like the subway systems of old. Glowing skyscrapers and floating holographic advertisements streamed past the window. As a military academy physician with elite credentials and solid income, Song Yao's residence naturally reflected her status. Punctué District ranked among Azure Star's premier zones. The train's sweet female voice announced, "Honored passengers, this is A1 Road in Punctué District." Song Yao rose to disembark, a peculiar heaviness clouding her thoughts. She rubbed her forehead, attributing it to exhaustion. She just needed to get home and rest. Her right eyelid had been twitching since she entered the elevator. Pressing at it with her fingers, she couldn't shake the unease settling in her chest. What was wrong today? Just go home. Once she was there, everything would be fine. At last, standing before her door, her eyelid jumped more violently now. In the silent hallway, she could hear her own heartbeat pounding. Her only thought was how exhausted she was. Just get inside and rest. The door opened, and the lights flickered on as the small robot rolled forward on its wheels. "Dear Master, welcome home." The warm illumination and the robot's familiar presence eased Song Yao's racing heart. She wondered what she had been so worked up about. As the door clicked shut behind her, a jarring alarm blared in Song Yao's mind. She spun around, desperate to reopen it. Before her fingers could touch the panel, something cold settled over the back of her hand. A gloved hand pressed firmly against hers, and a cold metallic presence leaned close behind her. A flat, husky female voice whispered in her ear, "Leaving already." Blue hair cascaded across her neck as the figure behind her bent down. From the side, Song Yao appeared almost embraced by a towering silhouette, while the small robot stood obediently nearby, completely unaware that its master was in danger. Song Yao froze. Someone had entered her home without triggering any alarms. She tried to wiggle her fingers to activate her comms, but her wrist was seized, the device hidden from view. Forcing confrontation would only make things worse. Steeling herself, Song Yao turned to the figure behind her. Who are you? What do you want? Song Jiao offered no reply. The mechanical seams beneath his eyes glowed with an eerie blue light as he pressed his hand over her face. Song Yao's vision darkened, and she collapsed. He tossed Song Yao onto the sofa and pressed his palm, revealing a compact case from the space module embedded in his hand. Opening the case, Song Jiao withdrew a vial of liquid and injected it directly into Song Yao's neck, then positioned a disc-shaped device atop her head. The memory modification device developed by Su Xiuanyi's team worked best when paired with a memory wiping agent. Once confirmed that all of Song Yao's memories involving Sangle from that day had been erased, Song Jiao collected his equipment and departed through the doorway. The small robot rolled over to the sofa where its unconscious master lay, and after a brief flicker on its display screen, its eyes stabilized. Inside the system space, Sangle reviewed the recording with clear satisfaction. Wasn't that performance impressive? Qiaoen Ye landed on her head and shook itself. That was your acting. You didn't even activate the pain suppressor, and yet you made yourself look like some kind of villain. Sangle swatted it away, sending loose fur drifting onto her face. I got used to playing villains, couldn't help myself. Qiaoen Ye did not mind being knocked away. The mission parameters have already shifted, so there is no need to maintain the facade. As long as this world does not collapse, we are fine. Sangle crossed her legs. True, but changing too much at once would be risky. Better to keep my spiritual power concealed for now, in case we need a fallback option. We still need to stay close to the protagonist. The narrative will focus heavily on them. Going from double F rank to Ultra Tier 3S without any build-up would seem absurd. Readers would tear us apart, and this world would collapse faster. Qiaoen Ye considered this and agreed. World stability depended on positive resonance, while negative attention only hastened collapse. Won't Song Yao be a problem? I have already erased her memories of that incident. She will not recall anything. Another grueling day at the military academy. After finishing morning exercises, Sangle trudged into the classroom, lazily, a nutrient supplement packet in her mouth. She still hadn't gone to the cafeteria. She genuinely couldn't get up. 5 in the morning. Who could understand? She was willing to skip breakfast just to sleep in. This orange-flavored nutrient supplement was sour and not very tasty. Next time she'd try a different flavor. She hoped the Interstellar era would be bold and innovative, quickly developing Bowsy-flavored or braised pork-flavored supplements. Even though those might taste a bit strange, she was so tired of fruit flavors that her mouth felt like it was withering. After finishing the supplement, she slumped onto the desk to catch up on sleep. She couldn't understand how these students had so much energy, getting up this early, running drills, then heading to the cafeteria, and still being able to read in the classroom. Was she really that old? The classroom was huge, almost full. Since she hadn't eaten breakfast, Sangle arrived early on purpose and found a seat in the back row. She planned to continue sleeping during class. The moment Qiaoen entered the classroom, he began searching for Sangle. Spotting her in the last row, he went over and sat beside her. Seeing that she was still asleep, he didn't wake her. He now viewed her through a 180-layer filter of admiration. The bell rang. Seeing no sign of Sangle waking up, Qiaoen nudged her. Sangle, class is starting. Don't sleep. Sangle lifted her head, dazed, with a stray strand of hair sticking up. Seeing Qiaoen beside her, she couldn't help blurting out, "Why is it you again?" "What do you mean?" Sangle buried her face in her palms, took a deep breath, and said nothing. Qiaoen wanted to say more, but the teacher walked in, so he had to shut his mouth. Kano, the instructor of command military theory, had the highest failure rate in the entire academy, no exceptions. The old man's classes were extremely strict, exams were brutal, and at the end of the semester he refused to highlight key points. So no one dared to slack off in his class. Taking advantage of her short stature, Sangle sat in the back, almost completely blocked by the people in front. She wasn't worried at all. She whispered to Qiaoen, "Hey, I'm going to sleep. If the teacher calls on someone or comes down, let me know." With that, she lay down. Qiaoen was stunned. How could anyone be so bold as to sleep in the class of the failure demon? He quickly whispered, "Don't sleep. Teacher Kano is very strict." Seeing that Sangle had no intention of getting up, he nudged her again, but she completely ignored him. He didn't dare to speak loudly, so he could only sit up straight facing the podium and try to keep an eye out for her. The classroom was almost full, and with her sitting in the last row being short, Sangle slept soundly until class ended. She stretched lazily. Lunchtime. Aren't you afraid of getting caught? If Teacher Kano had found you, you'd definitely have failed the final exam, Qiaoen couldn't help saying as he watched her relaxed expression. Sangle waved her hand, looking calm. It was just basic college routine, wasn't it? And how was an interstellar military academy not a college? What's the afternoon class? Sangle asked while packing up. Shooting. Sangle thought about it. She hadn't taken it before. It couldn't be more exhausting than yesterday, right? What do we do in shooting class? Just shoot. Of course not. Qiaoen finished packing and replied. Usually we practice shooting on our own for half an hour, during which the instructor gives guidance. Then we split into two groups. One group shoots, the other dodges on the training field for half an hour, then we switch. He paused, remembering that Sangle wasn't familiar with this, and added, we have to wear special training suits. The bullets from our training guns are also special. They won't hurt us, but when hit combined with the special perception training suit, the pain is 100 real. The machines monitor our status in real time. If we're hit in a vital area, or take too many hits, the machine will judge us as eliminated. Sangle's silence was deafening. Interstellar guns. Imagine the bullets, laser bullets that could punch a hole straight through a person. 100 pain. She had nothing to say, and she had to dodge in a dense hail of bullets for half an hour. Actually more than half an hour, because they kept switching. She was too foolish. She shouldn't have expected any training in the Interstellar era to be easy. She'd rather sit in a classroom all day. What happens if you get eliminated? Sangle asked, not giving up. You stay inside and keep dodging until time's up. The machine counts your eliminations, and then you do double the training based on the count, Qiaoen Ye said matter-of-factly. The last hope died. What's wrong? Aren't you going to eat? Qiaoen Ye looked at Sangle, who had sat back down puzzled. Sangle's face was pale. I'll try to skip one meal and starve myself unconscious, then skip the afternoon training. Qiaoen Ye, he said tactfully, if you drank a nutrient supplement this morning, it should sustain you until 4 in the afternoon. Sangle, dead body stiff as a board. Soon Mo and the others came over. Why are you here? Mo looked warily at Qiaoen Ye, standing beside Sangle. Qiaoen Ye raised his chin arrogantly. I'm Sangle's good friend now. Mo, Zhang Tong Yini, Yifei, Sangle. 5 faces full of question marks. Sangle, when did that happen? She had no idea. Seeing Sangle frozen in her seat, Qiaoen Ye nudged her with his elbow. Sangle, tell them. Didn't we become good friends yesterday? Sangle. She hesitated, seeing him raise his chin like a cat. Tentatively she said, I guess so. Hear that? Sangle said, I'm her good friend. Hearing this, Qiaoen Ye raised his chin even higher. Sangle could only see his nostrils. Mo rolled his eyes and shoved him aside. Sangle, if you're being threatened, just say so. We're not afraid of him. What do you mean? Qiaoen Ye bristled immediately. No threats, Sangle said, rubbing her forehead. Humph. Qiaoen Ye was finally satisfied. I won't argue with you. He waved at Sangle. See you in the afternoon. Sangle forced a smile and nodded. Okay. She really wasn't giving up on the plan to starve herself and skip class. You and Qiaoen Ye. Zhang frowned at Sangle. Qiaoen Ye is actually pretty nice. He kept helping me during yesterday's physical training and was very considerate, Sangle said, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, her expression soft. That spoiled brat with a bad temper. Him considerate. Mo looked incredulous, since he and Qiaoen Ye had the worst clashes. They practically fought on sight. He just doesn't like us. Sangle never provoked him. And besides, the ones he curses the most are you and Zhang. Tong Yini said, patting Mo's shoulder. Why me? Because one of you is sarcastic and ignores him, and the other secretly put a sack over his head and beat him up, Yifei explained helpfully. Zhang, what did that have to do with him? How did it drag him in? He chose to cut the topic short. Alright, let's go eat. Sangle sighed inwardly at the damn friendly atmosphere of the protagonist group. Sangle stood on the training ground with a listless expression, having failed yet again to execute his plan of starving himself unconscious. Free shooting practice for 1 hour starting now. Jiangqi descended the escalator, seemingly having just returned from active duty, still clad in his combat uniform, as he adjusted his cuffs while walking. Jiangqi was an active duty soldier of the 9th Army, currently assigned to the 10th Squad. Since his days at the military academy, his marksmanship rankings had never fallen below the top 5, and after becoming a soldier, he had successfully completed numerous special missions. Normally, instructors responsible for practical combat courses were all retired. It was unclear what conditions the school had offered to convince the military to release him for teaching duties, albeit for only 1 year. The training ground was as large as 2 soccer fields, circular in shape, divided into 2 levels. The upper level consisted of tiered ring-shaped corridors, while the lower level was where Sangle and the others assembled for training. Huge display screens floated on both sides, monitoring their physical data and shooting scores in real time. Upon hearing Jiangqi's words, the students scattered and began their free practice. Sangle lazily selected a rifle, took aim at the target, and fired. 1 miss. Aim, miss. Aim, miss again. Aim, grazed the edge. Mechanically repeating the same steps. Your grip is incorrect. Sangle turned around. Jiangqi was standing right behind her, having apparently been watching for quite some time. She readjusted her stance, flustered at being caught slacking off. To Jiangqi's eyes, it was clear she had never handled a firearm before, and was too embarrassed to seek guidance from the instructor, so he decided to teach her from scratch. Support the rifle with your left palm, pressing the buttstock firmly against the right shoulder socket, close to the collarbone. Grip the pistol handle with your right hand with your index finger on the trigger. Maintain the balanced structure of your left arm without altering it. Let your elbow rest naturally on the pad, firm and steady, keeping the gun-holding posture coordinated and balanced. Tilt your head forward, naturally press your right cheek against the buttstock with even downward pressure, and relax your neck. Sangle adjusted her posture according to his instructions. Keep the 3 points aligned when aiming. Seeing Sangle's aim drift again, Jiangqi reached out to correct it. Fire. Bang. Improvement noted. Keep practicing. Perhaps because he knew Sangle had never received prior training, he paid her extra attention, occasionally glancing over to offer guidance and correct her shooting form. Sangle was about to go numb. She couldn't even slack off properly. The rifle felt incredibly heavy. Teacher, please pay attention to someone else. After an hour of practice, her hands felt numb. Her right cheek pressed constantly against the rifle bore deep imprints and had turned somewhat red. All right, free training is over. Qiaoen Ye clapped his hands, signaling everyone to assemble. Sangle set down the rifle and stepped into formation. Her arms ached and her waist throbbed. You stand at the very front. Glancing at Sangle, Qiaoen Ye said. Sangle reluctantly shuffled to the front. Standard procedure. The first 5 rows form one group, the back 5 rows form another. We'll draw lots to determine which group shoots first. Hearing this, Sangle felt pain radiating through every part of her body. She wanted to request leave. Just as the drawing was underway, a group of infantry soldiers flooded into the training ground. How could she be so certain they were infantry? They were all wearing student training uniforms, standing at least 1.80 meters tall. Besides infantry, what else could they be? Qiaoen Ye looked at the lead instructor, pausing for a moment. Teacher Feng. Feng Yilin, Qiaoen Ye's former marksmanship instructor. Yep. I came to discuss something. I'd like to bring these little rascals along for this class. What do you think? Qiaoen Ye unconsciously straightened his posture, appearing notably more subdued. He replied, What's your idea, Teacher Feng? I just said the command department's marksmanship isn't necessarily inferior to theirs. These kids didn't take my word for it, so I brought them here to prove it. Feng Yilin chuckled and pointed behind him. The infantry soldiers behind him couldn't have imagined their teacher would blurt out something so brazenly in front of the command department, and they all felt rather awkward. The command department students glared at them resentfully. In pure hand-to-hand combat, they admittedly lagged behind the physically superior infantry, but marksmanship was another matter entirely. For grouping, how about command department versus infantry? Today we'll only compete in shooting, no evasion. The school recently introduced a batch of training robots. We'll use them for this. Qiaoen Ye considered it. He knew those training robots. They were originally designed exclusively for military marksmanship training and were gradually being introduced into military academies. Numerous training robots were deployed across a sufficiently large field. A small portion bore markers, and hitting those marked targets counted as a success. The difficulty lay in the fact that these robots moved rapidly and continuously. The numbers were overwhelming, and the training area was filled with obstacles designed for cover. Moreover, those marked robots were cunning. They kept darting behind unmarked robots and obstacles. Fine, let's train together then. After a moment's thought, Qiaoen Ye nodded, then asked, But we can't spend the entire afternoon on this, can we? If it were anyone else, he would have refused outright. But this was his former teacher. He simply couldn't stand up to Feng Yilin. 10 shots per person. Whichever group hits more targets wins, and the rest of the afternoon will return to normal training. Understood. Sangle had no interest in the competition between the two departments. All she cared about was that she might get a chance to slack off a bit longer. How wonderful. Everyone made their way to the ring-shaped corridor and took their positions. Sangle was merely there to count heads, so she had tucked away a pistol. The other models were far too heavy. Her arms were already numbing from holding them earlier. The small robots were deployed into the training ground equivalent to 2 soccer fields. A small portion emitted red light, while the rest were silver-gray. However, within those silver-gray ones, 10 emitted a faint blue glow. Why are there 3 colors? No idea. The silver-gray ones are unmarked, so those 2 colors must be the markers. There are so few blue ones. Whispers rippled through the crowd. Sangle lazily held her rifle loading ammunition, finding the whole world unnecessarily noisy. Sangle. Zilluer appeared from somewhere unknown, squeezing beside her. Why are you holding a pistol? Seeing the weapon in Sangle's hand, he looked puzzled. That rifle was too heavy, I could barely hold it. Sangle didn't even look up. That makes sense. You'll adapt with more practice. Using a pistol now is fine too. Seeing the marks on Sangle's face, Zilluer nodded. Grade F, still too fragile. But he believed she could certainly improve in the future. His bias was far too severe. He hadn't noticed Sangle's transformation at all. Previously shy and hesitant to speak, she had appeared as a model student. Now sleeping in class was considered basic behavior. Alright, move back a bit. Are you trying to poke someone in the face with your elbow? Sparse sounds of military boots clicking against the metal plating echoed along the ring corridor. Everyone quickly spaced out, leaving a 2-meter gap between each person. You're all curious about why there are 3 colors, right? Only after everyone had taken their positions did Feng Yilin speak. There are only 10 blue ones. If any of you can hit all 10 with 10 shots without missing a single one, that person can end today's training session early. No way. Is this for real? Everyone charge. For early freedom from training. The corridor grew lively again. The military academy's training could always suffocate everyone, and when there was a rare chance to finish early and relax, how could they not be excited? Qiaoen Ye gazed at the naive students before him, an involuntary smile tugging at his lips. If such a feat were truly attainable, it hardly would have been positioned as the condition for early dismissal. Those blue robots were calibrated to military training protocols. Back in his service days, he had spent an entire week drilling to ensure not a single shot went wide. Now looking at these kids barely past their first contact with firearms, hitting the red training dummies in the academy mode would already be considered impressive. How could Feng Yilin actually let them finish early? He was merely dangling a carrot before them. Sang Li's hands stilled mid-load as those words reached her. Finish training early. A wave of renewed hope surged through her, transforming the surrounding clamor into something almost melodic. 1 point for striking the red target, 10 for the blue. Ready, begin. The moment Feng Yilin's voice faded, every eye locked onto the blue robots below, and the shooting range erupted with gunfire. Do not sit there hesitating. You have 30 minutes at most. Miss 10 shots within that window, and you lose a point. Feng Yilin paced along the corridor as he spoke. 15 minutes elapsed. Jiang Qi studied the scoreboard. Nobody had hit blue yet, but the command division had 36 red hits, while the individual combat division managed 41. Zilual led the command division with 5 points, while Tong Yinyi topped the individual combat division at 6. As the initial excitement faded, reality set in. The blue targets were genuinely unyielding, completely unreachable. They would be better off focusing all their shots on the red ones. Zilual had recognized from the start that neither teacher would so readily grant early dismissal. Watching others fail to strike blue, he committed entirely to red targets. With 3 rounds remaining, he had accumulated 5 hits. Though Tong Yinyi was not the top candidate in physical conditioning among this cohort, she possessed unmatched marksmanship talent, ranking far ahead of everyone else in the entrance shooting assessment. Her opening shot targeted blue and missed, so she shifted focus entirely to red for her remaining 6 rounds, achieving a perfect score. As time slipped away, no one bothered with blue anymore, all attention concentrated on the red targets. A mechanical chime announced Command Division Sangle, 10 points. The training ground fell silent, as every eye turned toward the second floor corridor. Feng Yilin and Jiang Qi straightened with sudden seriousness, rising to watch. Sangle held the slender pistol in one hand, a wisp of smoke curling from its muzzle, her expression casual and unfocused. Confirming her hit, Sangle lowered the weapon, flicked her wrist, and reamed at the blue robot, with 9 shots remaining. Bang! The gunshot echoed through the range, but the system remained silent. The crowd exchanged uncertain glances, neither surprised nor disappointed, just suspended between expectation and resignation. Sorry, my hand slipped. An infantry soldier rubbed his head sheepishly. The others fell silent, so that was who had fired. While everyone's attention had drifted, another shot rang out. Command Division Sangle, 10 points. What the hell? Does anyone know how many shots she has left? 2. How many does she have remaining? Check the screen. It's right there. 8 shots. She hasn't even fired yet. She only took 2 shots. Both hits. Isn't she the transfer student? Did she study marksmanship before? Spirit and physique, both rated F. 20 points, my entire life. A genius among us. I need her autograph. The training ground erupted. Military cadets revered strength, and they struggled just hitting red targets, yet Sangle had struck blue twice consecutively. Zilual stared blankly as Sangle retook her aim, mouth opening, but no words coming. Only now did the realization dawn. She had been playing dumb from the start. Sangle twisted her wrist and removed her gloves, revealing pale, slender fingers. Bare hands felt more comfortable anyway. The gun she had grabbed happened to feel off. Each shot required readjusting to its weight and balance. The small robot was remarkably agile, evading unless she took time to properly aim. She settled her fingers back on the trigger and continued aiming. Jiang Qi and Feng Yilin watched her intently. This was far beyond what a complete novice could achieve. Ignoring the crowd around her, Sang Li's thoughts fixed on finishing early. If anyone investigated the original owner's record, was spotless, easy enough to pass scrutiny. As for maintaining her cover, as long as it did not cause problems in reality, that was sufficient. Third shot, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th. Everyone ceased firing, transfixed by Sangle as each announcement made their hearts skip a beat. The final shot. Bang! Command Division Sangle, 10 points. Command Division Sangle, total 100 points. Sangle exhaled and lowered her hand, casually flexing her palm. The weak physique made even firing a small pistol leave her skin reddened. Unbothered by the surrounding noise, she only wanted to complete the training early. They watched her step-by-step approach Jiang Qi and the others, the din fading as her specialized military boots struck the metal floor. Each crisp tap echoed through the vast training area, quiet, yet distinct enough to reach every listener. Reporting instructors, may I return early? Jiang Qi and Feng Yilin exchanged complicated expressions. Have you studied shooting before? Instructors, I have always lived on a remote star and never had the chance, Sangle replied with earnest sincerity. The original Sangle genuinely had not. Then you. Perhaps I am simply gifted, Sangle stated with complete seriousness. Jiang Qi and Feng Yilin. Other students, such audacious claims. May I leave? Seeing their silence, Sangle pressed again. She acknowledged she had boasted somewhat, but the nearby murmurs had fed her vanity. Though her performance today had been quite over the top, why not seize the opportunity when it was offered? The early dismissal had been promised. With Sangli's excuse so perfunctory, Jiang Qi had nothing left to say. He waved a hand. Go on, your training for today is over. They had agreed from the start. Strike the blue robot 10 times without missing, and training ends early. Since a student had accomplished it, they needed to honor their word. Still, this student warranted close observation. Raised on a remote star with dual F-rank aptitudes, yet displaying such refined marksmanship, there were clearly secrets here. At Jiangqi's words saying, Li's tone brightened. Thank you, instructor. Returning the pistol to its place, she exited the training ground in excellent spirits. Next time such an opportunity arose, she requested advance notice. Life suddenly felt promising again. The others watched her departure with envy. What are you staring at? Have you finished? 5 minutes remain. Qiaoen Ye composed herself, pressed her lips together, and aimed at the blue target, but as expected her shot missed. Sangle was hiding something. Updated. Qiaoen Ye opened the Persimmon Comics app, and immediately saw the notification, the manga you're following has been updated. This was exactly the Interstellar comic she had watched the previous week. She tapped to open it, and almost immediately she was struck by the stunning visuals. Planet Azure at the Jiuzhou Interstellar port. In the dark, profound cosmos, a starship was docked at the floating port. The girl at the hatch, wrapped in an oversized trench coat, had regained some color in her face, no longer as pale as before. To the left were Tong Yan, the mature beauty with red hair, and Yafei, the angelic little one, who to the right were Mo Air, the curly-haired puppy-like figure, and Zhang Lan, the sharp-tongued brother. The sheer visual impact of 5 stunning characters standing together. Oh, who could understand this feeling but fellow fans? The background was rendered with exquisite detail. The patterns on the starship clearly visible, and through the hatch one could see the precision instruments inside the vessel, with stars twinkling against the dark cosmic void. Seeing this, Qiaoen Ye felt she could forgive this world. This artist truly knew how to draw people. With this positioning, would Sangle be the new protagonist? Continuing downward, she had assumed the previous scene was beautiful enough, but when the camera shifted, more than a dozen handsome men in black military uniforms, standing at the base of the ramp, crashed directly into her vision. Leading the group was an exceptional figure. Golden tassels hung from the epaulets of his black coat. A specially crafted metal belt accentuated his lean waist. Dark gold buttons fastened to the collar. A subtle chill lingered between his brows, his sharp eyebrows slightly upturned as he lifted his gaze toward the hatch, his slender fingers resting on the pistol at his hip. Beside him was an introduction Kalani, captain of the 1st Squad, 3rd Army of the Federation. The artist had even dedicated a top-down close-up shot to this breathtakingly handsome man. Simply outstanding. Outstanding. Absolutely glowing. Holy crap, this artist must have received divine guidance. This angle, this new character, I love them. Licking the screen, licking the screen, licking the screen. The handsome gentleman has arrived, make way. My heart is flying. Everyone upstairs, show some restraint, this isn't no man's land. Grant her the title of noble consort. Oh, my Kalani has won my favor as well. Since the update had just been released, the bullet comments were sparse, with only scattered few appearing. Qiaoen Ye, as usual, took a screenshot to save it first. How beautiful. This character was drawn so impressively that they would likely have a high appearance rate in later chapters. Unexpectedly, just flipping one page forward, she was amazed once again. The petite girl wrapped in the coat stood among the towering crowd, and this time the frame showed only her profile, revealing just a hint of the corner of her eye. The leader stood beside her, slightly bending his head down, his black uniform gathering wrinkles with his movement. There was no excess emotion. It seemed merely a formulaic greeting, and his calm eyes held not a single ripple. Inside the silver building, the pitch-black procession stood out vividly. The girl wore an oversized trench coat that hung loosely on her frame, her back to the camera, while the person beside her bowed slightly, as if showing fealty. Others clad in black military uniforms stood around them, silently observing the scene. Their faces were left undetailed, yet this atmosphere carried an overwhelming sense of oppression. A group of overwhelmingly tall, broad-shouldered, narrow-waisted, handsome men in uniform simply gazing at one person. Wow, it was truly extraordinary. But why did it strangely feel like a dual power dynamic? No, wait. Sangle's aura actually appeared slightly stronger somehow. What was going on? After that there were some dialogues, but Qiaoen Ye paid little attention to them. She cared far more about the visual appeal. She had expected the subsequent plot to feature baby Sangle and the newly introduced handsome Kalani, but after flipping through several pages neither appeared. The story remained focused on the main group's daily training at the military academy. Somewhat disappointed, she wondered why they wouldn't continue appearing if they looked so good. Negative review. The bullet comments also expressed dissatisfaction. Wait, where did my big handsome guy go? Oh, they won't actually disappear, will they? No way. Wait, where's Sangle? You drew them so beautifully, but only gave them this much screen time. Does this artist even know how to make money? These two look so good, but get no plot development at all. My wife is gone. Wait, don't you all feel like the atmosphere when Sangle stood next to Kalani was a bit off? Am I the only one who thinks that aura was too strange? This comment scrolled by unnoticed by anyone. Qiaoen Ye barely registered it either. She simply felt frustrated that these two characters had so little screen time when she had come to watch precisely for their looks. Qiaoen Ye suppressed her dissatisfaction and continued scrolling. The scene shifted to a blurry figure in the darkness, barely able to make out the silhouette, climbing over into the military academy. Who is this? Seeing further, Mo Air was still wandering aimlessly when they collided head-on with someone trying to leave the academy. The figure finally came into focus. Long blue hair, tied up in a high ponytail, the lower half of the face concealed behind a metallic mask revealing a pair of inorganic deep blue eyes. A few dark metallic lines traced beneath the eyes. The figure, slightly taller than Tong Yan, wearing what appeared to be specially crafted attire with a silver insignia, flashing briefly across the chest. Qiaoen Ye. Only a name appeared beside the character with no further introduction, strikingly concise. A speech bubble erupted above Mo Air's head. Who are you? But then a flying kick was delivered and 3 giant exclamation marks popped above Mo Air's head. What followed was simply too gruesome to bear. This person pinned Mo Air to the ground, their once pitch-black lines now shimmering with blue light against the night. Their eyes brimmed with killing intent. If not for the alarm sounding, their protagonist might have truly been done for. Seeing the blade extend from her fingertips, Han Xiaoye's eyes widened in shock. Holy crap, it just sprouted straight from her finger. This wasn't human. Because the scene was too brutal, the artist switched to chibi style. Chibi Mo Air lay by the wall with giant X's for eyes, a chubby arm splayed awkwardly, a massive footprint across the chest, and a little ghost floating above their head looking ready to kick the bucket. Witnessing Mo Air being beaten half to death, Han Xiaoye felt phantom pain herself. She had initially liked the new character's looks, but seeing them beat up the protagonist so badly made her sympathize directly with the curly-haired puppy. Marking it down to wait for the author to reveal this character's identity. Holy crap, this person in black is so badass. Oh my god, feeling sorry for the puppy. Feels like the protagonist's previous days were just playing house. So magical arms like twisted dough. This villain is seriously cool. The protagonist is still too young. Haven't encountered a villain who beats up the protagonist this badly in a long time. Songjio, clearly someone capable of great things. She's a robot. Wait, do you guys understand my type? Mechanical girl. You up there? I get you. This villain's actually pretty good looking. My puppy looks like it's about to die. Is the protagonist this weak? So lame, boring. Seriously, is there really an audience for this trash plot? This is inherently a coming-of-age story. The protagonist just entered the military academy, okay? What's there to say to this person? If you don't like it, just go away. Watch it or don't. The comments section suddenly erupted into an argument. Han Xiaoye chose to turn it off, out of sight, out of mind. I'm here to apologize. I can't team up with you anymore. I only joined initially because your overall strength was quite good. But now, Mower, I have no choice. I'm truly sorry. Seeing Luonia break her word and join someone else's team, Han Xiaoye was furious. They had clearly agreed at the start, yet she didn't even bother to give a heads up beforehand, showing up with insincere apologies only after the registration was confirmed. She was absolutely livid. Continuing to watch, Mower's hand never healed, and no commander was willing to risk teaming up with them. Though she knew that according to the established tropes the protagonist would eventually succeed in entering the competition, it still felt incredibly frustrating to watch. Can't find anyone. The chibi version of Mower lay sprawled on the desk, surrounded by spinning stars circling his head. If we can go, fine. If not, then we just don't go. Tong Yan emerged reluctantly from the virtual shop, already regretting her purchases. Another binge shopping session had drained her funds. Yafei watched her account balance with a pained expression, unable to resist joining the shopping spree despite Tong Yan's coaxing. Zhang Lan continued sketching the new mecha blueprints without looking up, remarking casually, "Aren't registrations still open? What's the rush? There's only 1 day left." The chibi Mower atop the screen burst into flames of frustration, springing to his feet with such vigorous hand-waving that blur lines trailed his chubby arms, his deep dissatisfaction with his teammates' lack of motivation evident in every gesture. "We can't give up. Cheer up, all of you." "Oh," the 3 responded with stone-faced indifference. Their flat reply landed like a heavy stone on Mower's head, shattering his spirits completely. "How can you be like this? We can always try next time. What's there to panic about? When our moment comes, it'll happen naturally. Same as before. If we go, we go. If not, we don't." "Fine." Watching the protagonist simply throw in the towel, Han Xiaoye couldn't help but laugh at their beautifully carefree attitude. She toggled on the bullet comments, certain this scene would be entertaining. They just casually decided to quit. Let me check the synopsis again. Interstellar hot-blooded saga home. Where's the protagonist's passion? That's college students for you. If they can't go, they just don't go. Their mental state is leagues ahead of their peers. I'm dying of laughter. So baby Mower just gets swayed by those 3 slacking teammates. Won't he even try to fight back? Does it earn bonus points? Caught a college student driven mad by credit requirements. The scene shifted. "Hello everyone, I'm Sangle." The dark green uniform accentuated the girl's porcelain skin. Sunlight illuminated her face, casting delicate shadows beneath her lashes, while her obsidian eyes shimmered with purity and her raven hair cascaded over her shoulders. Wow. I told you the author knows how to make money. Highly recommended. Damn it, author, you're too good at this. Screenshot first. So beautiful, so beautiful. Seeing Sang Lu reappear, Han Xiaoye was thrilled. She had known that positioning carried significance, and how could the center position disappear from the story so quickly? She continued watching. Sangle was in the command department. Perfect. The protagonist team was now complete. Sure enough, during lunch at the cafeteria, Mower and the others began inviting Sangle to join them. Could Sangle actually be the protagonist? As the story progressed, a dismissive childlike face suddenly appeared. Oh, wasn't that Zilior Jianglan's devoted admirer? What was he saying? Wait, dual F rank. Han Xiaoye was stunned by Zilior's words. Sangle is dual F rank. Wouldn't a dual F rank member hold the protagonist's team back? Good heavens, but she's beautiful. With that physique, do you really believe in trope conventions? Hey. Readers with an omniscient perspective could easily spot the anomalies. The plot conventions, Sangle's striking appearance and her frequent screen presence beside the protagonist were all rendered with such meticulous detail that unimportant characters would never receive such careful attention. Sangle either carried some concealed identity or was playing the fool while hiding her true capabilities. When Qiaoen Ye made his entrance later, the bullet comments erupted with even greater enthusiasm. His black coat billowed slightly with each step, and beneath the military cap revealed piercing dark brown eyes. Dark golden buttons rested perfectly against his Adam's apple. He wore the same austere uniform, fully buttoned and covered, yet undeniably alluring. As Qiaoen Ye leaned slightly toward Sangle to speak, the brim of his hat shadowed his eyes, leaving only his sharp nose and refined jawline visible. Everyone else in the frame was blurred except for them two, creating an extraordinary atmosphere. Both possessed god-tier features. Quick screenshot. Screenshot. Husbands here, husbands here, husbands here. Thank you. Qiaoen Ye is in my bed. My spouse happens to be quite handsome. Sisters, you're being too forward. This is clearly my husband. Hero saves beauty. Could there be a couple pairing? Shipping everything just keeps me nutritionally balanced. A chaotic stream of bullet comments scrolled across the screen. Qiaoen Ye's entrance was undeniably cool, which also clarified why Sangle was admitted with dual F rank. But isn't entering with dual F rank just asking for trouble? I don't quite get it. What's a dual F doing here? So inspiring. Someone so delicate probably shouldn't attend military academy. Good grief, the survival instinct is too strong here. I bet Sangle isn't ordinary. Why would she coincidentally end up at the 9th Military Academy? If she wanted to, she could have gone to the Qiaoen Military Academy in the 3rd Military District, the best in the Federation. Agree with the person above. I'll invest in this potential stock first. Respect. 10,086. And so Sangle officially joined the protagonist competition team, with the new storyline coming to an abrupt halt here. Han Xiaoye inexplicably recalled that scene of Sangle standing beside Qiaoen Ye when she first arrived at Blue Star. She flipped back through the manga, and when she reached that panel of Sangle facing away from the camera with Qiaoen Ye bowing to greet her, a growing sense of dissonance settled in her chest. An orphan girl raised on a remote star holding dual F rank. This scene's atmosphere shouldn't be like this. Why did it increasingly seem as though Qiaoen Ye was being overshadowed? Was the author hinting at something? With an omniscient perspective and deliberate portrayal by the author, Han Xiaoye as a reader could easily detect that Sangle's character in the manga exhibited a strange aura inconsistent with her current persona. Han Xiaoye opened the bullet comments and spotted another viewer questioning Sangle's peculiarities, confirming her instincts were right. Sangle was definitely not ordinary. The story updates felt painfully slow. Though it seemed like a lot had been released, most of it was just the protagonist's daily training, rather filler-heavy. The storyline was hard to evaluate. The characters were well drawn, and Sangle's role appeared to contain foreshadowing. We'll see how it develops. While she primarily followed for the visuals, she didn't want the plot to be too disgraceful. Her taste wasn't that low. Have you abandoned your persona? Qiaoen Ye asked while following Sangle. Why would I turn down an early dismissal if I can get one? I just need to ensure this world doesn't collapse. Her spiritual power hadn't been exposed, so her exceptional marksmanship didn't constitute a major breach. If she were truly someone incapable of anything and just mooched alongside the protagonist group, the readers would have complaints. The main reason Sangle wanted to leave was that she simply didn't want to train there. Her current duty was to serve as the protagonist's bodyguard. As for everything else, she could be as lazy as possible. As soon as she returned to the dormitory, she collapsed onto her bed, hands folded over her abdomen, looking utterly serene. Before long, she fell asleep and spent the entire afternoon dozing away. Sangle climbed out of bed and leaned against the headboard, scrolling through her light brain. With the Military Academy League approaching, discussions on the Star Net were abound about which academy might claim the championship and which academy's new generation was stronger. The most strongly endorsed was Qiaoen Military Academy from the 3rd Military Region. There was the 3S level commander Rain Manaldo, the 3S level mecha pilot Xiao Xiao on the 2S level infantry Hualing, the 2S level infantry Hui, and the logistics coordinator Venison, who had participated in and won the last Military Academy League. What an imposing lineup. Rain Manaldo was the sole heir of the Manaldo family's main branch. His father currently served as a close aide to the Federation commander and held the rank of general in the 3rd Military Region. Coupled with the emergence of a 3S level genius commander like Rain, the Manaldo family was now at the height of its power. Qiaoen had also risen to fame at a young age, securing second place in the Interstellar Youth Mecha Pilot Championship. Unfortunately, a mistake during the final mecha testing phase cost her the first place title, which was deeply regrettable. Weakling and Ye were twin 2S level infantry soldiers. The He family, which had been on a downward trajectory, had climbed back to the forefront of the noble families thanks to this brother-sister duo. Venus served as the logistics coordinator for Qiaoen Military Academy's championship team in the previous league. She demonstrated exceptionally strong professional competence, particularly in medical matters. A girl in her teens who could perform surgery right away, without her hands trembling, her expression never faltering throughout the procedure. It was as though the person on the operating table were merely a laboratory frog provided by the school. After finishing her browsing, Sang Lu fell somewhat silent. Are 3S levels considered common as cabbages now? There are so many of them, one Cyril and one Rain. Wouldn't the protagonist's halo disappear if they can snatch the championship from such people? That's exactly why you need to be their cheat code. It can't be helped. The protagonist's halo must remain stable. If they don't win the championship, there will be even less protagonist halo, and this world will collapse directly. Qiaoen Ye was enthusiastically browsing videos, and found it difficult to tear her gaze away as she replied to Sang Li's words. Sang Lu felt her heart begin to ache. She increasingly understood the grievances of the restoration department. Serving as a bodyguard was one thing, but being forced to act as their cheat code, while also watching for other factors that might cause collapse. How ironic. Hungry and unwilling to dwell on it, she decided to take things one step at a time. She shut off her light brain, and headed to the cafeteria to find food. On planet Weilon, night fell quickly with the sun setting around 5 in the afternoon. At that moment, classes had just ended and the streets were filled with military academy students chattering excitedly about where to eat. Sang Lu wandered slowly through the crowd toward the cafeteria. The streetlights were not harsh, their soft glow blurred the darkness of night, casting a warm yellow halo around her. She kept her head down, stepping carefully on her own shadow as she walked. Sang Lu, moi. Sang Lu looked up and saw Moer grinning warmly at her. It really is you. I was just about to send you a message. You were so impressive today. You never told us before that you were this good at shooting. 10 shots. All hits. Full marks. You. Sang Lu looked at him somewhat surprised. This child was too carefree. Today she had been one extreme, and before she had been another entirely, yet he could still speak so freely and without guard. On the way to the cafeteria side by side with Moer, he kept chatting endlessly in her ear, his tone full of pride and admiration, making her feel quite embarrassed by all the praise. When they arrived at the cafeteria, Jianglan and the others had already reserved their seats, and were waiting. Seeing Sang Lu and Moer approach, they all looked up. Meeting 3 pairs of inquiring eyes, Sang Lu paused, and stared back unflinchingly. She had nothing to explain anyway, the team was already formed. If they had a problem with it, they could drop her. Sang Lu, sit down quickly. Only Moer failed to sense the strange atmosphere between the two sides. He was merely puzzled as to why Sang Lu was standing off to one side, instead of joining them. Ahem, take a seat. Ye Fei broke the silence first. Jianglan lowered his head, and ate silently. Tong Yinny pursed her lips, wanting to ask something, but ultimately said nothing. Seeing no one intended to ask questions, Sang Lu raised an eyebrow, and sat down. I pre-selected these for you. I noticed you always ate these before. See if you like them, if not I'll go get you another portion. I like them very much, thank you. Sang Lu smiled. Sang Lu, you were amazing today. Moer started chattering again, only this time no one responded, everyone quietly eating their meals. Moer talked to himself for a long while before finally realizing how strange the situation was. Why was he the only one speaking? This wasn't normal. Why isn't anyone talking? The puppy scratched his head in confusion. Silence during meals and during rest, Jianglan replied elegantly, taking a sip of soup. Huh, then how come we could talk before? Ignoring Moer, Jianglan turned his gaze to Sang Lu. Have you studied marksmanship before? Tong Yinny and Ye Fei simultaneously paused their eating, waiting for Sang Li's answer. Moer also looked over curiously. Sang Lu rubbed the chopsticks in her hand and lifted her eyelids to look at him. No. Moer looked left and right, unsure why everyone had suddenly fallen silent again. Why aren't you talking anymore? Everyone was smart enough to understand that every person has their secrets and no one would press for details. Furthermore, they all realized that Sang Lu living alone on such a planet and surviving was truly difficult. Being cautious was only natural. Moreover, she had never done anything harmful to them and had appeared quite friendly so far. Talk, hurry up and talk. What's wrong with all of you? Why is everyone acting so weird today? I'm the only one talking. Moer grew angry and frowned as he complained about the group. Did your mouths also get poisoned by nerve toxin? Don't blame you, go play. Tong Yinny said with a wry smile, unable to bear watching the perfectly good atmosphere get ruined by Moer. Jianglan took a deep breath, unwilling to argue with a fool. The military academy entrance exam is far too lenient. Even someone like you got in. Jianglan, I'll make you mute. Just eat up. Ye Fei quickly pushed her tray toward Moer, attempting to silence him with food. Sang Lu also chuckled lightly, wondering where such a silly innocent had come from. Seeing them return to normal, Moer happily shoved a large mouthful of rice into his mouth. with such a boisterous presence around, the atmosphere could never stay cold for long. The few of them soon began lively bantering again. Several people parted ways after finishing their meal. Although the atmosphere appeared harmonious, once more a trace of distrust lingered in their hearts. Sangle was well aware that she had become a suspect in the protagonist's eyes, and only the single-minded mower failed to grasp the situation. Thus, she tactfully offered to return to the dormitory on her own and declined their offer to escort her. Once Sangle had departed, Zhang withdrew his gaze and left the cafeteria, making his way to his private mecha fabrication workshop. As the undisputed first-place winner in the entrance examination for mecha designers and champion of the Interstellar Youth Mecha Designer Competition, this was his exclusive privilege upon entering the military academy. Yes, Zhang was the one who had defeated Qiaoen in the Interstellar Youth Mecha Designer Competition. The gap between the two was a mere 3 points. Had Qiaoen not made an error during the final testing segment, it would have been hard to predict who would claim the championship. Both were formidable, far ahead of the rest. Mower assumed as per tradition that they would train separately today. To his surprise, he was pulled along by Qiaoen Ye and Ye the moment he woke up, and in a daze followed Zhang to his mecha fabrication workshop. Aren't we training today? Why are we here? Mower asked, perplexed. He wanted to practice shooting. So what do you two think? Qiaoen Ye asked, sinking into the nearby sofa. What do you mean, what do we think? What are you talking about? Mower felt a sense of isolation. When had his companions started keeping secrets from him? She hasn't done anything wrong, and the fact that she gained admission to the military academy proves her background is clean, Zhang said, sitting at his desk and flipping through his mecha design blueprints. Growing up in such an environment, it's only natural for her to be guarded. But this level of shooting proficiency, it's hard not to suspect something. Ye frowned. An orphan girl raised in such a remote star system, yet possessing marksmanship skills superior to most regular military personnel. Where had she learned them? Under what circumstances had she learned to shoot? Adding to her previous behavior, which was clearly delicate, timid, and introverted, yet today, she acted entirely differently. If she had been using her prior personality as a disguise, she should have continued pretending. So why did she stop today? Why exactly? Zhang pen tip pressed against the paper, leaving a dark ink spot. The pen remained still. He was also pondering. Sangle was truly unfathomable. Was bringing her into the team a blessing or a curse? Qiaoen Ye rubbed her wrist guard, equally baffled. Mower still couldn't keep up with his companion's train of thought. Wait, who are you even talking about? Oh, you're keeping secrets from me. About Sangle, Qiaoen Ye shot him an exasperated glance and replied irritably. Sangle? What about Sangle? Zhang closed his eyes, unwilling to acknowledge her as his teammate. Ye sighed and explained, haven't you noticed something off about Sangle? Think about the first time you met her. What was she like? Mower thought for a moment and replied, very weak, poor health, timid, soft-spoken, cute, always blushing. Now think again. Hasn't she always behaved that way? But today she was completely different. You trained with her, you must have noticed. Did you see her shooting stance? Mower seemed to catch on, hesitating as he spoke, extremely confident, calm, composed. Remarkably skilled at shooting. The more he said, the more unsettling it became. Oh, she was faking it all along. Finally understanding, it seemed his teammate still had some sense. Zhang gave him an approving glance, his hands resting on the table. Now we need to reconsider how we interact with her. Ye and Qiaoen Ye fell silent. They had not yet figured out how to handle Sangle going forward. They could not pretend nothing had happened, but distancing themselves would be difficult since they still needed to compete together. Mower scratched his head. Isn't it clear? Didn't you just say her background must be clean since she got into the military academy? Besides, she's General Qiaoen Ye's granddaughter. The Federation would have thoroughly investigated her before bringing her back. If she's overly guarded and pretended to be weak before, so what? The other three thought about it and agreed. Whatever, they would figure it out as they went along. They couldn't solve it now anyway, and Mower made a reasonable point. The Federation must have thoroughly vetted her. If there were any issues, she would never have been admitted to the military academy. Then let's leave it at that. I'll continue with my design drawings. Are you two heading back to train? I'll go review my notes. I haven't memorized the treatment methods for common injuries yet. I'll go practice mecha piloting again. Watching them all prepare to do their own things, Mower asked weakly. So we came here to hold a meeting just to discuss this. What was the point? They didn't know either. After all that discussion, they hadn't reached any conclusion. Never mind, they would eat and drink as usual tomorrow. Mower and Qiaoen Ye continued to the training ground, but as they crossed the field, they spotted Song Yao. She seemed unwell, shaking her head every few steps. Dr. Song. Hearing someone call out to her, Song Yao looked over. Oh, it's you. Dr. Song, aren't you still here so late? I haven't finished organizing some things. A new batch of medical equipment just arrived and hasn't been put away yet. Song Yao waved the checklist in her hand. Need any help? Mower asked. No, there are dedicated robots for that. They'll handle it. I'm just responsible for the inventory. Besides, your hand hasn't fully healed yet. Be careful not to overexert yourself. Mower nodded obediently. Just as Song Yao was about to bid them farewell, she stumbled, her steps faltering. Are you not feeling well, Dr. Song? Qiaoen Ye hurriedly caught her concern in her voice. It's fine. I've probably just been too busy lately and haven't rested well. I keep getting dizzy. As she spoke, Song Yao shook her head again and pressed her fingers against her temple, massaging it. Why not go get checked? I already have. Everything's fine, I'm just exhausted. Song Yao smiled, and after feeling a bit better straightened herself from Tong Yin's support. Then make sure to rest, Dr. Song. I know. I'm a doctor after all, I understand these things better than you. There's nothing to worry about. Song Yao adjusted her wrinkled white coat as she spoke. Are you heading to train? Yes. The team selection is coming up soon. We're practicing hard to make it onto the school team. Mower said with anticipation. Then let me congratulate you in advance. Song Yao made a supportive gesture. It's getting late. I still need to go to the warehouse. You should head to training as well. Okay. Goodbye, Dr. Song. Goodbye. Turn it off. There's nothing left worth watching, Sangle told Qiaoen Ye. Qiaoen Ye deactivated the holographic projection and asked, what's your next move? Let events unfold naturally. At the very least, they can't shake me off before the academy team selection matches conclude. What we should really be considering is how our dear commander intends to investigate me. As she spoke, Sangle absent-mindedly rubbed her right wrist, her gaze settling on the position of her identity chip. The identity chip was being tracked and her neural visor under constant real-time surveillance. They called it protection. In truth, it was monitoring. Was this truly how they treated those who had served the Empire faithfully? Anyone who believed otherwise was a fool. All along, Qiaoen Ye's death might not have been unrelated to this person's machinations. The foreshadowing the author had planted was finally being resolved. How could one tolerate another's snores beside one's own bed? A general wielding tremendous popular influence and commanding military forces. How could he willingly keep such a person around, let alone dare to? Those whose achievements overshadow their sovereign seldom meet with favorable endings. During normal academy operations, students are not permitted to leave campus without legitimate cause, nor may outsiders enter at will. So at the very least, while you attend classes, Lorik will not come after you. I know. Sangle slumped into her chair and exhaled heavily. I'm just figuring out how to deal with this. She flicked her wrist, the identity chip and neural visor perpetually under surveillance, an enormous obstacle for her subsequent plans. Her aliases were not omnipotent. There would always be situations requiring her personal intervention. If monitored, she would be directly exposed. She possessed nothing, and relying solely on her transcendent grade 3's spiritual power was utterly insufficient to contend with a nation's supreme leader. Eliminating her would be trivial for Lorik. With an F-rank constitution, encountering any misfortune and perishing suddenly was entirely plausible. On the surface, he showered her with meticulous protection, performing elaborate displays of care, yet inwardly, he likely regarded her as dispensable, perhaps aware of her existence all along, but choosing ignorance. She could not fathom why he had suddenly summoned her back this time. For now, refraining from directly exposing her spiritual power proved advantageous. Revealing it could cost her life soon. How could he possibly allow such a latent threat to remain nearby? Even if she knew nothing, he would eliminate her regardless. The higher one's position, the more desperately one fears death, and the colder one's heart grows. His suspicions would undoubtedly arise regarding her shooting results today, yet he would find no evidence to contradict her claim of natural talent. Though she did not understand why she had been summoned back, the purpose was clear. As long as she had not exhausted her usefulness, no harm would come to her. In the interstellar community, physical constitution and spiritual power reigned supreme. A dual F rating rendered her largely beneath his concern, incapable of stirring any significant turbulence in his estimation. Regardless of her marksmanship prowess, she remained but an ant, easily crushed at his whim. Thus she was secure for the moment, though further investigation was inevitable. What about a signal jammer? Qiaoen Ye glanced at her wrist. That was precisely my thought, but any jammer available in this world cannot alter my location data or neural visor records. It can only intercept surveillance signals. Would I not be compromised? How could I explain my ability to block such monitoring? Sangle's head throbbed at the thought. She still needed him to voluntarily lift the surveillance, and she had to perform convincingly. There are far too few usable items in this world. Qiaoen Ye scrolled through the system marketplace, her tone heavy. Because this world stands on the verge of collapse, even the slightest provocation could shatter it entirely. Many items have been forbidden, and even those within this world's technological threshold require extreme caution. You can no longer directly purchase mechas from the marketplace, though with blueprints and materials, you could craft one yourself. Last time she had mentioned forging one for Zhongjiu, she merely wanted the system to generate it for direct purchase, not actual handcrafting. Another day of wanting to perish. I understand. Sangle slumped against her headboard, utterly defeated. When confronted with difficulties, abandon them first, then consider solutions after a gaming session. Sangle had barely activated her neural visor when she spotted Mower's message in the group chat. They had previously exchanged friend requests, forming a dedicated group for their competition team. Academy team, go go go. Mower, tomorrow there's a sharing lecture from upperclassmen. Are you going? They both participated in the previous military academy league. Zhonglan not going. Tong Yin, does it add points? Yufei, I kinda wanna go. Mower, I don't know if it adds points. Mower, Zhonglan, why aren't you going? Tong Yin, if it doesn't add points then no. Too lazy. Zhonglan, drawing. Mower, you clearly finished it. I saw you submit it that day. Zhonglan, Mentor Miles assigned me a new task. to draft an improvement proposal for the Federation's latest generation of mechas. Mower. Tong Yini, I cannot fathom the world of top students. Yifei cannot fathom +1. Mower Sangle, where's Sangle? Is Sangle going? You're not asleep, are you? It's barely anything. Seeing herself tagged, Sangle paused briefly, then typed a 1 in the group. Sangle 1. Mower, I knew you weren't asleep. I was gaming earlier, and you were still online after I logged off. Mower, are you going? Go, go, go. What a wonderful opportunity. We can learn from their experience. Sangle noticed Mower mentioning the game was online, and suddenly remembered she had not disabled friend visibility for this particular game. She played a widely popular card battle game across the Interstellar community. Players logged in using their Star Network accounts, and if friends also played, the entire friend list could be imported directly. Of course, disabling friend visibility prevented this entirely. So, had this kid witnessed her gaming sessions deep into the night? Mower Sangle, why aren't you responding? Going. Go on. Hearing the notification sound, Sangle snapped back to attention. Sangle, then I'll go. Tong Yini, what game is it? Is it fun? Count me in. Zhanglan, don't know. Yifei, not sure, I don't play games. Mower Tong Yini, it's a card battle game. Search for Fenghua Lu in the game. Tong Yini, oh I see. I've played it before. Lost 6 matches in a row, so I uninstalled it. Yifei, feeling sorry for you, for 1 second. Mower, you're way too noobish. I've already reached stage 3. Tong Yini, what's there to be proud of? I remember the highest rank is 10 stage. Zhanglan, 2 noobs. Mower. Tong Yini. Yifei, fair point, right on the money. Tong Yini, Yifei, you've become wicked. Yifei, innocent JPG. Mower Sangle, what stage are you? Sangle screenshot. Mower. Tong Yini. Yifei, wow. Zhanglan, thumbs up gesture. Mower, why? You haven't played that long. How did you reach the top 1,000 server-wide? The sky has fallen. I've been playing for 2 years, and still haven't reached your level. Sangle shrugs, natural talent, I suppose. Tong Yini, is this what they mean by heaven feeding you rice? Zhanglan, who's triggered? I won't say. Yifei, I don't play games, not me. Tong Yini, I already quit, not me. Mower, you guys have gone far enough. I despise you all. The chat concluded with Mower bombarding messages of protest before Zhanglan removed him from the group. Sangle nearly laughed herself to death. Late nights seemed perfectly suited for online conversations. Even with those one wasn't particularly close to, they could chat for hours without stopping. Having talked too late, she had no time to game. Better sleep now, or tomorrow would be exhausting again. Sangle, get up. You're going to be late. Sangle shot upright from her bed in a flash. What time is it? Yuanzi dragged her out of bed and pushed her toward the washroom, handing her a toothbrush while squeezing toothpaste onto it. 5:10. You still have to run morning drills. Mechanical Mecha Basics this morning. Mechanical Mecha Basics. If I recall correctly, that's 5 classes combined, Sangle said, spitting out the foam and falling into thought. Yes. That's a large lecture. Do you think they'll take attendance? Yuanzi. Morning runs were mandatory with check-in, there was no way around it. But for classes there was neither check-in nor attendance. She had a bold idea forming. She opened her light brain and happened to see Zillual online. She placed a call immediately. The other side picked up his voice, slightly awkward. Hello? Is something wrong? Looks like the kid had been frightened senseless by her the day before. But what did that matter? Sangle went straight to the point. Does Mechanical Mecha Basics take attendance? No attendance. Zillual was puzzled, unable to understand why Sangle was suddenly asking such a thing. What's up? Nothing. Thank you. Sangle hung up and sent him a rose-giving sticker. Zillual stared blankly at the sticker in the message window, utterly bewildered. Wow, no attendance. Sangle made her way to the playground while struggling to keep a straight face. Just thinking about what she planned to do next nearly made her laugh out loud. Yuanzi gave her an inexplicable look. You're not actually going to skip, are you? Skipping during your first week of class. With you there, I'm completely at ease for a course like this. For courses like this that required mere rote memorization and artificial intelligence could breeze through it. Yuanzi only needed to scan the material to memorize everything. Exams were no worry at all. You're just lazy. At 5:30 the sky was already beginning to brighten. A thin mist hung over the playground, and the crisp air flowing through the body brought a refreshing sense of ease to both mind and spirit. In the interstellar age, the more prosperous a place was, the more comfortable its environment. Fresh air was but one aspect of it. With advances in technology, air purification systems had become fully mature, easily capable of covering an entire planet. But such luxury was beyond the reach of those barren planets. They were equivalent to slums in the eyes of interstellar citizens, backward, dirty, chaotic, and inferior. Those nameless planets bearing only serial numbers were even worse. The junkyard of the Interstellar Federation, where garbage discarded by other planets was carelessly dumped. It was a place perpetually frequented by interstellar pirates. It was truly not easy that Sangle had survived this long. Man placed Sangle's file back on the desk. He had reviewed the shooting reports and videos submitted yesterday by Jiangqi and Feng Yilan and found them puzzling. He had already forwarded everything to the commander. He did not know how the commander would handle it. As soon as Zillual entered the classroom, he instinctively scanned for Sangle's figure. After looking around, he failed to spot her and inexplicably felt a wave of relief in his chest. He had recently discovered that his new friend had been deceiving him all along, putting on an act the whole time. Honestly, he still had not figured out how to face her. When she called that morning as if nothing were wrong, he had felt strangely uneasy. But when class began, and he still had not seen Sangle, something felt off. He opened his light brain, saw that sticker in the message window, and recalled the earlier question, will they take attendance? His mind exploded with a thunderous realization. She wasn't going to skip class, was she? Raised under elite education with peers who were all excellent students, how had a young master like him ever encountered anyone like this? He had thought sleeping through class was the ultimate boldness, never expecting Sangle to dare skip class entirely. He knew skipping class existed, but he had never personally experienced it. The environments and people he had been exposed to simply never had such things occur. Furthermore, this was a military academy. How dared she? Zerg could no longer bother with his awkwardness. He quickly began messaging her, attempting to steer the misguided girl back onto the righteous path. Class is starting. Come back to class right now. Class. Where are you? I was wrong this morning. They will take attendance. Class is in session. They will take attendance. He frantically sent message after message, but not a single ripple came back. Sangle lay on her bed watching the notification pop-ups with complete emotional detachment, choosing to pretend she had not seen them. You're still gaming? They're messaging you. They'll take attendance. Do you believe it? No. Sangle chuckled softly, opened the message window, and typed a few words before sending. When they call attendance, just say, I went to the restroom. The reply came instantly. Oh my dear friend, I trust you will happily do me this small favor. Zerg's eyes widened. No, she was actually not coming. Zerg. The teacher at the podium, finally losing patience, hurled an electronic pen at him. Ow. Zerg clutched his forehead and stood up. Teacher Qi. I've tolerated you for too long. Is the light brain that entertaining? Always playing with it. Do you enjoy it that much? Have you mastered everything I've taught this week? Write me a mechanical mecha fundamentals report. No less than 5,000 words. Seeing Zerg freeze in place, Qi Sinian sneered. Is there something you find unsatisfactory? Zerg's face flushed crimson, then he miserably agreed. No. Hand it to me on Sunday. Yes. Zerg sat down and obediently stared at the podium, not daring to open his light brain again. Sangle had gotten him into terrible trouble. If he had known this would happen, he never would have sent that message. It was so humiliating. He had never been called out publicly like this before. Sangle had no idea Zerg was being punished. She only knew she had won streak after streak all morning, climbing to over 50 points. She was quite satisfied. She glanced at the time a class was about to end. Time to go check. She timed her arrival perfectly, walking into the classroom just as the dismissal bell rang. Zerg's face was still flushed red. He roughly stuffed his textbook into his bag, looking thoroughly irritated. Hey, Mower nudged Tong Yin's arm. What's wrong with him? No idea, Tong Yin shrugged. Zhang Lan glanced over and slung his backpack over his shoulder. His young master syndrome is acting up again. Probably never been publicly reprimanded before. Thinks it's embarrassing. Huh, that's embarrassing. I've been scolded by teachers since I was a child. Zhang Lan pondered for a moment. He received elite education growing up, always striving to be the best, constantly praised by teachers. This must be his first time being reprimanded. Though he doesn't seem like someone who would play with his light brain in class. Mower nodded. Yeah, I felt terrible the first time I was scolded by a teacher too. But now it doesn't bother me anymore, not a scratch. Zhang Lan was rendered speechless. Was that the point? Tong Yin slapped Mower's shoulder heavily and gave a thumbs up. You're the real deal. Mower looked at the thumbs up in utter confusion, wanting an explanation, but Tong Yin just grinned. Zhang Lan simply rolled his eyes at him. He looked at Yafei with a pitiful expression. Yafei smiled and said, Zhang Lan meant the second part just now. Zerg is not the type to drift off and play on his light brain during class. Oh, I see. This has nothing to do with us. Let's go eat first. By the way, where's Sangle? Haven't seen her. Sangle had just stepped into the classroom when she spotted Qiaoen pouting like a pufferfish. Wait, she hadn't attended class herself. Why was he still this infuriated? The sharp-eyed Moore caught sight of Sangle at the doorway and bolted over. When did you get here? We were still looking for you. Where were you sitting? We couldn't find you anywhere. I didn't come this morning. Oh, huh. Moore's expression shifted to sheer astonishment as he finally registered her words. How could someone skip classes in their very first week at military academy? A true role model. Thinking of this, Moore gave her an admiring thumbs up. Sangle unwrapped the candy and popped it into her mouth, then offered him one. Want one? Yeah. Moore unwrapped his and put it in his mouth as well. Let me tell you, Qiaoen somehow kept playing on his guang now during class, and the teacher caught him. He's been penalized with a 5,000-word report. Sangle nearly choked on her saliva while eating the candy. Playing on his guang now. Yeah, he doesn't normally do that. I wonder what got into him today. I see. A rare pang of guilt stirred in Sangle, and she walked toward Qiaoen. Qiaoen had noticed Sangle enter the classroom, but after merely glancing at him, she immediately turned to chat with Moore. The slight only deepened his turmoil. He slammed his school bag down in irritation, and the desk rang out with a thunderous crash. Zhang Lan cast a sidelong glance. Having a fit. Shilua, you're the one having a fit. Seeing the young master in a foul mood, and remembering he hadn't provoked her lately, Zhang chose to let it pass, for now. Good afternoon. Sangle chirped, sidling up with a bright smile. Afternoon. Zhang nodded. Ye Fei and Tong Yini both offered cheerful greetings. Shilua sniffed, slinging his school bag over his shoulder as though to leave. Sangle took 2 steps and blocked his path. What are you doing? Shilua shot her a glare. Are you angry? Sangle asked with a smile, her hands clasped behind her back. No. Shilua's voice was muffled and sullen. He sidestepped her, determined to leave. You are definitely angry. I said no. Shilua's voice rose involuntarily. Realizing his overreaction, he hastily added, anyway, I would never let something as trivial as this make me angry. Move on, leaving. Moore and the others stood aside, watching the scene with eager amusement. Seeing their smirk-laden faces only inflamed Shilua's fury. He felt as though a chimney atop his head was billowing smoke. Oh, I just learned the teacher caught you messaging me. That's why you got the 5,000-word report. I'll write it for you. Sangle pressed her palms together before her chest, gazing at him with full sincerity. No need. I was the one zoning out in class. It's my own problem. I'll write it myself. Shilua lowered his head, refusing to meet her gaze. What do you mean messaging? Moore scratched his head in bewilderment. Zhang was the first to piece it together. She hadn't seen Sangle all morning, as she'd only just arrived from outside the classroom. You didn't attend class. Sangle nodded. So he messaged you to remind you about class, and the teacher mistook it for playing on his guangnao. Moore stared in astonishment at Shilua and Sangle. Had they actually become friends? Wasn't Shilua always arrogant, nose buried in the air? Are you really that close? Nearly deceived by her model student facade, Tong Yini sighed. You're a brave soul. Skipping class your first week. I wish I could do that too. Moore raised his hand eagerly. Me too. Ye Fei quickly quashed their dangerous ambition. Absolutely not. You both failed the last simulation test. Zhang sneered. Skip then. It's merely retaking the course plus remedial lessons plus a 20,000-word ideological reflection. Tong Yini and more. Have you two finished talking? Shilua watched the group chatter animatedly, completely oblivious to his presence, and nearly lost his temper. Sangle suddenly extended her hand toward him, fingers curling as though grasping something invisible. Shilua stared at her outstretched hand, thoroughly bewildered by her sudden gesture. What are you doing? Let me perform a magic trick for you, and then you won't be angry anymore, okay? Shilua hesitantly glanced at her, but said nothing. He was still quite angry. Moore and the others stood nearby, craning their necks to watch. They were quite curious as well. Sangle curved her lips into a faint smile, produced a deck of cards, and they fluttered deftly between her fingers. With a sharp flick of her wrist, the cards burst from her grasp and soared into the air. The swirling cascade of cards momentarily obscured everyone's view. When they settled, a bouquet crafted entirely from candies appeared squarely before Shilua's eyes. There. No more anger. Shilua accepted the candy bouquet in a daze, his heart torn. Would letting it go this easily make him seem too easy to please? Whoa, that's so cool. Moore shoved past Shilua and pressed up to Sangle, his curiosity exploding. Teach me, teach me, teach me. Shilua stumbled as Moore bumped him aside and couldn't resist snapping. Can you even learn it? Mind your own business. Zhang studied the moment for a while before asking, where did you hide such a large bouquet? Sangle pressed a finger to her lips. A magician's secret. Ye Fei picked up a card. Such a beautiful design. What are these? They're cards from the Fenghua Lu trading card set. I bought several sets for collection. Oh, no wonder they looked familiar. Tong Yini flipped through a card. Meanwhile, Moore and Shilua were still at each other's throats. Zhang shot them a disdainful glance and turned her head away, unwilling to acknowledge them as her classmates. Showing off feels great in the moment, but picking up the scattered cards, that's an ordeal. Sangle squatted down and began gathering the cards one by one. They had been scattered far and wide. Ye Fei and the others soon joined in to help. They had already collected some. Zhang kicked both Shilua, and more than the three of them joined the card collecting effort. Count them. Did we get them all? Ye Fei handed the pile over. Sangle counted through them. Yes, none missing. Moore watched with outright envy. He really wanted a set too, but they were pricey, and all his money went toward maintaining his mech. Noticing Moore's gaze, Sangle gave the cards a playful shake. You like them? Moore's eyes tracked the movement, nodding frantically. If I save up a bit, I should be able to buy one. I'll give you a set. Sangle waved the offer off with effortless generosity. Seriously. Moore's eyes lit up. I have several sets. Here's one for you. No way. My friendships with everyone else are fake, but mine with you is real. Moore was deeply moved. Who could understand? Having a top 1,000 rank player as a friend was remarkable enough, but that friend gift. ING him such expensive merchandise. Who on earth was luckier than him? Do any of you want one? I still have several sets. Sangle turned to the others. Tong Yini raised her hand first. I want a set. I won't be polite about it. No need to be. Zhang considered for a moment. Is it really that fun? I'll try it too. Give me a set. Ye Fei nodded in agreement. I'd like one too. They're beautiful. Could you teach me how to play sometime? Of course. What about me? Shilua grumbled discontentedly. Do you play this game? If you want one I can give you a set too, Sangle said, tilting her chin toward him. Qiaoen pressed his lips together. He hadn't played games before, but seeing everyone else eager to try he fidgeted with the hem of his sleeve and muttered then. I guess I'll play too. I want a set as well. His voice trailed off in a mumble. Alright. She handed out 5 sets in total without blinking. An effortless gesture for she truly had no shortage of money now. When Luo Lixi had brought her back, all of Qiaoen Ye's property had been transferred into her name. Though most of the important assets had already been relocated elsewhere, what remained were some properties and a string of zeros in her account. Sangle leaned against the tree with her hands in her pockets, eyes half-lidded. Dappled sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting shifting circles of light that swayed gently with the breeze. Why do you always sleep? Zerg truly couldn't understand why anyone could spend an entire day drowsing. I'm sleepy. I was gaming this morning. Sangle sniffed. The sun was fierce and she had no desire to leave the shade. She tugged at her collar and asked listlessly, is class about to start? There are still 2 minutes. Zerg glanced at his watch. Everyone else had already assembled on the playground while Sangle remained hidden beneath the tree shade. Oh, and now he had joined her there as well. He didn't even know why he was loafing around in the shade alongside Sangle. She was leaning against the trunk, he was crouching. Overall they looked rather ridiculous. From this vantage point, watching his classmates bake under the scorching sun while he hadn't even broken a bead of sweat in the shade felt strangely satisfying. No, this was wrong. A soldier's virtue was endurance and hardship. How could he allow such thoughts to corrupt him? It was sinful. He would only hide here this once, next time he surely wouldn't. His idealized impression of Sangle had long shattered when she slept through classes and skipped lessons. He didn't know why he still chose to hang out with her, but human friendship was peculiar, arriving without explanation. When the bell rang, Sangle finally stirred and stood at the very front of the formation. She was remarkably self-motivated now, taking her position without needing the teacher's reminder. After standing in the sun for over 5 minutes with no sign of the teacher, Sangle turned her expressionless face and asked, "Where's the teacher?" "Not coming." Zerg shook his head. "Teacher Lu is often late. She usually arrives about 7 or 8 minutes into class." Sangle sighed inwardly. She shouldn't have joined the lineup so early. After waiting a little while longer, a stunningly beautiful woman approached a tear-shaped mole at the outer corner of her left eye, glowing crimson red in the sunlight, as if it might bleed. Lu Yao, truly a name that suited her perfectly. Slender willow-like waist of visually striking serpentine beauty. Tong Yin's beauty was bright, bold, and aggressively attractive, while Lu Yao's was rich, deep, and enchanting. Her features were exquisitely delicate, charming yet refined. The venomous green of her pupils paired with the tiny red mole at the corner of her eye, it was the finishing touch, cold, yet passionate, irresistibly drawing people closer. Lu Yao stood before the formation, her upturned eyes scanning the group before settling on the girl in front. Sangle. Her tone was warm and gentle like a soothing jade pendant, a stark contrast to her striking serpentine features. "Reporting teacher." Sangle stepped forward. "Is this your first combat class?" Lu Yao bent slightly to meet Sangle's gaze, the corners of her lips lifting in a gentle curve. The coldness in her emerald eyes melted away like early spring snow, replaced by a warm, friendly expression. The red mole seemed to come alive in the sunlight, making all who met her gaze instinctively lower their defenses. "Yes." Sangle, visibly startled, instinctively lowering her eyes to avoid the teacher's gaze. Her fingers pressed against her thighs, curled slightly. Noticing Sangle's subtle gesture, Lu Yao merely chuckled softly and remained at eye level. "Hello, I'm Lu Yao." After saying this, Lu Yao extended a hand and tilted her head regarding her. Sangle looked up, stared at the hand before her, pinched her palm, then quickly reached out, grasped it briefly, and pulled back. "Hello, I'm Sangle. Since you've just begun combat training and haven't yet built a solid physical foundation, would you like me to teach you some basics this session? Consider it conditioning." Sangle pressed her lips together. "That would be fine." Hearing her response, Lu Yao's smile deepened. "Excellent." She straightened and turned to the others, her green eyes reverting to their characteristic chill. "Everyone else pair up and train on your own. In the final hour, I will assess your mastery of last session's material." "Yes." Once the others began their drills, she turned back towards Sangle and offered her hand. "Come with me. We'll practice under the shade." Sangle studied the extended hand. Slender fingers, defined knuckles, a callus between thumb and forefinger formed from years of handling firearms. It did not mar the hand's beauty, rather it added an intriguing sensory appeal. This was the kind of hand a hand enthusiast would adore. How could even a callus be so beautifully formed? After a moment's hesitation, Sangle placed her hand in Lu Yao's. Though the weather was oppressively hot, that touch carried a refreshing coolness, like a gentle breeze threading through a bamboo grove carrying the scent of leaves. The cooling sensation subdued her restless anxiety, and she found herself looking up. Those green eyes remained unchanged, their warm smile threatening to drown her entirely. Seeing Sangle's hand meet hers, Lu Yao led her to the nearby shade. "All right, let me demonstrate first." "All right." Lu Yao demonstrated the sequence beside her, then turned. "Did you follow that?" Sangle shook her head. "I didn't quite grasp certain parts." "No matter." Lu Yao smiled. Try recalling what you remember, and I'll see how far you get. Okay. Sangle took a deep breath, mentally replaying the movements, and executed them from memory. About halfway through, Sangle stumbled. I'm sorry, teacher. I've forgotten the rest. Lu Yao smiled gently. It's all right, you've done well already. Let's go movement by movement. Just the ones you remember, and I'll correct you. Sangle nodded and resumed practicing from memory, throwing punches and kicking. Hold. The arm tension here is incorrect. Lu Yao pressed against Sangle's arm, guiding her into proper form. The moment Lu Yao touched her, Sangle instinctively tensed. Sensing the tension, Lu Yao soothed. Don't be nervous. Relax. Trust me, won't you? Perhaps it was Lu Yao's gentle smile, perhaps the sincerity in her voice, but Sangle's body gradually unwound. Sangle had only retained a handful of movements, yet Lu Yao patiently corrected her over and over without the slightest annoyance, displaying extraordinary forbearance. Right, have you memorized these movements? Yes, I have. Thanks to Lu Yao's patience and warmth, Sangle's initial discomfort had faded, and a relaxed smile graced her face. Lu Yao glanced at the time. We're short on time. Be sure to review these exercises later. I will. I'll practice. Let's go with time to check on the others. Lu Yao patted her head. Sangle obediently trailed behind Lu Yao, her hair still carrying the warmth of that touch. But that warmth never quite reached the depths of her dark, unfathomable eyes. What exactly was she testing? Her dear teacher. Lu Yao clapped her hands, signaling everyone to gather. Sangle stepped back into the formation. The practice is over. Now one by one you will spar with me. Lu Yao's teaching method was brutally simple. One learns by getting hit. So she taught while striking, correcting mistakes by hitting exactly where the error occurred, ensuring the pain would make the lesson unforgettable. The command students, clearly accustomed to her methods, wore expressions of resigned despair and numbed acceptance, as if they were already dead to the world, longing for a swift end to their suffering. Sangle watched them get beaten, wincing inwardly. Lu Yao's strikes were measured, painful enough to imprint the lesson, yet not truly harmful. Did you starve at meals? Such weak strength. What? Only arms and no legs. Move. After a whole semester your reflexes are still this poor. Don't you dare call yourself my student. Is this how I taught you? Did I say dodge? Did you review after class? Why aren't you using what I taught last time? Are your limbs rusted? Well done. I hope you remember to bring your brain next time. Every student who stepped up was brutally beaten and scolded, then limped away. Some clutched their stomachs, others their arms, and a few hopped on one foot while holding their injured foot. It was oddly comical. Qiaoen kept mentally preparing himself, simulating possible combat scenarios in his mind, making small movements with his limbs as he rehearsed the techniques he would use. Despite being beaten many times, he still felt nervous because Teacher Lu's hits were truly painful. Sangle noticed his little movements. What? Scared too. Qiaoen froze, then forced himself to stop, swinging his arms back and forth in a show of nonchalance. Who's scared? I'm just warming up. Sangle nodded dismissively. What's that supposed to mean? You don't believe me. I do. I really am just warming up. Look, I'm not even sweating. Kid, don't you know that the more you deny something, the more you're trying to hide it? Sangle wanted to tell him that, but she feared hurting his fragile ego. So she changed her expression, cleared her throat, and said with utmost sincerity, I do believe you, my dear friend. How could the illustrious Master Schiller ever be afraid? It's just a simple combat class, just a little beating from the teacher. That pain is nothing to you. Go for it. She made a cheering gesture. Schiller looked at her skeptically. Really? He felt her words were dripping with sarcasm. Of course. Would I lie to you? You have before. Qiaoen said flatly. Sangle stubbornly retorted. That was then. Not now. How could that be called lying? It was a white lie to protect a teenager's mental health. Fine. Naive as he was, Qiaoen still had much to learn about worldly affairs. Next, Lu Yao shook her wrist. Qiaoen stepped forward, took a deep breath, and clenched his fists before his chest. Teacher, I'm ready. Before he could finish, a horizontal kick came flying. Huh. Do you think your enemy will give you time to speak? Qiaoen stumbled back a few steps, thankfully having raised his arm just in time to block. Before he could steady himself, a fist was hurtling toward his face. His pupils contracted sharply, and he instinctively raised his hand to block. He managed to protect his face, but his stomach took a heavy knee strike from Lu Yao. Too fast. There was no time to react. Qiaoen was forced into a defensive stance, unable to launch any offense. His arms, legs, stomach. He didn't know how many kicks he absorbed. Sangle shook her head repeatedly. Brutal, utterly brutal. Reflexes barely passable, but where's your strength? Did the school starve you? Your speed is slower than a crawling turtle. Next time keep your eyes wide open or donate them. Next. After being beaten, Qiaoen returned to the formation, grimacing in pain. He felt his entire body was about to fall apart. Sangle shook her head with a look of pity. Tisk tisk tsk. Qiaoen rubbed his arm and couldn't help complaining. Why is Teacher Lu so gentle with you? She always takes you to the shade to train. It's so unfair. Sangle gave a faint, almost imperceptible sneer at his words, a trace of mockery flickering in her eyes. Maybe because she sees I'm frail and new to this, so she's giving me special treatment. Qiaoen finished rubbing his arm and started on his stomach. That makes sense. Your constitution is really weak. Sangle nudged his arm and asked casually, Hey, why do you call her little teacher Lu? Ow, that hurts. Sorry. Though she said sorry, Sang Li's face showed little remorse. You didn't answer me. Why little teacher Lu? Qiaoen glared at her irritated. She had deliberately poked him right where he was most bruised. Still he replied, because she's my aunt. She's the youngest in her generation, so everyone calls her little Lu. I picked it up and now I use it at school out of habit. Oh, Sang Li's face lit up with feigned understanding. Don't you get beaten for calling her that? I'm the only 3S in our family in recent years. Do you even know what 3S means? There aren't many in the entire galaxy. They wouldn't dare hit me. I see. At home she can't lay a hand on you, but now that you're in the military academy under her, she hits you the hardest. She's strict with me for my own good. What do you know? Qiaoen was so furious, he jumped momentarily forgetting his pain. Sangle curled her lip. Are you sure she's not getting back at you for all the times she couldn't hit you at home? No way. Something struck a nerve as Qiaoen was as steamed as a boiling kettle, as if smoke would rise from his head any second. My aunt is not that kind of person, she said. She loves me the most. Every hit on me hurts her heart. People need to be tempered. She does this to make me improve faster. Don't slander her. Sang Lu was utterly stunned by his words, her expression twisted. How could he believe that? She's gaslighting you. What's that look? You don't believe me. I do. I was being petty and judging a gentleman's heart. Seeing his bristling, Sang Lu mimed zipping her lips to show she'd stopped talking. It's so hard to tell the truth these days. Where did his 3S level mental intelligence go? He was top of the command entrance exam. His IQ was clearly high. Logically, this shouldn't be happening. How was his brain wired? Did he trade all his emotional intelligence for command knowledge? But doesn't command also require scheming? Wasn't it said that commanders have the blackest hearts? How did it produce such a simpleton? Qiaoen was an eye-opener. So naive, so easy to coax and deceive. She would dub him and Mo as the two great pillars of the absent-minded and the gullible. Seeing Sang Lu stop, Qiaoen raised his chin triumphantly. Sang Lu just didn't know his aunt. She was so good to him. Everything was for his growth. He was the most talented child in their family right now, though others couldn't even get her guidance. Looking at Qiaoen's foolish grin, Sang Lu sighed inwardly. Look what they've done to the kid. He'd be sold and still count the money for them. Sang Lu and Xilo chatted idly, their attention drifting between words and the spectacle of others being soundly beaten. Lu Yao's fighting style was truly a sight to behold. Her movements as fluid as poured silk, every strike executed with flawless precision and zero hesitation. Having single-handedly crushed the entire class, not so much a battle as a complete domination, Lu Yao's forehead bore only a thin sheen of perspiration. She withdrew a handkerchief from her pocket and dabbed at her brow idly. With skills like this, you'd all be dead on a real battlefield. No one could refute her. That was simply the truth. She had held back during the spar, the Zerg would not. Their serrated limbs and razor-sharp mandibles would tear through flesh without a moment's hesitation. Only by growing stronger could one hope to survive on such a merciless battlefield. From the moment they crossed the gates of this military academy, their fate was sealed. They would march to the front lines, stand as humanity's bulwark before billions of civilians, and never retreat, no matter the cost. It was precisely this quality that Sang Lu admired most, a sense of duty carved into soldiers' very bones, even in those who were still students who had yet to witness the true cruelty of war. In the interstellar community, the reverence for soldiers had reached an almost fanatical extreme. If given the choice, not a single citizen could resist the call to serve. Lu Yao tucked the handkerchief back into her pocket. 5 minutes remained, more than enough. She turned to Sang Lu, and the same warm smile from before bloomed once more in her eyes. Sang Lu, would you like to try? Me, eh? Sang Lu pointed at herself, her voice laced with uncertainty. Yes. You may not have any experience, but we can at least gauge your reflexes. Come on. Lu Yao pulled her directly to the open space ahead and positioned herself 2 meters away. Sang Lu stood frozen, dragged into the center of the field under the collective pitying gazes of her classmates, now facing Lu Yao toe-to-toe. Even Xilo's expression softened with unease. If his aunt was going to beat her too, he prayed she would go easy on her and not end up sending her to the infirmary. Relax. We're just testing your reflexes, Lu Yao said, gently observing the rigid tension in Sang Li's face. Sang Lu was not comforted in the slightest. No matter how tender Lu Yao's voice or how gentle her expression, it could not erase the fact that she had just left the entire class crippled and limping. The world felt like it was crumbling around her. All right, Before she could finish, before she could even begin to assume a defensive stance, Lu Yao's expression shifted entirely. The warmth vanished, replaced by an unmasked, razor-cold, killing intent. A dagger materialized from nowhere in her grip, surging straight towards Sang Lu. The blade's tip, gleaming with a piercing chill in the sunlight, stopped mere millimeters from Sang Li's brow. The sharp edge pressed into her skin, drawing forth a single bead of crimson. The entire exchange had taken less than a second. Only when the dagger touched her forehead did Sang Lu begin to fully register what had happened. Her eyes widened in shock. Blurred and double the silver blade hovered before her, and in her black pupils Lu Yao's face was reflected, stripped of all warmth, twisted into an expression of icy lethal intent, utterly unlike the person she had known moments before. This was the real Lu Yao, the viper that strikes fatally the moment its prey lowers its guard. The green bamboo pit viper camouflaged flawlessly among the leaves, motionless until the strike. A coldness seized Sang Li's entire body. A ringing echoed in her mind. Dizziness washed over her, and her knees buckled uncontrollably. She collapsed to the ground, hands bracing herself against the floor, her limbs trembling so violently she could barely support her weight. Nausea rose in her throat, dry heaves racking her body. This feeling was all too familiar. The suffocating shadow of death closing in around her. He had truly wanted to kill her. The bead of blood on her forehead trembled and fell, merging with the red surface of the playground. Sangle. Xylo rushed forward to catch her. The moment his fingers brushed her hand, his breath caught. Her skin was frighteningly cold. It was the hottest season of the year, the blazing sun beating down mercilessly above, yet Sangle was ice cold from head to toe, her face ashen, her lips utterly drained of color, her forehead slick with cold sweat, and her eyes wide with unrestrained terror. Others quickly gathered around, chirping anxious questions in a flurry. Lu Yao sheathed her dagger back into her sleeve and watched the scene unfold with a complicated expression. The test was over. She had confirmed it. She was truly an ordinary person with F-grade constitution. All right, class has just ended. Someone escorted her to the infirmary. Sangle lifted her head and met Lu Yao's green eyes, devoid of any warmth. Those obsidian-like eyes still held traces of lingering fear, and her glistening tears finally spilled over, tracing slow paths down her pale cheeks. Seeing Sangle in such a state, something in Lu Yao softened. Her voice grew gentle. I'm sorry. The test frightened you. The crowd surrounding them instinctively parted to clear a path. She walked up to Sangle and knelt, seemingly about to reach out and touch the girl's head. But Sangle shrank back, dodging her hand. Lu Yao's hand froze in midair. She watched the tears still clinging to the girl's cheek, then slowly withdrew her hand, her voice heavy with guilt. I'm sorry. All of it for the Federation. Xylo wanted to confront his aunt to demand why she had done such a thing, but this was hardly the moment. He needed to get Sangle to the infirmary first. A swarm of students hurried off toward the infirmary, while the remainder cast uneasy, meaningful glances at Lu Yao. They could not understand why their instructor would act with such stark contradiction toward the same person within a single lesson. And that final test had clearly gone too far. Every one of them had witnessed the killing intent on her face with their own eyes. Even as bystanders, it had sent chills down their spines. So what must it have been like for Sangle, who faced it head-on? Subjecting someone who had never received training and whose physique was already frail to such a test was simply too much. Back in the infirmary, Sangle remained visibly shaken, her fingers gripping the blanket so tightly that the blue veins on the back of her hands protruded starkly. All right, there's nothing you can do here. You have other classes. Everyone please leave. Song Yao rubbed her temples at the sight of the entire class flooding into the infirmary. These students were fine in every other regard, but this one habit. Every time someone got hurt, a crowd descended upon her clinic. It was always on the verge of overflowing. Xylo looked at Sangle with deep concern and asked Dr. Song, how is she? Will she be all right? Exactly. She looks so fragile. What if the fright has made her ill? TCH, don't say such awful things. Wish her well instead. Perhaps because she was granddaughter Qiaoen Ye's ward, the military academy students had proven remarkably kind. No one had ever discriminated against Sangle for her dual F constitution. When she was frightened to this degree, the entire class had rallied to bring her here. Song Yao's headache intensified under the barrage of chatter. She waved them away brusquely. You're all crowding me. I can't even examine her. Stop asking and get out. The patient needs quiet. The expelled group fell silent. Finally, peace. Song Yao exhaled with relief and turned back to check on Sangle. Sangle sat silently on the bed, her gaze unfocused, fingers still clenched, white-knuckled into the covers. Song Yao observed her from the doorway for a moment, then retrieved a stick of incense and lit it inside the room. Whatever had happened in class, it had clearly taken a severe toll. This particular blend possessed calming and soothing properties. A full night's sleep should do her good. A faint sweet nagar moth of fragrance gradually permeated the room. Sangle's eyelids grew heavy and finally, she let them close, sinking into the pillows as her fingers slowly uncurled. Song Yao tucked the blanket neatly around her and stepped out, leaving a medical robot on standby to monitor her. Luo Lishi Kusi watched as Sangle collapsed on the floor in the video, his fingers tapping the desk in a desultory rhythm. Kalante, what do you think? Kalante bowed respectfully and replied, subconscious reactions cannot be faked. If she had undergone any combat training, even if it were haphazard self-exploration, she would not have reacted this way to a sudden surge of killing intent. Hitting those robots required not only sharp eyesight, but also quick reflexes. The fact that she could land every shot without missing indicated that her reaction time was remarkably fast. If she had received any martial training, she would have exhibited at least some subtle movements when faced with Lu Yao's sudden attack. A conditioned reflex and instinctive self-defense of the body. Yet she did not. She was just like any other ordinary person, a lamb awaiting slaughter, only realizing her life was slipping away when the blade slashed across her throat and warm blood sprayed forth. Luo Lishi Kasi lowered his eyes and picked up the analysis report sent by the 9th Military Academy. In it, Lu Yao had detailed that based on physical contact, Sang Lu showed no signs of having practiced martial arts. During her instruction, Lu Yao deliberately made physical contact with Sang Lu, using the opportunity to carefully examine the state of Sang Li's muscles and bones. Thin and fragile. That was her most intuitive impression. Sang Lu clearly suffered from malnutrition and a lack of exercise, to the point where Lu Yao felt she could easily snap her bones with a little effort. She also carefully observed Sang Li's form when practicing the moves. A person who knew how to dance could hardly pretend to be unable to dance. Sang Li's condition was that of a beginner in combat. She looked the part, but was fundamentally wrong in every aspect. The way she exerted force, the angle of her strikes, the power behind them. All were typical mistakes of a novice. Luo Lishi Kasi flipped through the documents and casually asked, "Did you find out where she learned to shoot?" "No, it's still the same result. Her life trajectory from childhood to adulthood is all here. She had no opportunity to learn shooting." Ka Lante placed the chip containing Sang Li's information on the desk. Luo Lishi Kasi's fingers brushed over the paper, his expression unchanged. "Is that so?" He tapped the table, and a smart robot automatically placed the chip into the reader, projecting a light screen in midair. Sang Li's life trajectory from childhood to adulthood was all there. At 4 years old, she lost both parents and was sent to an orphanage, barely surviving on social relief. However, the remote star was desperately poor and couldn't afford to raise children for long. At 14, she was kicked out and forced to fend for herself. The remote star was already backward, so she could only work in unscrupulous shops and often rummage through garbage dumps to scavenge expired nutrient solution discarded by higher-ranking planets. She lived in a chaotic slum and grew up that way until she turned 18. It was hard to believe that in this highly civilized interstellar era with a mature social welfare system, such situations still existed within the Federation. Most of those planets with only numbered designations were like this. The interstellar society had imperceptibly classified the people of numbered planets as lower class, indifferent to their well-being, offering no sympathy for their barrenness and backwardness, only mockery. These planets were the garbage dumps of the higher-ranking planets, the back garden of space pirates. The sky was perpetually shrouded in gray haze, much like the people struggling to survive there. They could see no glimmer of light. The fact that Sang Lu had managed to survive safely in such an environment until the age of 18 was nothing short of a miracle. Luo Lishi Kasi waved his hand, dismissed the light screen, leaned back in his chair, and took a deep breath. "Tomorrow she has a day off. Bring her to see me." "Yes." At the 9th Military Academy, in the medical bay, Sang Lu opened her eyes, saw the familiar ceiling, and sighed inwardly. She knew Lu Yao's gentleness had been too suspicious. Thank goodness for her acting skills. It had scared her half to death. "You're awake." A familiar voice, familiar words, familiar medical bay, familiar people. Unlucky Dr. Song. They met again. Sang Lu sat up on the bed, her face still slightly pale, but much better than before. Her eyelids fluttered as if she recalled something terrifying, and her fingers unconsciously tightened around the blanket. "How are you feeling?" Song Yao waved her hand in front of Sang Li's face. "Moi." Sang Lu snapped back to reality and forced a faint smile. "I'm fine. Your teacher asked me to tell you that you don't need to attend the afternoon classes. She's already requested leave for you. You should rest well this afternoon." "Okay, thank you, Dr. Song." Sang Lu pursed her lips as if she wanted to say something more, but swallowed it back. "What's wrong?" Song Yao noticed her expression and asked. "Nothing. I want to go back to the dormitory." Without waiting for her answer, Sang Lu got off the bed on her own. "Take care of yourself." Song Yao said nothing more. The student wasn't injured and her feet were her own. Wherever she went was her business. "Okay." Song Yao watched Sang Li's retreating figure, rubbed her temples, and muttered, "Why is she dizzy again?" The sun at 4 in the afternoon was scorching the air, distorted by the searing heat. The medical bay had been cool, but stepping outside felt like being cooked. Sang Lu walked along the shaded paths. This damn weather. Good thing Lu Yao was soft-hearted and got her leave. She wouldn't have to attend class under this blazing sun. Attending class in this weather would either kill her or peel off her skin. Back in the dormitory, she first checked the mirror. Seeing the congealed blood bead between her brows, she clicked her tongue and picked it off. Then she took a shower and lay comfortably on the bed. This was life. That scare from Lu Yao was really something. Qiaoen Ye said, lying beside her pillow, diligently projecting a screen for her to play games. There was no choice. Sang Li's optical brain was under surveillance. It would be too suspicious to come back from the medical bay after being scared half to death and immediately start playing games. So she had to use the system space to connect to the headquarters network and play games from other worlds. "Oomph." Sang Lu turned over and tapped the screen with her fingers. "It didn't scare me to death. Luckily I was prepared. This body is a complete weakling with no combat ability. My life history must have been thoroughly investigated by now." Sang Lu suddenly let out a strange laugh. "They can't find anything. He must be panicking like crazy with a guilty conscience." "What?" Qiaoen Ye chewed on the system snacks it had just bought. Sang Lu ruffled the pink fluffy ball and replied cheerfully, "I'm talking about Luo Lishi Kasi. He stood by coldly, maybe even fueled the death of Qiaoen Ye, and then brought me back. the only bloodline of Qiaoen Ye, with some unknown purpose pretending to be approachable and caring. Then suddenly he discovers that this waste can shoot so well. That won't do. He wants a useless pawn he can easily control, not a hidden genius with secrets. So he's afraid you're not a waste. Afraid you'll discover something wrong and bite him back. Afraid? Not exactly. He's already the Federation commander. It's more about guilt. After all, Qiaoen Ye followed him through life and death battles, contributing both merit and hard work. Those in high positions, especially founding leaders. Which one isn't ruthless? On one hand, he hypocritically cherishes old ties. On the other, he pushed Qiaoen Ye to his death. He knew Qiaoen Ye might not have had any ulterior motives, but he had suspicion. Having reached that position, he had seen too much. He dared not bet on human hearts. Now that he's taken me in, he's probably planning to use me for something. He's guilty about what he did. If I'm a waste, I'm just a puppet for him to manipulate at will. But if I'm a genius, that's a whole different story. My return is known to the entire interstellar community. The orphan of a hero exposed to billions of interstellar citizens, and a genius with a spiritual power rating over 3S. Given the interstellar fanaticism for Qiaoen Ye and spiritual power, I could do so much. You know, although the Federation's military now promotes based on ability, the current law has not abolished the inheritance system. If I'm not a waste, then he'll have to nip the thread in the bud. Currently, most of the Federation's high-ranking generals are from powerful families inheriting the positions of their elders. Of course, this assumes they have sufficient ability. Otherwise, they couldn't hold the position in the military, and the interstellar public wouldn't accept them. If Sangle isn't a waste as the descendant of Qiaoen Ye, coupled with the public's admiration, she would have a great chance of inheriting Qiaoen Ye's military force, the most powerful weapon in the entire Federation. That army had been seized by Luo Lishikusi after Qiaoen Ye's death. Of course, Luo Lishikusi is panicking. If he panics, he'll kill Sangle. Threats must be strangled in the cradle. But tomorrow he won't have to worry because I'll indeed be a waste. Sangle stood at the cafeteria window gazing pensively at the strawberry and potato stew within it. Oh, another viciously named dish had emerged, on par with the dragon fruit stir-fried cucumber. But she had to taste it as she wanted to see what it actually tasted like. She served herself some strawberry and potato stew along with a small cake. Better to look pallid now so she could deliver a convincing performance tomorrow. As soon as Morel entered the cafeteria, he spotted Zerg lurking suspiciously near the food rack, crouching behind two towering figures, and occasionally poking his head out to glance toward the table. What was this person doing? Hey! Morel crept over and slapped his shoulder hard, then shouted into his ear with mischievous intent. Zerg flinched violently, whirled around, and saw it was only Morel, and immediately kicked out at him. Are you sick in the head? Hey, can't catch me, ah? Morel clutched his aching foot and glared daggers at the tall figure beside him. Ye, you cowardly ambush. The short-haired giant beside Zerg raised an eyebrow, one hand in his pocket. That hardly counts as an ambush. I stepped on you openly, you were the one who didn't see it coming. The other soldier, his ear pierced with a row of holes, chuckled. You've been bullying our commander-in-chief. How could we possibly stand by and watch? With two soldiers flanking him behind, Zerg's confidence surged. He let out a measured hum and tilted his chin up defiantly. Morel wore an expression of utter despair. All three of you colluding together to bully a disabled soldier like me. There's no justice in this world. Wah, I knew it. I'm being discriminated against. Wah, I simply cannot go on like this. As he spoke, he wiped at his eyes, which were entirely dry. Zerg, Ye and Yunnan. When the three across from them remained unresponsive, Morel felt no embarrassment. He dropped his act instantly and slung an arm familiarly around Zerg's shoulder. What were you doing just now, acting all sneaky? Who's being sneaky? You're the sneaky one. Zerg brushed his hand away in disgust and rolled his eyes. Morel pressed on. Come on, tell me. What shady business are the three of you up to here? You're the one doing shady things. I still haven't forgiven you for trying to scale the wall to leave campus and getting punished with a 5,000-word confession. Was this matter really never going to be let go? Stop changing the subject. What were you looking at? Morel pushed past the three of them, peering in the direction Zerg had been staring. His eyes lit up when he spotted Sangle, and he waved to greet her, Sang. Before three hands clamped over his mouth and dragged him into a corner. Morel stared at them in sheer panic. What are you doing? Murder is illegal. Zerg sighed. Who said anything about killing you? Keep it down, will you? Morel looked bewildered. Then what exactly are you up to? Zerg opened his mouth, closed it, then opened it again. Yunnan explained, during combat training today, teacher Lu Yao frightened Sangle. Since Lu Yao is Zerg's aunt, he's been torn about how to apologize. Frightened? Did you unleash zodiac creatures or star beasts during class? If it was normal training, why apologize at all? Morel was even more puzzled. Ye wiggled his fingers in front of him. No, you don't understand. He pulled Morel over and whispered rapidly. Though he hadn't witnessed it firsthand, he couldn't resist embellishing Zerg's account with maximum dramatic flair. Morel's eyes widened considerably after hearing the tale. Wait, that's not how we infantry operate at all. I don't get it. Ye spread his hands. Neither do I. Something struck Morel, and he spoke with growing concern. When we went to pick her up that day, she nearly died. She already has serious psychological trauma, and now teacher Lu has pulled this. Yunnan nudged both of them, gesturing with his eyes toward nearby. They followed his gaze and saw Zilluoer standing in the corner with a thoroughly despondent expression, as if rigor mortis were already setting in. While whether Sangle was actually depressed remained uncertain, but Zilluoer was certainly heading there. Lu Yao was his own aunt and Sangle was a new friend he'd just made. They barely had time to be good friends before this happened. It was nearly unbearable. But who was Morel? Someone who'd been feuding with Zilluoer all semester. People who could tie each other in sacks and beat each other up at midnight. The thought of seeing him flustered was too tempting to resist, and he burst out laughing. Sorry, go ahead. Zilluoer ground his teeth and shot him a fierce glare, but remembering his purpose, he forced back his anger and asked through gritted teeth. You met Sangle before me. Tell me, does she have anything she particularly cares about or something she really likes? Morel leered as he leaned in. I want to give a gift as restitution. Beg me. You. Having reached his limit, Zilluoer threw a punch straight at Morel's eyes while Rui Yiling and Yunnan efficiently pinned him down, so he couldn't dodge. Damn it. 3 against 1. That's unfair. Morel cried out, clutching his eyes. Zilluoer snorted coldly. You're asking for it. Rui Yiling stared at the ceiling while Yunnan watched the ground, acting as though they hadn't been the ones pinning Morel down moments before. Hurry up and tell me what Sangle likes. Zilluoer urged. Morel stopped being difficult. He stroked his chin in thought, then slapped his forehead. Got it. Zilluoer's eyes lit up. No. Morel admitted with an honest shake of his head. Then why did you slap your head, eh? They all do it when they think. I didn't figure anything out, so what's wrong with me slapping my head once? Zilluoer was left utterly speechless with frustration. Meanwhile, Sangle had no idea about the commotion outside. With a grave expression, she speared a strawberry coated in an odd-colored sauce, mustered her courage for a long moment, and finally put it in her mouth. After chewing for a bit, she spat the strawberry out without changing expression. No, next time, she gagged. Glaring at the strawberry stew in her plate with a frown, she thought it would be such a waste to throw it away. This was a military academy, after all. A wastage was frowned upon. On the other side, Morel continued, egging him on. Whether you stick your neck out or pull it in, you're getting decapitated either way. What are you afraid of? Just go. He nudged Zilluoer. Yunnan and Rui Yiling fanned the flames alongside him. Exactly, just go. Zilluoer's face was twisted in anguish. Why was he even discussing this with 3 single-celled organisms? Damn it. They were completely useless. Not a single solution in sight. Think about it. Your aunt is your aunt and you're you. Sangle has such a good temper, if you apologize, she most likely won't be angry. Easier for you to say. It's not your aunt who frightened her like that, Zilluoer retorted irritably. Haven't you asked your aunt why she did this? Morel scanned him from head to toe. What's with that look? Of course I asked. My aunt said she'll apologize in person. Then why are you so nervous here? Wait, then why are you apologizing at all? Zilluoer was stumped. He was worried Sangle would hold a grudge against him. Qiaoen Ye was a great hero, and if his granddaughter despised him, just thinking about it made him suffocate. Plus he and Sangle had become good friends, and for their friendship to fade after just a few days. What kind of situation was that? Stop overthinking it, just do it. Morel grabbed Zilluoer and dragged him straight towards Sangle. Zilluoer, Yunnan and Rui Yiling hurried after them. Sangle looked at the 4 people who had suddenly appeared before her. A good evening. Zilluoer was pulled forward without warning, completely at a loss for words. He turned his head to glance at Moer, who immediately averted his gaze and began whistling as if seeing nothing. Zilluoer then looked at Rui Yiling and Yunnan, who had both resumed their act, one staring blankly at the ceiling, the other fixed on the floor. Not a single one of them could be trusted. Zilluoer's face stiffened as he racked his brains, searching for something to say. Sangle watched them with utter bewilderment, utterly puzzled by what these 4 were up to. Perhaps because Sangle's confused gaze was too obvious, Zilluoer's eyes darted restlessly around, desperately seeking a topic. Suddenly his gaze landed on the strawberry stewed potato before Sangle. He let out a forced chuckle. Haha, you like strawberry stewed potato too. I love it as well. Sangle. Moer, Rui Yiling, and Yunnan. Realizing what he had just said, Zilluoer. Sangle shot him a look, then glanced down at the sinister-looking dish before her. Tentatively, she pushed the plate toward him. Want some? Thanks. When faced with extreme awkwardness, one's instinct is often to pretend to be busy. Zilluoer's brain had completely short-circuited. Without thinking, he sat down at Sangle's words and began shoveling the strawberry stewed potato into his mouth, tasting absolutely nothing, functioning like some kind of rice-sealing machine. Sangle stared in utter shock as he rapidly finished the entire plate of strawberry stewed potato. Someone actually enjoys this kind of dish. She was deeply shaken. Moer, Rui Yiling, and Yunnan also wore expressions of profound astonishment. So Zilluoer had such bizarre taste preferences. After finishing the plate of strawberry stewed potato, Zilluoer fell into awkward silence once more. Sangle regarded him with affectionate indulgence. This had solved quite a large problem for her. Who said Zilluoer was any good for anything? This Zilluoer was simply wonderful. Do you have something to ask me? Sangle was not blind. The intentions of these 4 were written plainly across their faces. They were clearly coming to her for a reason. Moer shook his head. Not me. Rue Yiling shook his head. Not me either. Yunnan shook his head. Nothing for me either. Sangle turned her gaze toward Zilluair. Moer gave Zilluair a shove and gestured emphatically, you say it. Observing their little exchanges, Sangle lowered her eyes and thought for a moment before understanding. A faint amusement stirred in her heart. If there's nothing else, I'll be going. Wait. Moi. Zilluair's face flushed crimson as he stammered out, sorry. Sangle, determined to tease him, deliberately feigned not having heard clearly. What? Panicking to the point where Zilluair felt as though his hair might catch fire, and under Sangle's stunned gaze, he suddenly rose to his feet in front of the entire cafeteria and bowed 90 degrees towards Sangle, declaring loudly, I'm sorry. Moer, bold move. Rue Yiling and Yunnan exchanged a glance, both filled with disbelief. Has our commander been possessed? How should I know whom you're asking? Sangle searched for quite a while before recovering her voice. I'm not upset with you. What happened today was just normal training. Besides, that was your aunt, not you. It was he who was apologizing, yet somehow she was the one feeling embarrassed. Zilluair straightened up and shook his head. It's not just about this. I should have apologized to you long ago. He paused, then continued. On your first day of enrollment, I took out my frustrations with Jianglan and the others on you, and said many unkind things. That was my fault. I am truly sorry, deeply sorry. At that moment the cafeteria fell so silent that even the sound of a needle dropping could be heard. Having spoken his piece, Zilluair seemed to have shed a great burden, visibly relaxing all over. He felt relieved, but Sangle felt as though her entire being was deteriorating. Who in their right mind wanted to be put on display in a cafeteria over such trivial matters? Sangle, noticing her expression was far from pleasant, Zilluair's heart sank again. I'm not mad at you. That's enough. I need to head back. Aren't you going to eat? Can you even eat right now, kid? How are you even able to eat? Sangle gazed melancholically at the ceiling at a 45-degree angle. Your sincerity has moved me so deeply. With such spiritual nourishment, I am already full. Before the others could react, she slipped away on quiet feet. Zilluair stood in confusion, then turned around to find the 3 single soldiers trying desperately to suppress their laughter, their faces grotesquely twisted. When Zilluair turned his head and their eyes met, the 3 erupted into laughter loud enough to shake the roof. Ha 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 ha. Alright, you know he was being incredibly stupid just now. Could you wait until he's gone before laughing? What's the commotion? Where's Zilluair? The voice arrived before the person. Tong Yinny burst into the cafeteria, dragging Jianglan in one hand and Yafei in the other, scanning the area in a flurry. Over here. Moer waved at them. Seeing them approach, he asked, what are you doing? How did you know there was drama here? Jianglan adjusted the collar at the back of his neck, which Tong Yinny had mussed up and thought of it, and immediately grew irritated. They had been walking peacefully along, when without warning she spotted something and suddenly grabbed him, and Yafei bolting away. Ask her. Tong Yinny pulled out her optical brain. Here. The pinned post on the campus forum with bold enlarged characters spelling out, explosion. Shocking. Zilluair, direct heir of the D-Clan's family with a 3S mental strength, publicly bowed and apologized in the cafeteria. Is this the distortion of humanity or the collapse of morality? Video attached. This video is paid content. Please pay 2 star coins to unlock. Whoa. Look at Zilluair getting what's coming to him. Ha ha ha. Which genius convinced him to apologize in public? I want to become his disciple. The poster is too stingy. You have to pay just to watch the video. Moer, Rue Yiling, and Yunnan huddled over to see the post, simultaneously pulling out their optical brains to scroll through it. Moer, damn it. It requires payment. Muttering complaints under his breath, he paid and unlocked it. The group gathered together and laughed for a good while before remembering that Zilluair was standing right beside them. Rue Yiling cleared his throat lightly. Ahem, Commander, we were going to report this post. It's terribly wrong to record videos like this. Yunnan agreed enthusiastically beside him, while secretly saving the content. Yes, exactly. Tong Yinny circled around Zilluair several times, clicking her tongue in amazement. Zilluair's face was completely numb. Just in this world already. Where's Sangle? Tong Yinny only saw Zilluair and couldn't find Sangle anywhere. Do you really think Sangle is one of you fools? She left long ago. Did you think she'd stay behind to be gawked at like a zoo animal while someone recorded the whole thing? Jianglan, who had been dragged by the collar all the way here, was in an extremely foul mood. Several people clenched their fists, desperately wanting to beat up that mecha pilot. Moer and Tong Yinny also really wanted to fight, but after all, it was their own mecha pilot. They wouldn't let other single soldiers have the pleasure. Reluctantly, they stepped behind Jianglan and exchanged uncertain glances with Rue Yiling and Yunnan. Zilluair remained immersed in his grief over the social death existing in his own world. Yafei. She was the only normal one among them. Holiday. Yay. After a week of classes, the pleasant weekend had arrived. The military academy cadets, cooped up for 7 days, swarmed noisily toward the school gates. The girl in the mirror had a pale complexion, dark circles beneath her eyes, and only a faint reddish mark remained on the scab between her eyebrows. Gazing at her haggard reflection, Sangle was thoroughly satisfied. It had been worth pulling an all-nighter the evening before. Beep beep. a message arrived. Sangle opened it. Qiaoen, Miss Sangle, I am waiting for you at the school gate. All right. Qiaoen parked the hovercar at the school entrance, and shortly thereafter Sangle emerged. Yesterday had been bright and sunny, but rain had fallen suddenly that morning. The girl walked out slowly beneath a black umbrella. Bead-like raindrops struck the ground, bursting into tiny splashes and dampening the hem of Sangle's trousers. Qiaoen hastily stepped out of the vehicle to usher her inside, then glanced at her attire and remarked, "On planet Weylon, temperatures drop significantly when it rains. You ought to have worn a coat." Sangle set aside the umbrella. She had only dressed in a thin long-sleeved shirt for going out today, reminiscent of a white blouse worn by noble girls in the Middle Ages, featuring a hollow lace collar and a vertical row of metallic buttons below. "It's not very cold. I've grown accustomed to it." Qiaoen suddenly found himself at a loss for words. He had previously lived on a remote star where he barely had enough food or warm clothing to simply survive. Due to harsh environmental conditions, the weather on remote stars was equally severe. Even in freezing cold, he could only sleep huddled beneath thin blankets. He had endured such a life for 14 years and had long grown used to it. Consequently, the slight temperature drop brought by rainy weather during the warm season on planet Weylon barely registered for him. Silence prevailed throughout the ride. "We have arrived." Qiaoen exited the vehicle first, circled around to Sangle's side, and held the umbrella open for her. The rainfall intensified. Although the stretch of road was short, the splashing water from the raindrops still soaked half of her pant legs, clinging uncomfortably to her skin. "Miss Sangle, the Supreme Commander wishes to see you." "I understand. I will change and come down shortly." Upon returning to her room, the first thing she did was change out of those trousers. A household robot stationed nearby immediately collected her discarded soiled garments for washing. Sangle studied her reflection in the mirror, once more pale skin, dark circles under her eyes, a mournful gaze. "Perfect." Descending the stairs, she told Qiaoen, "Let's go." Supreme Commander's mansion office. The walls of the office were adorned with numerous star system maps and military strategic charts. On one side of the office stood a massive floor-to-ceiling window offering a commanding view of the magnificent federal cityscape below. Her previous visit had coincided with a clear sunny day when sunlight streamed through the windows to cast dappled patches upon the floor. Unfortunately, it was raining today. All that could be seen was the gloomy, overcast sky and strings of raindrops rolling and sliding down the glass panes. On the opposite side was a bookshelf densely packed with various books and documents. In the corner of the office, a comfortable sofa and coffee table were placed for rest and receiving guests. Opposite the sofa was a large screen utilized for video playback and remote conferencing. A grand wooden office desk was positioned in the exact center of the room, upon which documents and communication equipment were neatly arranged. Luolixi sat behind the desk, his gaze vacant as he stared out the window. "Knock knock." "Enter." Qiaoen pushed the door open, stepped aside to allow Sangle entry, and only then closed the door before standing silently to the side. Luolixi gestured for Sangle to approach, his expression warm. "Come, let me take a look at you." Sangle pressed her lips together and walked over, murmuring softly, "Supreme Commander." Luolixi sat upright and surveyed Sangle from head to toe. "Why is your complexion so poor? Are you finding it difficult to adapt to the military academy? If you cannot adjust, you may withdraw at any time, and I will arrange for another school." Sangle shook her head. "It is quite good. The classmates are very friendly, and the teachers are also very kind. There is no need for another school. I can adapt." Having said this, Sangle lowered her gaze to her own toes. Upon hearing her words, Luolixi reclined against the back of his chair. Watching the fluffy crown of the girl's head, his expression remained mild, though his tone stayed concerned. "Is that so? I am glad you can adapt. However, I heard that you were sent to the infirmary on your first day of training." The weighted run was somewhat challenging, but I can persist. I will keep up." Sangle suddenly raised her head, seemingly afraid that Luolixi might ask her to withdraw, and hastened to speak. Luolixi smiled and patted her head. "Of course, our Sangle is truly remarkable." Sangle felt the warmth on her head. Cautiously, she lifted her gaze to look at him. Seeing the concern and encouragement in Luolixi's eyes, the corners of her mouth curled into a subtle arc. Slightly embarrassed, she pressed her lips together again, yet she still appeared quite happy. The upward curve of her mouth simply would not diminish. To an outside observer, it resembled a heartwarming scene of an elder showing affection for a junior. In reality, however, both individuals harbored concealed agendas, each surpassing the other in theatrical finesse. After all, Luolixi was the Supreme Commander of the Federation. Although Qiaoen had reported Sangle's prior circumstances to him, no matter how much she attempted to play the fool, she would never dare to act recklessly in his presence. Luolixi's displayed demeanor was one of profound importance and care for Sangle. Faced with the Supreme Commander, Sangle certainly could not behave as she did with others. This was the highest leader of the nation. Feeling nervous and unable to relax during each meeting was entirely appropriate. Luolixi withdrew his hand, and then beckoned Sangle to sit on the adjacent chair which he had asked Qiaoen to bring over. The two conversed for quite some time, chatting as ordinary elders and juniors might. "By the way, you earned 100 points in shooting training. Did you receive prior instruction?" Observing that Sangle had fully relaxed, Luolixai steered the conversation back to the matter at hand. No. Sangle shook her head. I had not studied before, but I have seen it. In the place where I formerly lived, star pirates often appeared. I was forced to hide in the cellar, and I observed how they used their weapons. Merely by observing you acquired the skill. Luolixai's tone unconsciously grew sharper. Sangle seemed entirely unaware of his shift in demeanor. Hearing Luolixai's question, she instinctively sat up straighter, her eyes sparkling with pride, like a child eager for praise from an elder. I simply memorized how they used them. After Instructor Jiang taught me, I grasped it quite well. Initially, I was not very proficient, but after several practice rounds, I found my rhythm. Later on, I never missed a shot. Am I not impressive? I even took considerable aim at that blue robot. I believe I could have been faster if my physique were somewhat stronger. As she spoke these final words, Sangle's tone grew somewhat dejected, and she glanced down at her own excessively delicate hands. You are indeed impressive. Sangle is already very capable. Luolixai offered words of comfort. Sangle nodded emphatically. Your constitution is weak, and the training regimen at the military academy is rather strenuous. Shall I arrange for a comprehensive medical examination? The equipment at the school infirmary is bound to be inadequate. Should any issue go undetected, it would cause considerable trouble. I remain uneasy. Having stated this, Luolixai made no attempt to await Sangle's refusal. Instead, he waved his hand and summoned a service robot to approach. Sangle did not refuse either. She obediently replied, very well. The examination was already complete, yet Sangle still lay on the examination table with her eyes closed, not waking up. The freshly issued report had arrived, still showing F with no abnormalities in her physical data. This was the most advanced medical equipment in the galaxy. The spiritual power tester used to examine Sangle had a measurement limit exceeding 3S, so there could be no error. So is this truly a prodigy in shooting? It couldn't even be called genius. This was monstrous. Although the report was fine, precautions had to be taken just in case. Lorix watched the real-time projection before him. When he saw the doctor inject a transparent agent into Sangle's body, his expression relaxed. Now, even a genius would become a waste. Current stood silently beside him. What a talented child, but such a pity she's F. Lorix remarked, his tone seeming genuinely regretful. She's about to wake up? You can take her back directly. Yes. The rain showed no sign of stopping, drumming against the car window with a crisp, continuous sound. How long was I asleep? Sangle looked out the car window. Karen's expression remained impassive. 20 minutes. Does one fall asleep during an examination? Sangle's tone was faint. The moment she had lain on the table, her eyelids had grown heavy. When she opened her eyes again, she saw Karen was told she didn't need to bid farewell to Lorix, and was inexplicably brought onto the hovercar. The galaxy's most advanced equipment. You can finish the examination by taking a nap. 20 minutes is quick, isn't it? Karen's voice was flat, as if this was the most normal thing in the world. Sangle gave a strange smile. Is that so? Karen didn't answer. She was sharp. The rain hammered against the roof, and the air inside the car seemed to grow heavier, the atmosphere between them increasingly tense. Seeing that Karen remained silent, Sangle closed her eyes. Wake me when we arrive. Her consciousness sank into the system space where Qiaoen Ye was already waiting. Lorix injected you with the NK-97 agent. Its main function is to break down spiritual power and degrade physical constitution, with the effect ceasing at F level. There is currently no antidote on the market, only in secret laboratories. If you are truly F, this agent is useless. If you aren't, this injection will make you one. Sangle touched the spot on her arm where the injection had been given. Interstellar medical technology was so advanced that the needle mark had already vanished. Lorix had indeed calculated cleverly. Have you bought the antidote? Qiaoen Ye tossed her a vial. Already prepared. Fortunately, the mall only restricts the weapons section. Pharmaceuticals are unrestricted. Sangle took the vial. She would give herself a shot when she got back. Lorix was not stupid. He knew she was acting, but he was happy to play along. He needed to maintain the image of a good ruler, who cared for the orphan, of a hero, a commander beloved by the people. Sangle had to play along too. Falling out with a Federation commander would bring only harm, not benefit. By pretending, she could even borrow some of his influence. To maintain appearances, Lorix would not trouble her, and would instead be lenient. Most importantly, in his eyes, she was now truly a waste, incapable of causing any trouble. Miss Sangle, we have arrived. Sangle slowly opened her eyes, her voice cold. Karen held an umbrella and opened the door on her side. He waited for a long time, but she didn't get out. He had to remind her again, Miss Sangle. Sangle leaned back in the seat, her gaze vacant, staring ahead. Hearing Karen's voice, she turned to look at him. Her black eyes were veiled with an impenetrable mist, like the chilling air rising from thick ice, gnawing slowly into the bones. Karen tightened his grip on the umbrella handle. Rainwater slid continuously along the canopy, forming a curtain between him and Sangle. Sangle looked at him, and suddenly broke into a smile. The mist in her eyes vanished instantly, as if it had never been there. The young girl's features softened, and she offered a sweet smile, but her tone was excessively harsh, her words completely at odds with her expression. Karen put down the umbrella. I'll go back on my own in a moment. Karen lowered his gaze. Yes. He folded the umbrella, and the torrential rain instantly drenched him. His hair plastered wetly to his forehead, and the color of his clothes deepened by a shade. Qiaoen placed the umbrella in the car, and slowly walked back along the road. As the distance grew, his figure was completely swallowed by the curtain of rain. Sangle seemed pleased, humming a soft tune, but her voice was too faint, drowned out by the heavy rain. After sitting in the car for a while, she leisurely propped up the umbrella and went back. The hover car was highly intelligent and would drive itself to the garage, so there was no need to worry. Humming all the way to the door, Sangle noticed the wet trail on the steps and curled her lips. Serves him right. Back in her room, Sangle changed clothes again. The rain was still too heavy. Even with an umbrella, she had been splashed. She went to the bathroom to wash her arms and then injected the antidote for the NK-97 agent. She tore open the packaging and jabbed the needle into her arm. The transparent liquid was slowly pushed in, and the headache from the breakdown of her spiritual power gradually faded until it disappeared. This stuff worked fast. Fortunately, her spiritual power was abundant enough to withstand it. The small amount decomposed in that time was nothing but a drizzle to her. It had no effect. She was still beyond 3S. Just as she finished the injection, there was a knock on the door. Sangle tossed the syringe into the system space, pulled down her sleeve, and opened the door. Miss Sangle, lunchtime. Qiaoen had already changed clothes and returned to his usual appearance with no trace of his earlier dishevelment. Sangle pouted. Got it. She followed him downstairs. The food on the table was much more abundant than usual. Sangle gave him an extra glance. He had a bit of conscience, but not much. Sangle sat down to eat. Previously, she would have invited Qiaoen to sit with her, but today she didn't feel like it. Qiaoen knew that Sangle was angry. Letting her vent a little was fine. Her way of venting was just childish tricks. He did feel guilty. Before being brought back, Sangle had already suffered a lot. Now she was under surveillance, and today she had been injected with such an agent. She might not know what happened while she was unconscious, but she knew it was something bad. She couldn't fall out with the commander, so taking out her anger on him was understandable. Thinking this, his mind inevitably drifted back to when she was taken into the examination room. Commander, the report is out. She really has no issues. There's no need to inject the agent. Even if she has hidden talent, she only suffered too much before and is cautious. With proper guidance, she wouldn't. Karen, are you questioning my decision? I have overstepped. What better way to spend a wonderful weekend than lying around playing games? Sangle lay on her bed studying her card lineup. She had already reached the top 500 in the entire server. If she kept playing all weekend, breaking into the top 100 wouldn't be a problem. Her 2 feet swayed back and forth as her fingers slid across the light screen. Suddenly a message popped up. Sangle. Are you playing games? Take me with you. Take me with you. Sangle, okay. Awesome. Sangle created a secondary account to team up with The game had solo mode as well as duo 4-player and 6-player team modes. Points were ranked collectively. Sangle had climbed purely through solo queue, and her rank was too high to queue with so she had to use a secondary account to carry him. was completely carried by Sangle all the way to the 4th tier. Seeing his streak of victories, he was bubbling with joy. He took a screenshot and posted it on Star Circle. Whose lifetime is this again? Rue Yiling, who knows how he got it, pure malice. Shi Luo, if I played, I'd definitely be better than you. Tong Yini, Sangle still spoils you too much. You play so badly, and she still carries you. Reply to Tong Yini. Reply to Shi Luo, watch your words, Shi Luo. Looked at the comments feeling smug. You're all just jealous of me. Tong Yini saw how silly he looked and couldn't be bothered to say anything. Playing a game without doing anything, being carried all the way by Sangle. What was there to be proud of? Zhang Lan was still working on his improved blueprints. Master Miles had asked him to submit them by the end of the month. Yafei pushed open the private room door carrying a bag of snacks. You guys are here so early. Tong Yini took the snacks and poured them onto the coffee table. None of us went home, we came straight here. Grabbed a bag of chips, tore it open, and stuffed a piece into his mouth. Is this a new flavor from D's? Not bad, I guess. Yafei took off her coat and placed it on the sofa. It was a bit cold because of the rain, so she had added an extra coat when she went out, but now that she was in the private room, she felt hot. Yeah, these chips have 3 new flavors. I bought the one with the highest ratings. It seems to be moonfruit flavor. Moonfruit was a specialty fruit from Tianyuan Star with a sweet and refreshing taste. It was exported to many planets and widely praised. When are we going to the black market? had already finished a bag of chips and was drinking yogurt. This group had agreed to go to the black market to buy mecha materials. And Tong Yini's mechas still needed improvements, but the materials they needed were out of stock in all major stores. They had to try their luck at the black market. With the Military Academy League approaching, the demand for mecha improvements was increasing and materials were in short supply. Material merchants loved this time of year, raking in profits and grinning from ear to ear. Zhang Lan was sketching the blueprints when he heard Mo's question. He looked up at the window. Let's wait until the rain eases up a bit. Tong Yini checked the weather forecast. It probably won't ease up. It's going to be heavy rain from now on. Yafei rested her chin on her hand, staring into space. had already started another game with Sangle, and without looking up he said, rain shouldn't be a problem. The black market is underground anyway. You have a point. Jianglan stood up and packed his things. Then let's go directly. Tong Yinny and Ye Fei stood up. Moer, hey, I haven't finished this round yet. Jianglan, Tong Yinny, and Ye Fei. The three of them sat back down waiting for this internet-addicted youth to finish his game. After being carried by Sangle for another round, Moer logged out of the game with satisfaction and sent a message to Sangle. I'm done playing for now. I'm going to the black market with Jianglan and the others to buy materials. Sangle was originally lying in bed, but when she saw Moer's message, she sat up with a start. You're going to the black market. Known protagonist, known classic conflict spot of the black market, known weakened protagonist's aura. The three combined equaled protagonist in danger. No, these guys can't get into trouble. Sangle quickly jumped off the bed, pulling on her clothes while sending a message. I'm coming too. Done playing? Then let's go. Moer shook his head. Sangle said she wants to come too. Sangle is coming too. Jianglan looked at Moer, then at Tong Yinny, and Ye Fei seeking their opinions. Tong Yinny slumped on the sofa eating snacks. Then we'll wait here. Ye Fei nodded and said to Moer, send Sangle your location. Okay. Jianglan had no objections either, and he could continue working on the blueprints. Sangle went downstairs and happened to run into Qiaoen Ye. You're going out. Sangle saw Qiaoen Ye and pulled him along, sending him the location. Perfect, you can take me here. Qiaoen Ye looked at the location, Zhuiguang City, a famous entertainment venue on Weilon Star. The name sounded nice, but it was actually a high-end bar. His expression twisted and his usually flat voice cracked slightly. You want to go here? Sangle urged, hurry up. Taking a taxi costs star coins, so why not use a free laborer like Qiaoen Ye? That damn hovercar recognized only him, no one else could drive it. If forcibly towed, it would automatically call the police. Even if she wanted to use autopilot, she needed Qiaoen Ye to unlock the permissions. Damn Interstellar, why make anti-theft measures so good? Once she got her driver's license, she would buy her own car. Qiaoen Ye's face turned ashen as he went to drive. He wanted to see who had invited Sangle to this place. What kind of decent person would invite a girl to this dump? It definitely wasn't something good. Sangle had just been found, and now she was going to be led astray. How could that be allowed? Zhuiguang City was located in the central district of Weilon Star. It had branches on all famous planets, a frequent haunt of the wealthy, and was a renowned interstellar den of dissipation. The main entrance was the bar's iconic structure, dozens of meters high, crafted from a mysterious metallic material that emitted a faint blue glow on its surface. The door was embedded with countless sparkling gems, dazzling like a starry sky. At the center was a huge interstellar emblem engraved with the bar's name and logo, showcasing its nobility and uniqueness. Sangle, I'm here. You can go back first. I'll message you when I'm done, and you can come pick me up. After Qiaoen Ye parked the car, Sangle got out holding an umbrella as she walked toward the entrance. Qiaoen Ye saw Sangle go in, but didn't leave. He handed the car to an attendant and followed her inside. He wanted to see who exactly was trying to corrupt Sangle. As soon as he entered, a rich aroma of alcohol and music hit him. Dazzling lights flashed everywhere. The counter was lined with colorful bottles of liquor. Service robots weaved through the crowd. The tables were made of transparent crystal, exuding extreme luxury. Qiaoen Ye followed not far behind, Sangle, watching her walk upstairs. The wealthy were also stratified. The lower floors of Zhuiguang City were just for the relatively rich. Ordinary people could grit their teeth and occasionally spend there. The higher you went, the richer the patrons, and beyond a certain point, money alone wasn't enough. Power was required. Qiaoen Ye followed Sangle upstairs with a cold face, his expression growing darker with each floor. When they reached the 5th floor, he saw a blonde-haired youth smiling broadly as he led Sangle into a private room. Qiaoen Ye clenched his fists. Sangle, come quickly. Moer led Sangle in. Jianglan said, you've just arrived. Rest a while before going. Sangle nodded. Okay. Tong Yinny pulled her to sit down, handed her a cup of hot water, and pointed at the coffee table. Help yourself to snacks, don't be shy. Ye Fei asked curiously, why do you suddenly want to go to the black market too? Sangle took a sip of hot water. Since you're all going, I want to go too. I'm quite curious. What are you going to do in the black market? Moer came over and pulled her to play games. Buy mecha materials. Tong Yinny and I haven't finished modifying our mechas yet. We're missing some materials and the stores no longer sell them, so we have to check the black market. Hurry and log into the game. Oh, we can still play for a while. Jianglan threw a crumpled paper ball, hitting Moer squarely on the forehead. It's raining so hard outside and she just came in. Can't you let her rest a bit more? If you put half the effort you spend on gaming into your academic courses, you wouldn't be barely scraping by every time. Moer was unconcerned, speaking proudly. What's wrong with scraping by? I still passed. Besides, I'm a single soldier. As long as I'm good at fighting, that's enough. Jianglan. Speechless. Sangle took out several card decks from her space button. The cards I promised you. I brought them along. Moer's eyes lit up at the sight of the cards. He hugged them and kissed them several times. I love you so much, Sangle. Jianglan took the cards and thanked politely. Thank you. Tong Yinny, chewing on a candy, kicked Moer. Stop jumping around. Ye Fei was delighted looking at the exquisite patterns on the cards, as she loved beautiful things. Do you usually come here to hang out? Sangle had known the place was not ordinary just by looking at the entrance. She hadn't expected the main group to choose such an obviously expensive venue for their weekend team building. Do you know the Jiang family? The Federation's premier mecha lineage. Tong Yini draped her arm over Sang Li's shoulder. Sangle looked puzzled. The Jiang family. That's right. Mo came closer. Jiang Lan is the only son of the main branch of the Jiang family in this generation. He's super rich. Before he helped us cover the costs of mecha materials. We come here to play thanks to him too. Don't be polite with him, mecha masters aren't short on money. Jiang Lan rolled his eyes. As if you two are poor. Ye Fei smiled at Sangle. I haven't told you before, but Jiang Lan is the future heir of the Jiang family. She then pointed at Mo. Mo is the youngest son of the governor of Weiyang Galaxy. Mo grinned foolishly, pretending to be modest as he waved his hand. Low-key, low-key. Tong Yini's father is Mr. Tong He, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Federation. Tong Yini patted Sang Li's head. Jiang Lan added, Ye Fei is richer than me. She's the heiress of Qiaoen Group. Qiaoen Group is a top 100 interstellar enterprise involved in technology, medicine, internet, gaming, transportation, tourism, mecha, and many other fields. I'm stunned, my people. Sang Li's mind raced through the plot. It had never been mentioned before. Only Jiang Lan was mentioned. The others were never brought up. What kind of lineup is this main group? Ridiculous. They're either rich or powerful. No wonder they come to Zhueguang City for weekend team building. A main group of noble science. How is this different from other comics and novels? What happened to being poor? What happened to 30 years east, 30 years west? What about rising from commoners? Their backgrounds gave Sang Lu a heavy blow. Sang Li's expression was complicated. This is really unexpected. She then thought with such backgrounds they shouldn't lack materials. With your family backgrounds you can't possibly be unable to buy mecha materials, right? Jiang Lan sneered at this. Those two got influenced by some nonsense and insisted on relying on themselves instead of their families, talking about self-reliance. Two idiots. They had their allowances cut off by their families, and they even used my and Ye Fei's cards to pay for meals. Tong Yini and Mo were unusually embarrassed. They had attended a scam pyramid scheme lecture, got all fired up, and on a whim told their families they wanted to stand on their own. Then their allowances were cut off. Although later their families still gave them a little money, it was only enough to keep them from starving, nothing more. Their families claimed it was to train them, and had also warned others not to help them through connections. Even Jiang Lan and Ye Fei couldn't order materials for them without being found out. So now they had to try their luck at the black market. Sang Lu was silent. That was something they would do. Jiang Lan asked, did the commander give you that space button? He had just noticed that Sang Li's space button bore the Federation emblem, a military-issue special space button. Sang Lu snapped back to reality and looked at her space button. Yes, he arranged for someone to give it to me when I returned. It was my grandfather's. Let me see what it looks like. Mo squeezed next to Sangle. Sang Lu unfastened the space button from her wrist and showed it to him. The space button was prism-shaped, about 5 centimeters in diameter, with a silver-gray main color. On the body was carved a lifelike crimson gold phoenix, its head raised high with a blood-red crystal set in its eye socket as the button. Its wings were spread as if it were about to come to life and soar into the sky. The most common space buttons people saw were mecha space buttons, but they could only store mechas, and mechas were not easily affordable. Pure storage space buttons were rare in the interstellar realm. The technology was not yet mature enough for mass production. The cheapest space buttons on the market started at 5 million star coins, affordable only to nobles or the wealthy. Military-issue specials would never leak out. Lualikizi's superficial gestures were impeccable. Giving Sang Lu something insignificant to him could demonstrate his regard for Sang Lu and his preferential treatment of Qiaoen Ye's only bloodline. A very cost-effective move. Mo looked at the space button with envy. So cool. Can I touch it? Sang Lu raised her palm. Go ahead and touch it. The others also gathered around to look. Opportunities to see and touch a military-issue special space button were rare. Such special space buttons were usually only given to high-ranking officers or soldiers with outstanding contributions, let alone Sang Lu's, which originally belonged to General Qiaoen Ye, unique in the entire galaxy. After touching and examining it for a while, they reluctantly returned it to Sang Lu. Sang Lu fastened the space button back on her wrist and tucked it into her sleeve. It's about time. Let's go to the black market. Jiang Lan stood up and said, aren't we going to clean this up? Sang Lu pointed at the coffee table, asking as she saw they were about to leave directly. Tong Yini glanced over. No need. We'll come back after the black market to play. We've booked this booth for the whole day. Do you want to join us? There are lots of fun things here. She then looked at Sang Lu with some expectation. Sang Lu thought it was a good idea. This way the protagonist wouldn't encounter danger out of her sight, and she could respond in time. She answered sure. Ye Fei said just perfect. After the black market you can teach me how to play that game. I've already downloaded it, and just finished the prologue. Jiang Lan, me too. Tong Yini, right. I want to play too. I've re-downloaded it. Mo, seeing that his carry was about to be snatched away, quickly pulled Sang Lu out the door. Never mind them. Take me first. I'm almost at rank 5. They're still noobs, they can't queue together. As Mo pulled the door open, he met a pair of murderous eyes. CA Captain Calante. Moer shrank his neck under Calante's murderous glare. What had he done wrong? Why did Captain Calante look as though he wanted to kill him? Calante's face was ashen as he glared at Moer. It was this damn blonde who had brought Sangle here. Calante. Sangle stood behind Moer. Didn't I tell you to go back? To Calante's eyes, a blob of yellow hair was simply standing there in front of him, and Sangle was still standing behind, because of this blonde who had driven him away. At this moment he finally understood why his team members had hated the man who had abducted his daughter so much. Miss Sangle, your safety is of paramount importance. He couldn't possibly leave. Tong Yin saw them blocking the doorway, especially Moer's towering frame completely obstructing the view, and impatiently urged, "Move along, stop blocking the entrance." Hearing voices from inside the private room, Calante's ashen face slightly softened. Tong Yin stepped out and spotted Calante in his pitch-black uniform, giving her a start. Her mouth moved faster than her brain. "Captain Calante is going to the black market with us." Sangle, Moer, Jiang Lan Yafei. Calante's face turned completely dark. "You're going to the black market." The black market was a den of scum and villainy where everyone's identity was unclear. Various factions conducted illicit transactions there, and the Federation found it difficult to extend its reach too far. Sometimes the Federation would even conceal their identities and send people to conduct transactions inside. It was a chaotic mess inside. Sangle had just returned, and these young masters and ladies had already brought her to Guang City. Now they wanted to go to the black market. What if she saw something unclean inside? There was also the possibility of accidents. If Sangle could hear his thoughts, she would certainly say, a kindred spirit. She dared not stay too far from the protagonist group now. Previously, with the protagonist halo protecting them, she could let them do as they pleased. But now that the halo had weakened, who knew what might happen? Miss Sangle, the black market is not suitable for you. Let's return first. Sangle remained silent. If the protagonist didn't go, she wouldn't either. Under Calante's icy glare, Moer shivered. Sangle, why don't you go back first? We'll bring you specialties after we visit the black market. Find the protagonist group had to go. Sangle slipped her hands into her coat and walked outward. Drive to the black market. Since the protagonist had to go, she definitely had to follow. As for Calante, if anything unexpected happened, she could always use him as a shield. Why not make use of him? Seeing her determination, Calante could only follow closely behind her, a sense of powerlessness welling up in his heart, like a father facing a rebellious daughter. Moer's jaw nearly hit the floor. Wait, so this is how Sangle and Captain Calante interacted. That was Calante after all. The Federation's strongest military district captain of the first squad, the elite among elites, the pinnacle among the pinnacle. And he was just being so obedient. Tong Yin saw him dazing off and kicked him. Hurry up and follow. Snapping back to reality, Moer quickly followed. After everyone got into the car, they appeared slightly tense. The atmosphere between Sangle and Calante was clearly off. One with hands in pockets radiating coldness, the other sitting in the driver's seat with an expressionless face. It was so quiet it was suffocating. The sound of rain pattering against the windows made the atmosphere even more oppressive. We've arrived. The floating car stopped at the entrance of an abandoned building surrounded by a slum area. Calante held the umbrella over Sangle's head. The black market is just ahead. Moer and the others didn't enjoy this privilege. They held their own umbrellas standing beside like little attendants. Let's go and quickly. The rain is getting heavier, the umbrellas can barely shield us. Moer ran inside first. A few people entered the building one after another, walking down the stairs. The black market was underground. This is the outer ring of the black market. Let's take a look around first. Moer introduced to Sangle as they walked. Ores, materials, potions, firearms. All available here. Will you have the materials we need? Sangle asked. No. The outer ring only has ordinary materials. For their mecha improvement materials, you'll need to go to the inner ring. Jiang Lan answered. Yafei said, you've never been here before. Let's check the outer ring first. If you find anything you like, you can buy it. All right. Sangle felt a bit troubled. It was well known that the probability of accidents in the inner ring of the black market was far greater than in the outer ring. Calante followed closely by Sangle's side, saying nothing, diligently acting as her bodyguard. The group wandered to the materials area where they sold mecha-related supplies. Tong Yin had little interest. Let's look for a while, and then go to the inner ring. There's nothing of value here. They had all planned this way. Originally, they wanted to go directly to the inner ring, but they stayed in the outer ring mainly to accommodate Sangle. She had never seen such a place before, and the black market wasn't a frequent destination. They didn't know when they could visit again. Hey, come look at this. Moer stood in front of a stall and waved. What is it? Tong Yin asked while walking. Yafei went over first and was somewhat surprised to see what was on the stall. A red-tailed tiger's spine. Jiang Lan squatted down and examined it carefully, nodding to Yafei. Indeed, it is a red-tailed tiger's spine. Tong Yin also crowded over. Good heavens, there's Chongming, or the outer ring sells these too. The small stall was piled full of rare materials casually placed on a rag on the ground. Among them were the deep-sea blue crab carapace needed by Tong Yin and Moer to modify their mecha's rare metal liquid and various rare mineral materials, and so on. The items they needed to purchase could be bought in full at this tiny stall. Zhang picked and chose at the stall. The vendor didn't say anything, sitting on a small stool and playing with a light brain, seemingly unconcerned about his things being ruffled nor afraid of being robbed. Qiaoen Ye placed his hand on his waist. It was highly unusual for such items to appear in the outer ring of the black market. How much for these? Zhang squatted on the ground, pointing at the pile of materials he had selected and asking. Moi. The vendor, wrapped in a loose black robe, only looked up upon hearing the voice. His face was also covered with a scarf, revealing only a pair of amber eyes. Judging by his voice, he should be a young man. These are very expensive. The vendor stretched on his small stool, his tone lazy. Give us a price. Zhang stood up and looked at him. The vendor's eyes curved. 50 million star credits, no bargaining. What? Moer was so startled his voice cracked. 50 million. Why don't you go rob someone? The vendor's tone was disdainful. If you have no money, what are you doing looking around here? If you can't afford it, just leave. This is my price. You. Moer wanted to step forward and argue, but was held back by Yafei. Yafei smiled at the vendor. Boss, this price is more than double what it is outside. Can't you lower it a bit? The vendor also smiled. Little girl, this is my price. The prices in the black market are naturally higher than outside. I have complete materials here. Some things you might not even find in the inner ring. Too expensive, let's go inside to buy. Moer tugged at Zhang sleeve. Tong Yinyi also agreed. This boss is too greedy. The price is so outrageous. Let's go inside. Zhang said calmly. Expensive. Indeed very expensive, but the materials are also truly complete. He has better materials here. I can modify your mechas better. And he's not wrong. The inner ring may not have these materials either. Sangle stood quietly beside them, listening to their discussion. Yafei had just sent a message. After a while she said, Alright, I just had my family transfer 50 million. Let's buy everything here directly. Sangle drew in a sharp breath. So rich. Then her heart ached. The price had still been set too low. Qiaoen Ye remained silent. The daughter of the Qihan group, it was only natural. You are most welcome. Feel free to return anytime. The vendor's eyes crinkled into slits as he smiled broadly, wrapping their materials in cloth. Zhang looked at the tattered cloth bundle in his hands with clear distaste. Couldn't you have used something other than this to carry it? Oh, what kind of talk is that? As long as it holds things, isn't that enough? If I had money, do you think I'd be hawking goods on the street like this? The inner circle stalls charged venue fees, and he was broke. You're just leaving your materials out in the open. Aren't you worried about being robbed? Mole was genuinely curious. The inner circle was guarded by black market people, and unless someone was confident they could escape and shake off pursuit, robberies simply didn't happen there. The outer perimeter was different. This was merely a ring of trading grounds spawned by the black market with nothing special about it. The black market wouldn't send guards to watch over piles of commonplace junk that anyone could find. Hearing Mole's question, the vendor tilted his head, amber eyes full of confusion. Rob whom? Rob me. Before the words had even finished leaving his mouth, an eerie blue mecha emerged from the shadows in the corner beside the vendor. Dark lines ran across its faceplate, bone wing-like twin blades folded against its back, each bone wing a giant lightsaber ready to be drawn and decapitate enemies at a moment's notice. Seeing the towering mecha stride out, Mole gave a nervous chuckle. Haha, so cool. Alright, money's been paid. Let's go. Zhang pulled Mole along with the others close behind. Take care, hope to see you again. Sangle glanced back and met the vendor's gaze, those amber eyes curving into a smile. Qiaoen Ye's hand never strayed from his waist. He had a feeling something was off about both the vendor and that mecha, but the transaction had been perfectly normal. He hoped he was just overthinking it. Materials are all bought. Should we head back? Sangle asked, secretly hoping the protagonist would leave quickly. She feared something might go wrong if they stayed another second. The black market was notorious as a disaster hotspot in comics and novels. No. Mole turned around and shook his finger, continuing in the puzzled gaze of Sangle. We're going to make money. Huh? What? Sangle's face put on an expression of awe as she watched the mech combat below, while her heart churned with unease. If things went according to plan, an accident would strike soon enough. Why did the protagonist always choose to run straight into disaster zones? Let's play some bets. Who do you think will win? Mole stroked his chin at the betting machine. The previous mech match had already ended, and the newly entered mechas were making preparations. Once the audience finished placing their bets, in 5 minutes the fight would begin. The two newly entered mechas were Black Armor, an experienced heavyweight fighter in the arena, and Fox Hunter, a lightweight newcomer who hadn't fought many matches. Veteran spectators had all bet on Black Armor. One was a seasoned fighter with undeniable strength, and the other was a rookie with only a handful of matches under his belt. Everyone knew which side to pick. I'm betting on Black Armor. Mole tapped his card on the betting terminal. I'll take the lightweight mech. Seeing Mole bet on Black Armor, Zhang decisively chose Fox Hunter. So am I. Yafei also bet on the lightweight mech. Tong Yinyi bet on the lightweight mech as well. Mole, what about you, Sangle? You. Meeting Qiaoen Ye's murderous glare, Mole's voice gradually weakened until it disappeared entirely. He was wrong. He would never let Sangle participate in gambling again. Qiaoen Ye had said nothing, just now silently trailing behind Sangle, keeping his presence to the absolute minimum. They had nearly forgotten he was even there. Mole shuffled his feet attempting to seek help from his companions, but Zhang dodged away immediately, while Tong Yeni and Yafei quickly distanced themselves from him. Mole, heartbroken. I'll bet on Fox Hunter then. Sangle ignored their little antics. Chance to make money was right in front of her, how could she pass it up? Calanti. Suffocated. Sangle was truly being corrupted. Calanti, are you betting? Sangle asked half-heartedly. I am. Fox Hunter. Calanti swiped his card on the betting machine with a poker face. Why not earn extra income? The match began. In the combat arena, the two mechas were colossal, their metallic shells gleaming with cold radiance. Fox Hunter was nimble, moving swiftly, its sharp longsword flashing with chilling light. Black Armor was far more steadfast, dragging a massive battle axe whose blade was extraordinarily sharp, leaving deep grooves on the ground. The two mechas traded blows back and forth, neither yielding. Their attacks grew increasingly ferocious, the sound of metal clashing echoing throughout the arena, sparks flying everywhere, leaving one breathless. Damn, this Fox Hunter actually has some skill. Won't my money go down the drain? Mole felt a surge of anxiety in his heart. He should have followed Zhang Lan and the others' bet. Suddenly, the more agile Fox Hunter found an opening in Black Armor's defense. It darted forward swiftly, its longsword thrust straight toward the heavy mecha's chest. The blade jammed into the rotating gears, sending a shower of sparks. Black Armor hastily raised its battle axe to block, but it was already too late. The sword pierced through the core, and the heavy mecha crashed heavily onto the ground. Fox Hunter won the victory. Damn it. What the hell is Black Armor doing? Black Armor lost to a newcomer. My star coins. This can't be real. This can't be real. Tell me this isn't real. Ha 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 ha, I bet on Fox Hunter. I threw 10,000 on Black Armor winning. You only threw 10,000. I threw 200,000. Black Armor owes me my money. I can't bear to open my eyes hoping it's all just a hallucination. The stands erupted in curses. Most people had bet on Black Armor, and now they had lost terribly. Mole clutched his wallet, tears welling up, his already struggling family, pushed even further into hardship. Why did you all bet on Fox Hunter? Now I'm the only one losing money, woo. Zhang Lan counted his newly credited star coins and patted Mole on the shoulder. The Jinx performance remains consistently reliable. You guys are becoming more and more annoying. Mole squatted in the corner to rot. Every time he bet on someone they lost. So infuriating. Tong Yeni comforted him. Look on the bright side. Even though you lost money, we all made money, right? Even more depressing. Sangle had already known about Mole's Jinx ability from watching the plot beforehand, so she had decisively bet on Fox Hunter. The god of Jinx lived up to his reputation. Calanti relied purely on his observational skills. After all, as the captain of the first squad of the Third Army, this wasn't exactly high-level mech underground fighting in the black market. A quick glance at their previous fight videos would reveal the outcome. Are you still watching? Shall we head back first? It's getting late, and don't we still need to play games? Sangle asked, turning her head. Tong Yeni, true. Let's go, shall we? Let's go. Zhang Lan headed toward the exit. Yafei looked back and urged Mole, let's go. Mole looked reluctantly at the combat platform, wondering if he could win back his losses on the next round. Oh. Tong Yeni rolled her eyes and grabbed the back of his collar, dragging him outward. Stop staring. Everyone's already gone. Let go of me. I'll walk on my own. Sangle breathed a sigh of relief internally. Hurry up and leave. One more second here, and she feared something would happen. Before they had taken a few steps, a deafening explosion erupted at the entrance, blasting a huge hole through both the door and wall with flames shooting into the sky. Sangle cursed furiously in her heart. She had known it. Startled by the enormous commotion, screams erupted all around as people scrambled to flee outward and the audience stands descended into chaos. When the entrance was blasted open, Sangle was immediately pulled close and shielded by Calanti. But the scene was too chaotic. Moore and the others had long been swept away by the surging crowd, their whereabouts unknown. Miss Sangle, I'll get you out of here first, Calanti said, pressing the girl against his chest as he began making his way toward the exit. Sangle seethed inwardly. She'd known the protagonist would get into trouble. She gripped Calanti's clothes tightly, wondering which damn fool was picking a fight here. The floor trembled violently beneath them as the crowd pressed forward relentlessly. The arena was already overcrowded, the most congested area in the entire black market, and there was no way to push through. Sangle felt like she couldn't breathe. Suddenly a blast of fire tore through the wall, creating a gaping hole. A crimson mech surged out at high speed, its flame-engulfed wings unfurled, completely indifferent to whoever stood in its path. Yafei was entirely at the mercy of the crowd, carried along by the relentless pressure. Terrified screams erupted from the crowd as the crimson mech hurtled directly toward her. Its flaming razor-sharp wings carved mercilessly through anyone in its path, and the acrid stench of burning flesh filled the air. The mech's looming silhouette expanded in Yafei's vision. She instinctively squeezed her eyes shut. The sound of metal crashing echoed in her ears, and the tips of her hair curled from the sparks erupting around her. When Yafei opened her eyes, a deep blue mech stood before her, gripping a sword in one hand. The crimson mech lay shattered at the center of the arena, its chest rent open in a massive gash that sparked and fizzled. Yafei, The silver-white mech raced over and enveloped her in protection. Opposite them, Tong Yin's crimson mech stood beside Jiang Lan, and seeing Ye Fei unharmed let out a long breath of relief. The crimson mech rose to its feet in the arena, but didn't bother looking at the navy blue one that had taken it down. With a sweep of its wings, it charged straight for the exit. The navy blue mech intercepted it without hesitation. The two machines clashed in the middle of the arena, sending sparks flying everywhere. Meanwhile, Qiaoen Ye kept Sangle close as they made their way to regroup with Moore and the others. What the hell is going on? Moore's voice crackled through the silver-white mech's comms, laced with frustration. Just shut up and let's get out of here. Tong Yin urged them on. Hardly a few steps into the corridor before armed black market personnel poured in their mechs, squeezing into the cramped arena and joining the fray. Three factions, black, crimson, and blue, collided in the chaos. All three fought with reckless abandon, utterly careless of the bystanders caught in the crossfire. The black market troops unleashed everything they had, laying down withering laser fire in a storm of destruction. Warm blood splashed across Sangle's face, and something cold flickered in her dark eyes. Watching the bullets fly around her, she pressed her tongue to her lips, her gaze deepening. This was exactly the opportunity she'd been waiting for. The navy blue mech struck with a single sword blow, felling the crimson one, then kicked a black market mech squarely into the audience stands. As the towering mech careened toward them, Qiaoen Ye calmly activated his own machine and pulled Sangle close to shield her. Sparks flew as a black market mech slammed into Qiaoen Ye's machine. Sangle, are you alright? He shouted, shoving the enemy mech away and checking on her beneath him. The girl's face had gone deathly pale. A jagged tear ran from her right wrist to her elbow, where an unidentified fragment had sliced through flesh and bone. Her skin rolled back around the wound as blood welled up and dripped steadily onto the ground. A black chip split in two was lodged in her white bone, crackling with faint arcs of electricity. Shattered fragments of a visual cortex lay scattered at her feet. How could this have happened? Had he made a mistake? Qiaoen Ye stared in disbelief at the grievous wound on Sangle's arm. He'd hesitated to deploy his mech for fear of hitting the crowd, never imagining that something else would catch her instead. Now she lay injured because of his caution. How irresponsible of him. They were trapped now. The black market forces had the area locked down tight, and neither side could leave until the other was defeated. Those with mechs deployed them for protection, while those without could only pray to escape the hail of gunfire. But the vast majority possessed no such machines, becoming literal cannon fodder in the crossfire. The navy blue mech proved far superior, dismantling the crimson one with devastating efficiency. Its plasma blade pierced through the crimson cockpit, prying it open to retrieve a black case from within. The black market forces immediately concentrated their fire on the navy blue mech. It moved like a butcher through vegetables, felling enemy machines with each strike before ascending to the elevated platform with the black case. A figure in a black robe lowered his hood, revealing familiar amber eyes. The young man smirked with arrogance. Sorry about that. I'll be taking this gift from the black market. He leapt from the platform, and the navy blue mech surged forward to intercept the laser fire aimed at him. Bone wing blades shot from his back, creating a barrier against the pursuing black market mechs. The navy blue mech caught the young man securely and sped away into the distance. The battle ended as the black market mechs gave chase to the navy blue one, leaving behind a scene of utter devastation. The crimson mech was completely destroyed, its pilot dead inside, with only a few black market personnel left to inspect the wreckage. After extensive inspection, Sangle and her companions finally managed to exit the black market. Sangle, how are you feeling? Ye Fei worked to staunch the bleeding and dress Sangle's wounds. Thankful for her role in logistics, she always packed medicinal supplies and bandages whenever she headed out. Sangle shook her head with an ashen complexion, unable to speak through the pain. Removing that damn chip and visual cortex had required both cutting and burning. She'd suffered terribly, especially since the chip's quality was nearly indestructible. Then rest up for now. I mean, what the hell was that? Wasn't he just the vendor who sold us our gear? Moore clenched his fists in the hovering vehicle, still shaken by what they'd witnessed. That blue mech had been absolutely devastating. It had dismantled the Crimson One without any real resistance. The Crimson mech had initially broken through the black market's encirclement and reached the arena, which alone proved it was no ordinary opponent. Yet it fell within mere exchanges. Without that blue mech intervening, it likely would have escaped the black market entirely. The black market's forces weren't exactly amateurs either. Judging by the insignia on their mechs, they were among the elite guards, yet somehow the blue mech had dominated them all. When had the Federation produced someone like that? And that vendor, absolutely audacious. He even delivered that parting remark before leaving. Such cruelty. The blood had been wiped from Sangle's face as she sat with eyes closed in the rear seat, remotely piloting Songjio and her alternate persona to evade the black market pursuers. Thank goodness she'd stayed up all night, crafting Songjio's mech yesterday. Otherwise today would have been unbearable. Scamming the protagonist was entirely deserved. She'd also spent a fortune on materials from the system marketplace. It infuriated her. She couldn't recall the last time she'd had to subsidize a mission herself. Once this assignment wrapped up, the pay would need to increase substantially. Jiang Lan replayed the encounter in her mind. They seemed to be fighting over something. Qiaoen Ye furrowed her brow. It was some black object, but it moved too fast to make out clearly. With all that noise and speed, identifying anything at all was a miracle. It must be deep star source fluid. Ye exhaled slowly. Last week at that secret auction on Mia Planet, the finale item was deep star source fluid. The black market bought it. Deep star source fluid? Moore's eyes widened in shock. Deep star source fluid was an extraordinarily rare material for mech construction, priceless in value. One of the core components needed to forge SSS-grade mechs. Even basic mechs saw dramatic performance improvements when fitted with it, and a skilled mechanic could potentially elevate the entire machine's grade. SSS-grade mechs were exceedingly rare across the entire interstellar sector, mostly held by official authorities. A full bottle of this material was an enormous investment. The black market clearly wasn't holding back. Most likely the Crimson Mech and its accomplices had this plan from the start. Otherwise the black market wouldn't have deployed such limited forces today. Their scheme went smoothly until someone intercepted it. Ye took a sip of water, still processing the intensity of the day. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the aureole behind. Jiang Lan murmured, examining the worn cloth wrapping in her hands with a solemn expression. Qiaoen Ye unfolded the tattered cloth and examined the contents within. At least he kept his word. Everything we purchased is genuine merchandise. Qiaoen Ye engaged autopilot for the journey this time, needing to report everything to the commander, the deep star source fluid, and the two individuals who had stolen it. Sangle closed her eyes only after stowing away her vest, the faint scent of blood still lingering at the tip of her nose. She had already prepared the materials for them on the periphery, yet they still ventured into the inner circle and still met with an accident. If she hadn't reacted quickly and blocked that Crimson Mech, Ye would have been done for. It was infuriating. The consciousness of this world was a complete fool, upgrading at a time like this. Was it determined to seek death? How could the protagonist's halo weaken so rapidly? It hadn't been long before the protagonist nearly got killed. The people from the black market were also a bunch of idiots firing indiscriminately. If they had only blasted the arena, that would have been one thing, but they bombarded the audience stand, scattering limbs and leaving a bloody mess. Disgusting. If the protagonist hadn't had a mech, they would have been blown to bits. Her heart was seething with rage, and she needed an outlet. The Crimson Mech and the black market thugs were perfect targets. One had nearly killed one of the protagonists, the other had fired recklessly without regard for human life. Killing them all would be just right, neither was worth anything. What was wrong with her taking the deep star source liquid? She was already in poor health, and being frightened like this, collecting a bit of mental distress compensation was only fair. After finishing his report, Qiaoen Ye glanced at Sang Li's somewhat pale face. Miss Sangle will arrive at the hospital in 5 minutes. Sangle didn't reply, but looked at the protagonist group, her voice weak. I'm going to the hospital. What about you? Jiang Lan observed her pallid, deathly complexion and said, we'll accompany you to the hospital. First wait until your wounds are treated before heading back. We can play together later. Today's incident was indeed quite frightening. Moore nodded repeatedly. I'll go back to school for training. Sangle, you get some rest. Qiaoen Ye and Ye also nodded, indicating they would accompany her to the hospital before one went home and the other returned to school. Seeing that the protagonist group wouldn't run off recklessly, Sangle finally breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. This body had never witnessed such a bloody scene. Limbs everywhere, walls plastered with blood, the acrid smell of burnt flesh mixed with the metallic tang of blood still lingering at her nose. It made her nauseous and want to vomit. Her complexion worsened. She just wanted to go back and lie down. Sang Li's voice was listless. Open the window. She was about to throw up. The window slid down slowly, revealing a narrow gap. Moist air seeped into her nostrils, slightly alleviating the queasiness. Cool raindrops splashed against her face, bringing comfort. One had to say interstellar medical technology was remarkable. As soon as Sangle lay down in the medical pod at the hospital, the wound on her arm scabbed over. But the scar looked terrifying, like a centipede crawling across her arm. Apply these 2 medicines morning and night each. The flesh inside hasn't fully healed yet. It's just scabbed over. Use them on time, and the scar won't remain. Oh, it's all my fault. If I hadn't brought you along, you wouldn't have gotten hurt. I shouldn't have gambled on the mech match. If we had just bought the materials and left, we wouldn't have run into this. Looking at the scar on Sang Li's arm, Moore rubbed his hair in frustration. Jiang Lan sighed. It was our oversight. Sang Li's heart was filled with a weary sense of world weariness, but on the surface, she still comforted them. It's not your fault. No one could have anticipated something like this happening. Maybe I was just unlucky today. Besides, I'm not seriously hurt, am I? And Qiaoen Ye is here. Don't you trust him? Qiaoen Ye was speechless, his heart heavy with a sense of failure. He had clearly protected her, so why? He would have to go back and thoroughly review where he had gone wrong. But the location of that wound, it was too coincidental. Was it really that coincidental? Thinking this, Qiaoen Ye's gaze inevitably fell back on Sang Li's wrist. Sensing Qiaoen Ye's stare, Sang Li looked up and offered him her familiar soft smile. Her lips pressed together, curving upward at just the right angle, her eyes slightly bent, those obsidian-like orbs shimmering with a moist luster. Perhaps still recovering from the pain, her complexion was pale, making her appear exceptionally pitiful and charming. She looked as if she had suffered an undeserved calamity, utterly innocent. Yet Qiaoen Ye inexplicably sensed a hint of provocation in her flawless expression. After the doctor gave the instructions for care and medication, they were allowed to leave. Sangle sat on the sofa, her fingers tracing the hideous scar. Qiaoen Ye observed the scar landing on Sangle's shoulder. Tsk should I praise you? They protected you well, but you had to go and catch that burning fragment. Sangle hugged it to her chest and slumped onto the sofa. If I didn't do that, how could I get rid of that damn chip and optical brain? This was a good opportunity. If I missed it, who knows when the next chance would come. Qiaoen Ye struggled out of her arms and fluffed its feathers. Please have some self-respect. Sangle was amused by its reaction. You're actually looking down on me. Self-respect. Does a system have a gender? Qiaoen Ye said haughtily. Just don't touch me. You're all hands and always mess up my feathers. Fine, I won't touch you, I won't touch you. Sangle lay on the sofa staring blankly for a while, then suddenly sat up. Qiaoen Ye, who was beside her snacking, was startled. What are you doing? Having a human-shaped monitor around all the time is really annoying. He'll definitely report today's events to Lorix. What a hassle. The suspicion of those in power was troublesome. Sangle knew best whether Qiaoen Ye had made a mistake. If he reported the doubts to Lorix, wouldn't her injury have been for nothing? She had to make him take the blame for the anomalies. This accident was anything but accidental. It happened solely because of his mistake. Can I turn him? Sangle thought about Qiaoen Ye's recent behavior. It didn't seem impossible. If she succeeded, he would be worth 10 ordinary men and could serve as a spy. How cost-effective. Are you dreaming? He's always been very obedient to Lorix. Do you think a soldier's sense of duty is just talk? Qiaoen Ye rolled its eyes. Sangle sat cross-legged on the sofa staring at Qiaoen Ye. Qiaoen Ye, why are you looking at me like that? Ordinary methods won't work to turn him, but what if we add psychoactive drugs? Let's just use drugs to control him directly. Sangle stroked her chin deep in thought. Qiaoen Ye was so startled it nearly dropped its snack. What are you planning? Aren't those illegal substances in interstellar space? Why are you so worked up? The system shop sells them anyway. If Qiaoen Ye really can be controlled, it would be a huge gain. On the surface, Lorix sent him to protect me, but he's actually a human-shaped monitor. The fact that Lorix dispatched him shows that Lorix trusts him quite a bit. If we can control him, we can not only shake off surveillance and have him cover up my suspicious behavior, but also plant a spy in Lorix's camp. As for the illegal substances, whatever. I already tampered with Song Yao's memory. What's one more dose of mind control potion for Qiaoen Ye? Sangle was thoroughly contemptuous of her system's alarmism. Hesitation leads to defeat, and you just go for it. What if it fails? Sangle said nothing, squeezed out some ointment, and applied it slowly and methodically on her arm. The cool ointment touched her skin, and the scarred scab itched faintly. After she finished applying the medicine, she uttered a few words in a flat tone. Then kill him. For her, Lorix was an enemy. If Qiaoen Ye sided with Lorix, he stood on the opposite side. So Qiaoen Ye either succeeded in being controlled and became her blade, or he died. Bought it. Qiaoen Ye tossed a tube of green potion into Sangle's arms. Sangle held the potion up to the light. The green liquid swayed gently with her movement. Qiaoen Ye, it would be best if the control succeeded. Otherwise, she would have to expend some effort to dispose of a Federation elite. That was bound to be troublesome. Miss Sangle. Qiaoen. Sangle rested her chin on her hand with a grin and pointed to the seat across the dining table. Let's have a meal together. Qiaoen's steps paused, but he still walked over and sat down. Thank you. He glanced at the small robot beside him. The green safety label brought him some relief. The food should be fine. In a household like Sangle's, where her identity was so sensitive, there was always a special food safety testing device. That little robot was it. He didn't mind Sangle's rather vicious little tricks as usual, but if she were to put something weird like laxatives in the food, he figured he ought to mind. After all, under normal circumstances, he did have some sense of dignity. Sangle naturally noticed his gaze, but so what? She stirred the soup in her bowl and casually replied, I feel like you're feeding him his last meal, said Qiaoen Ye, floating above Qiaoen's head, a hint of sympathy in her black bean-like eyes. Sangle took a sip of soup and gave a soft humph. Hearing her light snort, Qiaoen paused his eating and looked up at her. Miss Sangle. Moi. Hearing Qiaoen's voice, Sangle raised her head and looked at him with her hands propping her chin, her eyes full of amusement. Qiaoen had no idea what she was plotting now. Calmly, he put down his chopsticks. What is it? Something was terribly wrong, 12 times over. Qiaoen, I have a question for you. Before he could answer, Sangle continued. Will you protect me forever? Her voice was overwhelmingly sweet, making his brows twitch uncontrollably. Of course. The commander assigned me to you, and my current mission is to protect you. Then will you always obey me? Of course. I am your guard now, and I will only follow your commands. Sangle fell silent. Though a smile still lingered on her lips, a familiar expression surfaced in her dark, deep eyes, like the chilling aura radiating from thick ice shrouded in dense fog. Always obey me. Whose words are you really listening to? Lorix or me? The girl's eyelids drooped slightly, her voice growing softer and softer, light as a wisp of thin smoke blending into the steam rising from the soup bowl in front of her, soon drifting away into the air. An alarm blared in Qiaoen's heart, a chill shooting up his spine. He suddenly rose and turned around, meeting a pair of cold, inorganic blue eyes, a sword tip pressing against his throat. This was followed by a dizzying spin. Bang! Qiaoen fell to the ground. In his last second before closing his eyes, he saw the girl's mocking expression. Sangle sat in her chair, legs crossed, eyes filled with contempt, her chin slightly raised. Qiaoen Ye shook her fur. You dumped several packs of that medicine down his throat. Weren't you afraid of poisoning him to death? Sangle puckered her lips. I was just worried the dosage wouldn't be enough. Turns out my judgment was correct. He ate all that, and could still stand up just now. With that physique, he probably needed more. Qiaoen Ye shook her head, repeatedly watching Sangle control 3 accounts and get carried away with role-playing. Didn't she fear developing schizophrenia? Songjio carried Qiaoen up to the attic. Nianqi had already changed out of that black robe. Her amber eyes curiously stared at the green potion in the box. President, can this really control Qiaoen? Sangle took the potion out and played with it in her palm, her tone indifferent. Try it, and you'll know. Sangle stood up and headed toward the attic with Nianqi following closely behind. Songjio took out an experimental table from her spatial button and secured Qiaoen on it. First install the mental power suppression device, then remove his mech. Hearing Sangle's instructions, Songjio skillfully removed the ring from her arm and placed it on Qiaoen's wrists, then detached his mech's spatial button. Nianqi inject him with the potion. Sangle tossed the potion to Nianqi. Yes. Nianqi connected the syringe to the potion, aimed it at Qiaoen's neck, and slowly pushed the green liquid into his body. Qiaoen's eyes snapped open. Veins bulged on his forehead, as if his head was being torn apart. His limbs were restrained, unable to move. Sweat quickly soaked his clothes, and his chest heaved violently. He opened his mouth to make a sound, but Nianqi quickly stuffed a ball into his mouth. Where she got it from, who knows? With his mouth blocked, Qiaoen could only make muffled sounds. His limbs gradually stopped struggling. His mind was in chaos, unable to form any words. He felt everything inside him being shattered and reconstructed. He saw 2 figures, blue hair, gray eyes. Who were they? What were they? What were they doing to him? Sangle sat on a nearby stool, watching coldly. Songjio secured the interference device and turned to Sangle. President, once the device is activated, it will connect to his mental C to the fullest extent, suppressing his mental power. You can now modify his cognition. The mental suppression device only prevented the opponent's mental power from being used. It couldn't affect the mental C itself. Putting one's own mental power into another's mental C to modify their cognition was extremely dangerous. Unless there was a significant level gap, serious harm would result. Qiaoen's current mental power was SS. Although Sangle was beyond 3S, her body was frail, so she couldn't exert too much at once. She had to rely on special devices for suppression. Sangle remained seated in her chair. Thin filaments of mental power spread from her body, gradually filling the entire room. The mental threads wrapped around Qiaoen, one after another, drilling into his body and reaching his mental C. As time passed, a thin layer of sweat appeared on Sangle's forehead, and she gripped the chair arms tightly. Nianqi frowned, glancing between Sangle and Qiaoen. The president's body still couldn't sustain this for long. Songjio kept watching the interference device. The suppression values on the display were climbing into the red zone. If they breached the critical threshold, the control would fail. Just before reaching the critical point, the numbers suddenly stopped, then gradually decreased, returning to green. Success. The dense web of mental threads slowly receded. Sangle withdrew her mental power. Her lips had turned slightly pale. She rested in her chair for a while before standing up and walking over to Qiaoen. The tall man lay on the experimental table, sweat sliding from his forehead into his neck. His sharp features had softened slightly in this moment. Qiaoen's mind was in turmoil. One moment, it was an elderly voice, the next a girl's. He felt his head splitting in two from these conflicting voices. Whose commands should he follow? Songjio watched Qiaoen intently, her hand gripping the lightsaber at her waist. If he lost control, she would kill him. Sangle observed the man struggling in pain before her. Was his mental power about to collapse? After a long while, Qiaoen's vision gradually cleared. His pupils trembled slightly as he saw the two figures looking down at him. Then his head turned slightly, his pupils reflecting the girl's slightly pale face. Nianqi removed the metal ball from his mouth, a transparent strand of saliva stretching into the air. Freed from the obstruction, Qiaoen moved his stiff jaw and finally found his voice hoarse beyond recognition. Miss Sangle. Songjio released Qiaoen's restraints. As soon as he stepped off the experimental table, his legs gave out. Supporting himself with one hand on the table, he knelt on one knee and vomited a mouthful of blood. Nianqi walked over, scanned him with a device, checked the results, and reported to Sangle, President, there's no problem. Neither his body nor his mental power suffered any damage. It's just that he'll need some time to recover. The potion's side effects varied from person to person. Qiaoen was lucky. He only vomited blood. Given how vicious this potion was, she thought he'd at least lose years off his lifespan. It succeeded. He didn't die, and his luck was still this good. He was born to serve her. Sangle licked her dry lips, walked over to Qiaoen, and crouched down in front of him. Songjio and Nianqi stood quietly behind her. In her dark eyes, Qiaoen's disheveled reflection was visible. Her slender pale fingers gently brushed aside his sweat-dampened hair. Her gaze grew deep, her tone unusually tender and lingering. Qiaoen, welcome to Qiaoen Ye. You're becoming more and more like a villain. Qiaoen Ye circled around Calante, then turned to complain to Sangle. Sangle sat in the chair propping her head with one hand, and said lazily, is that so? Breaking into the military academy to steal classified blueprints, severely injuring Mo air tampering with Song Yao's memories, seizing the deep star source liquid, and administering psychoactive drugs to Calante. Qiaoen Ye listed them one by one. Do you think you look like a good person? Sangle's lips curled up as she listened. Oh, indeed, I don't seem very much like one. And you're still laughing. What are you doing? I have my reasons for all of this, Qiaoen Ye. The pink puff floated in front of her, those black bean eyes locking gaze with her. You're taking great risks today. Have you considered the consequences if you lose control? If Calante escapes your control, you'll have to kill him immediately. His identity is so sensitive that his death would put you in a difficult position. All the actions you've taken before this, although justified in achieving your goals, you clearly had better alternatives. Everything you're doing now is too extreme. You've wanted to eliminate Lorixus from the start. Don't claim you lack the ability to contend with a Federation commander. Someone who has traversed countless worlds backed by the system Maul and equipped with alternate identities. You have ample opportunities and methods to kill him. You've done similar things before while completing missions. You have a fondness for thrilling battle royale scenarios, don't you, former offender? Due to the unique nature of this mission, your only concerns are that killing him might accelerate the world's collapse, facing galaxy-wide, wanted status, being unable to stay by the protagonist's side in escape mode, and not being able to resolve the protagonist's troubles promptly. It's not that you can't kill him, it's that you shouldn't. As for Calante, are you sure this isn't revenge? Because he spied on you for Lorixus and lied to you constantly. He was injected with prohibited substances, yet suffered no major physical damage. That was your doing, wasn't it? Though he worked for Lorixus, he still had some conscience and diligently served as your bodyguard afterward, so you didn't let him become a short-lived victim. But you simply couldn't tolerate him continuing as a surveillance device. Before injecting him with psychoactive drugs, you made him consume something that heightened neural sensitivity, causing him immense suffering. How dare you claim this isn't revenge? Her little system had seen through her. Sangle pressed her finger against her temple, unable to suppress her smile. So what if it is? Initially, I did plan to proceed cautiously. However, I discovered I simply couldn't endure it. What would happen if I suppressed it until I fell ill? I intend to act precisely like this. As long as this world doesn't collapse, what does it matter? What's important is my own satisfaction. I was never destined to swallow my grievances. As for that Lorixus, once the world stabilizes somewhat, I'll go eliminate him. He's no good fellow, and he's brought suffering upon her. Qiaoen Ye, do as you please if it makes you happy. It had accompanied Sangle since its manufacture. It understood this person all too well. During her rookie days, Sangle completed missions dutifully. But as her tenure lengthened and grievances mounted, she gradually transformed from an inexperienced novice into a seasoned veteran, approaching tasks with increasing recklessness. Vile? Those two words perfectly described how she handled missions now, and if anything they fell short. She was extremely vicious. Sangle lounged in her chair, looking down at the kneeling Calante before her, raising an eyebrow and letting out a whistle. Hearing the whistle, Calante raised his head to look at her, still breathing lightly from the lingering pain. Qiaoen Ye glanced at Calante, then back at Sangle. One knelt upon the ground with a metal sphere, stained with saliva, rolling near his feet. His clothes were damp and clung to his frame, his hair limp against his forehead, the corners of his eyes flushed red, their surfaces glistening with moisture. He breathed slightly, lifting his head at the sound, his Adam's apple bobbing. The other reclined in the chair, clad neatly, eyes dark and deep, a faint sneer playing at her lips, one slender pale leg exposed, flanked by two bodyguards. Kneeling, damp garments, a chair, locked gazes, swallowing a saliva-stained metallic orb, one above and one below. Why did these elements feel so peculiar? These two hadn't done anything particularly egregious, yet the scene appeared so, indescribable. It was as though they'd stumbled onto something wildly inappropriate. If she hadn't been present the entire time, anyone witnessing this would certainly describe it as a domineering young mistress forcing herself upon an innocent man. Why is she even thinking about this? Her heart was so corrupted. She was no longer pure. It was all Sangle's fault for playing so many games and leading her astray. Her data had been tainted. She was no longer the innocent system she once was. Once the mission concluded, she would need to undergo purification through green and harmonious channels to delete all those bizarre waste data files. Sangle, unaware of what her system partner was contemplating, tilted her chin and spoke toward Calante. Stop kneeling. The ground is cold. Understood. Calante pushed himself up from his knees, eyes slightly lowered. The effects of the medication had not entirely faded. He remained quite weak. Do you understand what should be said and done regarding Lorixus? This subordinate comprehends. Calante kept his head bowed, gazing at the ground. Light illuminated the top of his head as perspiration traced along his forehead's hair, strands dripping toward his nose. I hope you won't disappoint me. Excellent performance will be rewarded with surprises. As a competent employer, whether it truly surprised or not was secondary. The key was painting a promising vision to motivate her staff to work diligently for her benefit. Sangle understood this principle intimately. Kalani. Understood. You may leave. Yes. Qiaoen Ye watched Kalani's unsteady retreating figure and shook her head once more. This medication was far too potent. One injection had reduced him to such a state. A circular blue light screen materialized around Nianxi, her fingers dancing across its surface. After a moment, she spoke to Sangle. President, the surveillance has been managed. Sangle nodded in acknowledgement. Qiaoen Ye rolled her eyes beside her. This alternate identity module had truly been a worthwhile investment. Playing multiple roles with such immersion, she couldn't help but remain silent in admiration. Noticing Qiaoen Ye's eye-rolling, Sangle grabbed it and ruffled it vigorously. What's with that expression, huh? Am I not your dear partner anymore? How could you disdain me? This is truly heartbreaking. While Sangle complained under her breath, her hands showed no mercy, rubbing Qiaoen Ye into a frizzy puff. Stinky Sangle. I'm never giving you a system discount again. TSK. After bickering with Qiaoen Ye for a while, Sangle concealed her alternate identity, adjusted her clothing, and exited the attic. The weather was splendid today, perfect for a barbecue, or rather for contemplation. Finished checking. No tracking or surveillance. Qiaoen Ye scanned the newly delivered optical brain and identity chip. Sangle withdrew her wrist. Qiaoen Ye, a highly capable subordinate. Because of the black market incident, she was granted special permission to rest at home for a week, mainly due to Luo Lishi's intention. For that she could cut him some slack. The 9th Military Academy. The familiar playground, the familiar classrooms, the familiar corridors. Every blade of grass, every flower and tree felt so welcoming, so nostalgic. Not. To hell with youth, my butt is about to rot on this chair. Sangle. Over here. The familiar golden curls, the familiar words, the familiar wave. It was definitely Moer. She loved this kind of good friend who came early and saved seats for lazy people like her. How's your injury? Moer asked once Sangle sat down. Sangle extended her arm and rotated it, her tone light. It's fine now. Her slender arm was smooth, her skin fair, and the terrifying centipede-like scar had vanished. Good to hear. Yafei pushed a bag toward her. You didn't eat breakfast again, did you? Sangle tore open the milk pouch and took a gulp. Always drinking nutrient supplements isn't good. If you really don't want to go to the cafeteria, we can bring food to the classroom for you. Sangle was gnawing on a bun, her voice muffled. Okay. She returned to school today and didn't have to run morning exercises, so she woke up a bit late. She sprinted from the school gate to the teaching building, finally, making it into the classroom 5 minutes before class. Zhang sent the notes from last week to the group chat. Last week's content. The exam is roughly this. The final is coming soon, remember to memorize it. Tong Yin's eyes went dark when she opened the notes. So much. Are you sure this is for 1 week? 5 full pages, densely written, longer than her life. And this is just for 1 week. Heavens. Have mercy on her. Zhang sneered. Now you know it's a lot, but why didn't you listen in class? Tong Yin solemnly opened her textbook and stood it upright on the desk, clasped her hands, and bowed, murmuring, God of literature, bless me. May the exam cover only what I've memorized, and may my guesses all be correct. Zhang Sangle finished her bun and checked the schedule. What was this class about? Galactic history. She wouldn't listen. Sangle placed her optical brain screen on the desk and started watching a drama. Moer was utterly impressed. He also wanted to play on the optical brain, but he only scored 30 on the last mock exam. Who could understand? 30 in galactic history. He didn't even dare to look at it himself, often feeling like a traitor to the Federation. The bell rang. Su Jin walked into the classroom and spotted a familiar figure in the back row. Although blocked by the people in front, he still saw her. But this little one didn't look very obedient. In the vast universe, the civilizations of various planets developed independently over the long years. However, with the advancement of technology and the demand for resources, exchanges and conflicts between different planets gradually increased. The violent rule of the old empire was no longer suitable for the development of the times. The once glorious empire gradually declined until it was overthrown and a new order was slowly established. The Federation was born. Next, let's watch a video. Snap. The classroom suddenly darkened with only a faint glow emanating from the back row. Sangle calmly turned off the optical brain. She was caught. Su Jin stood at the podium and turned the classroom lights back on. Who was playing on the optical brain just now? Under the gaze of the entire class, Sangle stood up. It was me. Sorry, teacher. I was just listening to your lecture. It was so wonderful that I looked it up on the optical brain to delve deeper. Moer and Tong Yin, wow, they envied this talent for lying without blushing or erasing heart, blurting out excuses on the spot. Su Jin smirked. Is that so? Sangle continued her excuse. Of course, teacher. Not only are you elegant and charming, but your lectures are also so vivid and interesting. How could I get distracted? Your explanation is so fascinating that I couldn't bear not knowing what comes next, and I couldn't help but open the optical brain to check the follow-up. I'm really sorry, teacher. I shouldn't have used the optical brain in class to search for related materials. It's my fault. Please punish me. The girl's eyes reddened at the rim as she spoke, a layer of misty moisture covering her eyes, her obsidian-like pupils reflecting the scruffy figure of Su Jin on the podium. Teacher, don't you believe me? Do you think I'm the kind of person who would lie? When she lied, she generally didn't consider herself human. Sangle lowered her head, looking hurt and broken. Su Jin. This mouth sure could talk, but the words were quite pleasant to hear. The other students. Zero Frame Start just blurted out. Elegant and charming. Vivid and interesting. How could they not see it? Mo Air and Tong Yinny were shocked. Take notes. Solid advice. Next time they get into trouble, they'd say the same. Well, ahem, how could that be? Teacher definitely believes you. Everyone can see what you said. Su Jin cleared his throat, lightly adjusted his messy hair, nodded with a smile, and let her sit down. But school rules still have to be followed. Don't use the optical brain in class. Remember to hand in your 5,000-word self-criticism by the end of this week. Although what she said about him was true, playing on the optical brain in class still warranted punishment. Sangle. Waste of breath, waste of expression. Heartbreaking. True heartbreak isn't about making a big fuss, it's the teacher smiling and telling her to write a 5,000-word self-criticism. She knew her mistake. Not that she played on the optical brain in class, but that she wasn't careful enough and got caught. Damn it. Next time, she'd have to be more careful when playing on the optical brain in class. Yuanzi was speechless. So you're not going to change, huh? The bell rang. Sanglu slumped onto the desk listlessly. 5,000 words. She wanted to die. Su Jin left the classroom with a smug look on his face. He was going to look at himself in the mirror. Mo Air wanted to laugh, but held it back, his whole face twisted. Go ahead, laugh. Sanglu propped her head up, looking annoyed, and stared at them resentfully. You guys are so disloyal. Why didn't you warn me when the teacher turned off the lights to play the video? Tong Yinny laughed. Wronged. We didn't know Teacher Su would turn off the lights. Before, when playing videos, he would project them directly onto everyone's desktop. Who knew he'd turn off the lights this time? Sanglu sighed. How did she get caught? She had sat all the way in the back. All right. You're already lucky. Teacher Su used to find people 20,000 words. Tong Yinny hooked her arm around her shoulder. Don't look so dejected. It's only 5,000 words. Mo Air has experience, let him teach you. You don't have much experience. Zhang Lan asked back, while sending a file of self-criticism templates in the group chat. Self-criticism templates, various types. Because Tong Yinny and Mo Air were too rowdy and often got punished to write self-criticisms, he and Yafei compiled various types of self-criticism templates for them. Now with Sanglu joining, it was almost too prescient. Sanglu saw the templates and made a heart shape with her hands. With friends like these, what more could I ask for? Where is Hilo? Sangla glanced around the classroom, but couldn't find him. He still owed him the card he promised. He might be with his team. The selection tournament is approaching, and he's been busy devising strategies these days, aiming to take first place. Mo Air stroked his chin, feeling a little unaccustomed to not having quarreled with him for days. All right. Yafei stared at the team information on the official website with a worried expression. We should also think about how to break into the top 15 in the team competition. Over 1,000 teams. Zhang Lan frowned deeply. He had calculated the scores before. To join the school team, they needed to finish in the top 15 in the team competition, which was really daunting. The format of the annual team competition always changed, and no one knew what mode it would be this time. Tong Yinny and Mo Air slumped in their seats, fully aware of their own intellectual limits. They just needed to wait for the discussion results, and then follow the arrangements. Any ideas? Sanglo had already taken out her notebook, ready to jot down notes. No. Zhang Lan remained expressionless. Yafei shook her head repeatedly. Tong Yinny looked around, avoiding eye contact. Sanglu, seriously? Was this the protagonist team? Was this a joke? Sanglu put down the notebook and helplessly pressed her forehead. So we actually have no strategy at all? We do. Sangla looked at Zhang Lan with hopeful eyes. She knew the protagonist couldn't be this lazy. She was just scaring herself. The next moment, Zhang Lan slowly spoke. Go with the flow. Hope shattered. Damn it. She wished she could go with the flow. But the protagonist's halo wouldn't allow it. If they didn't take first place and boost some aura, this world would collapse. Only she bore the weight of the entire world. She had never seen such a laid-back, unmotivated protagonist group. Was this a hot-blooded Interstellar anime? Where had she landed? Was this a pirated version? How could this be a hot-blooded Interstellar anime? Where was the protagonist's passion? Who had stolen the passion from these kids? She was going to call the police. Sanglu twitched the corner of her mouth. All right, let's go with the flow then. She gave up too. Going with the flow was fine. They could think about it once they entered the competition. Let's eat first. Nothing was more important than food. Solo training ground. As soon as Sang Lu and the others arrived, they saw two mechas battling in the center. It was Yunnan. While eating, Tong Yinny had been browsing the online forums and saw someone mention that there was some excitement at the solo training ground. She hurried them to finish their meal and rushed over. The duel between two SS soldiers had drawn the attention of nearly everyone. In the vast training ground, two mechas stood facing each other, their metallic shells gleaming with a cold radiance under the sunlight. They charged at each other, exchanged brief blows, and then separated. A dazzling display. Who's the other one? Sanglo asked, munching on sunflower seeds with great interest. Mo Air grabbed a handful of seeds from Sanglo and said, It seems to be Sun Lian, a third-year student. Sun Lian. Sangle looked confused. Who was that? Not in the plot. He's a third-year SS soldier. Before Yunnan came, he was the school's top soldier. Seriously, in the previous few years, there were only 2 SS soldiers total. But in our batch we have 2 SS soldiers, a SS commander like Hilo and Jiangwan. Other military academies are the same. Some have SS and SSS too. It's insane. How did our batch get so many prodigies? Tong Yinny fell into deep thought. The previous top soldier. Yes. Yafei watched the 2 mechas locked in a fierce battle. Yunnan is from Shan Star, but his talent as a soldier is extraordinary. He passed the exams from Shan Star to enter the 9th Military Academy. Last semester he won first place in the school-wide solo combat competition, becoming the new top soldier. Before that, the top soldier had always been Sun Lian. Shan Star was one of the second poorest planets in the Federation, with the poorest being the numbered planets that were essentially garbage dumps. That Yunnan could stand out from resource-poor Shan Star and claim the position of top soldier in his first semester was a testament to his extraordinary talent. The 9th Military Academy was one of the 9 major military academies in the Federation. Countless applicants flocked each year, and the strict evaluation system and admission criteria filtered out the most elite geniuses in the universe. Yunnan, who had emerged from a barren star and fought his way through to compete for a spot against those enjoying top-tier resources, was a genius among geniuses. Jianglan carefully observed the 2 mechas, subconsciously analyzing their strengths, weaknesses, and potential improvements. Yunnan maneuvered his mecha with agility, dodging the opponent's attacks, while seeking opportunities to counter. He seized the moment and launched a sudden assault, the mecha's weapon system erupting with powerful energy beams aimed directly at the opponent's vital points. Sun Lian was not to be outdone, swiftly activating the mecha's defense system to successfully block Yunnan's attack. Then he quickly adjusted the mecha's posture. A lightsaber extended from the mecha's arm, and gripping it tightly, he swung fiercely at Yunnan, targeting the mecha's core. Yunnan sidestepped to evade, and a row of weapon ports emerged on the mecha's arm, firing a barrage of laser bullets. Sun Lian deflected the incoming laser bullets with his saber, while rapidly closing in on Yunnan. The 2 mechas exchanged blows, neither yielding. It seemed Sun Lian had the upper hand. Is this what SS is like? At this speed my eyes are going blind. I used to think I was a genius until I entered the 9th. Sigh. Do we have to fight them in the selection tournament? A devout woman would rather eat vegetarian for a week to pray that we don't draw them in the first round. I second that. Please don't let us draw them in the first round. Their reactions are so fast. If it were me, I'd already be dead by Sun Lian's blade. Sun Lian is still impressive. Yunnan fired a dense volley of laser bullets, but Sun Lian deflected them all with a single saber while simultaneously advancing on Yunnan. If it were me, I'd be a sieve by now. Who do you think will win this time? Hard to tell. They're both too strong. I'm leaning towards Sun Lian. He's been the top soldier for several semesters, and he's currently in the lead. I favor Yunnan. He won the top spot last semester by turning the tables from a disadvantage. The surrounding chatter buzzed with discussion. The battle between 2 SS soldiers, the current top soldier versus the former top soldier, was a topic that would explode even on the Interstellar network. Those in the know had already started recording. They would review the footage later to study their techniques and see if they could find any weaknesses. They might say they couldn't beat them, but why not give it a try? As the battle progressed, both mechas sustained varying degrees of damage, yet the 2 remained locked in combat. Their lightsabers clashed, sparks flying, and the air filled with harsh grating sounds. The 2 mechas flashed through the air, weaving a dazzling tapestry of sword shadows that left onlookers spellbound. Suddenly Yunnan spun around. To the disbelief of the crowd, he allowed Sun Lian's mecha to pierce his own abdomen in an impossible maneuver, while simultaneously driving his lightsaber into Sun Lian's mecha's right shoulder and punching straight through its core. Sun Lian's mecha lost its combat capability as its core was destroyed, its eyes dimming. Yunnan's mecha stood beside it, and the surroundings fell into dead silence. It was over. Yunnan had won. Woohoo! Rue Yiling whistled, clapping loudly from across the venue. Bro, that was sick. Yunnan jumped down from the mecha and pulled Sun Lian, who had just climbed out of the cockpit, to his feet. You okay, eh? Sun Lian shook his head, then chuckled. Your fighting style is getting more reckless by the day, isn't it? Yunnan raised an eyebrow at him. Didn't see that coming, did you? Sun Lian let out a laugh. Yeah, I really didn't. You won again, but next time it might not be the same. He had instinctively assumed that after undergoing the stricter, more formal training of the military academy, Yunnan would tone down his crazy, reckless style from when he first enrolled. But instead it had only become more unhinged. This time he had learned another lesson: his own fighting style was still too formulaic. He needed to change his approach. I'll keep winning, so don't you worry. Yunnan lifted his chin, his tone brimming with confidence. A silver-haired girl walked over. She circled Sun Lian's mecha, and when she saw the mess of the drive core in its chest, her heart clenched. She couldn't help but glare at them and said in a disgruntled tone, "Can't you guys be more careful when you fight? Mecha repairs are a huge pain, especially the core." Another short-haired girl sighed when she saw Yunnan's mecha, which was in a sorry state. How annoying. The infantry had their fun completely disregarding the suffering of us mecha technicians who have to fix everything. Yunnan rubbed his nose. Cough got a bit carried away in the heat of the moment. Won't happen again. Sun Lian also felt apologetic. Sorry for the trouble. It's inevitable that we'll get banged up during infantry training. Besides, the academy's mechas are just SOSO. With your skills, Sister Lu Yao, fixing them is a piece of cake, right? Rue Yiling sidled up to the silver-haired girl with a grin. Lu Yao poked his forehead with her finger. Less flattery, it's still wasting my time. Then she turned to the short-haired girl. Meng Zhaozhao, how about we switch to another team? They're way too much trouble. With this time we spend fixing mechas, we could have called for a dozen male models. The short-haired girl stroked her chin, seemingly pondering the feasibility of this idea. Rue Yiling immediately panicked and quickly pulled Meng Zhaozhao behind him. Sister Lu Yao can go to another team and call for male models if she wants, but don't lead our Zhaozhao astray. He turned to Meng Zhaozhao and spoke gently. Zhaozhao, let's not hang out with Sister Lu Yao anymore. She'll corrupt you. Meng Zhaozhao. Lu Yao. Hard to comment. Sun Lian moved over to Lu Yao and flashed a V sign. Double the mecha repair fee. Lu Yao immediately broke into a smile. Oh, you. I was just joking. How could I really switch teams? We're teammates after all. Don't be so formal. Transfer it to me now. As she spoke, she opened her light brain, ready to receive the transfer. Sun Lian didn't hesitate and directly transferred 500 star coins. Meng Zhaozhao silently turned to look at Rue Yiling, and Yunnan, her meaning unmistakable. Yunnan cleared his throat. Sure is a blue sky today. He was broke. When training equipment, including mechas, was damaged during students' autonomous practice, the students had to bear the repair costs. There were two options. The first was to pay the academy directly, simple and straightforward. The second was to repair it themselves or hire a mecha technician and then pass the academy's inspection. Repairing it themselves cost nothing, while hiring a mecha technician would cost a little, but generally it was cheaper than paying the academy directly. Thus, the mecha technician department was always the wealthiest in the entire academy, as they could earn a huge amount in repair fees. Due to Yunnan's talent in infantry combat, the academy had waived his tuition and fees, given him a 20% discount on daily training wear and tier, and provided him with a scholarship. So he wasn't short of money, but he wasn't exactly rich either. He could only afford a fraction of Sun Lian's double payment to Meng Zhaozhao. Rue Yiling was fidgeting with his fingers. He hadn't broken the mecha, so he wasn't paying. Good brothers share joy, but trouble is each man's own. Meng Zhaozhao. No comparison, no harm. Just then Lu Yao fanned the flames, counting her money while shaking her head. Zhaozhao, I'm not saying this just to say it, but you really should switch teams. Look at them, causing trouble day in and day out. You're running yourself ragged, repairing and fixing nonstop. You're wearing yourself thin. Look at that little face. Where's the fresh-faced girl from the start of the semester? It breaks my heart. Don't hang out with them anymore, okay? Rue Yiling and Yunnan were furious. What a vicious tactic, sowing discord at this very moment, trying to dismantle their team. If their mecha technician quit, how would they win the competition? But the two of them were no match for Lu Yao in a verbal duel. They were so anxious they felt like their mouths were smoking. Just then Shiluer walked over with Enancy trailing behind him, looking dejected. As the team's logistics, he had been holed up in the library and lab for days. If not for the upcoming competition, he wouldn't have wanted to leave his biological specimens at all. Shiluer glanced at them casually. What's the matter? Rue Yiling's face lit up, as if he'd seen a long-lost relative. He ran to his commander, sobbing. My commander, you have to stand up for us. Sister Lu Yao is trying to steal our mecha technician. Yunnan also put on a look of grievance, staring at Lu Yao with a mix of hurt and unspoken words. Shiluer, the others nearby. Rue Yiling immediately embellished what had just happened and reported to his commander. Meng Zhaozhao covered her face. Lu Yao rolled her eyes. Shiluer scratched his head. Oh, that's all. He tapped a few times on his light brain. Meng Zhaozhao's light brain immediately chimed with a message. She opened it. Transfer of 100 star coins to you. Accept. Meng Zhaozhao's eyes lit up. Thank you, Commander. Not only Meng Zhaozhao, but also Yunnan, Rue Yiling, and Enancy each received a transfer of 500 star coins. Rue Yiling straightened his back immediately and waved the transfer screen on his light brain at Lu Yao, showing off. Hey, who said this team was bad? This team is fantastic. The commander just spoils us. Enancy's melancholic aura vanished instantly as he looked at the 500 star coins. For that kind of money, he'd be happy to join next time they had such an event. Yunnan absolutely adored the way his commander transferred money without blinking an eye. It was super cool. If the commander gave the order, he would immediately support him for emperor. Lu Yao bit her handkerchief internally. Her plan to split the team had been thwarted. Damn rich people. What would it hurt if there was one more rich person in this world? She wouldn't let these rich people off. Lu Yao turned and said with accusing eyes, Commander, look at them. Cough. A somewhat lean young man coughed softly, covering his mouth with his fist, and helped change the subject for his teammates. Aren't we going to check out the simulation arena? Every year, the competition venue for the school team selection was chosen by the academy in advance. Based on the actual location, the academy built several simulation arenas for students to get familiar with. The simulation arena was certainly different from the real venue, but it allowed students to get a sense of the type of competition environment such as climate and terrain. The group's attention was immediately diverted. Yunan looked at Qiaoen. Has the simulation arena been released? Qiaoen nodded. It's always 2 weeks in advance. Qiaoen and I got the news early. The academy will post it on the official website soon. If we head over now, we can grab good spots. Commander, you're so cool. You can get news this early. I admire you so much. Rui Yiling clasped his hands to his chest, eyes full of admiration. Meng Zhaozhao nodded vigorously, expressing full agreement. Enancy, grateful for the 50000 star coins, added a couple of words. Yeah, the commander clearly knows what he's doing. Impressive. Sure was dizzy from all the praise, puffing out his chest like a little rooster. Of course. Qiaoen and Lu Yao exchanged a glance, struggling to suppress their laughter. Mord pressed his tongue to the roof of his mouth and nodded toward Zillual, asking, "What's that fool laughing about over there?" Tong Yinny shook his head. Too far away. I can't tell. Zhang Lan had been pondering improvements and repairs for the 2 mechas they had just seen. It was simply carved into his DNA. The moment his eyes fell upon them, his mind instinctively began analyzing them. It was only after hearing Mord's words that he turned to look over. All he could see was Rui Yiling and the others clustered around Zillual, chattering animatedly and making exaggerated gestures and expressions. Zillual held his chin high with an air of supreme arrogance, while Ji1 and the rest stood beside him, struggling to suppress their laughter. Zhang Lan muttered under his breath, "Idiot." Just then he noticed Zillual instinctively turn his head in their direction. No way. Could he really hear Zhang Lan insulting him from this far away? If his ears are that sharp. He actually heard you cursing him out. Mord's jaw nearly dropped. Ye Fei wore an equally astonished expression. Tong Yinny watched the approaching group with thinly veiled schadenfreude. Zhang Lan, better prepare yourself to face the young master's wrath. Zhang Lan. Shut up. As Zillual drew nearer, Tong Yinny and the others backed away in unison, casually dragging Sangle along to spare him from being caught in the crossfire. When disaster strikes, everyone saves themselves. Take care, Zhang Lan. Zhang Lan. Did you just call me an idiot? Zillual stomped over in a huff. No. Zhang Lan replied without a flicker of emotion. Did you hear me insulting you? Zillual glared at him. I heard you. You definitely cursed me out. No one could fathom how his voice had managed to cut through nearly half the training grounds and penetrate Zhang Lan's ears precisely amidst the clamor of voices. Why are you calling me an idiot again? Zillual sounded genuinely wronged. He hadn't done anything this time. Why was he being insulted once more? Zhang Lan rubbed his nose somewhat guiltily. It's just a habit of mine. Sorry about that. Zillual. Am I really that despicable a person? Absolutely, Zhang Lan said before pausing mid-sentence. Zillual had accidentally spoken his inner thoughts aloud, and Zhang Lan had reflexively replied. Oh no. Zillual's eyes bulged as his trembling finger pointed at Zhang Lan. You. He sputtered repeatedly, unable to form anything beyond those stammers. Zhang Lan took a deep breath. He had made his bed, now he would lie in it. Oomph. Zillual huffed, crossing his arms with an air of profound grievance, when suddenly he felt a warmth above his head. He froze entirely, then sprang backward 8 meters, as though something filthy had touched him. Who gave you permission to pat my head? Zhang Lan retracted his hand, as though nothing had happened. I'll treat you to a meal next time. He rubbed his fingers together. This silly kid's hair was surprisingly soft. Due to the earlier conflicts within their team and Zillual's persistent harassment, Zhang Lan had never been particularly warm toward him. For him to even offer to buy a meal was quite remarkable. Zillual was the textbook definition of a strength worshipper. The stronger someone was, the more he wanted to associate with them. As the legitimate heir of the Decalancy family, and one of the rare SSS rank individuals across the entire interstellar expanse, he felt that those standing beside him should not be weak either. The first time he learned about Zhang Lan, he was consumed with curiosity. What kind of mecha designer talent was this? Even in high school, he had independently designed an S-class mecha and proposed a novel mecha structure, a design that had been patented and officially adopted by the Federation for mass production. He adored such a powerful figure. Only someone like this deserved to be his teammate. Upon learning that Zhang Lan had applied to the 9th Military Academy, he immediately did the same. Yet when he eagerly invited Zhang Lan to team up, he was flatly rejected. Though he had always succeeded effortlessly thanks to his family status and spiritual power aptitude, Zillual had hit a wall with Zhang Lan, and so he locked horns with their squad ever since. At that time, he looked down equally on everyone except Zhang Lan. His mind was consumed with nothing but how to recruit Zhang Lan into his team. As for the others in Zhang Lan's squad, he treated them rather harshly. In his worldview, he simply could not understand why Zhang Lan would choose to team up with Mord and the rest. But since Zhang Lan refused him, there was nothing he could do. He refused to give up. Coveting Zhang Lan's talent so intensely, he reasoned that even if they couldn't be teammates, they could at least be friends. So he seized every opportunity to seek Zhang Lan out, attempting to change his mind. But because he lacked the social finesse to express himself properly, every encounter ended with him being scolded away and offending Mord and the others in the process. This ultimately led to the current situation where they picked fights with each other whenever they met, sometimes even resorting to ambushing each other with trash bags over their heads. This time, when Jianglan proactively offered him an olive branch, Zilluol was instantly placated. His heart bubbled with delight. Jianglan, the Federation's top mecha design prodigy, had patted his head and offered to buy him a meal. He suppressed his wildly upturned corners of his mouth. Fine then. Sangle watched the entire exchange with great amusement. Who had invented this Zilluol anyway? He was far too entertaining. The mollified Zilluol suddenly grew shy, casting sidelong glances at Jianglan and stammering, "What?" Jianglan felt a chill run down his spine at that look. "Are you going to the simulation arena?" Zilluol asked, then quickly looked up at the sky. "I'm just asking, don't overthink it. I'm not saying I'm inviting you all along, and don't think about tagging along with me either. I wouldn't agree to that, obviously. But if you insist on coming along and actually beg me nicely, I suppose I wouldn't oppose it. After all, I am quite magnanimous. As for what happened before, I'll let it go." Zilluol continued his rambling monologue. "Jianglan, we're not going." Zilluol deflated in exactly 1 second. "Why not?" Sangle couldn't hold it in anymore. "Sorry." He turned his back to the group, covering his mouth with his hand, his shoulders shaking with suppressed laughter. "Stop laughing. Can't you see that little pressure cooker is about to explode again?" He was genuinely dying of laughter. Sangle's sudden burst of giggles seemed to flip a switch. Mord and Tong Yinny exchanged glances and began slapping their thighs, howling with mirth. "Ha ha!" Yafei couldn't resist either, though she managed to keep her laughter silent. Zilluol was thoroughly undone this time, stamping his feet in rage. "Don't laugh. None of you dare laugh. What's so funny about this?" Like a live cannon shell, he charged straight at Mord and Tong Yinny, the loudest among them, only to be intercepted by Rue Yiling and Yunnan, who grabbed him on either side and lifted him off the ground, leaving his legs flailing helplessly in the air. "Mord, Tong Yinny, you two will pay for this. I'll make you regret this. Commander, please calm down. Take it easy, don't stoop to their level. Don't let it ruin your health." Ains took a deep breath, deeply regretting that he couldn't bring himself to admit this individual was their commander. He found himself longing for the specimens in the lab instead. What a lively scene here. What's all the commotion about? A slender youth stood some distance away, an amused smile playing on his lips. "Senior Qiaoen," Jianglan greeted. Qiaoen gave a slight nod. "Good afternoon." Helayer was then set down by his attendant, glared at them resentfully, and turned to Qiaoen. "How did you end up here? I thought you had already gone to the simulation arena." Qiaoen replied, "We were about to. Isn't it just that we noticed the commotion here?" Every time Helayer encountered Jianglan and the others, he would ignite like a powder keg. Military academy life was tedious and monotonous, so when drama arose, they naturally seized the opportunity to dash to the front row for a better view. "Looks like we're a bit late. Is the fun over?" Liu Yao approached with an expression of regret. Sun Lian and Caroline followed behind her. Helayer had no desire to speak. These people always loved watching him stumble. Once the academy team trials began, he would crush them into the ground. Liu Yao poked Helayer's puffed up cheeks. "Little pufferfish." Seeing Helayer about to blow his top again, and fearing the powder keg would redirect his wrath elsewhere, Jiawen quickly pulled his own teammates back. "Say less. Stop poking him." Liu Yao listened to her commander well enough, zipping her lips with a gesture. Sangle had remained silently observant the entire time they had arrived. "This is Sangle," Yafei said, noticing her silence and pulling her forward to introduce her. "Sangle, this is Senior Qiaoen. He's a fourth-year student now." Sangle's gaze fell upon Qiaowen's face, and she offered her customary gentle smile. "Hello, Senior Qiaoen." From a distance, she hadn't felt anything, but the moment he drew near, a strange sense of familiarity surged within her. An inexplicable pressure settled in her chest. The more she looked at him, the more his face seemed recognizable. This was absolutely not due to any plot she had previously read. It felt more like emotional residue left by the original host. But where exactly had she seen him before? The original host had lived her entire life in a remote star system. Having inherited the original Sangle's body, she naturally inherited her memories as well. Yet she scoured every corner of her mind and found no matching recollection. Human memory was so peculiar. When you saw something that felt familiar, knowing without a doubt you had encountered it before, yet found yourself utterly unable to recall it in that very moment. A faint irritation prickled at Sangle. Her intuition told her this was something of great importance. Though she possessed the original host's memories and the overarching plot in her grasp, granting her a god's eye view the moment she was inserted into this world, anything hidden beneath its surface and untouched by the storyline would have to be uncovered by her own efforts. Gazing at that face, the sense of familiarity deepened, and swayed by the lingering emotions of this body, she felt an escalating restlessness. What on earth could make the feelings of a dead person resonate this intensely? "Hello, Sangle." Qiaoen returned the greeting politely. As if struck by a thought, his tone carried a hint of amusement. "I know you. It's a pleasure to meet you. Really? Have we met before, Senior Qiaoen?" Sangle's expression turned surprised as she clasped his outstretched hand. Qiaoen teased, "The scene between you and Helayer at the cafeteria was pinned to the top of the campus forum. You look even better in person than in the video. Huh. Sangle offered a forced laugh, barely managing to keep her composure. It had actually been pinned. Could it be she was being treated as live entertainment for everyone to gawk at? Hellier then chimed in with grave sincerity, indeed. Sangle looks far better in reality than in the video. He turned to her. Sangle, are you not very photogenic? I always felt I looked just as handsome in the video as I do in person. After saying it, he fondly rubbed his own face. This guy's emotional intelligence must have been fed to the dogs. Sangle ignored him. She was a mentally sound, self-sufficient adult, as she simply needed to offer compassion to the intellectually challenged. Yafei then pointed toward Caroline. This is Senior Caroline. She's also a senior currently in her second year, majoring in logistics. I did a research project with her last semester. She's a very gentle person, really. Hello, Sangle. Caroline's eyes were clear and bright, like a tranquil lake hidden within them. Her long silken hair was casually draped over her shoulders, further enhancing her gentle aura. Hello, Senior. And don't forget me. Lu Yao suddenly pulled Sangle into an embrace. Her silver hair brushed against Sangle's neck, tickling her slightly, and causing her to shrink back instinctively. I'm Lu Yao, a fourth-year student. Lu Yao possessed large, dewy eyes, delicate brows curved like new moons in a naturally muted hue. Her round cheeks carried a faint blush, and her silver hair fell smoothly over her shoulders, making her appear exceptionally approachable. Judging solely by her appearance, one would instinctively assume Lu Yao had a gentle temperament. A textbook white moonlight beauty. The moment she opened her mouth, however, that illusion shattered completely. Have you ever been to Qiaoen Ye? We should go together sometime. Their male models are ridiculously attractive. The dancing is incredibly electrifying, and those abs. They've got every type imaginable. I guarantee you'll be satisfied, let me tell you. Hey. Before Lu Yao could finish, she clamped a hand over her mouth and was dragged away. Qiaoen looked at the four furious faces opposite him and offered an awkward chuckle. Haha, children are clueless. Don't take it to heart. Good heavens, what was wrong with Lu Yao's mouth? Bringing a girl who had just come of age to order male entertainers. Didn't she see the murderous intent in the opposite group's eyes? Jiang Lan gave a cold, oh, then added, a child of 240 months still acting immaturely. It must be a case of delayed brain development. Lu Yao's mouth hung open as she drew a sharp breath to launch into a curse, but Zhao Wen and Sun Lian acted swiftly, grabbing and pulling her back down. This person's profanity was too vile. Last time, she had cursed so filthily that someone reported her to the principal, resulting in a week of solitary confinement. Tong Yeni had immediately covered Sangle's ears the moment Lu Yao's words took a turn for the worse, protecting her like a hen shielding her chicks. Good heavens. Their own chicks' ears had nearly been polluted. Moer also chided earnestly from the sidelines. Sangle, please do not learn from Sister Lu Yao. You are still young. Those people out there only know how to honeymouth and deceive you. Do not be fooled. Let me tell you, my uncle's friend's relative's niece's classmate got scammed. She was seduced and emotionally manipulated, and most importantly, she was swindled out of 1 million credits. People with love brains never call the police. They say things like they'll wait for the scumbag right where he left them, and after their family reports it, they even go warn the criminal. Jiang Lan took a deep breath, activated her optical brain interface, and tapped furiously. Jiang Lan, what are you doing? Tong Yeni leaned in curiously. Jiang Lan replied with a mournful tone, writing a proposal to the federal judiciary. I'm suggesting they add love brain to the criminal code. Because Sangle was petite, looked younger than her actual age, and had grown up in a remote star system with a frail constitution, Moer and the others always went out of their way to care for her, subconsciously treating her like a child. Lu Yao wanted to retort from the side, but dared not. The moment she opened her mouth, she was slaughtered by the intense glares of the four opposite her. She hadn't even done anything wrong. Besides, what was wrong with male models? These people had absolutely no taste. Next time she would book 8 male models, just to soothe her deeply wounded soul. That said, Moer's gossip was quite explosive. For him to hide such juicy gossip was terribly unfair. Thinking this, she shot him a resentful glance while he babbled incessantly to Sangle. Yafei silently pulled Sangle further away from Lu Yao and whispered conspiratorially, the kind of establishment Sister Lu Yao goes to has rather loose standards. The usual age restriction is 20 plus, and in principle we are not allowed to go. In principle, not allowed meant allowed under certain conditions. Sangle finally grasped the nuance. Amused by their antics, she chuckled, all right. I get it now. With that, she secretly winked at Lu Yao. Take me next time. Lu Yao caught the signal and blinked back. Next time I'll take you. The two tacitly averted their gazes. Seeing the lively conversation, Hellier bluntly butted in, shoving Meng Zhao and Iansun into the mix and shouted, they haven't properly met yet. Iansun. Hello, I am Iansun. Iansun was always taciturn around living people. He much preferred spending time with his specimens. Meng Zhao was suddenly shoved forward. Meeting Sangle's gaze, she stammered out a few words. Why you hello? I'm Meng Zhao. After speaking, she clamped her mouth shut tightly, the tips of her ears protruding from her short hair, turning crimson. Sangle reached out and gently shook their hands, her eyes curving into a warm smile. Hello, I'm Sangle. All right, everyone has been introduced. How about we head to the simulation arena now? Fearing they would drag the conversation back to irrelevant topics and concern for his teammates' mental safety, Qiaoen deliberately shifted the subject. Liu Yao stared at her nose, heart resolute. She hadn't done anything wrong. It was this tasteless world that was at fault. Zhang glanced at the others, saw no objections, and replied to Qiaoen, sure. Helaer's mood soured once more. He muttered under his breath. He says we go, but I say something, and it's a hard no. As he muttered, he couldn't resist shooting Qiaoen a sharp glare. Qiaoen, let's just hurry to the simulation arena. Sangle's gaze lingered on Qiaoen's face. All right. From a distance, she had felt nothing, but the moment he drew near, a bizarre sense of familiarity surged within her. An inexplicable pressure settled in her chest. The more she looked at him, the more familiar he seemed. This was absolutely not from any plot she had previously consumed. It felt more like emotional residue from the original host. But where exactly had she encountered him before? He, on the other hand, looked as if he had never seen her in his life. Sangle suppressed the discomfort rising in her chest, keeping her expression perfectly composed as she continued chatting and laughing with the group. She would get to the bottom of this. They had barely entered the simulation room when someone was already waiting inside. Hanxia, a girl in a sleeveless tank top, sat imperiously on a chair. Hearing the voice, she tilted her head slightly, pushed herself up with her hands on her knees, and the silver necklace resting at her collarbone swayed gently. Hanxia's tone carried an edge of impatience. Why are you so late? Sangle studied the tall girl before her. Hanxia. Which Han? The Han from the Federal Police Bureau director. Hanxia strode over with one hand in her pocket. The silver necklace at her chest swung rhythmically, emitting crisp metallic clinks. The pendant carved with the Han family totem reflected a cold, hard gleam unique to metal. As Gavin walked inside, he asked, have you been waiting long? I stopped to watch some excitement. Hanxia swept her gaze across the group and finally landed on the figure in the very center. She spoke slowly, Sangle. Sangle. Noticing the girl's dazed expression, Hanxia stepped forward, bent down slightly, and leaned in to study her closely. Are you General Qiaoen Ye's granddaughter? Sangle instinctively stepped back a few paces, meeting those sharp, piercing brows. Yes, it is. Noting Sangle's retreat, Hanxia's eyes darkened. She straightened up slowly. So short. You look fragile. Sangle was dumbfounded. How was she supposed to respond to that? She looked up, estimating the height of the person before her. At least 185 centimeters. Then she glanced at Hanxia's exposed arms, toned muscles with smooth, elegant lines. She calmly ran the odds in her head. 7-3 in Hanxia's favor. She'd be on her 7th heaven after 3 punches. Ha ha ha. Zerg doubled over, laughing. That's what you get for laughing at me earlier. Hanxia turned to Gavin. Shall we go in? Gavin nodded, gesturing for his teammates to follow, and called out over his shoulder, we'll head in first. With that, the group gradually moved away. Sangle was still wallowing in the sorrow of being emotionally and physically dwarfed. Zerg, ever the nuisance, crept over and held up his hand for comparison. Hey Sangle, why don't you look up at me? Look at me. Sangle's fists clenched and unclenched. Suddenly she said, Zerg, have you ever thought about studying accounting? I think you'd be perfect for it. Huh? Zerg was baffled. Why, oi? Sangle said nothing. She gave him a sidelong glance and emitted a disdainful sniff from her nose. Zerg was chilled to the bone by her look. He rubbed the goosebumps on his arms and turned to the others. What does that mean? Is she saying my math is good? Yunnan and Rui Yiling shrugged. Meng Zhaozhao shook her head. Insa didn't even acknowledge him. Morel was equally clueless and exchanged a glance with Tong Yini. The same clear-eyed foolishness reflected back at him. Zhang Lan explained in a calm tone, because accountants learn to keep accounts. You don't need to learn. It's because you're fundamentally imbecilic. Zerg finally catching on broke down completely. Sangle, Zhang Lan, you too. Oh. Sangle, did you catch it from Zhang Lan? Oh. He refused to believe it. When had Sangle become so viciously sharp-tongued? This was a lie. All of it was fake. Zhang Lan, standing nearby, merely let out a cold snort. Yafei looked up at the sky. Good news, a sharp-tongued rival equal to Zhang Lan had appeared. Bad news, they were on the same team, and their combined attack power was 112. Even better news, she was also on their team. Watching Zerg's frantic meltdown, Zhang Lan averted her gaze with visible disgust and took a step further away. It was common knowledge that foolishness was contagious. Sangle folded her arms, the corners of her mouth curling upward. Energy, after all, was conserved, and happiness could be transferred. Zerg rambled on to himself, completely ignored. Frustrated, he was merely angry that no one was angry with him. Morel stood beside Sangle and compared heights. Hey, Sangle seems to have grown. Sangle looked up. Tong Yini also leaned in to measure her tone, surprised. You're right. Previously, Sangle had only reached her shoulder. Now she was at her neck. Zerg stopped his muttering and scrutinized Sangle from top to bottom. No way. You're still just as short. Yunnan pinched the bridge of his nose and exchanged glances with his teammates, all silently retreating. Zerg's mouth was purely suicidal. If not for the generous compensation, none of them would have chosen to be on his team. Satisfied with neither observation, Zerg circled Sangle several more times. Seriously, no difference. No wonder Zerg had been despised by Zhang Lan and the others before. His mouth was genuinely detestable. Sangle hadn't minded it before, but now that the blade had pierced her own flesh, she wanted to tear that mouth off. Unable to bear it any longer, Sangle forced a smile that never reached her eyes. You'd better pray we're in the same group for the next shooting class. Otherwise I'll shoot you full of holes on the training field. The others collectively sucked in their breath. Given Sangle's legendary feat of scoring a perfect 100 in shooting class and leading the command department to dominate the infantry department, they felt deep sympathy for Zilluar's impending fate. Zilluar finally went completely quiet. He dared not provoke her further. He had no desire to be turned into a sieve during shooting practice. Ye also measured and confirmed Sangle has indeed grown taller. It was likely developmental delay caused by malnutrition before. Now that she's on the Azure Star with better provisions, she's finally shooting up. Sangle nodded satisfactorily. At 18, she was still growing, and she was certain she would continue to rise. Just then Sangle received a transfer notification. Zilluar has transferred 5000 credits to you. Do you accept? Sangle looked at Zilluar in confusion. Zilluar wore an expression of guilt. Hearing Ye mention malnutrition, he suddenly remembered that Sangle had been brought in from a remote star system. He had mocked her for being short. He truly was despicable. Sangle couldn't fathom Zilluar's mental process, but that didn't stop her from accepting the transfer. Where had this great philanthropist come from? For the sake of money, she chose forgiveness. She would simply shoot a few less rounds in class. If being mocked for her height could earn her 5000, then please mock her to your heart's content. Sangle gazed at Zilluar with hopeful, expectant eyes. Under Sangle's piercing look, Zilluar assumed she was still angry. His guilt deepened and he transferred another 5000. Sangle's eyes blazed with fervor. What kind of fool was this? This was clearly the god of wealth himself. As she thought this, her fingers had already swiftly changed his contact name to God of Wealth. Seeing Sangle's expression lighten, Zilluar knew he had survived, at least for now. Enriched by a windfall, Sangle's mood improved visibly. She reached into her pocket, pulled out an exquisite box, and handed it over. The merchandise I promised you. Zilluar took it. That game merchandise? Yes. Yunnan and Rui Yiling gathered curiously around Zilluar. What games? What merchandise? Meng Zhaozhao also drifted over interested. Only Insa was somewhere else, entirely missing his specimens. He despised living people. Zilluar pried open Rui Yiling's claws. Don't touch. Rui Yiling looked wronged and pretended to wipe away tears. Commander, you don't love me anymore. A whole semester's friendship has been wasted. Zilluar was disgusted. Stay away from me. Hearing this, Rui Yiling grew even more enthusiastic and wrapped his arms around Zilluar, refusing to let go. Zilluar's face twisted as he tried to shove his head away. What are you doing? Let go. No. Somebody come look. The heartless man is being cruel. Yunnan, pull him off. Coming. Damn it. Yunnan, you're unsportsmanlike. Don't pull my hair. Meng Zhaozhao and Insa. 3 complete lunatics. After the commotion subsided, they realized only the 3 of them remained. Everyone else had already entered the simulation room. They whispered to each other. It was widely known that foolishness was contagious. Cherish life, stay away from fools. Sangle and the others had already entered the simulation arena. The scene inside resembled an apocalyptic wasteland with crumbling ruins scattered everywhere. The sky hung in a suffocating dark crimson, so gloomy it seemed ready to collapse at any moment. Fierce winds howled across the endless desert sand, and dust swirling wildly, blurring all vision. Once bustling cities were now nothing but ruins. Broken walls tottered in the biting wind and sand, while metal frameworks corroded by erosion emitted occasional heart-piercing creaks. The monstrous silhouettes of the Zerg flickered in and out of the dust storm, their razor-sharp claws and needle-like fangs sending shivers down one's spine. They darted through the ruins, emitting spine-chilling screeches. They seemed to be searching for something, or perhaps simply wandering aimlessly across this dead planet. There was no sign of life, only the endless desert and terrifying Zerg. Mower wrinkled his nose at the scene and muttered, "Do they really have to make the simulation arena this realistic?" Tong Yinny tugged at her hair. Even though it was just a simulation, she swore her hair was full of sand, and she'd just washed it that morning. Zhang Lan kept silent, not wanting to open her mouth and get sand everywhere. Ye pulled up her collar as a makeshift mask, her voice muffled. This is the first simulation arena. From the looks of it, this was a planet abandoned after being overrun by the Zerg. So this type of arena is one of the candidates for this year's team selection competition. Tong Yinny mimicked Ye, pulling up her collar. But there are too many abandoned planets like this across the Federation. We can't pinpoint which one it is. When the Zerg had suddenly launched their massive invasion, nearly all the Federation's frontier planets were overrun. Even after they were driven back, those worlds remained uninhabitable. Their resources had long been devoured by the Zerg. The actual competition venues won't have Zerg. Those planets were cleaned up by the Federation forces long ago. Forget about Zerg eggs. Their corpses were reduced to dust. In short, if the Zerg showed their faces, they'd be eliminated instantly. Mower also wanted to pull up his collar like the others, but when his hand touched his neckline, he realized he was only wearing a short-sleeved shirt with no outer layer. He dejectedly dropped his hand. Sangle extended her hand from her sleeve, and the scorching wind lashed her skin with stinging sand. Without flinching, she tucked it back into her sleeve. Interstellar sand was different. It cut like razor blades. Damned weather. Roasting by day, freezing by night, with these freak winds constantly blowing. You couldn't see the path ahead. Whoever got stuck on this desert map knew exactly what they were in for. I should visit a temple and pray when I get back. Please don't draw this cursed map. Zhang Lan opened her light brain and added to her memo equip mechs with sandproof functions. Mower was the first to crack. All he wore was a short-sleeved shirt offering no protection at all. He felt like sand had invaded every orifice of his face. Switch maps, switch maps. Just looking at this one gives me a headache. After spending the entire afternoon reviewing the remaining maps, their spirits were thoroughly crushed. Mower emerged from the simulation room looking utterly defeated. Is the Academy insane? There are so many maps. I swear they've included every terrain and weather condition in the entire star system. Claiming they'd captured every weather pattern across the galaxy was an exaggeration, but 58 simulation maps was hardly a small number, each covering a vast area. In a single afternoon, they'd barely managed to scout 17 of those 58 maps. Moreover, these weren't actual competition maps. They were merely terrain and weather simulations extracted from real candidate locations. Since similar terrain and weather conditions existed across countless systems throughout the galaxy, identifying the real venue from these simulations was impossible. Sangle's heart had long gone numb. It was generous of the Academy to narrow things down for them, though narrowed down was doing a lot of heavy lifting here. As expected, interstellar universities were still universities. The professors marked the key points for finals only to reveal the entire textbook was essential. Absolutely infuriating. Yafei could barely maintain her composure, either slumping dejectedly in her chair. Zhang Lan stared blankly at the growing list of mech upgrades in her memo. Sangle unwrapped the candy and popped it into her mouth, the citrus sweetness blooming on her tongue. Suddenly, Shiluer emerged from the simulation room in a hurry, his expression fraught with anxiety as he hurried out. Yunnan and the others followed shortly after. Sangle watched Shiluer's retreating figure, rolling the candy around her tongue, intensifying the orange flavor. Mower furrowed his brow and asked Yunnan, who had just come out, what's wrong with him? Yunnan's expression was grim, his gaze following Shiluer's direction with worry. It's about Teacher Lu. Didn't her aunt go to the competition site for field reconnaissance a few days ago? On her way back, the starship was attacked by an unidentified force, and all personnel aboard went missing. What did you say? Tong Yin's brows knit tightly. Who dares to attack a military academy's starship? Yunnan shook his head. We don't know, but families of everyone on the starship received an anonymous message demanding ransom. Mower was aghast. You're telling me they hijacked academy faculty and technicians just for money? How much do they want? We don't know. It looks like a provocation. Everyone turned to Yafei. Yafei spoke up. Which faction would dare send anonymous messages, so brazenly flooding them all at once without fear of the Federation tracing the source? They're arrogant and reckless, creating such a huge disturbance. What else would you call this but provocation? Rue Yiling tugged at his hair, frustration etched across his face. Shiluer could leave campus due to special circumstances, but they couldn't. He was genuinely worried about his commander. Zhang Lan asked, what's the Academy saying? Yunnan replied, the Academy is currently contacting families of the missing for an emergency meeting. That's all I know. Meng Zhaozhao looked restless, nervously picking at her clothes. Ain's already looking dejected looked even more despondent now. The ransom demand probably isn't just about money. Pulling this off this quickly means premeditation. They must have surveyed the Academy's starship routes and personnel beforehand. During this period, multiple academies have vessels conducting field reconnaissance. They weren't limited to our school or this particular starship, yet they deliberately chose us. Zhang Lan analyzed calmly. Yafei added, and the matter of the stolen mech blueprints earlier has gone nowhere. The culprit remains at large. It feels like someone is deliberately targeting Ninth Academy. Damn it, who the hell is behind this? The mention of the stolen mech blueprints ignited Mower's anger all over again. The culprit remained at large, and that only fueled his frustration. Until we understand their objectives, the Academy won't take any rash action. Since they're demanding ransom, Teacher Lu and the others should be safe for now. Sangle leaned against the wall, listening to their overlapping discussion, the sweet and sour citrus lingering on her tongue. Imagination was truly a remarkable thing. It is entirely thanks to Mr. Xia that we were able to escape unscathed. Eric obsequiously poured wine for his counterpart across the table. Please let me toast you. Not at all. This was all your own doing, Mr. Eric. Xia Huchin smiled and raised his glass in return. Mr. Xia, please do not be so modest. Without you, we would have been doomed there. You are simply extraordinary. Our successful capture of the 9th starship this time relied entirely on your brilliant leadership. Xia Huchin took a delicate sip of his pale red wine, but offered no response. After lavishing praise for so long, Eric's throat had gone dry. He took a swallow of wine and finally noticed the other two hadn't touched their glasses. He'd been so caught up praising Xia Huchin that he'd forgotten them entirely. Unacceptable. He needed to distribute his attentions equally. Don't the other two drink? Is the wine not to your liking? Hearing the question, Nianqi lifted her head from her meal. Amber eyes curving with a smile, she said, I apologize. I am not yet of legal age and cannot drink. After saying this, Nianqi buried her head back into her meal. Eric. Haha, I see. What nonsense. It hardly mattered that she was underage when they had already chosen this line of work. Realizing the other party had no desire to converse with him, Eric tactfully shifted his target. And this one? Song Jio's hand paused while fiddling with his spoon. He lifted his eyelids and shot Eric a glance, neither severe nor mild. Meeting those lifeless ocean blue eyes, Eric felt an instant chill crawl up his spine. He'd better keep his mouth shut. He would never forget the sight of her piloting a mecha and carving through to their starship when they had refused the Qiaoen Ye Huey's partnership offer. Like a flesh grinder, calling her a human weapon was no exaggeration. Good heavens. This mysterious organization, unheard of by anyone, simply appeared out of nowhere, demanding cooperation. The strangest part was that their communication had contained nothing but the single word, cooperation. Anyone would have refused. After the three of them had fought their way onto the starship, they watched that brat effortlessly crack the starship's communication system and forcibly contact their leader. After that, he had lost consciousness. He didn't know what they had discussed with their leader, only that the leader had ordered him to cooperate with their actions and fulfill every one of their demands. Never in his life had he witnessed such a hardcore approach to partnership. He had nearly believed he was going to die. Heaven only knew. They had once been nothing more than a humble little star pirate crew. After these three joined, their shabby organization began expanding at a frightening rate, absorbing other pirate groups. Just after finishing their latest absorption, they ran straight into a starship from the 9th Military Academy. He still couldn't understand what possessed the three of them to suddenly lead a strike against it. He had nearly had his soul scared out of his body. How absurd was that? Could their ragtag group of pirates possibly compare to a military academy? Watching these three stubbornly seeking death, his heart had turned ice cold. He had even prepared his last will. And yet against all odds, the raid had succeeded. Not only had they plundered the starship clean, but they had also captured everyone aboard alive. Oh, he could brag about this incident for the rest of his life. But this incident also made him realize clearly, their leader would likely need to change. What chance did their current leader so easily coaxed around like a plaything stand against them? He needed to quickly curry favor with the right people. A true sucking up artist, he'd get everything in the end. Bosto's Academy, people have woken up. Eric, they're awake. Xiaohuchen's fingers tapped lightly against the table. Stop eating. He rose to his feet and signaled for someone to lead the way. Song Jiu followed closely behind. Nianqi hurriedly stuffed the last bite into her mouth and trailed after them. Coming. Lu Yao moved her wrist slightly. All her weapons had been confiscated, her spiritual energy blocked. Her complexion was faintly pale and the wound at her waist had been only roughly treated. If she moved, even slightly, it would split open again. Awake already. Quite impressive for an outstanding teacher from the academy. One side of the wall suddenly illuminated, followed by a brief light laugh. The sudden burst of light made Lu Yao somewhat uncomfortable. She instinctively squinted her eyes and after adjusting looked toward the wall. Through the translucent surface, several dark silhouettes could be made out. The figure at the center sat in a chair posture, elegant and dignified, gazing into the cell. Lu Yao's green eyes, somewhat dulled in this moment, stared coldly at the figures behind the wall. What do you want? The central dignified figure shifted positions, clasping both hands beneath their chin. Their voice carried a teasing lilt. Don't be nervous. We merely invite you to be our guests. Is this your hospitality? Lu Yao tugged at the corners of her lips. The shackles on her wrists clinked. Oh, fine quality bracelets. You don't like them? We have other styles available. Which style does our guest prefer? As she spoke, the wall projected various cuff designs. The others in the cell. Lu Yao. Very well. Please exchange these for another pair. If someone came in to swap the restraints, she could find an opportunity. Apologies, dear guest. We unfortunately lack spare hands at the moment. Lu Yao. This was all the speechlessness this lifetime had to offer. After chatting for so long, the other party had said nothing of substance. Lu Yao had quickly realized they weren't intending to tell them anything at all. They were simply toying with them. The luminous wall faded, and the cell plunged back into darkness. In the pitch-black void, only the overlapping sounds of breathing could be heard. Xiaohuchen tilted his head and asked, "Have you finished handling what I asked?" Nianqi nodded. Yes, all communications have been sent. The opponent's detection and tracking have been intercepted. Xiaohuchen closed his eyelids, his fingers tapping rhythmically against the chair. Next, prepare for negotiations. 9th Military Academy. Sangle returned to her dormitory and chewed the remaining candy in her mouth before swallowing it. Sangle, the matter has been handled. Yuanzi landed on Sangle's shoulder and nuzzled against her. Good work. Sangle rubbed the pink fur ball. Yuanzi had been absent these past few days, actually investigating the rebel forces. Lorx's rule over the Federation was already showing signs of decline, and his subordinates were growing restless. Yuanzi as a system in this fully intelligent interstellar world was like a fish in water. Plunge into the star network and Yuanzi could uncover even the most hidden secrets. Here is the list. Yuanzi watched her while munching on snacks. Given the current degree of collapse, the Federation could not survive a civil war. The best approach was to nip danger in the bud, help Lorx eliminate these troublemakers, and replace them with others. However, based on its understanding of Sangle, she would never help Lorx after he had schemed against her. Yet she certainly wouldn't let these rebellious individuals go either. It remained to be seen how she would handle it. Sangle flipped through the list and gave a cold snort. You're only adding to my workload. By the way, keep an eye on the rebel forces. Let me know in advance if anyone wants to stir up trouble. Qiaoen Ye understood. The ringleaders of the rebel forces held considerable status. Killing them outright would cause significant negative repercussions, making aftermath management a nightmare. One move would ripple through everything, truly troublesome. Since the rebel factions were far too scattered and deeply entangled to control directly, Sangle seized a small star pirate organization and used it as a stepping stone to build up her previously fabricated Qiaoen Ye. Once it had developed to a certain stage, and she had enough personnel, she would then absorb those rebel forces. To Sangle, both star pirates and rebels were critical factors affecting the stability of the world. However, engaging in open warfare at this time risked causing the world to collapse. Moreover, with the bug swarm invasion looming ahead, both pirates and rebels could be mobilized for battle. When humanity's very existence was at stake, cooperation and solidarity were only natural. In summary, drain every last drop of value before dealing with them. As for Lu Yao and the others, they had simply crossed paths by sheer bad luck. She had nearly forgotten about Lu Yao's deliberate attempt to frighten her. Since they had met, a small revenge would serve nicely, and it would simultaneously infuriate Lorx. To have people taken right under his nose with no way to trace it. How infuriating that must be. Achievement unlocked, embarrassed the Federation commander. Having followed Sangle for so long, Qiaoen Ye pretty much understood her intentions. It offered only a perfunctory reminder, don't overdo it. I know. Qiaoen, why are you still reading that comic? Did you hand in your final paper? Qiaoen Ye stretched her head out from the bed and looked across. How long have you been watching? Qiaoen didn't even give her a glance. Oh, there's been a lot of updates today. I want to finish them all at once. What's so good about that comic? I checked it out when you posted about it on Moments. The artwork is decent, but the storyline is awful. I just can't get into it. Qiaoen Ye genuinely couldn't understand Qiaoen's obsession with this comic, the kind where she'd curse at it while still reading it. She would complain about the terrible plot daily, yet always pull out the comic to gaze at it foolishly. Qiaoen Ye simply didn't get it. Qiaoen only turned to look at her after scrolling through the plot, her expression loaded with meaning. Why are you staring at me like that? I'm asking about your final paper. Qiaoen Ye got goosebumps from that gaze. Qiaoen suddenly jumped up and ran to Qiaoen Ye's bed holding up her phone. Quick, you'll definitely regret not seeing this. I'm not going to watch that trash. Before Qiaoen Ye could finish, she was drawn to the pretty pink-haired character in the middle of the phone screen. Holy shit. What a gorgeous pink-haired beauty. The figure in the frame wore a white suit, lounging casually in a chair with hands folded naturally at her front. Pink hair cascaded down to her waist, smooth as jade, noble and refined, while the slight upward tilt of her eyes lent her face a teasing quality. I knew you'd fall for this type. As Qiaoen Ye watched Qiaoen take back the phone, she instinctively said, Hey, I haven't finished watching yet. Go read the comic yourself. Qiaoen waved the phone and sat back to continue admiring it. Qiaoen Ye gritted her teeth and looked. She was a pink-haired fan. By the way, I suggest you start from the latest update. Qiaoen's voice drifted over, and Qiaoen Ye curled up under her blanket mumbled, Got it. For the pink hair. The cover of the latest update was a full beauty attack. It was a group photo. In the very center were the four main characters. Moair held up a peace sign, grinning so hard her eyes were nearly invisible. Qiaoen Ye tilted her head toward the camera, a lollipop tucked in her mouth. Yafei stood properly, her smile revealing two adorable dimples. Zhang Lan held a mecha model, looking somewhat dazed, as if she'd been pulled in unexpectedly. Zilur wore an arrogant expression, while behind him Yunnan and Rue Yiling bounced energetically. Zhaowen stood with his hands in his pockets. Kaoyuan Meng Zhao and Lu Yao huddled close together, making heart shapes with their hands, though Meng Zhao in the middle looked somewhat stiff. Inci still had that half-dead look, and Xia had no expression at all. In the upper right corner of the frame was Sangle, occupying only a small spot. The Eastern Barbie doll truly lived up to her reputation. This group photo was excellent. Beautiful faces behind beautiful faces, all gorgeous kids. It was very pleasing to her eyes. No wonder Xia, a beauty fanatic, had fallen headfirst into this. This group photo made her want to get into it too. Damu floated by. Oh my god, is this a new wallpaper? I've already set it as my wallpaper. So youthful, makes this corpse feel warm. All beautiful kids. Gorgeous, gives me a sense of peace. Paradise for beauty enthusiasts. Can't look at them all, absolutely can't look at them all. Artist, remember this: as long as your drawing skills don't decline, I'll always support you. Who dares to go against you? Terrible plot, an author who frequently disappears, godlike artwork. If you knew what it was like to follow Star Trek, you'd think my life was bitter too. Sangle. Don't let this little dog go. What's Sangle holding in her hand? Looks like a marionette. What does that mean? Dropping hints to the big socks. Getting lost in thought for a moment. No, she needed to focus on the pink-haired character. She was a committed pink-haired fan. As for the hints or anything, she didn't want to think about it. What was there to speculate about with this kind of plot? Better to enjoy the beautiful illustrations instead. Qiaoen Ye reluctantly swiped past the group photo and began watching the latest update. The scene shifted from the scoreboard to the center of the shooting training hall, where two teams stood clearly divided, Command Department versus Single Soldier Department. Qiaoen Ye adjusted her scope, the black firearm, creating a stark contrast against her fair skin. Her flamboyant red hair was tied back with only a playful strand swaying at her forehead. Her lips were pale, and her brows and eyes were as sharp and aggressive as ever. Sister, 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 sister. Those who don't understand Wanisen types are in trouble. Who on earth is rejecting an older sister figure? I'm licking. Who gets it? Anyway, I don't get it. I don't get it either. Shooting competition annihilated. Do you understand how impressive it is to be the top single soldier shooter at enrollment by a wide margin? That talent is awesome. As the competition began, Qiaoen Ye tried shooting at a blue robot, missed, and immediately switched to targeting red ones. What a smart baby, cutting losses in time. You can praise this too. Speechless. Here come the haters again. I'm really done. Who is even watching this kind of plot? OP, I agree. If you want to criticize the plot, I have nothing to say because I criticize it too. I also criticize. Criticize. Beautiful faces will save everything. Beauty fans aren't here for the plot. Plot lovers, please click the exit button in the top right corner. As everyone knows, the artist's artwork can ride on his plot to empty my wallet for tips. I don't want to watch it either, but he really draws beautifully. After seeing the ugly images from the other side, I rolled back to cleanse my eyes. Between my eyes and my brain, I choose the former because I barely have any brain to begin with, and I must treat my eyes well. Qiaoen Ye completely agreed. Life was already hard enough. She opened the comic to relax, but seeing those hideous images made her feel like there was absolutely no hope. It was better to watch something pleasant instead. What was wrong with enjoying the visuals without using her brain? Qiaoen Ye hit another red target and was about to aim at the next one when a voice announced, "Command Department saying, Lu 10 points. Her eyes widened in surprise, and she instinctively turned her head to look. The scene followed Qiaoen Ye's perspective and shifted to Sangle. The girl held the gun in one hand, the white smoke from the barrel obscuring her face and making her expression unreadable. All attention was drawn to that hand with prominent bones. It seemed that due to her physical condition, she lacked strength, and the recoil of the gun caused her hand to tremble slightly. Sangle scored a perfect mark to take first place and left early with grace. The Damu here instantly hit 99. Holy shit. The bet paid off. I told you she was definitely not ordinary. Who owes me spicy strips? Hand them over now. No idea. Why do I feel like she just wanted to skip class early? I feel the same way. Can you guys look at Zilluar's expression? This old woman is delighted. Zilluar beside her looked utterly dumbfounded, the epitome of a dead pig shocked. Zilluar, who am I? Where am I? Is this Zilluar? Nonsense, this is clearly my male god. Male god, how did you end up working in another comic? Ha! Qiaoen Ye didn't care about any of this, she only thought the hands looked quite nice. When a stream of Danmu scrolled past, she found it annoying and turned it off. Then she took another glance. Yes, beautiful. Sangle was browsing the newly updated comics in the system space, feeling quite satisfied with her own epic moments of showing off. Qiaoen Ye curled into a ball perched on her shoulder, continuing to serve as her automatic comic page turner. Sangle deliberately created plot points. The previous updates had been too dull, drawing quite a bit of criticism. This time she couldn't afford that. Fortunately, the current author was more competent, drawing decently without all those verbose chapters. However, Sangle didn't expect the author to include the special Easter egg of Sure eating strawberry braised potatoes. The entire scene was in chibi style, maximizing cuteness. The comments were also filled with praise. Excellent, all of it was popularity points, shiny points of currency. She glanced at the real-world data. The obscure comic was finally getting popular, breaking out thanks to the chibi characters. Short video platforms were flooded with chibi fan creations and stickers of Starlight Orbit. Things like Little Kettle and I'm angry, sorry, I was wrong. The chibi version of MOR being beaten into a foldable screen by Songjio had also been turned into stickers. Great, all of it was popularity points. Sangle felt extremely reassured watching the soaring popularity values. The next plot point was the black market, for which the author had dedicated a whole new chapter. The cover was a split close-up of two pairs of eyes, one pair with Nian Chi's amber eyes, the other with her own black eyes. Both pairs inadvertently reflected each other's figures. The number of comments reached another peak in this chapter. What does Sangle's glance back at the stall owner mean? Do they know each other? They definitely know each other. I told you. Sangle is definitely not simple. Oh my god. Yufei baby. The protagonist won't die, don't panic. A crimson mecha was knocked down by a cerulean mecha, crashing heavily in the center of the arena. The cerulean mecha turned to deal with the surrounding black mechas, and in its turn its eyes reflected Sangle's intriguing expression. Then a black mecha was kicked away, hurtling straight toward the audience stands. As Qiaoen Ye summoned his mecha, Sangle secretly adjusted her position, and brilliant flames burst in her eyes. The girl's face was pale. Her right arm was cut by an unknown shard from the wrist to the elbow, revealing a deep wound that laid bare the bone. The surrounding flesh rolled back, blood gushing out, dripping down her arm onto the ground. A split black chip was wedged against her white wrist bone, emitting faint sparks of electricity, and the remains of a broken optical brain terminal scattered at her feet. Those within the comic world were unaware, but the author with an omniscient perspective had zoomed in on the moment of eye contact and Sang Lee's subtle movements. Readers could see Sang Lee's entire series of actions from start to finish. Holy crap. Ruthless. Phantom pain. Was Sang Lu intentional? Those who doubted my initial investment pay up your snacks now. Damn, the old man actually managed to create some tension. Why would Sang Lu deliberately hurt herself? No idea. The old man finally learned to plant foreshadowing. Has the old man been possessed? Could his tiny brain come up with this? Did he hire a ghostwriter? Feels weird. Old man, have you no manners? Your author appears suddenly. A live author caught. Old man, update now. I want new content. Old man, okay. Holy crap, seriously. Ah, old man, I love you. You actually updated again. The new chapter's cover featured the pink-haired person Qiaoen Ye had seen. Qiaoen Ye twisted into a pretzel on her bed, screenshotting madly. How could he be so gorgeous? Inside the massive conference room, Ma-in sat at the head with others on both sides. A mechanical sound beeped, and the communication connected. So many people. You're making me shy. Ma-in stared at the dark silhouette on the screen, and took a deep breath. Since you chose to connect, why hide your face? The figure tilted its head. I'm too ugly, I'm insecure. Silence was the Cambridge of the night. Shore glared at the figure, wishing she could devour them. Where's my aunt? Don't be agitated, they're all safe. As the words fell, the screen showed Lu Yao and the others. Dried blood stained the ground, their expressions uniformly weary, with wounds large and small covering their bodies. Seeing the long wound on Lu Yao's abdomen, Shilora's pupils contracted, and she shot up. What did you do? Those around pulled her back with calming looks, forcing her to sit down, and remained silent, clenching her fists. The image was cut off. I told you, don't be upset. There was just a little unpleasantness while inviting them to be guests. They're fine. The figure's tone was light and dismissive, as if they didn't care at all. Ma-in closed his eyes, suppressing his emotions. What do you want? Nianqi lazily looked at his optical brain. Negotiations were best left to the vice president. He was only responsible for intercepting the other side's tracking signal. Song Jiao stood quietly with arms folded like a decoration. Eric didn't even dare to breathe. Why did he have to stand next to this killing machine? He wanted to flee. Xiaohachin admired the dark expressions on everyone's faces for a moment before leisurely stating his terms. 5 million per person plus the complete blueprints of your school's new type mecha. The last design was also from you. Ma-in's gaze was heavy. It was us. The other side's tone remained perfunctory, plainly telling him we stole it. So what can you do? It was a blatant provocation, trampling the ninth's dignity into the dirt. Xiaohachin waited patiently for the response, as if he wasn't worried that the conditions might be too high to accept. We can't give you the mecha blueprints. We've developed a new quantum light cannon. Ma-in tried to negotiate, but was directly interrupted. Blueprints. Ma-in then listed a series of additional terms to persuade the other side. But Xiaohachin ignored him entirely, no matter what Ma-in said, responding only with 2 words, blueprints. What a useless negotiation. Ma-in wanted to flip the table. In the end, he had to comply with the enemy's demands and give both money and blueprints. What else could he do? They had the hostages. All high-level talents. Their families were sitting right in the conference room. Every word he spoke felt like being stabbed with a hole. The communication cut off. The screen displayed, "Thank you for your cooperation," like a giant slap across the Federation's face. The signature at the bottom, Qiaoen Ye, stung the eyes. Oh, it's the pink-haired. We're saved. This pink-haired is awesome. Xiaohachin. Qiaoen Ye. So Song Jiao is from Qiaoen Ye. The stall owner is actually a minor. His name is Nianqi. Has no one mentioned? Song Jiao's slaughter aboard the 9th starship was so satisfying. Really satisfying. Mo surviving was a huge plot armor. Lu Yao is also strong, fighting that battle machine for quite a while. Nianqi is amazing too. With a flick of his fingers, the starship's system control authority was in his hands. His idea of minor is different from mine. Qiaoen Ye is not only a killing machine, but also a hacker genius. Xiaohachin. Sorry Kalani, I'll be a fan of him for a while. Even if the sky falls, the vice president's face will hold it up. Judging by the setup, they're villains. Wait a minute. Sangle knows them. Wait a minute. Is Sangle also a member of Qiaoen Ye? Sangle is a villain. Qiaoen Ye bit her nails and replayed it again. Damn it, why was the later part drawn so well? It had hooked her too. All beautiful men and women. How infuriating. Qiaoen Ye cursed while clicking the tip button. This update had so much content. A huge increase compared to before. The plot wasn't dragging, not watered down at all. The pace had suddenly become much faster. Honestly, I'm not used to this sudden surge of updates. Is it New Year? Well, New Year is coming. Haven't you noticed the pace suddenly became super fast? It's like someone pressed fast forward. True, with this much content, the old man would have dragged it out for dozens of chapters before. I was sick of watching them train every day. Old man, keep this pace. This plot is awesome. Having been tortured by the old man's previous plots, the fact that he's now using a little brain is already incredible. We're spoiling the old man with love. Qiaoen Ye closed the comic and opened the data analysis. Currently you're still #1 in popularity, followed by the main group. Your alternate accounts have climbed into the top 10. The comic's overall popularity is currently ranked 37th on the Persimmon comic recommendation list. As for the popularity ranking, it's not on the list. The Chibi Easter eggs popularity is decent, contributing almost half of the recent increase. If you maintain the current pace, there won't be much danger to the world's stability. You just need to control the internal divisions and civil war within the Federation and the final insectoid invasion. Sangle looked at the safety value on the data panel and nodded. She didn't need to pursue high-quality plots now, she just needed to rapidly increase popularity and stabilize the comic world. She had to create as many plot beats as possible to accelerate the story. The insectoid invasion was a tough nut to crack. If she didn't accumulate enough popularity before that, the world would collapse, and all her work would be wasted. Boosting popularity could also be done with looks. Luring readers in with a pretty face counted as a method too, didn't it? Mommy, I'm scared. A tiny figure curled in the woman's arms, clutching her clothes tightly with tears as big as soybeans rolling down continuously. The screeching of the insectoid creatures and the thunderous explosions rang in her ears. The woman held the child tight and ran desperately toward the Federal Army. Lele, don't be afraid, Mommy is here. It'll be over soon, good girl, close your eyes. The little one obediently closed her eyes, but the image of her father falling into a pool of blood being devoured by the insectoids involuntarily surfaced. Her lips were bitten pale, her body trembling even more violently. She had no father anymore, as she only had her mother. Suddenly she was thrown aside and fell to the ground, instinctively opening her eyes. A massive leg-like appendage pierced through the woman's chest, blood spraying and staining her vision red. Lele, don't watch. The woman struggled to reach out toward her, her voice broken and uneven. The appendage twisted and churned, tearing the woman's body apart before hurling it upward into a maw lined with jagged teeth. The hideous creature let out an excited, gurgling shriek. The girl was drenched in blood from head to toe. The sound of flesh and bones being crushed filled her ears. Her pupils quivered violently, and no more tears could fall. Her lips moved, but no sound emerged. The beetle shook its wings, its crimson compound eyes fixing on the dazed girl lying on the ground. Its legs seemed to transform into utensils, and she appeared as nothing more than a delicious morsel on a serving platter. The appendages grew larger in her vision. Her face, caked in blood, could form no other expression. She could only stare blankly at its maw. Mom is inside. A hand gripped her collar, and the insectoid before her was swiftly dispatched by soldiers, leaving only a charred corpse. Lifted into the air, someone roughly wiped the blood from her face, the coarse fabric chafing her skin painfully. Enough. It's her. Take her back. Their voices carried no emotion. She was brought to a room filled with children, their faces smudged with dirt and bodies marked with wounds. Faint sobs drifted through the air. Having endured such terrible upheaval, with so many children brought in regularly, everyone inside had grown numb, showing no reactions beyond what was necessary. Outside, people moved, constantly dressed in black uniforms like the ones who brought her, wearing masks and carrying strange devices she did not recognize. She crouched in the corner, hugging her knees, silent and still. Had the monster been burned? Was her mother burned too? Would it have hurt her? Someone else arrived with a child who was screaming and writhing, desperately calling for his parents. The moment he was let go, he tried to bolt. The nurse had to keep watch over him, continually soothing him. The girl watched him for a long time, her chin resting on her knees, leaving deep marks. Had he lost his parents too? Sangle jolted upright in bed, her chest heaving, sweat soaking through her clothes. The cold draft made her shiver. This nightmare belonged to this body. What a miserable girl. Her parents had been devoured right in front of her with nothing left behind. The immersive dream experience had really taken its toll on her. Heart rate abnormality detected. Would you like a medical check? The smart robot in the room illuminated. No need, Sangle replied, pressing a hand to her forehead, her voice hoarse. Understood. Qiaoen Ye flew over with a towel, wiping the sweat from her face. What happened? Nothing. Just dreaming about what the original Sangle went through when her parents died right before her eyes. Sangle took the towel. By the way, I remember who Qiaoen is now. Qiaoen Ye asked. Who? I just dreamed about losing my parents when I was 4 and being taken to the temporary shelter. Qiaoen happened to be in the same room as me. Sangle took a sip of water. That restless kid in the dream was Qiaoen. I stared at him long enough to remember him. Even though he's grown up now and his features have changed, I can still recognize him. I see. Sangle asked, what time is it? Only 3:30. Want to sleep a bit more? Sangle shook her head, pulling out the almanac and flipping through it. Good day. Good for pulling cards. Bring up that avatar card pulling interface. Qiaoen Ye pulled up the avatar module's pull interface. You're still pulling. You already spent thousands on Xiaohuchen and nearly 1,000 on Yanxi. You've got 3 avatars now. That should be enough to play with. Sangle topped up her account efficiently. I don't want to either, but it's a gotcha system. She started with a 10 pull, nothing. Another 10 pull, nothing. Several more, still nothing. Qiaoen Ye could hardly bear to watch. Stop spending money. Just stop pulling. Sangle gritted her teeth. Song Jio was free. I can get lucky. I got pity points the last 2 times. I don't believe I'll get them again. As the guaranteed drop text glowed in gold before her, Sangle bit down hard on her molars. Trash gotcha system. UNZ had nothing left to say. It was used to this by now. A golden card slowly materialized. Sangle felt somewhat better seeing the exquisite illustration on it. Her points were not wasted after all. She needed to figure out what to do next. She had just extracted a huge sum from the Federation, and the money was still warm. She should buy some better weapons and outfit that band of amateur space pirates. Even though the system shop had weapons, they all cost points. She was not going to spend her hard-earned points on that. She had already bled internally paying for mecha materials for the protagonist. If she had known they would still face danger anyway, she would not have bought them in the first place. The protagonist plot armor was absurd. The Ninth's mecha blueprints were valuable too. She could list them in the system shop later to recover some of her losses. She had spent so many points on card pulls in this mission world. It was unbearable. How are you planning your next plot point? Sangle traced something on the calendar. The next plot point is right here. The selection match. Exactly. It's already set up. Let me calculate. The deadline is only 2 weeks away. We'll go through the command department's first round just to mark our attendance, then watch the protagonist compete. Why you just show up while others are actually competing? What am I supposed to do? I can't even run the competition simulator right now. UNZ rolled its eyes. Bragging. Sangle ignored it and continued organizing her tasks. We can't interfere with the early rounds. They're entirely up to the protagonist. I'm guessing Zhonglan's algorithm is involved, which would only score around 500 points. We'll need to focus on the team competition instead. UNZ displayed the analysis table immediately outlining various possible scenarios, expected outcomes, and corresponding response strategies. After completing so many missions together, UNZ already knew what Sangle wanted without her having to say a word. Sangle examined the analysis table. These scenarios aren't a big issue. The key thing is that in the team competition, we must ensure the protagonist group takes first place to stabilize their plot armor. With Zhonglan having maxed mech pilot talent, Tong Ye possessing shooting ability, but facing competition from upperclassmen and a dual F-rank commander, dragging them down, it seemed impossible for them to win under normal circumstances. Though it might seem unrealistic for this particular lineup to claim first place, even by manga readers' standards of overpowered protagonists, it did not matter. Overpowered protagonists were everywhere these days. They would focus on competing through sheer charisma and looks instead. That was their real advantage. On a beautiful weekend, Sangle was dragged into playing games. Moore immediately started ranked matches, and it was exhausting. They lost every single round, nearly giving her high blood pressure. Moore was bad enough, his skill level simply indescribable. Tong Ye claimed she had played before, but as a newbie, she lost all 6 matches. Zhonglan and Yafei had never touched the game, complete novices. The last one was Yunnan, who instantly replied when Sangle asked on Star Circle who wanted to play. Sangle had mentally prepared for this lineup, but clearly not enough. A team of 6, 5 of whom were complete amateurs. Blood-red records, suffocating gameplay. Sangle's scalp tingled. Why did she have to endure this? Yet the others were utterly engrossed, chattering nonstop in the voice chat. By the end, she couldn't help but laugh. It was unbelievable that 5 people in the same team could pull off such disastrous plays. Yunnan, I'm done. Rue Yiling said Qiaoen is back. I'm going to check. Lu Yao and the others had been safely brought back. The Federation and military had set up an ambush at the rendezvous point, but they didn't catch a single person. Only the money and blueprints were taken. Students of the 9th Military Academy came from all over the Federation. Weekends only lasted 2 days, so most students stayed on Blue Star instead of going home. Qiaoen didn't live on Blue Star either, since commuting from home to the academy took a full day. She usually stayed on campus during weekends, but this time she took extra leave to stay home, worried about Lu Yao's health. More, huh? When did she get back? Tong Ye, let's go see her too. Yafei, we should. Shall we go now? Zhonglan sent a message to ask about the time and place. Sangle wept tears of joy. Finally, she didn't have to play ranked with them anymore. Yunnan finished asking, I told Rue Yiling. Qiaoen is at school now, and Gavin is there too. Let's all go. More noticing Sangle's silence, asked Sangle, are you coming? Sangle, yeah. We're the protagonist when she followed. Besides, Gavin was going too, and she wanted to investigate him. That dream still bothered her. They quickly agreed and rushed back to school. Qiaoen aimed at the shooting range target, firing countless rounds until the photo on the target was unrecognizable, riddled with holes. Rue Yiling clicked his tongue beside her. You've been shooting for so long. Aren't your hands tired? Qiaoen pressed her lips together and continued reloading. Receiving no response, Rue Yiling scratched his brow and fell silent. This was the scene when Sangle and the others arrived. One silent, merely shooting. One silent, merely picking at his fingers. More, seeing Qiaoen like this, didn't dare make a snide remark. He moved beside the target, staring at the mess and pondering, what is this thing? Rue Yiling, finally seeing someone approach, was moved to tears. He had nearly frozen to death under his commander's cold aura. Not to mention when she kept a straight face and said nothing, it was quite intimidating. That guy from the Nightfall Society, the one who kidnapped his aunt. More pointed at the mess on the target. What can you even see from this? Just then Gavin entered again holding a stack of photos. He expertly replaced the shredded photo on the target with a new one. Sangle looked at the black silhouette sitting on the target. While those few thousand credits were well spent, just the shadow alone was so handsome. She emphasized again she was really cool. But before she could admire it further, a bullet hit the photo right in the head. Sangle. She turned her head and saw Qiaoen's expressionless face. Qiaoen Ye and more had already moved far away from that target, patting their chests in lingering fear. Several more shots and the photo was destroyed. Gavin replaced it again. Clearly he had practiced this many times. They exchanged glances from a distance. How long has he been like this? Since I got here. My hands ache. Gavin, will you get frozen shoulder? I don't know. Even if you do, it's fine. Just use a medical pod. After finishing the stack of photos, Qiaoen finally put down the gun, her face covered in fine sweat. Gavin rubbed his shoulders and walked over feeling better. Qiaoen lowered her head. After a long pause, she let out a short syllable from her nose. Qiaoen Ye and Yunin stood by with their hands in their pockets. Forgive them, their mouths weren't good at comforting. Zhang Lan wanted to say something, but Tong Yinny and Yufei stopped him. Even more shook his head at him. Better not let the sharp-tongued guy speak. He'd poison himself just by licking his lips. Zhang Lan was forced to shut up. All hopes rested on Gavin. As Gavin talked with Qiaoen, he suddenly felt an inexplicable weight on his back. What was going on? Seeing Qiaoen cheer up under Gavin's persuasion, the others finally gathered around. Commander, are you feeling better? Good to let it out. Want to grab some food? It's over, isn't it? Moore pinched his voice and acted coy. Qiaoen got goosebumps. What's that awful noise? Moore laughed in anger. So being gentle with you is wrong. Qiaoen, that's gentle. If your throat hurts, go see a doctor. Moore. He should have just kept his mouth shut. The others couldn't help but stifle their laughter. Qiaoen had fully recovered her spirit. She even had the energy to bicker with Moore. Sangle's eyes darted. She sidled up to Gavin Sr. Gavin, you're pretty good at comforting people. Gavin smiled. Not really. I studied a bit of psychology. Psychology? Sangle looked confused. Gavin, not the professional psychological analysis course from the Academy's command department, just some basic psychological knowledge. No wonder. Are you interested in psychology? Not exactly. I went through some things when I was young, and I couldn't adjust well, so I learned it. Gavin spoke lightly. Sangle nodded. I see. That's impressive, being able to self-regulate and move past shadows. Not many people can. Many get stuck in the past. Gavin sighed. That's true. Then his tone brightened, but I've actually been very lucky. Sangle asked casually. 14 years ago, Parami star near the Federation border was suddenly invaded by the Zerg. Sangle's expression froze for a moment. Parami star. Gavin, not annoyed by the interruption, sensed something off in her tone. Yes, Parami star. What's wrong? Sangle composed herself, feigning regret. Nothing, just surprised. Sorry to bring up painful memories. Gavin shook his head. It's fine. I've let go. People have to move forward. Sangle replied softly. You're right. Gavin continued. The invasion came so suddenly. Only I survived and my family. Later the Federation sent me to an orphanage on Tianyuan Star, and I got into the 9th Academy. The invasion was abrupt, and many children became orphans. But the Federation handled the aftermath well. The Commander-in-Chief personally ordered that all orphans be sent to orphanages on wealthier planets with free access to local medical and educational resources until adulthood. And the post-disaster reconstruction of Parami Star. Sangle could barely hear what Gavin was saying anymore. She suppressed her rapid breathing, the voices of dreams and reality intertwining in her mind. Almost there. That's her. Take her back. Parami Star. Lele. All orphans sent to rich planets. Free medical care and education. But what about her? Qiaoen said he came from planet Pamu, and that the same insect calamity had also occurred there. But in the original Sang Li's memories, she had clearly been born on a remote planet and her parents had never taken her away from there. No, something was wrong. Her memories before age were all hazy. She couldn't recall anything, only a few keywords floating in her mind. Remote planet, orphaned. How could this be? Qiaoen was telling the truth. She could see it. Sangle had experienced that dream firsthand, and she was certain it was real. She had truly seen Qiaoen and genuinely undergone the same insect calamity. Her memories had been tampered with. She had not been born on a remote planet. She had been deliberately sent there. What was even more disgusting was that the Supreme Commander had personally issued orders all orphans from that insect calamity were to be relocated to welfare institutions on wealthier planets, where they would receive free medical care and education until adulthood. Only she had been sent to a remote planet. That's her. Take her back. About enough. What did he mean by about enough? The phrase echoed repeatedly in her mind. Sangle clenched her palms, her head throbbing with pain. Back then she had been recognized immediately. Those people had been watching her the entire time, watching as her parents were devoured by the insects, forcing her to stand by and witness their deaths. They could have saved them. They had the power to save them. Why? Why did they have to do this? Her heart pounded frantically, nausea rising in her throat. The bloodline of a founding hero had gone missing. Given Qiaoen Ye's status at the time, it was impossible that no one had investigated. Only the federal commander had the power to cover everything up, blur memories, and send her to a remote planet. Only Lorix. And he had given the order himself. Truly exemplary. Qiaoen Ye had wasted away in depression, his son and daughter-in-law devoured alive by the insects. Lorix was systematically destroying them all. Now it all made sense. No wonder the task of protecting humanity's heroic legacy had fallen to a handful of military academy cadets to 5 children who had just enrolled. It didn't matter whether it was the protagonist or someone else entirely incapable of bringing her back. He had never intended for her to survive from the very beginning. She would perish on that remote planet that had subjected her to over a decade of suffering right as she was about to be rescued back to planet Weilon right when hope and a bright future were finally within reach. His entire family had been manipulated like pieces on a chessboard. So ruthless, truly unforgivable. Everything fell into place. It all made sense now. As for the present, her safe return had completely escaped Lorix's calculations. Though perhaps not entirely unforeseen, since the original Sangle had indeed perished exactly as he had orchestrated. Now that she had returned safely, the entire galaxy was watching. He wouldn't dare make a move against her, not yet. If the descendant of humanity's hero had died shortly after returning, it would have dealt a devastating blow to his reputation. Moreover, the successful retrieval of Qiaoen Ye's lineage had already significantly bolstered public confidence in him. She remained valuable to him. She would not only survive for now, Lorix would need to protect her carefully. Once public attention on her waned, he could finally deal with her. He would never get that chance. Lorix, you're finished. Though her heart churned with violent emotion, Sangle's outward expression remained unchanged as she listened quietly to Qiaoen's account. So I say I am truly grateful to the Federation and the Supreme Commander. I've come to love my life here, joining the military academy, meeting so many friends. Qiaoen spoke with genuine emotion. Sangle's lips curved into a warm, tender smile, her eyes brimming with softness and agreement. Yes, we really should be grateful to the Supreme Commander. The final words rolled slowly across her tongue, each syllable savored and measured. A coded message wrapped in gratitude. After maintaining her expression and chatting with everyone for a while longer, Sangle spoke up. I think I should head back first. Huh? Morel asked, puzzled. Zyhal, got something to attend to. Sangle shook her head. Just feeling a bit lightheaded. The others turned to look with concern. Yafei examined Sangle's complexion. You don't look well. Catch a cold. Sangle shook her head. It's fine. Probably didn't dry my sweat properly after yesterday's training. I'll feel better after a nap. Qiaoen Ye pressed the back of her hand against Sangle's forehead, then against her own. Not hot, actually a bit cool. She gently rubbed Sangle's hair and adjusted her collar. Then go back and rest properly. Sangle nodded obediently. Watching Sangle leave, Rue Yiling touched his own hair. Sigh, her constitution is still too weak. One training session and she catches a cold. Jianglan, her health has always been poor. The fact that she can keep up with training is already remarkable. True enough. Yunnan and Qiaoen nodded in agreement. The moment Sangle stepped out of the training hall, her expression turned cold. She maintained a completely blank face all the way to the school gate. Callant was already waiting there. Seeing her grim demeanor, he chose to stay silent. He opened the car door for Sangle and returned to the driver's seat. Miss Sangle. Callant glanced at the rearview mirror, and his pupils contracted. What is it? Sangle remained expressionless. Noticing he had trailed off, she looked up at him, her tone utterly flat. Callant hesitated for a moment, then handed her a pack of tissues. Sangle stared at the tissues being offered frozen, until a warm drop landed on the back of her hand. She lowered her gaze to the glistening droplet on her hand. The transparent bead trembled slightly. Only then did she realize her eyes were wet, her vision growing blurry. Callant's hand gripping the tissues unconsciously tightened. Those eyes were clearly crying, yet the gaze itself was chillingly cold. The girl's expressionless face and the relentlessly falling tears created an unbearable dissonance. Sangle took 2 tissues and pressed them against her eyes, her voice colder than before. Let's go. The hovercar started without another word. Tears kept welling up. At first Sangle tried to hold them back, but eventually she simply let go. It wasn't that she wanted to cry. It was this body's reaction. If it needed to weep for a while, so be it. After all, the truth was truly cruel, and this had been such a pitiful child. Fortunately, the child was already gone. If she had returned alive, who knew what despair would have awaited her at the end? It was merely residual emotion from the body, and by the time they reached the general's mansion, the tears had dried up. Sangle, face cold, walked straight to the bathroom. Gripping the sink, she retched violently. Lorix made her physically sick. Damn that psychotic bastard. Sangle didn't straighten up until she had vomited up her stomach acid. In this intelligent interstellar era, household services had already gone fully automated. Water flowed from the sink. Sangle grabbed tissues and wiped her mouth. Staring at the reflection in the mirror, swollen red eyes, killing intent, suffusing her gaze, her expression terrifying. Bang! The sound of shattering glass echoed from the bathroom. Callant rushed over in alarm. Miss Sangle. The door stood open. The wall mirror was shattered, mirror fragments covering the floor. Blood streamed from Sangle's hands. Glass shards had driven deep into her flesh. Her hands, arms, and face were all covered in tiny cuts. Hearing the commotion, Sangle turned her head. Callant froze in place. Sangle's expression was far too horrifying. Her pale face flushed crimson, her eyes full of murderous intent, devastatingly beautiful, yet dangerously corrupt. The sound of running water mingled with the steady dripping of blood, and an indescribable chill spread along her spine. Take this, to that old man's office. Resting quietly in her blood-soaked palm was an unremarkable silver-gray disc. I don't care what method you use to get it in. I only want results. Fail and you die. Beneath that emotionless tone lay icy anger, emotions suppressed to their absolute limit. There was no need to ask who that old man was. Qiaoen took the disc, paused, then replied, understood. Need help naming characters, saving my life. I've run out of brain cells, especially for foreign names. And can anyone recommend federal positions for characters who will die later? Sangle curled up on the sofa, swiping through her light tablet with one hand. She had just asked Qiaoen to send over all the files he had previously investigated on her. Everything before age 4 was complete nonsense. Luolixai had put too much effort into this fabrication, making it so convincingly detailed. Qiaoen knelt beside her, attending to her wounds. Her porcelain white hand rested in his slightly calloused palm as he carefully extracted glass shards with tweezers. How much do you know about the bug race invasion of Palmy Star 14 years ago? Sangle asked while scrolling through the screen. Qiaoen considered this as he treated her wound. I don't know very much about it. I hadn't joined the military back then. The rest was essentially the same as what Qiaoen had told her, nothing particularly unusual. Sangle rubbed her forehead. What about the person in charge? The military dispatched at that time belonged to the Third Army, and the person in charge was Colonel Luonuo. However, he died shortly after the rescue operation ended due to infection. Infection? Yes, according to the official report, he was accidentally wounded by a toxic bug race during that rescue operation and failed to receive timely treatment. By the time examinations were conducted, it was already too late to save him. Sangle, she wouldn't believe that for a moment. That old bastard had definitely silenced everyone involved. Chances are anyone who participated back then had been killed off. So careful. No wonder Qiaoen Ye couldn't find anything earlier. All the data on the Star Network had been completely destroyed, and the paper records were likely gone as well. Sangle pulled her hand back, and tiny beads of blood rolled from her fingertips onto her palm. Qiaoen watched the blood beads in her palm, then looked up. Miss Sangle, your wound hasn't been properly treated yet. Sangle leaned against the sofa and raised her hand above her head. The light made her pale hand appear translucent and ruddy, the blood beads trembling and refracting delicate shimmering rays. Qiaoen, do you know? I was there during that invasion. Her voice was long and somber, trailing along with the blood drops falling onto the carpet. Qiaoen's pupils contracted involuntarily. If she had been on Palmy Star, then everything before Luolixai, it all made sense now. No wonder she had been so angry earlier. Qiaoen grasped her slender, fragile wrist and gently lowered her hand. He continued, treating the wound in silence. Her skin was too pale, the redness was still too glaring against it. Sangle looked down at him. I want him to suffer worse than death. You won't disappoint me, right? Her blood-stained finger pressed against the corner of his eye and slid downward, coming to rest on his lips. The cold, fierce face gained a sense of desolate beauty from that trace of blood. The metallic scent of blood traveled from his lips to his brain. Qiaoen's throat went dry, his eyes seeming to swirl with two vortexes. This subordinate understands. Qiaoen Ye crunched on snacks and muttered, You're giving him mental suggestions again. Reinforce it every week to eliminate any chance of him regaining consciousness. Work hard for me. Sangle lounged lazily, while Qiaoen continued tending to her wound. Glancing at him with sympathy, Qiaoen Ye quickly finished her snack and projected the display screen into the system space. Qiaoen's experiences are all here. The incident on Palmy Star matches what he said. The original list of those orphans and their current whereabouts have also been traced. Qiaoen Ye enlarged the list. You're not on it. Sangle spread her hands. Expected. They never included me on the list from the start. When they counted the numbers and found someone missing, no one spoke up. What about the people I asked you to filter? Here, based on your criteria, 3 candidates qualify. The first one is Sake, the chairman of the parliament. The second is cabinet minister Baizendo Go. The third is Hanxing, director of the Federal Police Bureau. Hearing the last name Sang, Lu raised her eyebrow. Hanxing, director of the Federal Police Bureau. With the pirate forces gradually consolidating and the Qiaoen Ye now operating openly, it was time to deal with these individuals harboring rebellious thoughts. Sang Lu immediately ruled out those with substantial authority. The 9 major military districts of the Federation maintained a delicate balance of power, and disrupting one leader would upset the existing equilibrium. Moreover, those with greater power had deeper schemes and were harder to manipulate. She would start with government personnel, selecting obedient and easily controlled tools. Then she would gradually eliminate the others, concentrating their dispersed authority onto these tools, ultimately centralizing power within the Qiaoen Ye. This tool couldn't be chosen from good people. After all, tools belonged to the antagonist camp and were destined to be cannon fodder. So she would just pick from those rebels. Hanxia, Hanxing Federal Police Bureau. It would be ideal to start with someone close to the protagonist. Let's go with Hanxing. Send me his files. Qiaoen Ye promptly bundled and sent over all of Hanxing's information, including his factions, relationships, personality traits, and preferences. The only thing missing was what color underwear he was wearing that day. There was absolutely no privacy. This time Sangle didn't plan to spend points on a full control package for Han Qing. This man only needed some small incentives. Words alone could manipulate him into following her plans. After all, there was such a big carrot dangling ahead. Who could resist the temptation of power? But did Han Xia know about her father's rebellion plans? Miss Sangle, your wound has been treated. Sangle withdrew her consciousness from the system space and casually replied, MH. Qiaoen stood up and threw the garbage and extracted glass shards into the trash bin. A strand of hair fell from her forehead to the middle of her cheek. Sangle blew upward to watch it flutter her mind, already planning the next move. Song Jiao still needed to gather the star pirates. Who should she send? Miss Sangle, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Qiaoen said after throwing away the garbage. Sangle looked at him, her gaze sweeping up and down, then suddenly a familiar smile curled her lips. Qiaoen. That damn familiar expression gave him a bad premonition. Sangle beckoned him. Come here, I have something to ask you. Qiaoen walked over and stood before her. What would you like to ask? Sangle's gaze was playful yet probing. You must have handled quite a few people for Luelixai before, haven't you? The words caused the atmosphere to freeze instantly. Sangle paid it no mind, relaxing her back against the sofa and crossing her legs, her lower leg swaying gently. Government officials too. Qiaoen's fingers trembled slightly. His brows lowered, his gaze fixed on the dark red bloodstain on the carpet. The overhead light cast a shadow across his face. Seeing him like this, Sangle already knew the answer, though she remained silent and waited patiently for his response. Eventually Qiaoen looked up at her and slowly spoke. Yes. Sangle sat on the sofa, arms crossed, leaning forward slightly and looking up at him. I'll give you another task. Qiaoen bent down, positioning his ear near her lips. Sangle raised her hand to his ear and whispered a few words. Qiaoen straightened up, right fist pressed against his left shoulder, and bowed slightly. This subordinate understands. Yuanzi watched Qiaoen's retreating figure, then turned to Sangle. Feel at ease now? The control is thorough and successful. Sangle rested her chin on her hand. Yuanzi flew close to her. You're really exploiting people. Not even paying him a salary, making him do so much work with such high danger levels. Sangle pursed her lips. Didn't Luelixai already pay him? Yuanzi fell silent at a loss for words. So great. Helping a blood-sucking boss who doesn't pay wages poison a boss who does, that's truly outrageous. This had gone beyond merely being a beast of burden. She couldn't find an appropriate word to describe it. Sangle. Upon reflection, she had indeed exploited him excessively. But those with abilities should bear more responsibility. She believed Qiaoen must be the kind of loyal subordinate who viewed wealth as dirt and was willing to sacrifice everything for her as their leader. Yesterday, while comforting Shiluer, I promised to grab a meal together and have one last fun session before the selection competition. Moer was the last to arrive. He scanned the room. Where are Meng Zhao and the others? Yunin was busy swishing meat slices into the pot, not bothering to look up. Lu Yao dragged them off to the bar to party. NC isn't coming. He's too busy with his damn bones. The moment the dishes were cooked, Rue Yiling eagerly shoved a mouthful in and immediately stuck out his tongue, fanning the air desperately. Hot, 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 hot. Shiluer pushed a drink toward him. Even though it's burning, I don't see you spitting it out. Rue Yiling swallowed the food and downed a large glass of drink. Wasting food is shameful. Yifei blew on her hot soup and sipped carefully. Eating food that's too hot regularly increases the risk of esophageal cancer. Rue Yiling silently gulped another drink while Yunin pulled his meat slice away from his mouth to cool it. Although interstellar medicine had conquered most cancers who would willingly seek out illness and suffering, Moer plopped down between Zhanglan and Tong Yinyi. Move over. Tong Yinyi clicked her tongue and shifted her stool aside. Zhanglan rolled her eyes, moving as she spoke. Are you blind? There's such a wide space over there. I met a fortune teller on my way out. He said I'd lose money today, so I figured sitting under the wealth character would protect me. Moer picked up his bowl and began eating. The seat he chose was directly beneath a decorative lantern bearing the character for wealth. What era is this? Still believing in superstitious nonsense. Zhanglan leaned even further away as if afraid of being contaminated by backward thinking. Tong Yinyi picked up some meat and put it into Sangle's bowl. Try this. Raising a child in reality was truly different. The satisfaction was off the charts. Sangle nodded obediently and accepted the feeding without a hint of guilt. The private room combined dining and entertainment, so the group decided nothing would be more fun than a game. A card table sat nearby. Someone pressed the service bell, and a round little robot flew out from under the table, shook its tiny wings, and unfolded a scoring panel. Who's going first? I'll do it. Yifei walked over and casually played with the cards on the table. Moer grabbed Zhanglan and pulled. Me. Zhanglan wrinkled her nose. Why are you pulling me? Let the three of us play a round first. I haven't played cards with you guys in forever. Zhanglan sighed and sat down reluctantly. Moer rubbed his hands together. Let's bet some stellar coins. Playing for nothing is boring. You'll be quiet once you lose. Zhanglan folded her arms and huffed coldly. Yifei shrugged. I don't care. Then let's play. Sangle carried her bowl over to watch closely while the others ate and observed from the sidelines. After dealing the cards, Yufei immediately called landlord. Yufei played AQ. 2 cards left. Zhanglan checked her hand, found nothing higher than AQ. Do you have AK? Anything bigger than hers wins. Mower held his cards with a grave expression. There are 5 types of K in this world. Every pair of eyes turned toward him. Spade K, heart K, club K, diamond K, and Zhanglan interrupted impatiently. I'm asking you to play cards, not give a lecture. And I don't have any K. Mower placed his cards down, a pair of small 3s. Zhanglan was left speechless with frustration. None. Yufei smiled and shook her hand of cards. Then I win. She played her final pair of kings. Mower tearfully withdrew stellar coins from his already empty wallet and reluctantly placed them before Yufei. Zhanglan took a deep breath and gave Mower a dangerously warm smile. There are 3 kinds of medicine in this world: antitoxin, poison, and guess what the third one is? Mower scratched his head. What? And the third is your irredeemable stupidity. Mower was left completely speechless. The private room erupted in laughter. Yunnan laughed so hard he clapped like a seal. Irredeemable stupidity. Ha ha. Rue Yiling dipped his meat and suddenly asked, Mower, there are 3 kinds of kneeling in this world: single knee, double knee, and guess what the third one is? Mower turned his head. What is it? Your ranked matches. Losing streak after losing streak. Ha ha. Shiluer pressed his forehead against the table, laughing uncontrollably. I can't breathe. Ranked losing streak. Rue Yiling. Shiluer. You. Mower lunged forward to grab both of them by the necks. Yunnan saw his teammate in trouble and immediately joined the brawl. Damn it. The soup. The soup. Who's pulling my hair? 3 against 1. I don't accept this. My new clothes. Sangle, Yufei, Tong Yenny, and Zhanglan stood aside, thoroughly enjoying the spectacle. Sangle slurped a mouthful of noodles from her bowl and declared, there are 3 kinds of knowing in this world: foreknowledge, hindsight, and Zhanglan glanced at the chaotic quartet and sneered. Stupid enough to not know it. Tong Yenny buried her face in Yufei's shoulder, her whole body shaking with suppressed laughter. Yufei remained silent, simply counting her money. After the 4 had tired themselves out saying, Lu finally waddled over to Mower. Where did you meet that fortune teller? He was pretty accurate. I want to go too. Mower felt as though a blade had pierced his heart. Right. That fortune teller really knows his stuff. He said you'd lose money, and sure enough you did. Rue Yiling threw an arm around Mower's shoulders in bro-like affection. Another stab to the heart. Yunnan and Shiluer were still laughing uncontrollably. The others couldn't hold back either and joined in mocking him. Mower's silence was thick with indignation. Is that any way to treat a friend? Silence is a virtue, and also pure fury. After the noisy meal, with time still early, they decided to stroll through the shopping mall. Yufei, we've known each other forever. Can you just let me in for free? Mower gazed up at Yufei with pathetic eyes. Yes, this mall belonged to the Qiaoen group, Yufei's family's empire. Yufei poked his cheek. No. How can a 37-degree mouth speak such ice-cold words? Mower accused bitterly. When are you paying back the 50 million stellar coins you and Yen E borrowed for materials? Yufei smirked. Mower was struck dumb. A fatal miscalculation. Tong Yenny thought to herself, someday, I will absolutely rip that foul mouth of yours. Oh, what's over there? Claw machines. I'm going to grab a doll. Mower awkwardly changed the subject and sprinted away. He was genuinely broke now. Just lost more money, making an already fragile situation even worse. He scampered over, skillfully grabbed a doll, and strutted back to show off. Look, I got it in one try. Shiluer glanced at the sickly, greenish-blue monstrosity in his hand. EW. Seriously, you managed to grab that thing. It's disgusting. You're the ugly one. This is obviously cute. The colors were bizarre. The face looked like it had been drained of all vitality. 2 antennae protruded from its head, and its bamboo stick body was pathetically thin. Triple folded, however you fold it, it's still ugly. Zhanglan closed her eyes and said nothing, choosing not to judge Mower's taste. Yufei and Tong Yenny were equally speechless. It is ugly to begin with. The 2 started bickering again. Yunnan and Rue Yiling couldn't possibly let their commander and benefactor take such an insult, so they decisively jumped in. Another familiar 4-person brawl erupted. In the scuffle, the doll slipped from someone's grasp and flew through the air. Mower leaned over the railing, watching in horror as his precious doll plummeted to the floor below and landed squarely on a passerby's head. Mower, Shiluer, Yunnan, and Rue Yiling all wore identical expressions of shock. Xiahachin clutched his head, picked up the hideous doll from the ground, and fell into deep thought. Sorry. We didn't mean to. We just couldn't hold on to it. We're really sorry for hitting you. Mower rushed downstairs at full speed, apologizing frantically, while nervously watching the stranger's expression. Xiahachin paused. It's fine. He looked at the ugly doll in his hand and handed it back. Just hold on to it better next time. Seeing no anger, Mower breathed a sigh of relief, took the doll, and said sincerely, thank you. He turned and waved upstairs. I'll be right up. Then he turned again. Bye. Xiahachin's gaze followed him upward, settling on the row of people at the railing. Sangle raised an eyebrow as Xiahachin's lips curved slightly. Meeting their stares from above, he smiled and gave a nod of acknowledgement before walking away. Alright, that's enough, stop causing trouble. You actually hit someone. Got it. Their voices faded as they walked away. Qiaoen stood in a blind spot, carefully wiping each finger with a soft cloth. After finishing, he tossed the cloth into the trash and glanced once more in the direction they had departed. His eyes held an unreadable expression, and with a faint scoff he quickened his pace and left. Han resident's study room. Han Qing sat at his desk, his gaze unfocused, as if awaiting something. The steam rising from the tea in front of him grew fainter and fainter. After a prolonged silence, the atmosphere grew subtly tense. He glanced at the person beside him who lounged with one leg crossed, leisurely sipping tea and turning the pages of a magazine. Qiaoen paid it no mind and lazily remarked, "Good tea." Han Qing forced a smile. "Mister, see if you enjoy it, drink more. I'll also gift you 2 additional packages to savor at your leisure. Then I shall not stand on ceremony with you, Director Han." Qiaoen replied with a grin, the soft rustle of the teacup lid brushing against its rim particularly audible in the quiet room. Han Qing thought, who here is being genuinely polite? Just as he was about to engage in further formal pleasantries, the communicator on the desk rang. Qiaoen's smile deepened. Han Qing gave him a measured look before answering. "Director Secretary General Merrick of the Parliamentary Council has been assassinated." What a... There was only a gold embossed tag at the scene bearing the words Residual Knight Society, but the corpse's head was missing. "The military guard office responsible for the jurisdiction is being held accountable." The voice from the other end of the line was crystal clear. Han Qing lowered his voice with solemn urgency. "Seal off the area. Cooperate fully with the military guard office's operations and apprehend the culprit as soon as possible." After ending the call, Han Qing's expression relaxed. Merrick, Secretary General of the Parliamentary Council, always opposing his proposals, the man who consistently worked against him, and the military guard office, that persistent nuisance who had always overshadowed him. This would certainly make for an entertaining spectacle. "Congratulations, Director Han. 1 arrow, 2 targets." Qiaoen raised his teacup toward Han Qing. "Is this outcome satisfactory for you?" Han Qing looked at him, returned the gesture with his own cup, and took a delicate sip. "Of course. I have received the Residual Knight Society's sincerity." Then, Han Qing rose and adjusted his attire. "It has been a pleasure doing business." Qiaoen stood and lightly grasped the outstretched hand, his voice laced with amusement. "Likewise, fool." Han Xia had barely arrived home when she encountered an unfamiliar figure descending the stairs. Long pink hair fell gracefully to her waist, swaying gently with each step. His features possessed a gentle jade-like quality with no trace of aggression. His bearing dignified, his demeanor soft. Upon seeing her, his pale lips curved into a faint smile, features softened by the ambient light. As they brushed past one another, Han Xia's gaze involuntarily followed the receding figure. This person was dangerous. "Xia." Han Qing spotted her and hurried downstairs. "Didn't you say you would remain at school? Why are you back at this hour?" "Father." Han Xia withdrew her gaze and turned to Han Qing. "I came back for something." "I see." Han Qing approached her. "Since you are already here, would you care to join me for dinner?" "No, thank you. I shall return to school immediately after retrieving my things. I must concentrate on preparing for the competition." Not disappointed by his daughter's refusal to stay, Han Qing patted her shoulder. "Very well. Our Xia will surely make the school team and achieve the finest results." Naturally, Han Xia spoke with conviction. "By the way, who was that person just now?" Recalling that figure, although he appeared gentle and harmless on the surface, Han Xia felt an instinctive certainty he was not someone to be trifled with. She did not wish for her father to become entangled with such a person. Han Qing replied coolly, "Nothing of consequence. Merely a visitor." Seeing her father unwilling to elaborate, Han Xia dropped the matter and retired to her room to gather her things before departing for school. Her father always acted with appropriate discretion. Since he chose not to speak of it, she felt it improper to press the matter. Sangle picked out the chili peppers from her bowl, took a few bites of rice, then set down her chopsticks without much appetite. The door opened. Sangle raised her head. Qiaoen Ye removed the mask from his face and carried the case over, opening it. "Mission complete." Sangle glanced at the case and offered a perfunctory nod. Qiaoen Ye pressed his lips together and closed the case. A thin crimson line seeped through the seam. "There is an empty room upstairs. Leave it there. Remember to dispose of it properly." "Understood. By the way, how are matters proceeding on Lorcas's end?" "The items have already been placed inside." Watching Qiaoen Ye ascend the stairs, Sang Li's appetite returned, and she finished 2 additional bowls of rice. Qiaoen Ye, an exceptionally capable subordinate. Having completed 2 high-difficulty missions in such a brief span, it was no wonder Lorcas valued him so highly. A rare talent indeed, perfectly suited to serve under her. She retrieved the list and crossed out Merrick's name. Gazing at the roster brimming with names, Sang Li's brow furrowed. So many individuals plotting rebellion. How absurd. A world on the verge of collapse made no sense whatsoever. She pulled out the list of righteous individuals and carefully selected those who could ultimately bear great responsibility. Workers had it hard, but the Restoration Division had it harder, always restrained and hampered during missions. Qiaoen Ye descended the stairs, changed clothes, and sprayed an odor-neutralizing agent. Sang Lu, eyes still fixed on the list, remarked without looking up, "Thank you for your diligence. I ordered a glass cabinet online. Please install it in that room when the time comes." Qiaoen Ye nodded. Understood. He wondered how she knew he was coming downstairs when he made no sound and had sprayed the odor-neutralizing agent. He checked the time again. "At this hour are you heading to school?" Sang Lu closed the list upon hearing this. "Indeed, it is time to return to school." "Then let me drive you there." "Let us go." Brilliant lights streamed through the car window, illuminating her face. Sang Lu fixed her gaze on Qiaoen's profile and suddenly asked, "Have you applied the medicine?" His hands gripping the steering wheel tightened instinctively. Qiaoen kept his gaze fixed ahead, his expression as indifferent as ever. "I have already bandaged it. Apply some special ointment when you return. I left it in the cabinet by the door." Qiaoen's eyelids flickered as he glanced at the rearview mirror. Multicolored light cascaded across his delicate features, creating brilliant dappled patterns. A faint, gentle smile materialized in those dark eyes. Such a falsely practiced smile. Identical to his previous expressions. Qiaoen withdrew his gaze. She was performing once again. Merely the daily reality of being toyed with by a dramatic boss. He had grown accustomed to it. "Do not give me that look. The medicine is genuine. It is a special ointment specifically prepared for you." "Understood." Sang Lu leaned languidly against the car window, chin resting on her hand as she watched the traffic flow past. Qiaoen Ye circled Qiaoen and returned to rest atop Sang Li's head. "Why are you teasing him?" Sang Lu responded within their shared consciousness. "Because I am bored. You are insufferably idle. Working for you must be the worst misfortune across 8 lifetimes. Dangerous and unpaid." Sang Lu bared her teeth at the window. "But did I not purchase medicine for him?" She had engaged in deep reflection the previous day and acknowledged that she had indeed been exploiting Qiaoen far too severely. As a proper employer, she should treat her staff more considerately. After all, she currently had only one outstanding employee. Those space pirates were irrelevant enough to dismiss. This lone talent needed to be carefully nurtured. If she lost him, where would she find another employee so capable and efficient? Qiaoen Ye had long abandoned hope for this ruthless boss. He could only be grateful that as her partner he would not be exploited, though she occasionally coveted his private savings. "Miss Sang Lu, we have arrived." "Very well. By the way, do not pick me up on weekends. I need to remain at school preparing for the team trials. Come get me after the competition concludes." "Understood." 2 weeks later. Morning sunlight flooded the campus, the playground buzzing with voices. All students stood in neat uniforms. Dark green military-style uniforms were trimmed with golden fringes, the waistband accentuating a lean, fit figure, while black specially made boots sheathed their straight calves. Sang Lu whistled inwardly. Military Academy cadets certainly had great figures. Every single one of them was a feast for the eyes. Used to seeing these guys train in tank tops and short sleeves, she found the uniform somehow more captivating despite covering everything up. The squad selection had everyone excited, chattering nonstop with those around them. Why hasn't the opening ceremony started yet? Sang Lu grew impatient waiting. She hated this sort of formalism the most. Zerg said, "Wait a bit longer. It should start soon." Noticing Sang Lu was standing in direct sunlight, he shifted his body to block most of the rays for her. Tong Yini and Mo Air walked over side by side, their form-fitting uniforms outlining perfect figures. The dark green attire added a touch of heroic spirit to Tong Yini's already striking features. Under this military uniform, Mo Air actually showed a bit of composure. Of course, only before he opened his mouth. Sang Lu, woohoo. Mo Air's eyes shining bright, he charged over. Zerg instinctively stepped in front of Sang Lu, fearing the guy might not be able to break in time and knock her down. Mo Air saw Zerg and abruptly slammed on the brakes, nearly face-planting. "What are you doing? You jinx," he glared furiously. "Zerg, I don't want to deal with you either. You charge at people like a bull. I'm just trying to stop you from crushing Sang Lu. You're the one who'd crush Sang Lu. You'll kill Sang Lu. Sang Lu, can't any of you leave me alone?" Sang Lu crossed her arms, her expression beyond words. Mo Air shoved Zerg aside with an innocent look. He started it. Zerg staggered several steps after being pushed. "I'm seriously done with you." Tong Yini strolled over lazily, looked Sang Lu up and down, and couldn't resist pinching her cheek. "You're so beautiful. Like a porcelain doll, exquisitely delicate." Tong Yini withdrew her hand, noticing the 2 red marks on Sang Li's face, and said awkwardly, "I barely touched you. Why is it red? Did I hurt you?" Sang Lu poked her own cheek. "No, I'm just sensitive. My skin reddens easily. It'll fade in a moment." "That's good." Mo Air forcibly jumped into the conversation. "Look at me. I'm handsome too. Isn't this outfit absolutely fire?" He struck a few poses he thought were cool and brushed his bangs back. Tong Yini. Sang Lu. Zerg beside them gagged, so narcissistic. Mo Air. When Yunnan and Rui Yiling arrived, what they saw was their commander being pinned to the ground. Meng Zhaozhao covered her face, unwilling to admit that was her commander. Ian's as expected, no desire to interact with living people. They felt deeply helpless. Where did their commander get the habit of charging into fights, even when she knew she'd lose? Zhanglan frowned and walked around the 2 wrestling on the ground, saying to Tong Yini and Sang Lu, "Don't stand near fools. Let's go over there." Yafei hadn't even approached when she saw the group walking away. Hey, I was about to go over there. Tong Yinny pushed her shoulder as they continued walking. Don't go. There are fools over there. Moi. Moer pinned Xyloer to the ground. Say it. Who's narcissistic? You? You're narcissistic. You narcissist. I think you still haven't been taught a lesson. Xyloer crossed his arms to resist Moer looking up and shouting. Yunnan, Rue Yiling. Aren't you guys coming to help? Your commander is about to be beaten to death. Yunnan and Rue Yiling were enjoying the show too much. Hearing Xyloer's plea, they exchanged a knowing glance, both seeing mutual disappointment in each other's eyes, and reluctantly pulled Moer off. No more fun now. You guys are ganging up again. You cowards. Xyloer got up from the ground, dusting off his clothes. This is called tactics. Go to hell with your tactics. I'm calling people too. Zhonglan, Tong Yinny, Sangle. Where did you? Wait, where did they go? Moer was being held by both arms and yelling when he turned his head and realized everyone was gone. Where did they go? Yunnan kindly reminded. They went over there. Rue Yiling added. They said they don't stand near fools. Moer, damn it. He wriggled free and sprinted toward his teammate's direction, complaining loudly as he ran. Zhonglan, Tong Yinny, Sangle, Yafei, you guys are too much. Leaving me behind. He didn't forget to throw shade over his shoulder. You three better watch out. Xyloer sneered. Tch fool. Meng Zhao, Commander, that fool comment applies to you too. Xyloer. Thanks. Don't remind me next time. Oh. Moer arrived at his teammate's side, face full of displeasure. You're not loyal at all. You actually left me with the other team. You have legs, didn't you? Couldn't you come over yourself? Zhonglan stepped back a bit, looking at the dust on him. Sangle scrutinized him from top to bottom. He looked like a puppy freshly washed at the pet shop who'd rolled in mud the moment no one was watching, all dusty and grimy. Yafei handed him a handkerchief. Wipe your face. You're covered in dust too. Moer took the handkerchief, still muttering. Next time don't abandon me. I'm still injured. What if someone bullies me? Tong Yinny found it amusing. Who would bully you? Just now? Xyloer and the others ganged up on me. Zhonglan, you don't seem to be missing any limbs. Everyone knew Moer had been poisoned by neurotoxin and wasn't fully recovered yet, so they've been holding back during their roughhousing. Internal injury, heartache, psychological trauma. Zhonglan, not arguing with a fool. The competition is this afternoon. Aren't you guys nervous? Sangle asked. Nothing to be nervous about. First place will be mine, Zhonglan said calmly. Even though they knew he was telling the truth, something about his attitude was irritating. Moer looked at his arm. Ugh. Why is this arm so useless? I can't fight with half of it. This is infuriating. That damn neurotoxin made it impossible for him to exert force for long periods. He couldn't even pilot his mecha at full capacity. It was driving him crazy. Not being able to fight in the early matches was depressing him to death. Tong Yinny propped one hand on her hip and poked his arm. What's the problem? I'll carry you through. What? More like I'll carry you. I'll blow through the later matches. Yafei looked at Sangle, linked her arm. It's fine. Just do your best. Don't worry. Think of it as extra credit. Tong Yinny casually draped an arm around Sangle's neck. Exactly. Trust me. Moer squeezed in, and me. Zhonglan together. Seeing her main characters have such a positive mindset, Sangle was quite relieved. A whistle blew, and the entire field fell silent at once. Everyone lined up in neat squares according to grade and department. All eyes focused on the podium. Mon cleared his throat. Dear teachers and students, good morning. Clap, 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 clap. Applause erupted everywhere. Sangle clapped along with a blank expression. Mon held the microphone, speaking passionately. On this beautiful sunny morning we gather here. Blah, blah, blah. Sangle's lip twitched. Such a familiar feeling. She really didn't want to listen. After several minutes of nonsense. Finally Mon's voice grew impassioned. I hereby declare. The squad selection begins now. The selection contest officially began with each department running simultaneously. Due to the large number of participants, the first round of command simulation equipment was insufficient, so it was conducted in 2 rounds. Sangle was scheduled for the second batch. Aren't you going to cheer me on? I'm about to compete. Qiaoen rolled up his sleeves, revealing smooth, defined forearms. Sangle flipped through the thin circular patch in her hand, confirmed the front and back, then helped him attach the safety link. What's there to cheer about? You're an SSS. How could you not advance? Qiaoen sniffed. Isn't that what friends are supposed to say? Fine, fine, go for it, go for it. Sangle pressed the safety patch in place, pulled his sleeve down, and patted his arm, signaling him to crouch. Qiaoen adjusted his cuff and crouched slightly. You're so perfunctory. Because I believe in you, she said while attaching the last 2 patches to his temples. Qiaoen's hand paused as he adjusted his sleeve. I believe you'll definitely take first place in the command department. He stood upright and looked at Sangle. Those obsidian eyes reflected her figure, filled with sincerity. The corners of his mouth rose uncontrollably. I'll definitely be first. Right, right. Finally managing to pacify the child, Sangle's respect for the profession of kindergarten teacher increased by another notch. Thinking that the girl before him would be eliminated in the first round, Qiaoen's smile faded once more. He glanced at Sangle, inwardly torn, then looked at her again and gritted his teeth. First place gets a trophy. If I win it, I can give it to you. Sangle was puzzled. What would I do with that trophy? What's the use? It couldn't be eaten, took up space, and wasn't even hers to win. It would be meaningless. Qiaoen was incredulous. What do you mean, what's the use? It's a gift from me. Don't you understand? First place. A trophy. For you. Sangle didn't understand what had set him off again. Fine, you can give it to me. I'll take it home, and put it in the living room and shrine it. Though she didn't know why she chose to go along with this powder keg to avoid an explosion. No need to enshrine it, but you have to keep it properly. Somewhere visible where you can see it every day. Qiaoen finally seemed satisfied. Just wait. I'll bring back the first place trophy. With that he marched off to the competition platform with great confidence. Sangle watched his back like a cocky little rooster, inwardly numb. The value of being a kindergarten teacher kept rising. She sat idly in the waiting area staring at the dense virtual screens floating in midair. These were the mental projections of the participants' command simulations. Through these projections one could observe their specific performance during command. The judges scored based on their performance. The first round eliminated half. Sangle found Qiaoen's screen and quietly waited for the competition to begin. The person on the screen had changed into the formal military uniform of the 9th Division. Unconsciously, the slightly childish face had shed its baby fat, revealing superior bone structure. He arranged personnel methodically, commanding with ease. Among the dense screens he stood out brilliantly. Who would have thought this arrogant young master could look so impressive in a military uniform? Qiaoen Ye groomed its fur and watched the competition with Sangle. Indeed, he's a completely different person when commanding. Sangle carefully observed Qiaoen's command habits and the tactics he used in the simulation. In the subsequent team battles, Qiaoen's team would undoubtedly be the greatest threat. An SSS Commander 2 SS solo fighters, a top 3 mech pilot in the assessment, and the top logistics student upon enrollment. This top-tier configuration was truly troublesome. Better use this time to do more homework. Have Qiaoen Ye dig up all his previous training videos. Know your enemy and know yourself, and you can fight 100 battles without defeat. Not just Qiaoen, but everyone else too. Sangle had Qiaoen Ye pick out all the outstanding performers from the competition for analysis. She had to be fully prepared, eliminating all risks. The protagonist's halo couldn't be any weaker. In this selection contest, the protagonist team must take the championship. The department competitions would last a month, during which she had to analyze all scenarios and prepare corresponding response plans. Oh heavens, let her die. Such exhausting workload. While complaining internally, she recorded Qiaoen's command behavior and attached analysis. Qiaoen Ye was also busily filtering people, not just commanders, but other departments as well. As a system, it could perform simultaneous screening. Qiaoen finished quickly. By the time others had only completed half their command objectives, he had already logged out of the simulation device. The young man's face was full of confidence as he sprinted off the competition platform without looking back. Passing the waiting area, Qiaoen waved vigorously at Sangle, his mouth moving exaggeratedly. Too far away to hear, but from the lip movements it seemed to be go for it. To prevent communication cheating, those who had just finished competing were not allowed to enter the waiting area. They could only go to a separate designated waiting zone, and could leave only after the second batch of contestants began. Similarly, before that, contestants in the second batch were not allowed to leave the waiting area. Those in the waiting area could only see the completion indicators on the virtual screens. They had no way of knowing the specific situation in the command simulation field or the detailed command content of the participants. Sangle could see only because Qiaoen Ye was giving her special access. All contestants of the first batch had logged out of the simulation devices. A mechanical announcement sounded in the venue. Please proceed to the competition platform for device login. Second batch of contestants. Sangle straightened her clothes. Take some nice photos of me later. Qiaoen Ye, holding a camera larger than its own body, replied, don't worry. Having practiced photography and retouching to perfection through Sangle's frequent check-ins in Task World, Sangle had just stepped onto the competition platform when she heard a heart-wrenching shout from below. Sangle was clinging to the railing, waving frantically. Sangle, forever happy. As he shouted, he jumped up and down. The neurotoxin he had been hit with hadn't fully healed, so he couldn't compete in the first half and could only wander around. Remembering Sangle's lack of talent, he was afraid she would be upset, so he came to cheer her on. He even came up with a slogan, as expected of him. Sangle, forever happy. Mom, why am I named Sangle? Because I want my baby to be forever happy. Sangle, forever happy. Then I want mom and dad to be forever happy too. Okay, we will all be forever happy. Lorix truly deserves to die. A slight ache in her heart. Sangle stared at him for a moment, then broke into a big smile and waved back. She withdrew from the original owner's memories, suppressed the emotions stirring within, and followed the guiding robot to put on the equipment. To maintain her double-F persona, Sangle began to stare blankly after putting on the device. She couldn't log in at all. Qiaoen Ye flew around with an oversized camera taking photos of her from every angle. After the photo session, Sangle simply removed the device and withdrew from the competition even faster than Qiaoen, scoring 0. It didn't matter. The protagonist had already said she was just there to fill the numbers and go through the motions as extra credit. Sangle, I'm the first one out. Qiaoen Ye had been waiting at the exit early and hurried over when he saw Sangle. Amazing. Sangle clapped. Time to pacify the child. Of course, he said, his tone dripping with pride. They're all too slow. What a pose. A cool voice came from nearby. Qiaoen Ye followed the sound and saw a face illuminated by the virtual screen reflecting a faint blue light. Qiaoen, what are you doing here? I'm obviously here to see Sangle. Qiaoen rolled his eyes. Seeing that they were about to start arguing again, Sangle quickly interjected. I'm going to watch the solo fighter competition. Me too. Then I'll go too. The single soldier competition drew the largest crowds, with every arena ringed tightly by spectators. The setting sun bled crimson as massive defensive barriers rose around the towering mecha combat coliseum. Two mechas, one crimson, one golden, stood motionless at opposite ends of the field. The crimson mecha resembled a phoenix forged in flame, its streamlined frame sheathed in striking scarlet armor that gleamed beneath the blood-red dusk. Its lithe silhouette moved with effortless grace, every line flowing like a dancer's arc. The golden mecha loomed larger and heavier, its reinforced plating and formidable armament a stark contrast to the crimson rival's agility. Yet such durability made it no less a force to be reckoned with. The referee's command rang out. The match had begun. The crimson mecha surged forward in an instant, a streak of living fire slicing across the arena. Its movements were fluid and precise, shifting position and velocity with effortless grace. The golden mecha, burdened by its massive frame, appeared clumsy in comparison. Against the crimson opponent's nimble assault, it could never find the opening to mount an effective counterattack. The crimson mecha suddenly veered to the golden one's flank. With its compact beam saber, it drove a savage slash into the golden mecha's weakest point. The golden mecha attempted a retaliation, but to little avail. Its vulnerable sections, hammered repeatedly by the crimson machine's relentless strikes, gradually stripped away its resistance. Under the final barrage, the golden mecha's defenses shattered entirely, its frame losing balance and tilting precariously. The crimson mecha seized the moment, delivering a decisive strike that sent its opponent crashing to the ground. Victory claimed. Qiaoen Ye descended from her mecha. Her uniform clung to her slender figure, drenched in sweat, revealing the elegant contours of her toned abdomen beneath damp fabric. She flung her head back, and her bold crimson hair danced in the air like a banner. Crystal-clear droplets of sweat traced her jawline, slid across her delicate collarbone, and disappeared into the neckline of her shirt. Her long, flawlessly proportioned legs drew every eye. Eager to accumulate points before the day ended, she had already competed continuously throughout the entire afternoon. In the single soldier bracket, competitors drew lots to challenge upward round after round, earning 1 point per victory and forfeiting 1 per defeat. Advancement was strictly one-directional. One could only climb higher, never retreat, resembling a traditional challenge the champion format. Other teams accumulated scores with 2 members, but Qiaoen Ye's squad had only herself in the early stages. She had to secure more victories and rack up additional points, narrowing the gap before the other teams caught up. The opponents drawn on the first day posed no great threat, making a full afternoon of consecutive victories entirely achievable. Though 2 S-rank single soldiers had entered this year's competition, S-rank operatives remained rare even within the military academy. Qiaoen Ye and Mo's capabilities ranked among the top at Jiudao. However, this year's competition included senior year students as well. With the commander arena abandoned and Mo injured, the pressure had intensified considerably. The competition platform stood slightly elevated, encircled by a fence separating the audience from the ring. Qiaoen had gone to watch Yunnan and Rui Yiling. Sangle, escorted by Mo, pressed forward to the very front row at the railing. Qiaoen Ye spotted them the moment her match ended. It was impossible to miss a figure with golden hair bouncing, enthusiastically shouting until their voice cracked. She casually swept her hair back and walked toward them, leaving her mecha behind. Backlit by the setting sun, her vivid crimson strands shimmered with a soft, warm glow. The sharp, striking edges of her features softened in the fading light, lending her an unusually tranquil and serene appearance. Qiaoen Ye hooked one arm over the railing and vaulted over it effortlessly. How was that? Handsome, right? Her voice carried a slight rasp from the day's grueling matches, deeper and more magnetic than usual. Mo raised both hands in double thumbs-up gestures. Absolutely incredible. Simply breathtaking. You're literally my only goddess. Sangle handed over a water bottle she had prepared in advance. Handsome. Qiaoen Ye twisted open the cap and tilted her head with a faint smile. I told you I'd carry you all. I'll admit you were impressive just now, Mo said, crossing her arms and lifting her chin defiantly. But once I recover, I'll surpass you. Qiaoen Ye tapped the water bottle. Yes, you're the strongest. Sangle chuckled, that familiar, gentle yet affectionate tone returning to her voice. What are you laughing at? Mo turned her gaze over. Sangle waved her hands dismissively. Nothing. I just feel so lucky to be on your team. I barely have to do anything, and you carry me to victory. Who said you don't have to do anything? You still need to cheer us on, okay? Mo made a fist and pumped it in the air. Qiaoen Ye leaned against the railing and tapped Sangle's forehead gently. Exactly. You need to cheer for us. Don't slack off. Got it, I'll cheer for you. Sangle replied with a bright smile. Only for them. A voice laced with warm amusement drifted over. Ye Fei's here too. The three of them turned toward the source of the sound. Zhanglan, have you finished your match as well? Zhanglan approached with an outer jacket draped over one arm, offering a soft hum of acknowledgement. Ye Fei stepped closer to Sangle. Only for them, and not for us. That won't do at all. Sangle linked her arm through Ye Fei's and swayed playfully. Of course not. I'll cheer for everyone. Ye Fei ruffled Sang Li's hair, remarking how pleasant the texture felt. No wonder Tong Yinny enjoyed doing it so much. How did your match go? Tong Yinny asked. Ye Fei withdrew her hand from Sang Li's head. Decent. Played within my normal capacity. Advancing to the next round is guaranteed. I don't think we need to cheer for Zhanglan, Moer chimed in, stroking her chin thoughtfully. Zhanglan cast a killing glare at Moer. Are you trying to die? What do you mean I don't need cheering? Do you not consider me part of this team? Or am I not even human in your eyes? Moer wagged her index finger. No. I'm just saying that someone as gifted as you, a genius mecha pilot, could clinch first place without any cheering at all. Zhanglan fell silent. Flattered, he would reluctantly accept that explanation. You've all been exhausted fighting all afternoon, Sangle said softly. Go rest well. There are more matches tomorrow. All right. I'm heading to the cafeteria. I'm starving. I'm going too. Sangle, are you coming? Ye Fei asked. Sangle shook her head. I'll pass. A nutrition supplement will suffice. I'd rather head back to the dorm and relax. Seeing Sangle wasn't joining them, the others didn't press the matter. Nutrition supplements were quite wholesome anyway. With the main group scattered, Sangle returned to the dorm and pulled out the roster. Her fair fingertips glided along the long list of names. Who should be the next lucky one to choose? Federal Council Chamber. Lorikes swept the documents in his hand across the table, the photographs trapped between the pages scattering onto its surface. In the photographs, each person lay in a pool of blood, some dressed in fine attire, others in simple pajamas, and some completely nude. None had heads. On each chest rested a gold embossed note, the Restless Knight Society. Look for yourselves. In just half a month, how many lives have been lost? Lorikes sat at the head of the table, his chest heaving, clearly consumed with rage. Regional Director of the 06 Star District, Deputy Station Master of the Transportation Hub, Interior Minister of the Nuoite Service, Center Member of the Talon City Council. Though most were merely minor local officials, the Restless Knight Society's brazen actions were utterly unforgivable. Moreover, Merrick's status was far from trivial. His assassination had already caused a tremendous uproar. For half a month there had been nothing but that gold-embossed note, yet the Star Network had erupted with criticism. He had forcefully suppressed public opinion and had the official release a fabricated investigation report to stabilize the people's sentiments. So many deaths in merely half a month. The government did not dare let the outside world learn of it. If the public discovered that the Federation had lost so many officials in half a month and still had not even caught a glimpse of the culprit, it would not merely be humiliating. It would shatter the Federation's prestige in the hearts of its people. That was absolutely unacceptable. Should the populace lose faith in their government, he dared not even imagine the consequences. The council hall fell deathly silent. No one wished to be the first to step forward and face the fury of the supreme commander of a nation. Lorikes scanned the room and ground his teeth. Looking at these people filled him with rage. Before, beneath his very eyes, they had been one-upmanship in internal strife and petty scheming. Yet when trouble truly came, each one retreated faster than the rest. Qiaoen Marcos. Still no arrest after all this time. I suggest you relinquish your post as director of the Federal Military Security Bureau and retire early. Qiaoen Marcos rose to his feet, head bowed low, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Steeling himself, he said, Supreme Commander, please grant me a little more time. I will surely. Haven't I given you enough time? Lorikes cut him off, his face darkening. What did you vow to me back then? You swore on your life that you would capture the killer within 7 days, and then trace the threads back to the Restless Knight Society. Such grand promises. It has been half a month now, and you haven't even seen a shadow of them. Capture them. They have been murdering countless people right beneath your nose, and what have you seized? Qiaoen Marcos clenched his fists and remained silent. He had no rebuttal. He had underestimated the Restless Knight Society. Previously, when someone from the 9th Division had been kidnapped and not retrieved, he had merely assumed the enemy had planned long in advance, chosen the rendezvous point themselves, and deployed early enough to succeed. As for their inability to trace the enemy's communications, that simply meant the adversary had been well prepared, making precise modifications to their own devices to intercept the Federation's signal tracking. But this time was different. This was on Weilon Star, the Federation's homeworld, the capital star of the galaxy's sole superpower. How were they capable of leaving absolutely no trace? A bitter smile touched his heart. He had originally hoped to make a fine impression before the Supreme Commander, and if fortune favored him, earn a promotion. Now forget about a promotion. If he was not exiled to the frontier, he should count himself lucky. True enough, Lorikes' voice rang out coldly. You will no longer involve yourself in this matter. I shall hand it over to the military department. As for you, Qiaoen Marcos, you have worked tirelessly these past weeks. Return home and rest for a while. Deputy Director Kovidi will oversee the affairs of the Military Security Bureau. Qiaoen Marcos's face turned white, and his head bowed even lower. Yes. Rest for a while, perhaps forever. Han Qing's gaze lingered on the photographs, inwardly rejoicing. The Military Security Bureau and the Imperial Guard were two independent departments responsible for maintaining order within the Federation. The difference was that the Imperial Guard handled ordinary criminal cases, while the Military Security Bureau was responsible for protecting government dignitaries and high-ranking Federation officials. Because of this distinction, Qiaoen Marcos had always looked down upon him. The Military Security Bureau overshadowed the Imperial Guard at every turn, and he would openly mock him during every council session. Now at last he had taken his revenge. Lorikes tapped his curled fingers against the desktop. Dismissed. His temper had been worsening lately. He really ought to exercise more self-control. Growing older, these people were becoming increasingly unruly, and this was the perfect opportunity to remind them of their place. He was still the supreme commander of the Federation, and in his hands remained the Federation's most formidable weapon, the Eternal Day Army commanded by Qiaoen Ye. As long as he lived, these dragons and tigers would remain subdued beneath him. Lorikes rose to his feet, when suddenly a palpitation seized his chest. Instinctively he pressed a fist to his lips and coughed twice. Darkness suddenly engulfed his vision. Seeing the Supreme Commander still standing there, no one dared to move. Yet hearing his cough, only they knew what they were truly thinking. Once his vision cleared, Lorikes's heart pounded wildly, yet his expression remained as cold as ever. He swept the room with a warning glance before departing the council chamber. His steps noticeably hurried. Lorikes returned without pause to the commander's mansion and immediately underwent a full-body examination. Supreme Commander, your condition is perfectly normal. The attending physician handed him the examination report. Lorikes studied the report, but still felt uneasy. Are you certain? The physician nodded. Excessive stress can also lead to the symptoms you described. You need more rest. Enough. I understand. You may leave. Yes. The physician bowed respectfully and withdrew. Goodbye, Dr. Zuafet. The small robot at the doorway emitted its mechanical voice. Goodbye. Passing through the long scanning corridor, green lights flashing at each checkpoint, he returned to his residence. He removed his white laboratory coat and casually hung it on the coat rack. He opened the bathroom door. The corpse in the bathtub was enveloped in warm, bloody water and had not yet stiffened, its neck wound clean and precise. A horrified head rested quietly on the wash basin facing the doorway. Zuafet. He rotated the head, and the mirror reflected two identical faces. One wearing a smile, the other contorted in terror. He placed the head into the black box beside him and slowly closed the lid, those eyes wide with fear, even until death gradually fading from sight. Suxunyi. This thing truly works wonders. Figure, appearance, voice, all exactly the same. Sangle gazed at Lorix's medical report, her eyes crinkling into crescents with mirth. Haha. This is absolutely hilarious. All that effort to pull that alternate identity had been entirely worthwhile. She wouldn't let that wretched old man escape so easily. His foul temper was merely a superficial veneer. The true affliction lay in the irreversible rot spreading through his body from within. Since Lorix cherished his role as commander so dearly, she would indulge him to the very end. Let him rot before the eyes of the entire interstellar community, in every literal sense, leaving only his head so he might witness his own decomposition. The mere thought brought her boundless joy. During this interim, she would administer medication to sustain his life, lest he perish before she had harvested sufficient popularity value. The Federation commander still held some utility. He could labor on her behalf, keeping the rebel factions beneath him in check. Full of himself, yet nothing more than a pawn upon her chessboard. Yuanzi continued editing photographs and said nothing. Why are you ignoring me? Sangle poked her own system. I'm retouching images for you. Yuanzi stirred. Do not disturb me. Oh, come now, attend to me first. All right. You claimed you would let Lorix rot away in the end. Won't you play your head-collecting game anymore? Sangle rested her chin on her hand. Of course I will. Even if he rots away, his head remains. After his burial, why not exhume it? A Federation commander's skull holds considerable collectible value. I shall dig up his grave and carve the Remnant Knight Society was here upon it. Ha. Cough. She laughed so hard she choked on her own saliva. Good heavens, she had nearly laughed herself to death. Sangle supported herself against the table, coughing for a long while before composing herself. Yuanzi, utterly speechless. Yuanzi presented the freshly edited photograph, offering no comment upon her schemes. You are right. Sangle examined the photograph with great satisfaction and in high spirits allocated 100 points to her little system. Yuanzi, not squeezing you dry then. How much has she already siphoned from its secret stash before granting a mere 100 points? Sangle casually tossed the examination report into her system space and reclined upon the bed. Progress on the Federation front was advancing steadily. Han Qing proved reliable, seizing every opportunity to ascend, requiring no worry on her part whatsoever. The departmental competitions involving the protagonist currently offered little spectacle and could not yield substantial popularity value. She needed to orchestrate another narrative turning point. Let her consider. What might she arrange before the team competition begins? She had an idea. She sat up abruptly and opened the group chat. School team, go 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 Sangle. All members, would you like to come over for a meal in a few days? Sangle kitten peeking JPG. Mole. Mole, I want to go. I want to go. I want to go. Anytime. Any place. A super hungry foodie. Serious about devouring the meal. Jiang Lan Mole idiot. Tong Yini, you're treating us to dinner. Yifei, why the sudden invitation to your home? Mole Jiang Lan, you dare not kick me from this group chat. Jiang Lan. Sang Lu, to celebrate Mole's recovery and to cheer everyone on. We shall definitely make the school team. Mole tearful face, JPG. Mole, I love you. Yifei, either works. Tong Yini went. Sang Lu pondered for a moment, calculating the schedule. During school team selection, classes were suspended. Aside from focused competition preparation, students could leave campus freely. Sang Lu, how about the evening of the day after tomorrow? Are you all available? Tong Yini understood. Yifei, I'm free. Jiang Lan, no problem. Mole eating. I promise to arrive punctually. Sang Lu, wonderful. She would certainly host them properly. The night sky stretched like ink, dotted with countless stars, while the moon hung high above, spilling a gentle silver glow. On the streets below, lights flickered and danced their rainbow hues, intertwining to paint the interstellar evening with prosperity and vibrancy. Hovercrafts roared past, leaving trails of light that faded into the distance. Sang Lu hummed a tune as she sliced tomatoes and dropped them into the soup pot. Shall I check on how the others are doing? Yuanzi cast a glance. Yifei should arrive in 5 minutes. The rest won't be far behind. All right. She placed the lid on the pot, and the soup began to bubble with a gentle gurgle. Warm golden light spilled from the kitchen into the living room, weaving together with the white illumination. The doorbell rang. Good evening, Sangle. I'm coming in. Yifei changed her shoes under the guidance of the domestic robot. Oh, you're cooking yourself. Yifei was taken aback to see Sang Lu bustling about in the kitchen. I thought a domestic robot was preparing the meal. Let me help you, Yifei said, stepping into the kitchen. Sang Lu made room for her. Then help me taste this soup. Does it taste good? Yifei scooped a small spoonful into her mouth, her eyes lighting up. It's incredibly delicious. Glad to hear it. I was worried you might not be accustomed to the taste. Sang Lu took a small sip herself, nodded in approval, and then began ladling the soup from the clay pot. You actually cook this well. I feel like I missed out on so much. Yifei helped carry the dishes to the dining area. Ha, it's nothing special. Nothing special. You're nearly on par with a professional chef. Don't exaggerate. I haven't studied for long. I followed online tutorials and let the smart robot guide me through the process. That still shows real talent. It's genuinely wonderful. As long as you don't mind, that's all that matters. Nobody could possibly mind. As the two chatted, Mo Tong Ye and Jiang Lan arrived. Upon seeing the table laden with dishes, Mo's mouth began to water. Wow. Such a spread. Sang Lu, I simply adore you. Jiang Lan pulled him aside. Your face is almost in the plates, show some restraint. Tong Ye served herself a bowl of soup first. Delicious. Seeing this, Mo hurriedly scooped a large bowl of rice, sat down, and fixed his gaze on the dining table, eagerly awaiting the meal. Jiang Lan. He had never seen anyone so starved in his life. Sang Lu removed her apron and washed her hands. Hurry and take your seats. What would you like to drink? Anything is fine. All right. Sang Lu fetched a large bottle of soda and poured drinks for everyone. Yifei pulled out her chair. You should sit down too. All right. Then let me dig in. Mo's eyes shone as brightly as light bulbs. Go ahead and eat. The moment the words left his mouth, Mo reached for his chopsticks without hesitation. Good heavens. This is so delicious. What on earth do they serve at the school cafeteria? Mo wept as he ate. Yifei, exactly. All of this was made by Sang Lu herself. Tong Ye turned to Sang Lu. You made all this yourself? That's amazing. Sang Lu smiled shyly. I'm glad you like it. Jiang Lan silently refilled his soup bowl, then looked up at the conversation. Very delicious. I truly enjoyed it. Mo this was all made by Sang Lu herself. Good heavens. I'm absolutely moved to tears. Whoa. Try this lion's head meatball. I learned it specifically for this occasion. Delicious. Everyone was enjoying their meal with great merriment when the door opened once more. Qiaoen Ye paused at the entrance, box in hand, taking in the lively scene in the living room before his eyes met Sang Li's. Miss Sang Lu, I'll head upstairs first. All right. Come down and eat when you're finished. I saved you some. Understood. Qiaoen Ye's figure disappeared at the staircase. Mo held his bowl. Damn, Captain Qiaoen Ye's presence is still so intimidating. I barely dare to speak. Tong Ye nodded in agreement and forked away the last piece of pork rib. Eat slowly, there's plenty more. Sang Lu withdrew her gaze from the staircase and turned back to smile at the group. Qiaoen Ye lifted the box and pushed open the door to the innermost room. The room's smart sensor lights flickered on. Inside the transparent glass cabinet, numerous heads with varying expressions were neatly arranged. Beneath the counter, colorful LED strips glowed with a faint, eerie light. It resembled an exquisite display cabinet, each small compartment extraordinarily refined. Qiaoen Ye opened an empty glass case, carefully removed a fresh head from the box, and placed it inside. He then poured a transparent gel-like solution over it. He counted the colors and selected a pale red LED strip to attach below. Finally, he closed the lid, and the glass cabinet welcomed its new occupant. Your favorited comic has been updated. The notification chimed, and Qiaoen Ye and Zhang Yi seamlessly opened the Persimmon Comics app. During their holidays, the two arranged to travel together rather than return home to visit relatives. Relatives they couldn't recognize and didn't know how to address, whose ears would only be bombarded with the same old line, "I used to hold you when you were a baby." They'll keep asking all sorts of questions. It's unbearable. It's better to play outside first and go home later. Let's watch it on the computer. The bigger screen is much better. I know, don't crowd me. After last time, Qiaoen Ye, an avid fan of pink-haired characters, had completely fallen head over heels. It was gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous, a sumptuous feast for any aesthete. As soon as they entered the comic, they were startled by the cover. A ruined city shrouded in raging flames. A colossal insectoid beast occupied nearly 2/3 of the frame, its forelimbs raised high, crimson compound eyes staring directly downward, while a tiny girl drenched in blood sat slumped on the ground with her back to the viewer. Blazing flames filled the sky, buildings lay in rubble, and the earth was scorched brown, red, and black. The enormous insectoid creature and the diminutive human child. At first glance, it seemed to foreshadow the little girl's final fate. This cover. Guys, it's a tragedy. Run. I can't bear to look. I can't. Why did he draw such gruesome scenes? No, she's just a child. I'm reporting you. No way. The artist has learned to draw tragedies now. Qiaoen Ye and Zhang Yi silently scrolled down. The cover was too much. They didn't dare to touch it. But they never imagined there is no worst, only worse. Lele, don't be afraid. Mommy's here. It'll be over soon. Be a good girl and close your eyes. Clutching the small child tightly to the woman's clothes, the girl obediently closed her eyes as tears continued to roll down her cheeks. Scenes of her father collapsing in a pool of blood, being devoured by the insectoids, kept flashing before her eyes. Her body trembled more violently, biting her lip hard to suppress any sobbing. She couldn't let her mother worry. Black hair, black eyes. Lele, is this Sangle? It has to be. Why is baby Sangle suffering so much? You damn artist. How could you put our daughter through such a plot? Amazing, it's a tragedy. There's no saving us. You're done for, artist. Qiaoen Ye genuinely felt heartache this time. She had fallen into this story because of Sangle. Previous chapters had mentioned that Sangle lost both parents at age 4, and this must be depicting that tragic moment, her parents perishing during the insectoid invasion. Scrolling further down, there was only worse, never best. The truth of that statement grew ever heavier. The woman's chest was impaled by a jointed leg, her body torn apart and swallowed into the fanged maw, while most of the gushing blood splashed onto the girl. The artist cruelly illustrated the crunching sound of flesh and bones being crushed alongside in bold black and red lettering. The 4-year-old sat motionless on the ground, drenched in blood, her expression vacant. The insectoid's forelimbs kept growing larger in her pupils. Why draw such gory scenes with so much detail? I need to run to the bathroom. Ugh. Great art, never draw like this again. Not detailed enough where it counts, but absurdly detailed where it shouldn't be. How did this pass censorship? What's the artist's relationship with the reviewers? Who gets this? I'm in the middle of eating. You damn artist. Did you eat too many red beans? Do you want to die? Do you think C-City is far from me? Let's crowdfund to beat up the artist. Who's joining? I'm in. Me too. Coffee, keep adding until I'm sick of it. What random Donmu just crashed in? I'm done for. I can't forget it. It's playing on loop already. Why? My poor baby Sangle. 4 years old, witnessed her parents being eaten by insectoids. Drenched head to toe in her mother's blood. I can't take it. So devastating. Truly so devastating. If this is the kind of plot, I'd rather the artist never drew any stories at all. The screen went dark, leaving only 3 faint lines of text. Enough. That's her. Bring her back. The girl burst upright from bed, drenched in cold sweat, her dark eyes brimming with moisture, fingers gripping the blanket tightly. Donmu Sangle must have dreamed about the past. I'm so heartbroken, I've lost all sense of direction. Wait, family, what did those last 3 lines mean? More foreshadowing, I'm speechless. The kid's been traumatized. Where did the artist go to school? My heart breaks for Sangle. It's the new year, and you show us this. You have no heart. I'm mailing the author razor blades. Qiaoen Ye hugged Zhang Yi and wailed. Oh my god. Why are you doing this to my baby Sangle? Woo. Alright, stop crying. We haven't finished yet. Zhang Yi comforted her best friend for a while, and only after she had cried herself out did the two of them continue watching together. 14 years ago, Palmy Star, near the edge of the Federation, was suddenly invaded by insectoids. The invasion came too suddenly. Many children became orphans, but the Federation handled the aftermath well. The commander personally ordered all orphans to be sent to welfare institutions on more prosperous planets, where they could enjoy free medical care and education until adulthood. There was also the post-disaster reconstruction of Palmy Star. Donmu, Palmy Star. Why did Sangle's expression change when she heard that? I almost thought she was going to kill Gavin right there. I have a bold theory. Elaborate. Connecting the context, Sangle just dreamed about the insectoid invasion that killed her parents, And then Gavin mentions Pommy Star being invaded. Could the invasion Sangle experienced be the same one on Pommy Star? I still don't get it. Why did her expression change? I get it. When Moer and the others went to pick up Sangle, the file said Sangle never left the remote star. Remote stars have no proper names, only number designations. Pommy Star looks way more advanced. Definitely not a remote star. Holy crap. I'm getting goosebumps. Sangle's expression when she left. It was terrifying. And down here, the commander personally ordered all orphans to be sent to welfare institutions on prosperous planets, with free medical and educational resources until adulthood. Then Sangle stayed on a remote star all along. Oh my god, terrifying when you think about it closely. Even a hasty thought is terrifying. Family, did you forget those 3 lines? Old speculation lorix actually always knew about Sangle. And in that situation the person who said those words could have saved Sangle's parents. They didn't rescue them, only Sangle in the end. Think about it, think carefully. The filter I had on the Federation commander is shattered. Then why did Lorix still send Moer and the others to pick up Sangle? That's exactly it. That's why they sent Moer and the others to have a few newly graduated military academy students pick her up. My back is going cold. After Star Trek made it onto the recommendation list, even the Donmu multiplied. With just an update, there were already so many comments including plot analyses. Stop analyzing. The artist updated again. Seriously, updated again. It is New Year. The artist is in a good mood, so updated this much. What is this? New Year's bonus. Starting the new year with Tragedy's nice death smile. The new cover was as stunning as ever. Lively young men and women chased each other playfully through the shopping mall. The golden-haired boy held the doll high above his head. Yunnan and Rue Yiling held down Mo Air, while Shi Luo Air hopped over to snatch the doll from his grip. Jianglan wore her usual look of disdain, while Tong Yini Yafei and Sangle laughed. Light and shadow danced across the frame, the surroundings deliberately blurred, drawing the eye inevitably to the figures. Youthful energy seemed to spill beyond the screen. Not a tragedy. I love it, I love it, I love it. I feel like the last group photo looked better. I like the last group photo too. You've had it too good lately using this to brush me off. What is this drawn nonsense? It's still very beautiful, just not as breathtaking as last time. True masterpieces are rare anyway, and plus Lao Deng's illustrations are already quite good. Exactly. I really like this cover. The lighting and composition are excellent, every character's facial features are clear and well-drawn, no distortions, and the expressions are very vivid. Star Orbit has also grown popular. People are even roasting Lao Deng's drawing skills now. Normal. Trolls will complain about anything. As everyone knows, Lao Deng has skipped updates, and the plot has been trashed before, but his art has never dropped. During the playful banter, the doll flew from someone's grasp and fell straight down, landing with pinpoint accuracy. Bending to pick up the doll, long, elegant fingers with distinct knuckles reached down pink long hair, cascading from the waist to gently touch the ground. A familiar close-up shot. Eyes beneath the pink hair, the corners of the mouth slightly upturned. The upstairs and downstairs shots merged into a single dramatic close-up. The final scene. Concealed around the corner, a soft cloth meticulously wiped each finger one by one. The demeanor was noble and reserved, gaze fixed on the direction where everyone had departed, eyes holding an unfathomable meaning. Xiahachin. New husband, new husband, new husband. Consort Xia. Pink hair has conquered the world. I hate that I'm not that handkerchief. Those hands. Nosebleed. That doll in Xiahachin's hands is so abstract. Floating organism, did you love it? Lao Deng has been watching too many videos. Watch out, or Plankton will come visit you at midnight. I can't take it. Looking at that doll automatically triggers voiceover in my head. Wait, what is Xiahachin doing here? Isn't that obvious? Upstairs. Sangle is here. What's the connection between Sangle and Xiahachin? That eye contact, that knowing smile. You're completely missing it. Clearly you haven't been paying attention to the plot. Last time they already revealed that Sangle belongs to the Qiaoen Ye. What a... Sangle gazed at the soaring popularity panel and sighed inwardly. As expected, what left the deepest impression was always the drama. Those readers would surely be heartbroken to death. She had earned plenty of popularity points. Checking Xiahachin's stats again. Excellent, he'd climbed to 4th place. Pink hair was indeed no joke. With only a few scenes, he had already overtaken the main cast. Yuan Zi enlarged the data panel. Popularity is rising quickly. The last viral moment brought in many new readers, but based on projections, die-hard fans remain few. Popularity is still in an unstable state. Sangle replied, these aren't problems. As long as people are watching, it's fine. They can already perceive plot changes now. Use looks to hook them. Not what I meant. Use visuals to spark readers' interest first, then gradually cement loyalty with the story later. This time the author hadn't padded the plot either. Everything was updated according to her plan at key milestones, especially later on. Jianglan advanced effortlessly as expected, and Yafei steadily secured her spot in the next round. These 2 matches lacked drama, and the author was wisely sparing them, sketching both with just 2 panels. Tong Yin's mecha competition was more engaging, given more narrative space. Against the setting sun, her bold red hair was bathed in warm light, its vibrant edges softened into a gentle glow, her fierce features rendered with a touch of tranquility. Crystal sweat beads rolled down to her collarbone and disappeared into her neckline. Her slightly damp sleeveless vest clung to her body, faintly revealing the elegant contour of her abdominal muscles. Nosebleed, sis. I can't. Lick the screen, lick the screen. I am Tong Yin's dog. I'm not that drop of sweat. I'm on side on that railing. Sis, kill me. Those who don't understand mature women are in for a hard time. Didn't anyone notice? Lao Deng draws so beautifully, yet not lewdly at all. I noticed that too. No lewd vibe, but just incredibly beautiful. It's a beauty beyond words. Because Lao Deng's style is inherently healthy and powerful. He doesn't deliberately emphasize exposed skin, so the overall effect is gorgeous yet tasteful. Qiaoen Ye and Han Xiaoya watched with eyes wide, giggling foolishly, as they frantically screenshot, utterly captivated. The chapter-ending preview frame carried an intriguing quality. A young woman in cream-colored sleepwear sat at a desk strewn with scattered papers, her expression languid, pale fingers tracing across the pages. The camera zoomed in for a close-up on the papers, rows upon rows of names. What's this? Don't know. What does this preview signify? Lao Deng, I urge you to drop the next chapter immediately. Lao Deng, then I'll spoil you. Wait, another update. Actually updated. I'm going to the next chapter. Me too. In the latest chapter, Luoxikes stormed through the council hall, death list in hand, furious. Sang Lu, I really. So satisfying, just wiping them all out so effortlessly. Sang Lu, guys, I've got a death note too. Point at someone, they die. Sang Lu was laughing with Tong Yin and the others. 1 second, the next she's back in the dorm plotting murder. Not satisfying. Oh, it's satisfying. White cut black is top tier. This is a true, living Yamaraja. I'm satisfied. The scene shifted. Luoxikes rose to her feet, when suddenly a sharp palpitation struck. She instinctively pressed her fist to her lips and coughed twice before darkness swallowed her vision. She hurried back to the commander's mansion for a full examination. Commander, your body shows no abnormalities. Excessive stress can also cause the symptoms you described. You need more rest. The camera followed the doctor back to her residence. The moment the bathroom door opened, a terrified face in the sink filled the frame. Behind it lay the bathtub, warm water dyed crimson, with blood, a headless corpse with a cleanly severed neck. Aaoiwa. Scared me to death. I want my mom. My blanket protects me. Someone save me. Who taught you to draw like this? Lao Deng, Al you. Something's wrong with this doctor. Duh. This doctor looks exactly like that head. What did she mean by her last words? Su Shuani, I have a feeling. Qin Yi Hui. Who gets it, fam? Sang Lu just uncovered Luoxikes' mess, and the next second the Qin Yi Hui has someone embedded in the commander's mansion. Do you believe the commander's body is fine, or do you believe on Qin Shi Huang? Salute Qin Shi Huang. Lao Deng drew that scanning corridor with all green lights passing through. Combined with Sophie's later words about Su Shuani, this invention is so advanced it can fool the commander's mansion detection machines. Do you understand what this means? If it's truly the Qin Yi Hui, just how vast is this organization's ambition? Figure it out yourselves. You're too clever, I'm following you. Mom asks why I'm reading comics on my knees. From this point onward, the Qin Yi Hui's popularity shot straight to 10th. Things were looking up. An entire organization had climbed to the top 10. Sang Lu opened the popularity rankings. First place, Sang Lo. Second place, Tong Yin. Third place, Mo Air. Fourth place, Xiahachin. Fifth place, Jiang Lan. Sixth place, Yafei. Seventh place, Kalan Te. Eighth place, Shi Luo Air. Ninth place, Song Jiao. 10th place, Qin Yi Hui. Tisk Nian Shi dropped down. Something's bothering me. In rankings like this, only herself and the protagonist should appear. Kalan Te was forgivable since he'd been working for her for free so long, but this Shi Luo Air, something about him rubbed her the wrong way. She'd squeeze him out eventually. But she was still first place. Not bad, not bad. She took a screenshot to show her colleagues. Completely unmatched, far ahead. Whose life is this again? Colleagues, don't be too envious. Qiaoen Ye and Han Xiaoya were both night owls. At midnight, they lay in their respective beds preparing to binge-watch dramas, when they suddenly received notifications of new comic updates. Han Xiaoya, why did it update again? Qiaoen Ye, isn't an update a good thing? There's so much content during the New Year holiday. I love this author to death. New chapter opening with a thunderclap. The room was dimly lit with a huge glass display cabinet pressed against the wall. Beneath each glass compartment, different colored glimmers flickered. The flickering lights revealed human heads inside, each with a different expression. They appeared lifelike, with lively eyes. Every head had large eyes open, all gazing at the screen simultaneously. Dark-toned background, dim lighting complemented by the gray-blue glass cabinet, and the various colored glimmers flickering beneath the compartments made the heads inside seem as if they were blinking. Fuck, Mom. You old bastard, fuck. Fuck. Scared the hell out of me, scared the hell out of me, scared the hell out of me. You old bastard, why are you so cheap? And you made it animated. Who taught you to make it animated? Silently pulls feet back under blanket. Midnight. You old bastard did it on purpose. Old bastard he. Seeing the old bastard still grinning here makes me feel a nameless anger. Where's this nameless anger? Lower abdomen. During the new year, don't force me to slap you. I'm the only one home. I'm too scared to go to the toilet. Who gets it? I just wanted to go to the bathroom now. I don't need to. What happened? Did you shit the bed? That's also very realistic. Nearly thought I'd entered the hall of the king of hell. Drawn well, don't draw like this next time. My mom asked me why I was screaming at midnight. Successfully got bamboo shoot stir-fried meat in the new year. Qiaoen Ye had already jumped onto Qiaoen Ye's bed, hugging her tightly, trying to absorb warmth. Let's sleep together. Qiaoen Ye. I understand, let's sleep together. She was a bit scared too. Do you still love this author? Sangle looked at this cover, and also thought the author was quite cheap, not only making it animated, but also specifically choosing midnight to update. Next scene. In the pot, milky white soup bubbled with a gurgling sound, white steam obscuring the view. Holding a knife, slicing tomatoes evenly. The sharp blade cut through the flesh, red juice flowing out, staining the overly pale fingertips. Gathering the sliced tomatoes on the knife and covering them loosely with fingers, placing them over the soup pot. As fingers moved, red pieces fell into the milky white soup, juice dripping from fingertips, initially looking like diluted blood. Here the author never drew complete people, only close-ups of the cutting board and soup pot. Especially the final part where tomatoes were put into the soup pot, silver, gray, red, white. 3 colors were deliberately emphasized. The tomatoes became redder, the hands pale, as if dead. What is this? It's drawn like a murder scene. Don't you think the color of this hand is the same as the white of those heads on the cover? I'm feeling a bit nauseous, don't say anymore. Feels like a hint. Chopping a tomato looks like beheading. How could the juice spray like that? So that, which that? I have no culture, I can't describe it. Hiss, a bit eerie. Nearly thought I'd entered an infinite flow. Feel like that tomato is me, neck is so cold. Mower buried his head in his bowl and ate frantically. Tong Yeni focused on gnawing ribs. Jiang Lan silently served another bowl of soup. Yufei sipped fish in small bites. Sangle, taste this lion's head meatball. I learned it specially. Soft lighting, warm atmosphere, beautiful from every angle. The camera shifted. Qiaoen Ye carried a box upstairs and pushed open the door. The familiar glass display cabinet came into view. The author had drawn a long panoramic panel here. Upstairs, Qiaoen Ye was processing human heads, while downstairs the protagonist happily ate. The dividing line between the two scenes was blurred, different tones and atmospheres, extremely fragmented, yet strangely harmonious. Fuck. Sangle is a real yin wang. Sangle, can you sleep? Qiaoen Ye looks very skilled at handling heads, also very experienced. White cut black. It's white cut black. This white cut black is so satisfying. Mower is still eating that lion's head meatball, learned specially. Oh my god, the protagonists are below happily eating. Qiaoen Ye is making head figurines upstairs. Now it's obvious Sangle is from the Canny Society. Sangle treats the protagonist to a meal and cooks personally. Feels like this lion's head is made from human heads, so perverted, I love it. Do you understand? Murderers often show off their achievements. Sangle collected a wall of head figurines, but no one appreciated them, so she satisfied her desire by treating the protagonists to a meal. Watching them eat happily while above them was a cabinet of human heads. This truth was right in front of them, but the other side knew nothing and happily ate the meal cooked by this murderer. Sangle really is very crazy. Fuck, the person above can talk, author liked. Old bastard is peeping at us again. Sangle is so thrilling. Wait, what about Qiaoen Ye? Yeah, wasn't Qiaoen Ye arranged to Sangle by Loclix? Is Qiaoen Ye also from the Canny Society? Just from Qiaoen Ye's behavior earlier, he must have killed quite a few. The scene left notes from the Canny Society, so Qiaoen Ye is also from the Canny Society. I'm dizzy. Is the Canny Society already this awesome? Was Qiaoen Ye from the Canny Society from the beginning? You ask me, I ask who. We know nothing. Head is so itchy, about to grow a brain. Completely unexpected. The author indeed drew this out, not in vain. She made a meal for the protagonists. All popularity, all points. Sangle felt life getting better and better, days becoming more hopeful. In the closing panel of the previous chapter, the author depicted Qiaoen Ye disposing of severed heads on the upper floor. While readers were still speculating when exactly he had joined the Qiaoen Ye Society, the next chapter immediately resolved that lingering question. The first half contained no elaborate descriptions, merely sketching a few fleeting moments from memory. Act 1, Sangle had just entered the military academy when she Luo air mocked her. Qiaoen Ye appeared to intervene, and Sangle's gaze flickered toward her wrist as an inner monologue echoed, how coincidental. Act 2, inside the hovering vehicle, Sangle spoke in a faint, eerie tone. Captain Qiaoen Ye, you've shared all my recent developments with the commander these past few days, haven't you? Qiaoen Ye remained expressionless. I merely did what was necessary. Act 3, injured at the black market. Qiaoen Ye's gaze was sharp with suspicion. Where's the analyst? Go on, explain what this means. Exactly. Sangle has been under surveillance the entire time. Why, oi? The moment Sangle was mocked by Shi Luo air, Qiaoen Ye's appearance was far too coincidental, which is precisely when Sangle began to suspect she was being watched. Later, she deliberately injured herself at the black market and destroyed her optical console and chip, which only confirmed that her initial suspicions had been correct. The conversation inside the hovering vehicle indicated that Qiaoen Ye still served Loli Kasi at that time, and the surveillance on Sangle was nothing more than his direct orders. I can't take this anymore. When is Luoli Kusi getting taken out? Soon enough. Hasn't that dread physician already infiltrated his inner circle? Good heavens, a dread physician. Isn't that terrifying? Extremely. Standing there gazing into a mirror with a severed head placed beside it, its face perfectly matching his own. Everyone in the Qiaoen Ye society is absolutely unhinged. Act 5. Kalante, join me for a meal. Thank you. Before she could even take 2 bites, she turned to find herself locked in a cold, inorganic blue gaze. The tip of a sword pressed against her throat. Thud. She collapsed heavily onto the ground. When Sangle treats you to a meal, it's never a good sign. Still eating? You absolute glutton. I'm dying of laughter. Kalante even glanced at the little robot's indicator to confirm the food wasn't poisoned before eating it. Sangle, if you noticed something was wrong, I'd eat it. Songjio is incredibly handsome. Just because you think you're some hacker genius. Is Nianqi really that formidable? He seized control of every robot and surveillance camera. Cheer for them, cheer for them. Kalante completely unable to defend against it. Act 6. Songjio hoisted Kalante over his shoulder and began climbing toward the attic. Nianqi stared curiously at the green elixir within the box. President, will this truly subdue Kalante? Sangle lifted the vial, rolling it between her palms with a detached air. Shall we try it and find out? Sangle rose and headed toward the attic with Nianqi close on her heels. Audience reaction. Holy shit. The president. Sangle. She is. The president. So satisfying. So satisfying. So satisfying. President of the Qiaoen Ye society. No wonder Nianqi and Xiaohe are always lurking around her. Don't believe for a second that Nianqi actually needs to run a street stall at the black market. It was simply a ploy to catch the president's attention. And Xiaohe is on another level entirely. Barely done scamming the Federation and he's already orchestrating a chance encounter with the president. Xiaohe wiped his fingers. I'm only here to see the president. What filth is this? Who wants to play nice with you? Dismissive expression. It's actually the president. My apologies for the oversight. I said it from the start. She's no ordinary person. Who owes me spicy strips? Return them immediately. Someone upstairs is still demanding their spicy strips. So persistent. I raised the banner for the president. What should one do when the world lacks a white-cut black menace? A masterpiece. A masterpiece. A masterpiece. I cannot stress this enough. So Kalante is actually being controlled by this green elixir. It looks utterly unpalatable. I wonder how it tastes. I'll give it a try. You're absolutely starving, aren't you? Consuming random substances will only bring you ruin. Final panel. Nianqi withdrew the metallic orb lodged in Kalante's mouth, drawing a glistening translucent thread of saliva through the air. Kalante knelt on one knee, propping himself up with one hand against the laboratory bench. Sangle crouched before him, while Songjio and Nianqi stood silently behind her. Dark eyes reflected Kalante's disheveled figure. Slender pale fingers gently brushed aside his sweat-dampened hair, the gaze beneath falling deep and unfathomable. Kalante, welcome to Qiaoen Ye. The audience erupted into pure frenzy. So intoxicating. So intoxicating. Absolutely electrifying everyone. President. 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 Sangle. 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 I don't know if you all caught that vibe, but I'm completely into it. Screenshot it. What are you waiting for? How can someone be this breathtaking? I'm consuming my eyes. The young woman reclined in her chair, looking down from above in immaculate attire. Her dark eyes held a fathomless depth, and a disdainful curve played upon her lips as a slender pale leg rested casually beneath her. Flanking her stood a towering, expressionless mechanical maiden and a handsome youth whose gaze dripped with playful mockery. Kalante knelt upon the floor, tilting his head upward. A saliva-stained metallic orb lay rolling near his foot, his garments clinging tightly to his frame, dampened by perspiration. His hair fell limply across his forehead, the corners of his eyes flushed, their depths glistening with moisture. Feasting my eyes. This display is absolutely delectable. Allow me to raise a glass to this pairing first. With the artist rendering it this explicitly, it would be rude not to ship it. It's not just a meal. We are saved. Sanglong couple. Why not Lansang? Sangle is undeniably dominant. Sangle must take the lead. Kalante is unequivocally the bottom. Some of you are utterly absurd. Shipping fans are all so unhinged. Good heavens. Your fanaticism as a shipper is truly terrifying. Critics, speak up. Drop another critique of the veteran's artistic skill. Save to library. Sangle is truly devastatingly satisfying. When Kalante spied on her, she drugged him and seized control. And back in that chibi Easter egg, Liu Yao had threatened her during class, yet immediately afterward the Qiaoen Ye Society hijacked the 9th Fleet starship. As for Luoli Kusi, she went so far as to embed a physician within his inner circle. Luoli Kusi's fate will surely be gruesome. And when Sangle hosted that meal, those 4 gluttonous youths were too consumed by food to notice anything amiss, completely oblivious to what lay ahead. Sangle's loyalists knew she harbored zero affection for them. There's something deeply satisfying about a protagonist so fiercely dedicated to their ambitions. A deceptively sweet, utterly deranged masterpiece. The flashback concluded here. Beyond this point, there was little of notable interest. It merely depicted the protagonists completing their respective departmental trials. The results for each departmental competition had already been announced, aligning closely with prior expectations, totaling 543 points. The entire sequence was resolved within a single chapter. The author likely chose this pacing to shift the narrative focus toward the impending team competitions. Moreover, this creator seemed to have cracked the code for viral engagement, already circling back to craft another chibi side vignette. This iteration featured Mo Jianglan and Ye Fei engaged in a card game. True to form, it breached mainstream circles, once more spawning a fresh wave of reaction images and capturing substantial attention. Within the latest update, the segment featuring Sangle and Qiaoen Ye remained the undisputed peak. Delivering relentless intensity while unveiling Sangle's hidden mantle, it sent shockwaves through the readership. That final illustration similarly broke free from its medium, spreading virally across major social platforms. On short video sites, creators had already animated it, making the alluring atmosphere even more palpable. Furthermore, numerous promotional accounts had begun amplifying the buzz, causing the momentum to escalate steadily. Sangle gazed at her popularity dashboard, noting that her individual fan rating had skyrocketed to 36th on the platform's character rankings, 17th on the overall comic appeal chart, and 30th on the general popularity leaderboard. TSK. Now this is what they call a dominant gap. A character surpassing the very comic that birthed her. Who could it be? Oh, it's me, obviously. Sangle's expression brimmed with uncontainable smugness. The past month had thoroughly drained her. She had pored over countless studies, meticulously compiling hundreds of character analyses. Fortunately, the conclusion of the departmental tournaments granted her a brief respite, finally allowing her to rest properly. Lying upon her bed with a tranquil expression, she was ready to surrender to slumber. Sangle, we have a new assignment. Qiaoen Ye discarded the small comb still in her hand. The protagonists are embarking on a long journey. At Bimu Star in the Grey Star system, a locale belonging to the lawless frontier, an auction is underway. The terminal lot is a physique ascension elixir, and they are expected to bid. The physique ascension elixir held no value for her. Her spiritual energy was far too profound, while her physical vessel remained critically weak. Sustaining equilibrium relied entirely on suppressants. Administering this elixir would only result in its immediate destabilization by her overwhelming mental force, rendering it entirely useless. Such was her burden, carrying such vast spiritual power. Pharmaceutical enhancements designed within the comic world's bounds were completely ineffective against her, and any elixir exceeding the world's inherent threshold remained inaccessible to her. Naturally, the protagonist would desire it, given that the elixir carried a 50% probability of elevating one's physical constitution by an entire rank. Yet Sangle felt utterly exhausted just thinking about it. Merely hearing the name Grey Star Systems signaled trouble, and the lawless frontier was synonymous with catastrophic incidents. Any rational person could deduce that a direct descent into such territory would inevitably invite calamity. Their plot armor is already so negligible. If they go there, will they even return with their lives intact? Trapped within the system space, Sangle furiously pounded the floor in frustration. The team competitions are upon us. They should simply remain at the academy and focus entirely on their preparations. She loathed unscheduled overtime. After venting her grievances within the system space for quite some time, she finally dragged herself out of bed. Qiaoen Ye, pack your belongings. We're heading to Bimu Star. Qiaoen Ye, who had spent the past month either engaged in combat or en route to battle, paused. Wasn't I granted leave? Why must I work overtime once more? Why must I work overtime once more? Eric watched the hatch, nervously stretching his neck to peer out from time to time. When a sudden message arrived that the guild master was approaching, he jolted. As expected, his former boss had been eliminated. Fortunately, his sycophancy had kept his head firmly attached to his neck. They say life is full of uncertainties, and he was now living that truth. Until this moment, he never could have imagined he would reach such a position. Provoking a military academy, defying the Federation, swindling a vast fortune, and walking away unscathed. A minor pirate organization had rapidly expanded, acquiring the latest weapons and transforming into a top priority target of the Federation, a group known as the Remnant Knight Society. He had to admit that name sounded far more distinguished than their previous one. The Federation had exhausted every effort to catch them, but couldn't even lay hands on a single hair. He had truly made it. But he possessed the self-awareness to know who was truly behind all of this. At first he had assumed Xia Huchen was the guild master of the Remnant Knight Society, only to discover he was merely the vice master. A revelation that astonished him. He knew his place well, understanding exactly what to ask and what to leave alone. He never inquired about the identity of the guild master. Wherever he was told to go, he went without hesitation. He was now something of a minor leader within the Remnant Knight Society. Today he would finally meet the guild master, and he had resolved to make an excellent impression through unwavering devotion. As long as he flattered sufficiently, nothing would be impossible. Flatter enough, and you shall have everything. He cautiously glanced at the two beside him, hoping to learn the guild master's preferences. If his flattery struck the wrong note, he was finished. Song Jiu maintained a cold expression, refusing to spare him even a single glance, her eyes fixed straight ahead. Nianqi stood on tiptoe, gazing eagerly toward the hatch. Sensing Eric's gaze, she sniffed derisively and turned her head away, clearly repulsed. Eric thought it best to remain silent. He would improvise when the time came, for flattery was his profession. Beep. Docking confirmed. Channel opening. A small starship successfully connected with the larger vessel. The hatch slowly opened and 3 figures appeared, immediately drawing everyone's gaze. The girl adjusted her white fur coat, a dark red single earring dangling from her ear, its long tassel swaying with each step. A tall man followed behind, a mechanical mask concealing the lower half of his face, revealing only sharp eyes with pale irises that fixed unwaveringly upon the opposite side. The third person wore a perfect curve to his lips, his cold brown long hair appearing as though dyed by the chill mist of an autumn night, carrying a subtle coolness that shone with a low-key, yet luxurious luster under the light, like fine gold leaf melted into rich chocolate, his eyes radiating an impenetrable aloofness. Guildmaster. Nianqi ran over joyfully. I've missed you so much. Will you take me with you when you leave? I don't want to stay here anymore. Song Jiu stepped forward 2 paces and bowed slightly. Guildmaster. The girl responded with a soft Yelixi blocked Nianqi as she ran forward. Take you. And what would you do over there? Nianqi stubbornly waved her fingers away. You and the Vice Master can both go. Why can't I? Yelixi raised an eyebrow, crossing her arms. Xiaohuchen has gone to handle political matters, and I need to administer poison to the old tyrant. And you? What could you possibly accomplish? Clearing surveillance is something you can handle right here. Moreover, you are needed to intercept Federation tracking operations. As for Lorix, she estimated the dosage was being administered daily, rotting him from the inside without a sound. Nianqi puffed her cheeks. I can still be useful over there. Sangle spoke. Enough. Stay here and cooperate with Song Jiu to continue consolidating the remaining pirates. Hearing the guildmaster's voice, Nianqi immediately ceased her protests. Yes. Eric's face contorted in shock, his finger trembling as he pointed at the young woman opposite him. Why you? Sangle echoed. Xing? A razor-sharp blade pressed against his fingertip. Song Jiu's tone was icy. If you no longer want your finger, I can help remove it. Eric snapped back to reality and snatched his hand away with astonishing speed. I was wrong. He felt on the verge of tears. What kind of situation was this? Who could tell him why the guildmaster of the Remnant Knight Society was her? When Qiaoen Ye's granddaughter had been brought back, the entire galaxy had erupted in commotion. Photographs circulated everywhere, and the Federation commander himself had confirmed in an interview the sole bloodline of Qiaoen Ye had been found. Regardless of whether she was Qiaoen Ye's granddaughter, she was the guildmaster. He had just pointed his finger at the guildmaster. Could he still expect to see tomorrow's sun? Eric decided to salvage the situation. Guildmaster. Your heavenly presence left me momentarily stunned. I was simply captivated by your distinguished aura. Please do not hold this against me. Think fast, his mind urged. Sangle had no intention of pressing the matter. Eric was actually quite useful, obedient, knowing precisely what to say and do, without reminders, never prying into matters he should not, and occasionally offering pleasing words. She was quite satisfied. Sangle sidestepped him and entered the starship. The others followed. As Nianqi passed Eric, she made a gun gesture with her fingers. Bayou, Eric touched his head. It was still there. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Wiping the sweat from his hands, he hurried to catch up. Qiaoen had just emerged from the StarNet and reported the situation at the venue to Sangle. All information has been gathered. 358 remote-controlled bombs have been planted throughout the auction venue. 3 groups intend to seize the physique enhancement serum, 5 groups plan assassinations, and 17 ambush teams are positioned around the perimeter. Sangle fell silent. She had known this would happen. Were these people insane? Every auction was either a scheme to steal or to assassinate. Did they have to schedule this during her time off? Wouldn't they die if they didn't cause trouble? Over 300 bombs, and the protagonist would simply be reduced to scrap. And this wretched auction, what kind of security was this? How had so many inhuman elements infiltrated the venue? How on earth had they managed to secure the physique enhancement serum for such a shoddy event? With so many assassins, so many thieves, and so many ambush teams lurking outside. She didn't even want to imagine the scene if all these factions collided. Given the protagonist's garbage plot armor, they were guaranteed to perish. She truly did not understand. Did the collapsing world no longer adhere to any logic at all? For something as simple as an auction, couldn't the protagonists have left it to their subordinates? Were they not young masters and young ladies? Did they insist on inserting themselves into every affair? Could they not maintain a clear awareness of their own status? Were they not afraid of being captured by opportunists or eliminated by rival factions? How could they be so reckless with their lives? What unreasonable people. She would forever resent the protagonist's fate. Nianqi, I need all surveillance footage from the venue. Yes, Guildmaster. A massive holographic screen unfolded, bringing the entire Bidimu Star auction into view. Anyone who threatened the protagonist's safety and risked her mission's failure deserved death. Watching those fools still plotting assassinations and deliberating over bombing the venue to steal items, Lu brushed her earring. Songjio. Spare none. Yes. Climaxing auction hall. Identical small robots constantly shuttled back and forth guiding guests to their seats. Mower ran into Yafei as soon as he entered the venue. What a coincidence, Yafei, you're here too, Mower said, scratching his head. Yafei crossed her arms. Yeah. Yafei, The two turned around. Tong Yinny rubbed her hands awkwardly. You're here too. Looks like we have pretty good coordination. A familiar voice approached as Jiang Lan entered from the venue entrance. The four exchanged bewildered glances. Didn't you say you had something to do? Tong Yinny silently looked at the three. Mower, Attending an auction, doesn't that count? Yafei avoided Tong Yinny's gaze. I did have something to do. This is it, Why are you looking at me? You came too, didn't you? Jiang Lan retorted confidently. He sighed. Alright, since you're all here, you must have received the news. You're all here for the physique enhancement elixir, right? Mower, alright, I admit it. Tong Yinny, an irresistible temptation. Yafei, I should say everyone attending this auction is here for the physique enhancement elixir. You all want it. Mower drooped his head dejectedly. Tong Yinny pressed his shoulder. Hey, how much money did you prepare? Mower suddenly perked up. I'm not telling you. How could I reveal that? I'm not that stupid. Tong Yinny lazily let her hand drop. Why did he become so clever right now? Jiang Lan looked at them in exasperation. You're still thinking about bidding. You won't get it. Why? Mower was confused. My family specifically prepared a lot of money for me. Yafei smiled brightly and spoke. Because you don't have as much money as I do. Mower. Tong Yinny. Jiang Lan held his forehead with one hand. From the moment he saw Yafei, he knew he had no chance for this physique enhancement elixir. Although he came from the Jiang family, the top mecha lineage in the Federation, when it came to wealth, few across the entire Interstellar region could compare with the Qiaoen Group, one of the top 100 interstellar enterprises. The funds Qiaoen Group had prepared for Yafei this time were surely an astronomical figure. He could only make a token bid. Tong Yinny made a grimace. Yafei, you should be more tactful next time. Yafei spread her hands. Such a treasure as the physique enhancement elixir, no one would want to miss it. You probably didn't come as individuals, but on behalf of your families, right? The three nodded in unison. All who attend this auction are prominent figures. I myself cannot guarantee I'll secure it in one go. Yafei's words were indeed the truth. A potion capable of elevating one's physique by an entire rank would cause a bloodbath wherever it appeared. Mower rubbed his face. Anyway, I won't give up. Neither will I. Tong Yinny declared, raising her hand. Jiang Lan simply opened his light tablet in silence. Jiang Lan, what are you doing? Aren't you bidding? Mower asked, noticing Jiang Lan's silence. Jiang Lan closed his light tablet, asking my family for more money. He had just sent a message to his family requesting they prepare additional funds, just in case he actually won the bid. Mower and Tong Yinny were dumbstruck. How could they not have thought of that? They quickly opened their light tablets and sent messages to their families. Transfer money, transfer money, transfer money. Transfer money quickly. Yafei, then there's nothing else to say. Let's each rely on our own abilities, teammates. Although the four were quite familiar and were teammates, none of them wanted to yield the physique enhancement elixir merely out of camaraderie. Such a rare and coveted opportunity was something no one would willingly hand over. Pretending to politely yield to one another would be far too artificial. They each represented their respective families. Of course, whoever ultimately won the bid would not affect their friendship. As Yafei had said, let each rely on their own abilities. If you fall short, accept defeat with grace. Know when to hold on and when to let go. Mower hooked his arm around Jiang Lan's neck. Since we're all here, let's sit together, yeah. Jiang Lan brushed his arm away. I have my own private box. Who doesn't have one? Mower huffed after being brushed off. Yafei, Tong Yinny, you also have private boxes, right? Tong Yinny nodded. Yes, we do. Yeah, Yafei confirmed. Mower chuckled. My private box is on the 4th floor. In the auction venue, those on the lower level were ordinary attendees with some minor influence, but not much. The truly powerful and prominent all occupied the upper floors with their own private boxes. Mower was the son of the governor of the Weiyang star system. As governor of an entire star system, he held military authority, so it was hardly surprising his private box was arranged on the 4th floor. Come on with me. Have the attendants bring 4 bid paddles over. Just come on, I'm begging you, it's so boring being alone. Mower circled around the three. If he had a tail, it would have been wagging so hard it would have lifted him into the air. Bidding within private boxes was conducted not by raising paddles, but through certified electronic bid devices with prices directly projected to the center of the venue. Really not coming with me. Come on, Yafei, Tong Yinny, Jiang Lan. Jiang Lan covered his mouth. Alright, I'll go with you. Stop being so disgusting. The three couldn't resist Mower and reluctantly agreed to join him at his private box. Hee, I knew you guys were the best. Mower happily led the three toward the private box. His eyes casually glanced aside and caught a flash of deep blue. But when he looked again, it was gone. Had he imagined it? Why are you standing there staring? Why aren't we moving? Nothing, let's go. It must have been his imagination. The auction had reached its climax with a lot of physique enhancement elixir about to be presented. This was the display phase. At the very center of the venue hovered the auction platform. A perfect hexagonal structure surrounded by a barrier of interwoven energy beams that continuously leaped and flickered, shifting in form. These beams served both as a protective shield against mishaps and as an ideal medium for projecting holographic images of the auction items, constructing a multidimensional showcase that presented every detail to the guests from all angles without a single blind spot, so vividly that even those seated far in the corners felt as though they could handle the treasures themselves. Mower stared blankly ahead, the bidding device lifeless in his hand. Hey, snap out of it, what are you spacing out for? Qiaoen Ye waved a hand in front of his face. The auction is about to begin. Huh. Mower came to his senses. The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. He tossed the bidding device onto the table. I just thought I saw someone from the Qiaoen Ye. Zhang Lan lifted his gaze from the auction catalog. What did you say? That mechanical cyborg we ran into at school. The one who poisoned me. Mower poked at the bidding device, still lost in memory. It could have been my imagination. I only caught a glimpse of a shadow. Blue and very much like her. Anyway, the moment I tried to get a closer look, she was gone. Ye Fei and Zhang Lan exchanged a glance and spoke in unison. Physique enhancement elixir. Qiaoen Ye rose immediately. We can't stay here. We need to leave now. The four of them hastily packed up and prepared to depart. The Qiaoen Ye had once abducted the school starship right under the Federation's nose and slipped away, proof that this group was no one to mess with. Although the Federation officially announced that the assassin of Council Secretary Mary Ku had been apprehended, those of their social standing knew the truth behind the scenes. Mary Ku and all those government officials, great and small, they were all the work of the Qiaoen Ye. A bunch of perverts. One could tolerate perverts, but perverts with both power and ruthlessness were truly nightmare-inducing. The Federation still hadn't caught a single culprit. Regardless of whether Mower had seen correctly or not, they should run first and worry later. If it really was someone from the Qiaoen Ye, there was no telling what they might do, and losing their lives would be the end of it. The group hurried downstairs. As Mower turned a corner, he locked eyes with a pair of soulless deep blue irises. Songjio had just snapped someone's neck. Blood still glistened on her face, and several contorted corpses lay at her feet. She discarded the limp corpse in her hand and turned a chilling gaze toward Mower. A wave of icy dread flooded from Mower's head to his toes. He turned and bolted. Holy, it really is her. Run. The other three skidded to an emergency halt and sprinted back. Gunshots rang out. Mower shoved Zhang Lan to the ground and crouched over him, shielding him from the bullets. Songjio advanced with a pistol in hand, which she deftly spun and transformed into a razor-sharp long blade. Seeing this, Qiaoen Ye rushed over to help. She pressed her finger to the mech activation button, but her pupils contracted. Nothing happened. With the long blade bearing down on Mower and the others, Qiaoen Ye instinctively lunged forward and seized Songjio's wrist. Songjio twisted her wrist free, and the blade swept horizontally, aimed directly at Qiaoen Ye's throat. Qiaoen Ye. Clang. A few strands of crimson hair drifted downward as a black dagger intercepted the long blade. Deep blue eyes met the pale irises visible through a mechanical mask. Qiaoen Ye grabbed Ye Fei and turned to flee while Mower dragged Zhang Lan behind them. In the blink of an eye, all four disappeared from sight. Songjio glanced at the person beside her. Why, Calamite holstered his dagger. The guild master wishes to enter the academy team. Besides, they won't be escaping. The four of them sprinted in frantic silence as though pursued by demons. They had no idea who that masked figure was or why he had helped them, but if they did not flee now, when would they? That killing demon must not catch up. Just as they changed routes and reached the ground floor, a row of dark gun barrels stared straight at them. Moer. Qiaoen Ye. Zhang Lan. Ye Fei. The youth tossed a remote control in his hand, his amber eyes gleaming with a sweet, cloying light. Tilting his head, he smiled. Where are you all headed? Haha, isn't that the boss? We meet again. Moer forced out a grin. Nianqi stopped tossing the remote. I remember you. 50 million. Yes, it's us. We were just passing by, just passing through. Moer nodded frantically. Nianqi tilted his head, hands clasped behind his back. Just passing by. I was under the impression you'd come to patronize my business again. What business? Doing this sort of thing today counted as business. The phrasing was rather bizarre. The four of them muttered to themselves in their hearts. Oh well, fate brought us together. Considering how fortunate our meeting is. As he spoke, Moer shuffled sideways, attempting to slip past. A bullet kicked up dust at his feet, startling him into jumping back. Take them all back, Nianqi said, his smile vanishing. The four were seized and escorted back toward the venue. People were gradually herded from upstairs and downstairs to the center of the venue, surrounded by armed masked figures clad in black. Rows of dark gun barrels pointed directly at the attendees within the hall. Escorted leisurely through the crowd, Nianqi stepped onto the auction platform amid murderous glares. The moment he approached, the energy barrier surrounding the platform slowly dissolved into shimmering particles that faded into the air. The transparent liquid inside the test tube swayed gently. Nianqi held it up to the light, examining it for a moment. Nothing particularly special about it, is there? After inspecting it, he placed the vial into a special case and secured it away. The venue had been completely secured. Special shielding devices were installed around the perimeter, capable of temporarily disrupting the connection between spiritual sense and mecha. Thus he harbored no concerns about anyone piloting a mecha during this period. The devices were single-use, difficult to manufacture, and only temporarily effective, losing potency after a certain period. All communications were intercepted. Aside from those inside the venue, the outside world knew nothing of what transpired within. Nianqi sat idly upon the auction platform, waiting for Zhongjio and the others to finish dealing with the troublesome group. He had just finished disarming bombs. What a nuisance. So many planted, these people really had nothing better to do. Not long after Zhongjio arrived and took her position beside him. Seeing everyone present, Nianqi stretched lazily. Everyone, no need to be so tense. Please sit. Make yourselves at home. The crowd. If they remembered correctly, this was neither his venue nor an auction he had organized. But with their lives in someone else's hands, they obediently took their seats. No one spoke, no one raised their voice. They simply awaited whatever the person on stage would do next. Nianqi observed the group sitting quietly without causing trouble and nodded in satisfaction. The constitution-enhancing serum. We're taking it. I trust you have no objections. The crowd fell silent. Who would dare object? Who exactly are you? Aren't you afraid of retaliation for this? Someone actually had the audacity to object. Nianqi's expression darkened, a flicker of displeasure flashing in his amber eyes as his gaze shifted toward the sound. Everyone turned to look. A middle-aged man adjusted his clothing and rose to his feet. Before you act, consider your capabilities. None of us here are the sort you can afford to anger. Before he could finish, a bullet hole appeared between his eyebrows. With a heavy thud, his lifeless body, expression still frozen, crashed to the ground. Those around quickly scattered to find new seats, unwilling to be near such recklessness, deeming it ill omens. Zhongjio retracted her weapon with a blank expression. Nianqi snorted, his honey-colored eyes revealing a hint of mockery. This very fool who had planted over 300 bombs throughout the venue, forcing Nianqi to disarm them with barely contained fury, now stood there babbling nonsense. Keeping him alive for those extra minutes was itself a sin. Nianqi glanced over and pressed a button on his remote. An explosion erupted from upstairs. Dust and debris rained down upon those below, coating half the crowd in filth. Apologies. My hand slipped. Didn't frighten anyone, did it? Nianqi feigned surprise, covering his mouth with his hand, his amber eyes curving into arcs of malicious delight at his successful prank. He had deliberately saved one bomb specifically for intimidation purposes. How entertaining. Seeing no one speak, the youth tilted his head toward Zhongjio, his tone laced with grievance. What shall I do? No one speaks. It seems everyone holds grievances against me. His dark blue pupils swept across the crowd below, and Zhongjio raised her gun. Gunshots rang out, and several more warm corpses littered the crowd. After a final sweep of the venue, those who planted bombs, orchestrated assassinations, and laid ambushes, very well, not a single one remained. Confirmed that everything had been thoroughly cleared, Zhongjio holstered her weapon. The hall fell oppressively silent. Every face bore terror. Help us, why did such a fool emerge from among us, forcing these two madmen into random slaughter? The thoroughly deceased middle-aged man. I thought my bombs were still active. The advantage was mine. Does anyone else have objections? Nianqi glanced down from his elevated position, one eyebrow arching slightly. From the crowd came hesitant, scattered replies. No. No objections. Do as you please. Take the constitution-enhancing serum. Those who had objected earlier were already enjoying paradise. With the precedent right before them, anyone daring to object again would have to value their life exceedingly little. Nianqi looked down and chuckled softly. How embarrassing. Since you all insist on giving it to me, then I shall accept. The crowd, swallowing their wrath. Since everyone is so sensible, then I am not fond of violence after all. Nianqi strolled leisurely around the platform, seemingly contemplating how to handle the crowd below. Their hearts rose and fell with each of his steps. Got it. Nianqi stopped, his eyes brightening. Since you were all so silent earlier, it truly wounded me. Seeking some compensation for emotional distress is hardly excessive, is it? The youth's clear voice carried a playful yet aggrieved tone. Nianqi pressed both hands to his chest as though genuinely hurt, his brows furrowed as he lifted his gaze to regard them. By the way, you must think very carefully about how much you should pay. Upon hearing the latter half, those who had considered hiding wealth immediately surrendered everything in their possession. Money meant nothing compared to life. Having collected the money, Nianqi smiled at the crowd, stood firm on the auction platform, placed his left hand behind his back, traced a slow circle with his right in the air, and brought it gracefully to his chest in an elegant bow. Then thank you all for your generous sponsorship of the Residual Knight Society. The moment his voice fell, the entire hall plunged into darkness. When the lights flickered back on, no one remained on the platform, not even those holding guns beside it. Not a single person was left. Only after the survivors re-established contact with the outside world and mobilized personnel to pursue did they discover that the Residual Knight Society members had vanished as though they had never existed. Nothing was found. Not even a trace on the surveillance cameras, which had been wiped clean. Eric turned off the monitor and cautiously glanced to the side. The young woman kept her head bowed, her black hair cascading down, her expression concealed within the shadows. How infuriating, ruining a perfectly good holiday with mandatory overtime. Sangle felt as though her heart condition might flare up from sheer irritation. There simply existed no being more reckless than the protagonist when it came to courting death. With over 300 bombs detonating, could the protagonist possibly remain intact? And as for why she needed to take money when leaving, after clearing out that troublesome group, for so many people at the venue, wasn't it fair that she took a physique enhancement solution? Demanding a bit of compensation for her efforts was only reasonable, was it not? She deserved it. If she hadn't shown up, all those people would have become cannon fodder. Why deliberately frighten the protagonist and the others? She merely intended to give them a proper safety lesson regarding protagonists. The first rule: never go to places whose very names sound ominous. The second rule: if you possess the means through your family, remember to bring bodyguards when visiting dangerous locations. The third rule: as young masters and ladies, there is no need to involve yourselves personally in such matters. Simply delegate to your subordinates. The fourth rule: since you have entered the competition, stay put and focus on your preparations rather than running around aimlessly all day. The fifth rule: whether what you see or hear is real or fabricated, if there is even the slightest possibility of danger, you must distance yourself immediately. A world on the verge of collapse operates without logic. At an auction of this caliber, where every attendee is either extraordinarily wealthy or of noble birth, bringing bodyguards would be entirely sensible. Yet this auction prohibited bodyguards from entering, and remarkably, no one brought any. They all remained outside the venue as mere decorations. Is that it? The mere thought of it made her breathless, leaving her questioning everything. So every mission for the restoration department involved such brain-dead situations. Sangle pressed her fingertips together, her rosy nails turning pale from the pressure. Disobedient children deserved proper discipline. Once they understood pain, they would learn their lesson. All day long causing nothing but trouble and forcing her to work overtime. The control room door opened. Yuri carried over a storage box with Nianqi, Songjio, and Qiaoen Ye following behind. Yuri set the open storage box before Sangle. Inspection complete. It is genuine physique enhancement solution, no issues. There was hardly room beside Sangle. Songjio and Qiaoen Ye were both towering figures standing like walls. Nianqi puffed out her cheeks, noticed Eric still standing beside the chairman, and marched directly over to glare at him. Eric forced a nervous laugh and bowed shallowly, gesturing politely. After you, after you. Nianqi shot him a knowing look, then satisfied took her place beside Sangle. Sangle shifted her gaze toward the medicine, the transparent liquid reflecting fragmented brilliance under the lights. What is the success rate? Yuri lowered his head, pressing his lips together. Less than 10%. Songjio instinctively clenched his fists. Qiaoen Ye's pale pupils trembled slightly. Nianqi looked toward Sangle, her concern unmistakable. Chairman. Sangle, however, showed no reaction. She rolled up her sleeve to reveal a fair arm, her voice calm. Administer it. Yes. Yuri drew the medicine into a syringe and steadied the girl's arm. The silver needle tip pierced her skin as the transparent liquid was slowly injected into her body. Upon completion, Yuri withdrew the syringe, and a dark crimson droplet of blood welled from the puncture. Everyone held their breath, awaiting the final verdict. Sangle gazed at that droplet of blood, sensing the anomaly within her body. A transparent filament emerged from the wound, snaking outward and extending steadily along her arm. Bang! In an instant, the control room was engulfed by dense threads of mental energy, massive transparent tentacles writhing and climbing along the floor and walls. Countless transparent filaments descended from above, dancing midair. Equipment within the control room was knocked over, chaotically swept along by the spiritual threads. Chairman. Yuri produced a pre-prepared mental energy suppressant and injected it into Sangle. Her face drained of color, sweat blurring her vision. She struggled to control her mental energy so as not to harm anyone in the room. She cleared a space for Yuri to administer the suppressant. Sangle gripped the chair armrests tightly, her eyes shut, blue veins bulging along the back of her hand. The icy liquid was pushed into her body, the chaotic mental energy gradually suppressed, slowly retreating back within her. The room lay in utter disarray. No one spoke. When the mental energy had run rampant, the outcome was already clear. It had failed. As expected, the physique enhancement solution could not reshape the chairman's body. Her overwhelmingly powerful mental energy destroyed her physique the moment the medicine took effect. Eric watched the scene in shock. He had actually collapsed to his knees when the mental energy ran rampant. Having seen something he should not have, would they silence him? He was drenched in sweat. Sangle's face was pale, her skin growing increasingly translucent under the lights. Her eyelids trembled, and a bead of sweat slid from her lashes, revealing wet, ink-black eyes. Eric lay frozen on the ground, terrified that those individuals might notice him. Suddenly, a metal pipe detached from the wall and landed directly before him. The metallic clatter echoed sharply in the silent control room. All eyes turned toward the sound. Eric. Sangle steadied her ragged breathing, turning her head to regard him, her heavy ink-black eyes calmly meeting his gaze. Seeing the girl rise and walk toward him, her shoe soles striking the metal floor with dull thuds. Eric immediately pressed both hands to his head and buried himself on the ground. I saw nothing. Nothing at all. Do not kill me. Please do not kill me. After waiting an eternity with no response, he lowered his hands, slightly peering through a narrow gap. Looking up, he met the girl's impassive eyes, her earrings swaying like frozen droplets of blood suspended in midair. He swallowed hard. Chairman. The pallid girl gazed at him, then suddenly lifted her foot and stepped onto his face, grinding her soul into his cheek. Eric's body went rigid, so let her step as long as she did not take his head. The girl withdrew her foot, her pale lips parting slowly to utter a hoarse, emotionless tone, "Clean this place up." He was not going to die. Eric looked again, catching only the girl's retreating back. Her earring flashed briefly in midair, tracing an arc of dark crimson. Song Jio glanced down at him, his voice cold and distant. "Remember your words. Guard your tongue." Eric, pinned beneath those eyes steeped in killing intent, nodded mechanically. Song Jio cast one final warning glance before swiftly following the girl out. Eric watched the group disappear, then touched his own face. Recalling the girl's earlier state, a sudden pang of sympathy stirred within him. With such powerful mental energy, yet such a frail constitution, she probably would not live long. Sangle dozed off at her desk. The overtime had left her utterly exhausted. And when the protagonist group returned, she had to sneak along under an alias to escort them all the way. What a heart-wrenching ordeal. Now that these brats were finally back, she could at last prepare peacefully for the team competition. She was genuinely moved to tears. Please don't go running around recklessly anymore. She simply couldn't bear it. As Yafei entered the training room, she spotted Sangle slumped over the desk. "What's wrong? Haven't you been resting well?" Sangle lifted her head at the sound a red mark pressed into her cheek and replied in a muffled voice. "I've had a bit of insomnia lately." "Why the sudden insomnia? Have you gotten checked?" Yafei sat down beside her. Sangle sighed. "It's nothing. I've been staying up too late these past few days and messed up my body clock. I'll adjust over the next couple of days." "Then that's good." Yafei handed Sangle a bright red fruit. It was a specialty of Baimu Star, Luoxia fruit. Though that place was rather chaotic, the fruit was quite delicious. Even in her rush to return home after the auction incident, she hadn't forgotten to bring some back. "By the way, where have you been these past few days? I haven't seen you around." Sangle took the fruit and took a bite. "Delicious. What kind of fruit is this?" "It's a specialty of Baimu Star called Luoxia fruit." "Baimu Star?" Sangle's chewing paused mid-bite. "Right, didn't you ask where we went?" "We went to Baimu Star for the auction, but something unexpected happened. Qiaoen Ye attacked us. The auction had to be called off, so we came back early. I picked up some of this on my way back." Yafei explained. Sangle looked down at the fruit in her hand and took a heavy bite. "I see." Then she chewed fiercely a few more times as if gnashing her teeth in indignation. What a greedy girl, risking her life over a souvenir. She would never forget how she felt sneaking behind them, watching them stop to buy fruit right before departing. This world had finally gone mad. Protagonist's safety education failed. Zhonglan pushed open the door. "Zhonglan, you're here," Yafei greeted. Sangle, with her mouth full of fruit, could only manage a wave. To be honest, she didn't particularly want to talk either. Her heart was too restless. Zhonglan sat down and placed the mecha improvement blueprint he'd drawn on the table. "Where are Moer and Tong Yini?" "They haven't arrived yet," Yafei replied. Zhonglan frowned. "What are those two doing? Why aren't they here yet?" He finished speaking and began messaging both of them. Sangle sat quietly to the side, munching on her fruit. It really was quite tasty. Tong Yini and Moer arrived together, the two of them fighting their way into the training room. "Hey, Yafei," Tong Yini suddenly called out toward behind Moer. "Where?" The moment Moer turned his head, he felt a sharp pain in his lower back and was kicked straight through the doorway. "Damn, my back." Moer sprawled inside the training room, clutched his waist, and glared back fiercely. "You have no honor." Tong Yini patted off her clothes and strolled gracefully into the room. "That's called strategic deception." Moer followed behind, grimacing and grumbling. "That's just cheating. You're such a cheat. This is clearly tactics. Who asked you to be so naive?" The first thing Tong Yini noticed upon entering was Sangle sitting obediently beside them, clutching a red fruit with both hands and nibbling away. The crimson fruit was nearly as large as her face, and Sangle resembled a little hamster as she buried her cheek into it, her cheeks puffing in and out with each bite. It was oddly adorable. She cupped Sangle's face with both hands and squished it. "Oh my, you're so cute." Sangle swallowed the fruit flesh in her mouth. "It's delicious. If you like it, I have more back home. I can give you some if you want." "Okay." After teasing Sangle, Tong Yini sat across from her and pulled the blueprints toward herself to examine. Moer, still rubbing his waist, sat down. "What is this? I don't understand it." He also tugged a mecha blueprint closer, but only glanced at it before his head began to throb. Dense clusters of lines, various parameters and components, bizarre characters. Tong Yini silently pushed the blueprint back as well. She couldn't make heads or tails of it either. Zhonglan rolled his eyes. "I didn't expect either of you to understand it anyway." Yafei studied the blueprint and pointed to one section. "Do we need to change the material here? The flexibility parameters you noted probably can't be achieved with the previous materials." Zhonglan nodded. "Exactly. I want to increase the flexibility a bit more and also boost the mecha's energy storage and speed. If we can't win a fight, we just run." "What do you mean if we can't win?" Moer looked thoroughly unconvinced. How can you look down on your teammates like that? Zhonglan, what? Did you forget about last semester's assessment when Yunan beat you senseless? Moer. That lunatic. He fought like he didn't care about living during the last assessment. Far too brutal. Yafei smiled. Alright, running into Yunan and the others is indeed troublesome. I think Zhonglan's idea is quite sound. We engage them briefly to drain their mecha's energy then retreat. There's no need to trade blows directly. That's exactly what I was thinking. Our main goal is to preserve our strength. Though Shi Luoer's team is formidable precisely because they're so strong they'll inevitably become targets for multiple teams. We'll sneak in from time to time, land a few hits to drain their energy, and then retreat. Zhonglan turned to Yafei. Help me out with this. I'll finish modifying both of their mechas within a few days. Alright. Yafei scanned the blueprints on the table with her optical brain and saved a copy. Tong Yinny stroked her chin. I think it'll work. How about we increase the speed even more? Yunan is pretty unhinged and Rui Yiling goes along with his craziness. I'm worried we might get flipped. Zhonglan pondered for a moment. Fine. Moer was still somewhat irritated, but the bigger picture mattered. Sangle continued devouring her enormous fruit. It was so big she'd only managed to eat halfway through after all this time. The protagonists were finally putting in the effort. How reassuring. The training room door was knocked on. I knew you'd be here. Finally caught you. The door to the training room was knocked on. I knew you'd be here. Finally caught you. Zilliwer stood at the doorway holding 2 large boxes. Moer scowled. What are you doing here? Zilliwer pushed past with the boxes. Why can't I come? You've been nowhere to be found these past few days. I've been camped at the school for days. What are you doing? Trying to peek at our secrets. Moer gathered the mecha blueprints on the table and cleared a clean space as he spoke. Like I care. Zilliwer set the boxes on the cleared table. Tong Yinny eyed the 2 boxes and asked curiously, what's in there? It looks quite exquisite. A black gift box and a white one, both tall rectangular, were tied with beautiful ribbon bows at the openings. For Sangle. Zilliwer pushed the box toward her. Sangle lifted her head from the fruit she was eating. What? For me, eh? You didn't even reply to my messages. Zilliwer stared at her. I didn't. Sangle opened her light brain and fell silent upon seeing Zilliwer's lonely message history. Earlier Zilliwer had messaged asking where she was. She'd glanced at it once and remembered she'd replied. She gave an embarrassed smile. I remember I replied. Mental reply. Moer nodded empathetically. I get it. Sometimes I do the same thing. I thought I'd replied, but actually I hadn't. Zhonglan. So that's your excuse for not replying. Moer, don't focus on the details. Seeing Zilliwer's indignant expression, Sangle quickly changed the subject. What did you bring me? Hearing Sangle ask about the boxes, Zilliwer pushed the black one closer. Open it. Zhonglan and Yafei leaned their upper bodies in silently. Moer and Tong Yinny were less discreet, standing behind Sangle and craning their necks to watch. Sangle untied the bow and opened the black box. Inside black velvet, a trophy embossed with the 9th Military Academy's crest lay quietly wrapped. What is this? As I said when I took first place in the command department, I'd give you this trophy. Sangle studied the trophy carefully. It was quite nice. She looked up at Zilliwer. Alright, thank you. It's nothing, just a trophy. Zilliwer waved dismissively, as if it meant nothing, but the smile he couldn't suppress curled at his lips. Moer glanced at him. You're just giving it away. You can bear to part with it. Zilliwer tilted his chin up. I always keep my word. Damn right you do. Moer gave him a thumbs up. What about giving away a trophy? Zhonglan asked after studying it for a moment. Moer gave a brief explanation. Zilliwer was usually quite annoying, but he seemed much more tolerable now. Knowing Sangle's situation, he'd just given away the trophy like that. Yafei pointed to the other box. That's the trophy, and this one. Tong Yinny also turned to the white box. Yeah, that's the trophy. What's this then? This. Zilliwer showed an unusual hint of nervousness. All 5 of them turned to look at him. Zilliwer gritted his teeth. This is an apology gift. An apology gift. Sangle looked somewhat puzzled. Yes, I feel sorry for my previous inappropriate behavior. I hurt you back then, and I'm truly sorry. Zilliwer lowered his eyes, fingers gripping the edge of the gift box, his fingertips turning white. Haven't you already apologized? At the cafeteria, I didn't hold it against you. Zilliwer frowned. How can that suffice? A verbal apology is the cheapest kind, just a single sentence. If you're truly apologizing, you need to prepare something with actual significance. He looked at Sangle, his eyes full of seriousness, enunciating each word deliberately. I'm sorry. I sincerely apologize for my rudeness. Moer and the others fell silent. It was between them. Zilliwer had indeed said some pretty harsh things before, and whether Sangle forgave him or accepted his apology gift was her decision. They would just watch from the sidelines, not interfering, not meddling. Sangle took the white box over. Beneath the bow was an envelope. She opened it, ill-considered words, remorse and guilt hard to contain. I express my feelings sincerely, hoping you'll forgive me. This kid really does things in a literary way. I almost felt like I'd entered some ancient world. This didn't match his style, nor the comic style at all. She put the letter back. I never blamed you. I'll accept the gift. Zilliwer's eyes lit up. Then open it, and see if you like it. He added, I made it myself. You're not allowed to say you don't like it. Even if you don't like it, you can't say so. Sangle, open it, and see. Mower egged her on from the side, quite curious what flower Zilliwer could pull off. Jianlan and Yafei silently leaned in a bit closer. Then I'll open it. The ribbon was untied. A round transparent crystal window revealed white butterflies, each with only half a wing. Suspended from the top of the crystal window by long transparent threads was a faintly glowing bead. The bead swayed in the window, its flickering light casting a dark shadow that became the other half of the butterfly's wing. When the bead rolled to the left, the window revealed the sun. When it rolled to the right, the moon appeared. The butterfly in the cycle of day and night flapped its black and white wings beneath the shimmering light. Mower opened his mouth, struggling to form words. Quite nice looking. He was suddenly regretting not paying attention in his liberal arts classes. There's no substitute for knowledge when you need it. Yafei observed. Is that a luminescent pearl? On Zhaohai Star there's a kind of clamshell that produces faintly glowing pearls like fireflies. Jianlan nodded. It is a luminescent pearl. Judging by the quality, it's likely wild-caught. Zilliwer was being generous indeed. Tong Yini kept exclaiming in amazement. Handmade so thoughtful. Do you like it, eh? Zilliwer's expression was full of anticipation. I spent a long time making it. Sangle looked at the crystal window in her hands. It's beautiful. I like it very much. Your apology has been received. Zilliwer breathed a sigh of relief. That's great. Now I can truly put my mind at rest. Then he cheerfully pointed at the alternating day-night background inside. The sun, the moon, morning and night, forever and ever. We'll be best friends for life. Sangle's pupils contracted slightly, her fingertips unconsciously pressing harder. Sangle, isn't that right? We'll be best friends for life, won't we? Zilliwer's eyes curved into layers upon layers of smiles. Sangle set the crystal window on the table, the flickering light casting faint colors across her face, light and shadow intertwining. She lowered her eyelids, slightly long lashes concealing her dark eyes, her gaze lingering on the black and white butterfly inside the window. Yeah, I know. Sangle's pupils contracted slightly, her fingertips unconsciously pressing harder. Sangle, isn't that right? We'll be best friends for life, won't we? Zilliwer's eyes curved into layers upon layers of smiles. Sangle set the crystal window on the table, the flickering light casting faint colors across her face, light and shadow intertwining. She lowered her eyelids, slightly long lashes concealing her dark eyes, her gaze lingering on the black and white butterfly inside the window. Yeah, I know. After delivering the items, Zilliwer left in high spirits. He also needed to discuss the team competition with his teammates. Mower circled the crystal window, repeatedly glancing left and right, making sounds of delight. Jianlan felt dizzy watching Mower pace about. Stop pacing. This is a gift for Sangle. What does it have to do with you? I'm just feeling curious. Mower circled a few more times before settling back onto his seat. Forget curiosity for now. Let's focus on the team competition. Jianlan tapped the table. Have you reviewed the competition rules? Mower and Tong Yini spoke in unison. What? The competition rules have been released? Jianlan couldn't help but smile faintly. When one is utterly dumbfounded, a smile is the only natural response. These two fools. Are you here to slack off or to take the competition seriously? Yafei could no longer contain herself and flicked both of them sharply on the forehead. You really? Competition details were updated on the official website yesterday, and you haven't paid a single ounce of attention. Mower and Tong Yini simultaneously clutching their heads, too guilty to argue back. Sangle bit into her fruit and activated her optical terminal, projecting the official competition rules from the website. The team competition consists of a single round chip authentication event. Teams must carry marked chips to the authentication station within the designated time limit to win. Ranking is determined by the order of authentication. A large number of chips will be distributed across the competition map. Before the event begins, all commanders will jointly enter the projection room to memorize the coordinates of each chip. Each chip's serial number corresponds to its coordinate position. The memorization period is under 30 minutes. As long as it does not exceed 30 minutes, any team may exit the projection room at any time and enter the competition grounds early. After 30 minutes, the chip numbers will be announced. Teams that have not yet entered the competition grounds will be randomly deployed into the map. Once a chip is found, it enjoys a 1-hour safety period. After that, its real-time location will be broadcast to all teams. The authentication window for each chip is only 24 hours. Chips not authenticated within this time frame will be invalidated and new chip numbers will be announced. There are 10 authentication stations in total, and their specific locations must also be memorized within the projection room. Mower let out a mournful wail and collapsed onto the desk. Why is it chip authentication, the most brutal competition format? I'm doomed. Chip authentication events were universally acknowledged across the interstellar community as the most torturous competition type. Without exception, Tong Yini took a deep breath, draped the blueprint over his face, folded his hands across his abdomen, and peacefully feigned death. This competition was not worth entering. Jianlan retrieved the blueprint. That wasn't meant for covering your face. And both of you pull yourselves together. Mower and Tong Yini exchanged a withered glance, dragging their voices. Oh, Jianlan. Why had he of all people pulled a brainless move and teamed up with them? He wished for a time reset tutorial. Yafei stopped the sighing. Let's think about how to break into the top 15 instead. Tong Yin sat upright. We go straight for the chips and ambush at the authentication stations. That's brilliant. Teams carrying chips will absolutely be pursued by everyone else, so we sit at the stations and wait for them like hunters lying in wait. Mower clapped his hands. Great minds think alike. Tong Yin and Mower exchanged a high five. But every other team will think the same thing, and I'm certain the vast majority will adopt this strategy, Jiang Lan said, shaking his head. Yufei added, indeed. Rather than exhaust ourselves chasing teams who found chips, it's better to track their locations and ambush at the authentication stations based on their routes. Exactly. Even if a team snatches a chip from someone else, they still must make it to an authentication station, leaving them vulnerable to being besieged by other teams. By then their energy will already be depleted, giving them less advantage compared to teams that have been waiting patiently from the start. Jiang Lan and Yufei took turns analyzing the situation. Mower and Tong Yin. They didn't understand a word. They'd best remain listeners and follow arrangements. Sangle was still gnawing on her fruit. After so long it was finally nearly finished. Formulating tactics should have been the commander's duty, hers. But given that she had only just been reunited with her family on Weilon Star and enrolled in the military academy, she hadn't yet learned enough. So the task naturally fell to the two smartest members of the team. Jiang Lan and Yufei weren't from the command division, but their grades were excellent, and their minds worked quickly. Having been familiar with relevant knowledge since childhood, they were far more capable of handling this than she was. Sangle, memorize as much as you can. The most important thing is to remember the coordinates of the authentication stations. If we can enter the competition grounds early, that would be ideal. We're not aiming to find the chips first. In the end, it'll be a chaotic free-for-all anyway, so we'll fight for them. Understood, Sangle nodded. Yet inside she thought find the chips first. Of course, she wanted to be the first to find one, then fight her way to victory under the siege of all teams. That would surely boost her protagonist halo significantly. With that thought, Sangle happily took a large bite of the sunset rose fruit. As long as the protagonist didn't wander off recklessly, the mission progress would be steady and reassuring. By the way, are you planning to give the team a name or use the random number assigned by the school? Yufei asked. Mower, who finally understood this part, eagerly replied, let's name it. We'll come up with our own. Tong Yin kicked him. Move aside. She turned to Sangle. Sangle, you pick. Right, Sangle, you decide. Yufei also turned to look at her. What do you think our team should be called? Sangle swallowed the last 2 bites of fruit. Me. Shouldn't we think about it together? You're the commander. Isn't it fitting that you choose? Jiang Lan said. Mower leaned both hands on the table. Yes, yes, yes. Sangle, pick one quickly. Sangle's gaze swept across and lingered on the crystal window on the desk. The window had just shifted into the shape of the sun. Then let's call it dawn. The last night fades away and dawn approaches. The crumbling, collapsing world will welcome new life in the end. Awesome. Then we are Team Dawn. Han Xiaoya finally relaxed after dealing with the relatives. Brats were the worst. They always ran into her room and rummaged through things. College students' winter break was all about being in a sweet relationship with their beds. She was in the passionate honeymoon phase with her bed. Even if the sky fell, nothing could tear her away from it. Nestling into the duvet, she opened her phone. The comic you bookmarked has been updated. Damn you, author. Sneaking out a new chapter behind everyone's back. Fortunately, she was naturally suspicious and checked from time to time. A new cover. The private room was decorated with exquisite carved wooden wall panels and soft velvet curtains. A crystal chandelier hung like fallen stars, its light shimmering along the golden decorative trim that framed the walls. The floor was covered with thick carpet adorned with intricate patterns. In the center of the room sat a sofa set surrounding a carved wooden coffee table. Fine porcelain and tea sets were arranged artfully, accompanied by plates of fruits and delicacies. A blonde-haired boy sat on the single sofa to the right, leaning forward with his left elbow resting on his knee, a small square screen held in his hand. A girl with flaxen hair cascading over her chest propped her head on one hand, her legs tilted naturally as she lounged against the central sofa. To the right of the sofa, a red-haired woman crossed her arms over her chest, one leg crossed over the other, her posture languid. A gray-haired boy with an earpiece rested his chin on his hand, holding an auction sheet. The camera angle shifted downward as the 4 of them gazed at the screen from above, their eyes scrutinizing the people outside the screen as though appraising goods for sale. That look was so satisfying to watch. I suddenly feel their noble aura right now. How did they suddenly become unapproachable? Jiang Lan seems to always have something in his hands. Are you still coming home for dinner, Yanzi? Tong Yin. Sister, 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 sister. Seeing these 4 act silly so often, I almost forgot their young masters and ladies. I hate rich people. I'll resent the wealthy for the rest of my life. Mole, how did you become like this? What place is this? It's oddly luxurious. Is that chandelier for real? Baby Yufei. Look like something I couldn't afford. The young master and lady protagonist squad. Han Xiaoya rolled over in bed, took a screenshot. She was captivated by the protagonist's handsomeness too. As the plot unfolded, the 4 realized something was wrong and hurried downstairs. The moment they turned a corner, they locked eyes with a pair of soulless deep blue orbs. The tall woman still bore fresh blood on her face, clutching a limp corpse in her hand, her expression cold as she regarded the sudden intruders. Mower's eyes shot wide open, 3 exclamation marks popping up beside him. The 4 immediately turned and bolted, but Song Jio dropped the corpse and gave chase, drawing his weapon. The pistol flipped in his hand, transforming into a long blade. The scene split into 4 panels. Jiang Lan and Mower lay on the ground glancing back. Yafei stood merely a few steps away. Tong Yin's pupils contracted sharply. The long blade swept horizontally, severing a few strands of crimson hair. A black dagger pressed against the blade. Why, oi. The guild master is entering the school team. Bullet comments, oh my god. Another day we almost got killed. Let's take a group photo. Say cheese. LL realizing something's off and running only to meet love around the corner. A gun turns into a blade. So cool. Song Jio is truly the strongest in the Remnant Knight Guild. One move and the protagonists are nearly dead. Who's the masked guy? Judging by his eyes, it's probably Carlate. What they said at the end was interesting. The guild master wants to join the school team. Meaning if Sangle didn't plan to join the team, he'd definitely die. Using people like that is so satisfying. I love ruthless villains like this. Just thinking about these forgoing back to happily be friends with Sangle makes me want to laugh. I wonder what they'll look like when they find out the truth. I can smell the knives coming. The 4 sprinted downstairs only to face a row of gun barrels pointed directly at them. Oh my, another encounter around the corner, so close. Almost escaped. 5 million big sucker. Nianqi really doesn't like them. Nianqi, my eyes only see the guild master. Not surprised at all, protagonist law. If it weren't for them being useful to Sangle, they'd already be corpses. Look around. They're surrounded by corpses. SSS Sangle, oh my god. Sangle slaughters from the Federation to Bailu's star. In the final scene, Nianqi offered an elegant bow and the members of the Remnant Knight Guild vanished. Song Jio's shot hit right at my heart. I love those who act ruthlessly and speak little. The Remnant Knight Guild has killed so many people. Kill, 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 kill. Your values are hard to fathom. Liking a character who indiscriminately kills. Oh my god, I'm just a beauty stan. Morals follow aesthetics, beyond saving. I'm reading a comic, give me a break. Who said liking such characters in comics means flawed values? Who is injecting reality into the comic? Feels like I'm enjoying a delicious meal, then someone says it tastes awful. What I like has nothing to do with you. Living by the Pacific, meddling too much. My fate is bitter, having my values attacked even while reading a comic. The bullet comments were instantly led astray by that one remark. Han Xiaoye had originally turned on the bullet comments to read netizens' spicy critiques only to suddenly have her values attacked. She was utterly speechless. Was the brain of someone saying such things missing? She loved what she loved. She didn't gamble, she didn't use drugs. What was wrong with having a soft spot for good looks? She broke no laws. The protagonists of this comic had always maintained sound values, their labels of virtue were firmly established. The Remnant Knight Guild had always been positioned as villains with no sign of redemption yet. What exactly was being attacked? Some people always acted as if they alone were sober, while others drank. Modern medicine was too advanced if she couldn't handle it. Forget it. She would just continue reading the comic. Through her fingers, the first thing that caught her eye was a dark red earring resembling congealed blood suspended in midair. Then her gaze opened fully, revealing a face more breathtaking than the earring, a visage like a divine apparition. His pallid complexion evoked pity, beads of sweat clung to his skin, and his wet, serene eyes resembled obsidian stones. Black, white, red. Maximum color contrast, a visual interplay and impact. A presence more radiant than gemstones. The scene began from Eric's perspective, tilting upward from the shoe soles to the face. Holy shit. This angle. So satisfying. Guild Master, why are you rewarding him? Step on me. Step on me. Step on me. Eric, get off me. Do you know how to lie properly? I absolutely love the new design. Can any artist make that earring? Please. Same request. Someone craft the real thing. So beautiful, so beautiful, so beautiful. Baby, how are you this gorgeous? The face of Star Orbit, no need to elaborate. Do you understand the value of making a comeback for a comic that was dying and discontinued? Old man Draw saying, well, your good days are ahead. Spiritual power off the charts, beautiful, strong, tragic. Top tier, pure exterior, dark interior. Top tier, combined they're the epitome of perfection. But Sangle's physique is so weak, he just failed to use the physique enhancement serum. I feel like he'll die later due to physical reasons. Don't make me slap you on New Year's Day. No, please don't. A lifetime of being stabbed with knives. Han Xiaoye, still unsatisfied after finishing, scrolled back to the part where Sangle stepped on someone. It was truly satisfying, so satisfying. Lying down, she held the phone up. From this angle it felt as if she were the one being stepped on. More satisfying still. World IDM X639175520. Popularity increased by 40. World framework completion 50. Protagonist Halo 37. World restoration degree 45. Within the transparent crystal window, a pearl glowed softly and swayed rhythmically, light and shadow weaving the wings of a butterfly as day and night alternated. The boy whose baby fat had already faded wore an expectant expression, though his eyes betrayed his nervousness. That old man is loaded now, already made the second version. How beautiful. I love it. Please show the real object. Someone talented make one for me. Zilluol, you really, I'm crying. Who is this classical style young man? I can't understand it, please translate. I mean, I hurt you before with my careless words, and I feel especially guilty. Here's a gift to sincerely express my apology, hoping for your forgiveness. From now on, apologies should follow this standard. LMAO, those who only apologize with empty words really need to reflect. Anyone can say sorry with their lips, right? Zilluol, you are such a good kid. The boy pointed at the alternating sun and moon within the crystal window, his eyes welling up with layered smiles. The girl sat across the table, avoiding the other's gaze, her fingertips slightly curled. She placed the crystal window upright on the desktop, the shimmering light dividing her face into deep and shallow shadows, long lashes hiding what lay in her eyes as she gazed at the black and white butterfly within the window. This scene. It's a knife, I can smell it. She knows, but she didn't answer directly. Because she knows it's impossible, so she avoids it altogether. She didn't even look Zilluol in the eyes either. Sangle might actually be moved here a little bit. Suddenly it feels so heartbreaking. If Sangle had met them earlier, would things have been different? Will Sangle regret it in the end? Sangle probably wouldn't regret it. Go watch the ending. At the end of this chapter, the author drew a black and white illustration. In the window, a giant black and white butterfly was reflected. Its white wings dripped downward like melting wax, while its black wings extended irregular curves toward the white side. The girl stood beneath the giant butterfly, her back to the viewer. At her feet, wave-like patterns rippled outward, and the reflection in the water was pitch black, barely recognizable as the silhouette of a girl. The white is melting, the black is spreading, the shadow is pitch black. So Sangle can't turn back. You can't put it that way. It should be that Sangle simply doesn't want to turn back. Don't use friendship as a knife on me. I can't imagine what would happen to Mo Air and the others if Sangle's identity is exposed. Dawn the remaining night. How ironic. What about Zilluol? He truly treats Sangle as a friend, prepared such a thoughtful gift, and even gave away the trophy without hesitation. Oh no, I'm starting to feel afraid to watch. I dodged the marriage pressure, but couldn't escape the old man's knife. Let me save this as a wallpaper first. Oh, I almost forgot to screenshot. After finishing the newly updated chapter, Han Xiaoye felt a heavy ache in her chest. How could it be so heartbreaking during the spring festival? She buried herself under the blanket and reread that illustration again and again, like some form of self-torture, each time feeling more distressed. Flipping to the end of the chapter, there was a forum discussion. She clicked in to take a look. Pinned at the top was an analysis post by an expert. Star Trek was truly on the rise now. It even had featured plot analysis posts. Judging by the upvote count, the popularity was quite high. A deep dive into the plot details of Star Trek. Hey everyone, today let's explore together all the various details in this manga so far. This is purely my personal opinion, please don't attack me if you disagree. First, Sangle's entrance. Look at the background, it's all ruins, right? With illustration. Now look at what Mo Air said. No other casualties. Is that reasonable? Such a vast expanse of ruins, and look at these Zerg corpses. No other casualties. Is that really reasonable? Then combining it with what comes later, the chapter where Lorix's true nature is revealed, can we not consider that these Zerg were intentionally released by him to kill Sangle? These few Zerg kept chasing Sangle, which is why no other casualties occurred. Sending a few kids who just entered the military academy to pick up Sangle. He never intended for her to return alive. So in fact, this hints that Qiaoen Ye's death was not normal. The second detail, when Sangle officially joined the protagonist team, they were analyzing together that the team competition needed to reach the top 15. With illustration. 5 people sat together in a circle, sunlight filtering through the glass and falling upon them, interplaying light and shadow. Sangle sat at the innermost position, and the light and shadow cast upon her happened to cover exactly half her face. When I saw this panel at the time, I felt so satisfied. But the author didn't draw it well here. It lacked the feel. I suggest redrawing it or compensating us with a wallpaper, or maybe even a double update. Actually, this is already hinting at Sangle's extraordinary nature. One half bright, one half dark. The foreshadowing is planted right here. The third detail, the conversation between Songjio and Qiaoen Ye at the Bimustar auction house, where the guild master wants to enter the school team. I'm going to guess boldly here. Mo Air's wrist being slashed and poisoned with neurotoxin was actually deliberate on Sangle's part. Why? Because Sangle wants to join the school team. During the few days she stayed on the starship, these people came to pick her up, and she had already figured out their personalities. So she chose Team 9. Stealing the design blueprint was merely a side mission. Her main objective was to incapacitate one of the single fighters in their team during the early stages. With a half-disabled fighter in the team, Zhonglan and the other 3 would certainly not abandon Mo Air. But the command department. Sangle happened to arrive at Team 9 at just the right moment, and she also happened to enter the command department. Sangle understands these people's personalities. She was certain they would pull her into their team. Because she needed to get into the school team, she also had Qiaoen Ye stop Songjio. Then it's not hard to see if Sangle hadn't joined the school team, Mo Air and the others would likely have died there. After successfully entering the school team, they were all pawns to Sangle, dispensable. If they got in her way, she would show them absolutely no mercy. So what happens after entering the school team? From the earlier plot, we can see that joining the school team is a prerequisite for the Military Academy League. Sangle's goal is the Military Academy League, but with the current clues, I still can't figure out what Sangle intends to do in the league. We'll have to wait for the author's future developments. After reading it, Qiaoen Ye could only suck in her breath sharply. Link upon link. Mo heirs poisoning joining the team, sparing them at the auction. All were Sangle's meticulously planned designs, all for the Military Academy League. Even curled up inside her blanket, she still felt a chill running down her spine. She wrapped the blanket tighter around herself. Below there were analysis posts for the latest chapter. For the latest chapter, what interests me most is that crystal window. Let me share my thoughts. Please go easy on me. I think the butterfly actually represents Sangle's inner self. The white is the bright side, and the black is the dark side. That pearl created the dark side. I feel that pearl is Sangle's tragic past. Without that pearl, Sangle wouldn't have had a dark side at all. I have my own theory too. I think the white represents the protagonist, the black represents the remaining knight, and the pearl is the Federation. At this point, we can already tell that Sangle stands on the opposite side of the Federation. She has already killed many Federation government officials, while Mo heir and the others belong to the Federation side. They are complete opposites. The Federation is constantly pulling between the two, and who wins remains undecided. Morning after morning, dusk after dusk, forever and ever. Is it possible that the alternation of sun and moon actually represents a cycle, indicating that Sangle is trapped in the past and cannot break free? The final illustration, the white is melting, the black is encroaching upon the white, and Sangle's reflection is pitch black. That means Sangle has already made her choice. Earlier, when Zilluol asked her right as she was answering, the window happened to be frozen on the moon. Alright, everyone makes quite reasonable points. Let me summarize. No matter what exactly is represented inside that crystal window, Sangle is completely a villain, that's beyond doubt, right? She will surely stand on the opposite side of the protagonist. In the end, they will remain strangers. Good heavens. Without you all, I wouldn't even understand a manga. After the big shot analyzes it, this suddenly becomes so sophisticated. What's going on? After finishing the analysis post, Qiaoen Ye had never expected that crystal window to have so many layers. It felt like doing a reading comprehension exercise. Is this the difference between a language arts scholar and herself? She only thought the crystal window looked pretty. She had never thought about any of this at all. The team competition was about to begin. Sangle stood still, lost in thought, her consciousness sinking into the system space. Following the comic update, Nianqi's popularity surged back into the top 10, successfully pushing Zilluol out. Calamity, however, remained safely within the top 10 thanks to that earlier illustration. The manga had also climbed to 10th on the recommendation list and 22nd on the popularity chart. Within the platform's character rankings, she had risen 4 more positions and now sat at 26th. Han Qing had also made notable progress, successfully planting personnel within the Military Guard Bureau and steadily expanding their sphere of influence. Officials they had removed during this period were being gradually replaced with their own appointees. Wonderful. Winning first place in the team competition would bolster the protagonist's fate aura, and perhaps she could finally take a rest once the tournament concluded. Sangle, are you thirsty? Would you like some water? Sangle snapped back to attention as Moore waved a water bottle before her face. I'm fine. Then are you hungry? I brought some cookies. He pulled a small packet from his pocket. Thank you, but I'm not hungry either. Then are you nervous? I suppose so. All right, Moore said reluctantly, about to tuck the cookies away, but another hand reached over and snatched them. Qiaoen Ye tore open the package and popped a cookie into her mouth. Not bad. More lunch for it. Hey, those are mine. I brought them for Sangle. He had specially brought the cookies to ease Sangle's nerves, reasoning that eating would improve her mood and ease her tension. Qiaoen Ye sidestepped him. Stop asking so much. You'll make even someone unnervous into feeling tense. Really? Moore scratched his head. What else would I say? Qiaoen Ye clicked her tongue twice, picked up 2 cookies, and held them towards Sangle's mouth. Eat something. You can't bring them inside anyway. Might as well enjoy them now. Sangle took the cookies. Thank you. Qiaoen Ye then distributed the rest to Zhonglan and Yufei. Moore watched her every move. Wasn't this his cookie pack? When the empty bag returned to his hands, only a single lonely cookie remained. Wait, you really ate them all and left me one? He pointed at the bag in utter disbelief. Zhonglan chewed thoughtfully. Is that so? Oh. Moore shook the bag at her. Just oh. Qiaoen Ye reached for the bag. If you're not eating them, hand them over. I am eating. Who said I wouldn't? Moore quickly stuffed the remaining cookie into his mouth, terrified of losing even one more bite. Yufei stood beside Sangle. We're going in. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. We're here to participate. Exactly. Qiaoen Ye joined them. Even if you forget everything, just consider it a company-sponsored trip. Zhonglan nodded in agreement. Moore pumped his fist. Go team, go. Sangle offered her familiar smile. All right. Wasn't she discussing tactics just earlier? Now they were treating this like a paid vacation, half fired up, but not quite there. She had questioned more than once whether the shonen tag on this manga was even correct. An electronic voice rang out. The team competition is about to begin. All team commanders please proceed to the map projection room and take your designated positions. Several people surrounded Sang Lu, once more offering careful words of encouragement before watching her leave. She arrived at the projection room and stood at her assigned location as other commanders filed in one after another. She turned her head slightly and saw Zerg in the distance pumping his fist, mouthing words of encouragement. Sang Lu smiled back and shifted her gaze to the map display at the center. Qiaoen Ye nestled atop Sang Li's head, gave Zerg a languid glance. Every reaction Sang Lu displayed in this world was a calculated performance based on the persona she had crafted for herself in the comic. She was a born performer, and the entire world was her script. She always found a way to guide everyone along the path she had designed, leading them toward the ending she had arranged. Whatever Sang Lu wanted them to see, they would see, whether inside the comic or beyond it. If not for the fact that this world was on the verge of collapse, given her profound fondness for villains, she certainly would not have killed only those plotting rebellion or acting with ill intent. Though they were all scum, Sang Lu harbored too deep a love for antagonists. Even if this world failed her, if conditions were lacking, she would create them herself. She would eliminate everyone before they could even attempt rebellion, ensuring neither the protagonist nor the readers would ever know of her actions. She was once again playing the villain, and she intended to remain one from start to finish throughout the entire comic. All it took was a hint of tragic backstory and a touch of moral complexity. A villain who saved everyone, amplifying the tragedy to infinity. She simply delighted in watching everyone execute her script precisely as she had envisioned. She did not belong to this world, and no emotional attachments would take root within her. Had the system possessed feelings, it might have felt pity for these children who mistakenly believed themselves her friends. But it was merely a system. Within the comics department, the mission superseded all else. It was so, and Sang Lu was as well. Qiaoen Ye scanned the map. Affirmative. The competition officially began. Qiaoen Ye flew above the map and scanned the entire terrain, color-coding every chip, coordinate, authentication terminal, and supply station for clear visibility. Sang Lu studied the map, pretending to memorize it intently. There was no reason not to utilize the system. That would be sheer foolishness. At this point, she recalled a newcomer from the comics department who, during their very first internship world, had been assigned to a sci-fi setting. That newcomer was quite amusing. They insisted on handling everything themselves, claiming it was the only way to continuously hone their abilities and avoid developing dependency on the system. In a sci-fi world where the system functioned as something akin to an external cheat, they refused to use it. She assumed everyone understood the importance of leveraging every available resource, accomplishing tasks with minimal effort and maximum quality. That newcomer truly was remarkable. Although they eventually completed the mission, they unsurprisingly failed their probationary period. Such an outcome was fine, as she had no desire to work alongside fools. Sang Lu respected this person's refusal to seek out hardship, but could not comprehend it. Regardless, she would never voluntarily endure unnecessary suffering. The system was her partner. If she could use it, why wouldn't she? There would be plenty of opportunities to temper herself later. Whether Xinxia supernatural or post-apocalyptic worlds, she accepted every mission without complaint. Gathering her thoughts, she watched Qiaoen Ye return. Done. All coordinates have been scanned. Every camera within the competition map is now connected to the system space and projected into your consciousness. You may access them at any time. Sangle glanced at the time. Only 1 minute had passed. This was exactly why interstellar systems were the most useful. Refusing to employ one was genuinely foolish. After waiting 10 minutes, she pressed the signal indicator. A mechanical voice rang out. Team number 763 Dawn Squad requests map deployment. Before the competition, everyone boarded the dedicated starship and arrived above the arena. Once the commander finished memorizing the coordinates and pressed the notification button, the team would rendezvous and board drop pods for randomized deployment into the venue. Sang Yue, you're too fast. You were the first one out. Moore was astonished. Sang Yue opened the competition-specific communicator and typed a string of coordinates into the team channel. I've memorized the coordinates for both the supply station and the authentication center. Normally, commanders could establish a mental link with their team members, projecting coordinates in real time directly into their spiritual sea while issuing orders simultaneously. But Sang Yue was still playing it cool, and using the communicator worked just as well. Your memory is incredible. Tong Yinny stared at the cascade of coordinates on the screen. Your eyesight must be phenomenal too. In merely 10 minutes, she had not only picked out the authentication center and supply station from that dense thicket of near-identical coordinates, but also memorized them all. One of the reasons this competition was deemed monstrous was that the coordinates were not categorized. All coordinates shared the exact same size, color, and font. Distinguishing them by eye alone was virtually impossible, so commanders had to rely on their spiritual power. The higher the spiritual power, the faster the resolution and memorization speed. The gap between teams was forged right at this very step. Sang Yue had actually managed to identify both the supply station and the authentication center within 10 minutes and committed them all to memory. It was rather unnerving. After inputting the coordinates, Sang Yu replied, "Yeah, I've always had a good memory since childhood. Sorting through those coordinates wasn't particularly difficult." Remembering Sang Yu's terrifying shooting talent, Qiaoen Ye found it entirely reasonable. Geniuses in marksmanship all possessed extraordinary vision. From what I can see on the map, the terrain is predominantly mountainous, and the specific weather conditions are unknown, Sang Yu added. The map projection chamber only rendered terrain with marked coordinate points. It did not simulate weather conditions. The actual map would unlock once the team entered the competition venue and be deployed to the competition communicator. "We're approaching," Jiang Lan reminded them. The team gathered their belongings and conducted a final check of their mecha's equipment and safety instruments. The dropship descended slowly. The cabin door opened to reveal an endless expanse of white. Beneath the leaden gray sky, snow-capped mountains rose in majestic, unbroken chains. Snowflakes drifted like cotton wool, fluttering down in a constant hushed whisper. The biting wind laden with snow howled through the silver-white world, deepening its desolate chill. Moore pulled his coat tighter around him. "I'm done. Why does it have to be a snow mountain map? It's not much better than a desert." Jiang Lan and Yafei huddled together over the map, marking the coordinates Sang Yu had memorized. Tong Yini pulled Sang Yu aside and shielded her from most of the driving wind and snow. Her health was frail, and she needed to avoid the cold as much as possible. "Let's head to the supply station first. At our current pace, the nearest one will take approximately 15 minutes to reach." Jiang Lan pointed to a location on the map. "That close?" Moore examined the map. Yafei shifted slightly to make room for the other three to gather around. "Correct. We entered the competition venue 20 minutes early. By the time we reach the supply station, the first chip location will be announced. That's perfect timing. Snow mountain maps fall under severe weather conditions and are among the most energy-intensive terrains. Every team's first priority upon entry is to reach the supply station. Without energy, even if you secure a chip, you cannot defend it. Due to the competition format, only one chip can be authenticated at a time, which means the struggle for it will intensify. Combined with the extreme weather, energy consumption will only accelerate." "Exactly. These 20 minutes are enough for us to maintain our lead and seize the best resources first." Their luck was genuinely favorable. Their deployment point was so close to the supply station. Sang Yu nodded modestly, saying nothing of her manipulation. "UNZ adjusting a random deployment point is trivial. Then what are we waiting for? Let's move out." Moore, having only caught the final sentence from their rapid discussion, seized upon it. "Leading advantage, best resources." Jiang Lan packed away the map. "Let's go." "Woohoo. Moore, don't run like that. This is a downhill slope, you'll slip easily." Yafei couldn't help but say as she watched Moore bounding down cheerfully like a golden retriever. The snow at their deployment site was not particularly deep, but beneath it lay frozen, hardened ground that was exceedingly slippery. I'm fine. Moore dismissed it perfunctorily and continued his descent. "Yahweh, oh wow crap." While singing to himself, he stumbled and fell backward, sliding clean down the slope. Someone come save me. I can't break." His voice grew fainter until he was completely swallowed by the snowdrift. The four above simply watched his descent until he crashed into the snow. "Is he going to be all right?" "He's fine, he's thick-skinned." No need to waste words on an idiot. His actions speak for themselves. "I told you not to run." Tong Yini bit back her laughter, grabbed the back of his collar, and hauled him out like a radish from the earth. Moore shook his head and brushed snow from his clothes, protesting. "You're all so heartless. You just watched me slide down without lifting a finger to help. I told you not to run, but you wouldn't listen." Jiang Lan's disdain was practically tangible. "Besides, you slid so fast. Could we have caught up even if we wanted to?" Yafei shook her head and sighed repeatedly. "Stop running. The supply station isn't going anywhere." Tong Yini glanced at the crater left in the snow and could no longer contain herself. "Ha. This is hilarious." Moore muttered grumpily, "Cold-hearted people." He turned to Sang Yu with watery eyes. "Sang Yu is the best. She doesn't scold me or laugh at me." Sang Yu. She was utterly speechless. A protagonist of the husky breed, she really couldn't with this. Facing the golden retriever's touched gaze, she forced a smile. "As long as you're unharmed." "All right, ignore him. Let's go to the supply station." Jiang Lan led the way forward. Tong Yini walked ahead of Sang Yu and Yafei, blocking the biting wind, and tugged Jiang Lan along behind her as well. Seeing the four stride off without him, Moore stopped his whining and scrambled to catch up. Wait for me. The two frontline soldiers instinctively positioned themselves on the flanks, shielding the three fragile members in the center with their tall frames against the wind and snow. Sang Yu had UNZ quietly monitor the situation and subtly adjust matters, pushing the other team's deployment points farther away from this supply station to avoid any collision with the protagonist group. Although they had gained a 20-minute advantage, luck was unpredictable with random deployment. She feared someone might land precisely at the supply station, which would leave her with no recourse. She simply had UNZ work some behind-the-scenes manipulation. She didn't care about the other supply stations. This one was specially reserved for the protagonist, the wealthiest she could find. For these kids, she had truly gone to extraordinary lengths. Supply station. Tong Yini rummaged through shelves, picking out every warm item she could find and piling them onto Sangle. Mower chewed on dried meat while frantically stuffing energy bars and nutrient supplements into her bag. Jianglan refueled the mecha. Yafei had just finished inventorying the medical supplies when she turned around and discovered Sangle bundled up into a complete sphere by Tong Yeni. Yafei stared in silence. Even a Barbie doll wouldn't be dressed like this. She walked over. Yeni, stop wrapping clothes around Sangle. Our combat suits already have built-in thermal and anti-freeze functions. There's no need to wear so many layers. You'll barely be able to move. Is it really that much? Tong Yeni paused her task and inspected Sangle from head to toe. Perhaps a bit excessive. Almost every piece of warm clothing she'd pulled out had been wrapped around Sangle. Buried under layers of fabric, Sangle's face had turned crimson, with scarves coiled around her neck repeatedly. Her muffled voice came out. I'm actually feeling pretty warm. Yafei peeled off more than half the garments from her. These will suffice. Tong Yeni gazed regretfully at the pile of clothes on the ground. They had looked so adorably round and bobble-headed just moments ago. Besides, it was freezing outside and Sangle's health wasn't great. More layers could only be beneficial. All right then, Yafei, you take some too. I'll put the rest away. Jianglan and Mower exchanged a wordless glance. So they were expected to freeze to death, is that it? Sensing their silent resentment, Tong Yeni casually dug through the pile and tossed 2 items their way. Yours. Mower glanced at the snowmobile in the warehouse. We could just drive the snowmobile. That'd save mecha energy. There's a snowmobile. Jianglan walked over and asked. Just one. One is still better than nothing. Some supply stations don't even have transport. Teams have to rely on mechas or walk. Yafei checked the trunk. Load everything into the back. Tong Yeni and Mower got to work cramming as much as they could carry into the vehicle. Jianglan inspected the snowmobile's performance while Yafei organized the supplies. Sangle had wanted to help, but somehow a small stool appeared beneath her and a bag of snacks was pressed into her hands. Sangle, fine. She might as well enjoy the leisure and monitor the surveillance feed. On the map, each team was marked with red dots by Qiaoen Ye. Most teams had already entered the zone. The nearest ones would still need half an hour to reach this supply station. She checked the stronger team's positions. Thanks to Qiaoen Ye's deliberate manipulation, they were kept far away. No risk of crossing paths with the protagonists. Her anxiety eased by half. A chime sounded from the communicator. Beep. The coordinates for the first chip have been announced. Coordinates are public now. Yafei shut the trunk. Jianglan emerged from underneath the vehicle, having finished her inspection. Mower and Tong Yeni packed away the mechas. This location. Sangle studied the coordinates, her tone hesitant. I think I know where this is. You do? Yes. Sangle opened the map and marked the coordinates. It seems not too far from here. Jianglan reviewed the map. With their mechas fully powered and a dedicated snowmobile, the trip from the supply station to the chip location would take less than 40 minutes. Should we go? Mower asked. Yafei and Jianglan exchanged a glance, then immediately decided. Let's go. They held an advantage over the other teams right now. If they went straight for the chip and happened to reach the verification point before any strong competitors, they could secure first place. Everyone needed dreams after all. Board the vehicle. Tong Yeni was already behind the wheel. Sangle continued monitoring the screens. Though the chip location was public, most teams were still en route to the supply station. The closest team to the chip location was mediocre in strength. They could be easily overpowered. The real challenge lay at the verification point. The nearest verification center was 3 hours away from the chip site, and those 3 hours would be enough for rival teams to set up ambushes there. It was so frustrating. If she couldn't cheat so overtly with surveillance everywhere, she could have been treating all those teams like dogs on a leash. Her fun was cut in half. Very annoying. She flipped through the roster again and decided to make Qiaoen Ye work overtime for a few more days. She'd also ordered a glass display cabinet online and needed some fresh residents to populate it. Arriving at the chip location. Chip acquired. Mower flipped the chip into the air. Jianglan drained the last reserve of energy. Done. Let's move. Tong Yeni gunned the snowmobile and sped off, kicking up a swirl of snow behind them. The robbed team huddled together, shivering. Damn those thieves. They hadn't even warmed the chip in their hands before it was snatched away. Not only did they steal the chip, but they also ripped out their mecha's energy core. A band of pirates. Jianglan opened the map. We're 3 hours from the verification center. The chip has a 1-hour validity window. Should we just head straight to verification and take a gamble? Bet that Zillier and the others won't arrive within 2 hours. Yafei asked. Mower and Tong Yeni had no objections. Sangle lowered her eyes. No, we're not going there. She had reviewed the positions. The strongest teams were quite close to that verification center. Moreover, they were also heading toward the chip location. Anyone who knew which verification center was closest to that chip would likely already be lying in wait there. They couldn't go directly. Then what's your plan, Sangle? Yafei asked. We go here first, then grab another chip. Sangle drew a point between the published chip coordinates and the verification center on the map. Tong Yeni pursed her lips. Chips hold no value before their coordinates are published. A chip removed before coordinates are revealed becomes invalid. This rule existed to prevent teams from grabbing unannounced chips and waiting at verification centers only to cash in once the coordinates were officially released. Any chip taken before its coordinates were published was voided and didn't count toward the competition. I know, Sangle continued. But all chips look identical, don't they? As long as we can fool the others, it'll work. Ye pondered. So you're saying we retrieve 2 chips and let other teams believe the invalid chip is the one we're going to verify? Exactly. That's why the 2 team members carrying the chips must never separate. Jiang Lan joined the discussion. With tracking capabilities, there will surely be a crowd at the verification center we target. Once they discover the chip's location is wrong or can't be verified. I understand, Sangle interrupted. That's why we need to time this precisely, to create a window where no one's paying attention to such details. Ye and Jiang Lan synchronized their glances with Sang Li's train of thought. It was challenging but feasible. They simply needed to lead the others on a chase using the chip's tracking signal before the verification. The only drawback was not knowing the exact positions of other teams. But it didn't matter. They had a vehicle, ample supplies, and full energy reserves. They could slip into any remote corner they pleased. In the snow mountains, places like that were plentiful across the 24-hour cycle. Furthermore, Jiang Lan had specifically boosted the mecha's speed, making it incredibly swift. The 3 exchanged knowing smiles. Tong, Yeni, and Moer. What kind of riddle are these 3 speaking? How much time is left for the certification? Tong Yeni spun the steering wheel, executing a drift to shake off their pursuers, and ducked into another cramped snow cave. They had been diving into these caves and forests nonstop during this period. Driving at top speed was exhilarating, and naturally Jiang Lan found the car repairs just as satisfying. Along the way they had encountered quite a few teams. If they could win the fight, they would rob them to replenish their energy, if not they would flee. Either way their pursuers could not catch up. What a brilliant idea to boost their speed. A tactical retreat could be so thrilling. 2 hours, Ye said, glancing at the time. Sangle circled 2 certification points on the map. Currently we are closest to the eastern certification point. They cannot catch up to us, and with the certification deadline approaching they will definitely set up an ambush there. So we head straight for the north. Jiang Lan pointed to the certification point above. They are not as fast as us, and we can make it to the northern certification point right at the last moment. A map formed by interwoven data lines was projected in the center. Sangle leaned back in her seat, her eyes deep and thoughtful, her fingers tracing the chip hanging around her neck. The north. Someone was already there. "Ha, I knew you would come," Rue Yiling said, an energy bar in her mouth, hands resting on the railing, her tone light and carefree. Yunin leaped down from the certification platform and summoned his mecha with Rue Yiling right behind him. Sangle instinctively clutched the chip at her chest while Ye and Jiang Lan positioned themselves in front of her as a shield. Moer and Tong Yeni also summoned their mechas, creating a standoff between the 2 sides. Qiaoen stood at a higher vantage point, backlit by the light, casting a long vertical shadow across the snow. His gaze locked onto the chip at Sang Li's chest as he extended his hand. "Sangle, give me the chip." Sangle lifted her head, golden light falling across her face and illuminating the fine downy hairs, her skin appearing even more translucent against the snowy backdrop. She met Qiaoen's gaze and spoke a single word: no. Snowflakes swirled and blurred the figures between them, one backlit at height, the other facing the light on the snow. They locked eyes in a silent confrontation. Sangle gripped the chip tightly, her lips whitened by the wind. This kid was not entirely foolish. From his elevated position, Qiaoen reviewed their tracked routes and had to admit they knew how to exploit their advantages. He had tried pursuing them before, but eventually gave up when he realized he could not catch them, opting instead to conserve energy and wait at the certification point. With the certification deadline approaching, most teams were waiting at the nearer eastern certification point. Given all the effort they had put into this, it was unlikely they would risk walking into a trap at the last moment. It was deliberate. They had intentionally headed east first, combined with the dwindling certification time to mislead other teams into heading east as well. Based on their tracked speed, he calculated they could still make it to the north, though barely, within a 5-minute window. By the time the other teams realized their true destination was north, it would be too late to chase. Quite clever, really. 3 minutes remained, no time to waste. He retracted his hand and issued commands through the neural link. Yunnan and Rue Yiling received the orders and activated their mechas simultaneously, while Moer and Tong Yeni rushed to intercept them. Meng Zhaozhao and Yin Si blocked the entrance while Jiang Lan and Ye held off the others. Sangle seized the opportunity and sprinted toward the certification platform. "Sangle, give me the chip." Qiaoen blocked her path, striking without mercy. "Never. At worst, neither of us gets this chip certified." Sangle retreated a step as he closed in, dodging while taunting him. Time was running thin, only 90 seconds left. Meng Zhaozhao and Yin Si immediately headed toward their commander to assist in seizing the chip. Jiang Lan and Ye rushed over, as well, turning the scene into a chaotic 6-way brawl. Moer and Tong Yeni desperately wanted to join the fray, but Rue Yiling and the others held them back firmly. Seconds ticked away as Qiaoen's movements grew increasingly desperate. Bang! Sangle collided with a railing, spitting strands of viscous blood. Qiaoen paused in surprise. He had been holding back, so how could she be injured from that angle? 15 seconds remained until certification ended. There was no time to dwell on it. He reached for the chip, but Sangle clung desperately to his wrist, her dark eyes glistening with moisture. Zhang Lan was blocked by Yin Si and Meng Zhaozhao, unable to break through. The blood at the corner of Sangle's lips seemed to burn Shilua's gaze, and steadying himself he tore the chip free. He had to win. Beep. Team No. 763 A Dawn Squad certification successful. What? All eyes turned to the certification platform. Yafei was gasping for breath, her palm pressed firmly against the light screen, only releasing her grip when the system announcement confirmed the result. Tong Yinny and Moer high-fived through their mechas. Yeah. Zhang Lan brushed off the dust from his body, exhausted. The acting alone had drained him, and on top of that, he had actually taken a beating. Sangle lay on the ground, an arm draped over her eyes, a low laugh escaping her throat as an unmistakable smirk tugged at her lips. Shilua turned back, his heart fluttering between shock and frustration at the crimson stain at the corner of her mouth. How could she do this? She had deliberately thrown herself against the railing to injure herself. You. Sangle lowered her arm, the glistening moisture from her pain unable to conceal the triumph in her eyes. Her lips stained red, her pale cheeks flushed with excitement. She spoke with a smile. You lost. Shilua's fingers clenched and unclenched before he turned away with a sharp huff. The little cat had her claws out. Sangle's eyes curved into smiles, and after a few coughs, she looked at him. Help me up, would you? I cannot get up on my own. Shilua looked down at her, lips pressed into a thin line, without speaking. Seeing her hand still extended, he ultimately helped her to her feet. You cannot do this next time. It is too dangerous. Oh. Sangle casually wiped the corner of her mouth. She had plenty of experience with situations like this. Rue Yiling scowled. What is wrong with you guys? Digging up 2 chips. Yunin took the damaged chip from Shilua's hand, so infuriated that he crushed it out of frustration. Insi thought to himself, I told you he hates dealing with living people. His mind is fuller than a wasp's nest. Meng Zhaozhao wore an expression of utter exhaustion. All that effort for nothing. Yafei carefully wiped the blood from Sangle's face and checked her, over-relieved to find no serious injuries. Sangle spat out the blood packet she had Yafei prepare beforehand. It worked perfectly. She rubbed her sore arm. Those people were strong, and it genuinely hurt. Seeing her produce a blood packet, Shilua felt somewhat relieved. At least she was not actually injured. We are off, you guys enjoy the rest of the race. Moer crouched at the aircraft hatch wearing exaggerated goggles with hair whipping wildly in the wind, grinning mischievously. Get lost. Sangle watched the snow-capped mountains rush past the window, recalling Shilua's expression just now. Getting distracted with sympathy in the middle of a competition, so easily deceived. The team competition was over, and there was no suspense. Zilluer's team took second place while Qiaoen and his team came in third. How much did the protagonist halo increase? UNZ opened the panel. The protagonist halo has increased by 4%. It is currently at 41%. It flew to the top of Sangle's head and hopped around contentedly before settling into her hair. The team competition is over and the Military Academy League is secured. Now you just need to figure out how to keep the protagonist by your side. Sangle grabbed it and rubbed it a few times. The Military Academy League is secured? I'm not so sure about that. Don't forget the rules. You need to accumulate enough points to qualify for the school team selection. Only after joining the school team can you participate in the Military Academy League. UNZ broke free from her grasp and pulled out a small comb to tidy its disheveled fur. I know, but your performance in the team competition was undeniable. Between your tactics and precise time calculations, there's no reason you wouldn't make the school team. Humph. Sangle leaned back in her chair. You still underestimate how much the galaxy values spiritual power. Among people at the same level, those with higher spiritual power always take priority over those with lower spiritual power. With so many commanders at the academy who meet the spiritual power requirements, why would they choose me? To pick a double F who can't even operate simulation equipment. Then what do you plan to do? UNZ asked, putting away the comb. Sangle stretched lazily. What can I do? Just get into the school team the same way I got into the protagonist team before. Those aren't exactly the same thing. They're close enough. I have experience. I've already chosen my lucky star. He's the most suitable candidate. As long as you have a plan, that's all that matters. Don't worry. The final exam results were released before the school team roster. Moer covered the scores on the light screen with his hand, slowly sliding it to the right, then let out a sharp scream. I failed. Zhang Lan covered her ears as if she had expected this. Tong Yinny jumped in fright. What the hell? Which subject did you fail? Moer whimpered, literary writing. The sky has fallen on me. Yafei looked completely puzzled. How could you fail this subject? As long as you don't go against the values, they wouldn't fail you. Zhang Lan sighed, her eyes filled with world weariness. Do you know what he wrote for the sentence completion? Sangle had just checked her scores. She hadn't failed any subjects. UNZ was truly a cheating artifact. She looked up and asked, what did he write? She was genuinely curious what Moer had written that could cause him to fail literary writing. Zhang Lan took a sip of water and slowly read in a calm, flat tone, for young people, what is achievement and what is fearlessness? Give me a glass of DDV. Yafei. Sangle. Tong Yinny hissed. Moer muttered defiantly, I think it's fine. Besides, how can I fail just because of a sentence completion? Ha ha ha, Moer, you're invincible. Ha ha ha. Tong Yinny laughed until she lay flat on the desk. Give me a glass of DDV. How did you come up with that? It made my stomach hurt from laughing. Sangle tasted it several times over. It even rhymed. To some extent the sentence didn't seem to have any issues. This mower was quite a character. Yafei held her forehead helplessly, start preparing for the retake. Only you failed. She couldn't understand what mindset Mower had when writing that sentence during the exam. He had found a way to fail the most difficult subject to fail. Truly a genius. Mower sighed on the side, complaining that the teacher was too harsh. What are you laughing at? So happy. The window beside them was tapped. Hello, Senior Qiaoen. Several people looked up and greeted him. Sangle looked at the slender boy outside the window through the glass, the corners of her mouth, turning up. Hello, Senior Qiaoen. Qiaoen walked in. I haven't congratulated you on taking first place yet. Congratulations. Not at all, it wasn't that impressive. Mower couldn't help but show off, feigning modesty as he spoke. Tong Yinny made room for him. It was all Sangle. She came up with the tactics and she arranged the route as well. It was Sangle. Qiaoen looked surprised, then became admiring as he said to Sangle, this first place is well deserved. A gentle warm smile appeared in Qiaoen's eyes as he looked at the girl. Sangle shook her head with a smile. Not really, everyone was impressive. Being able to grasp time so precisely isn't something just anyone can do. Exactly, Sangle is our commander. Ours. Mower said proudly. The school team roster has been released. Yafei checked the official website every day on time. The group opened the website simultaneously. Oh, I made it. Mower was happy again. Did you make it? Jianglan, you're asking a dumb question. Of course I made it. Made it. Qiaoen was brief. I made it too, Tong Yinny said. What about you, Yafei? Did you make it? Yafei made it too, I saw it. Mower swiped the screen. Yafei, why aren't you saying anything? Yafei pressed her lips and shook her head slightly at them, gesturing with her eyes for them to look over. Qiaoen looked at Sangle. The girl's fingers unconsciously pressed against the screen, her long eyelashes trembling, a gray haze covering her eyes and making them look dull, her face unable to hide her disappointment. Tong Yinny looked at the command department column again, flipping through several times, but Sangle's name wasn't there. She frowned this. Sangle heard the commotion and came back to her senses. Why are you all looking at me? As if just realizing something, the corners of her mouth rose, forcing a bitter smile. I'm fine, I'm okay. Wetness rose in her eyes, her nose tip turned red. Her attempt to act carefree was too obvious. Qiaoen didn't know what to say at this moment. Why hadn't the school selected Sangle when she was clearly first place? By what Tong Yinny had said, she should have qualified. She was the most qualified. Damn it, the school must have made a mistake. Moore stood up. I'm going to ask. How can Sangle not make it? Lousy school. No need. Sangle grabbed him and shook her head. I'm fine, really. The school must have their reasons for this arrangement. You guys do your best. I still want to watch you win the championship. By the end, Sangle's tone was light, but the redness at the corners of her eyes couldn't be hidden. Mower wanted to say something else, but when he met Sangle's eyes that pretended to be carefree, he deflated somewhat irritably, sitting back down. Seriously, they had won first place together. They should have entered the school team together, participated in the league together. And Sangle was so capable. He was starting to hate the school. Those school administrators really had no vision. Tong Yinny comfortingly patted Sangle's head. I'm a bit tired. I'll go back to the dorm first. Okay, goodbye. Bye. Watching Sangle leave the remaining few didn't feel very good either. Qiaoen recalled the girl's expression just now, the joy and sadness so contrastingly clear. She had risked everything with her badge to exchange for a chance to enter the military academy. She had looked forward so much to joining the school team and participating in the military academy league. This was really too unfair. She should have made the school team. Sangle returned to her dorm and gazed absently at the tree shadows outside the window, her fingers tapping against the sill. Her wrist trembled for an instant. Gathering her thoughts, she activated her comm device. President, everything is ready. Seeing the message, Sangle's brows lifted slightly, her mood brightening. She hummed a tune and headed to the bathroom. From within came the gentle sound of running water. The water gradually fell silent. Sangle shuffled in her slippers, slipped into a loose beige nightgown, her face flushed pink from the steam. She drew the curtains closed, blocking out all light, and the entire dorm sank into darkness. She took out white candles prepared long ago from the cabinet and fitted a blank sheet of photo paper into a frame. Setting the frame upright on the desk, she lit the candles and placed them before it. The flickering flames gradually traced lines upon the blank paper. She poured another glass of red soda and relaxed against the chair. Sangle touched her wrist, and a live news broadcast projected into the air. President Seiko, clad in an immaculate suit with a federal insignia pinned to his chest, stood at the center of the square, delivering his speech with ardent expression and earnest tone. His arms waved ceaselessly, and overcome with emotion, saliva splattered from his contorted, gaping mouth. Behind him, the hero monument stood silent, each golden name shimmering brilliantly in the sunlight. Reporters below snapped photos frantically, while cameras of all shapes hovered overhead. Suddenly the crowd erupted in screams. A silver-white longsword materialized without warning and effortlessly severed Seiko's head. The head rolled across the ground, striking the flagstones with a hollow sound. Blood mixed with dust coated its face, still frozen in that impassioned expression. The torso, still clutching its raised fists, crashed heavily to the ground. Blood gushed from the wound, splattering across the ground, and onto the hero monument behind crimson liquid sliding down over each golden name. The lens blurred for an instant. A skeletal hand lifted the head, and within the frame appeared a black skull tattoo, silver-white hair, drifting gently, golden eyes staring straight through the lens to meet whoever watched beyond the screen. A silver-white sword flash swept through the air and gunshots rang out in succession. The crowd's screams vanished abruptly as the feed cut out. White wax melted and dripped down the candles onto the desk, while the orange flame cast a tender, hazy glow. The image on the photo paper was now fully rendered. A black and white figure sat quietly upon it, its expression bearing the same ardent fervor as before. Sangle looked at the framed picture and raised her glass to the monochrome figure within, a mocking smile curving her lips. "Happy death anniversary, dear President." A faint smile welled up continuously. Bubbles trembled gently within the red liquid, and she sipped them into her pale lips. Sangle placed the recording in front of the photograph and played it repeatedly. The figure's expression remained unchanged, yet in the flickering candlelight, it seemed to shift, its face twisting continually. Satisfied, Sangle finally turned off the video and placed a call. "Urixi, President, prepare a potion for me. I'll need it before the Military Academy League begins." "Understood. I will complete it as soon as possible." Ending the transmission, Sangle rose from her seat and withdrew a group photograph from between the pages of a book, the inscription on the back reading Pamu Star Relief Station. The photo showed rows of children with expressions ranging from dazed to sorrowful, standing beside several nurses and soldiers. Sangle's fingertips traced across each face. There were none with black hair and dark eyes. She smiled faintly, a hint of mockery at the corners of her mouth. Holding the photograph between her fingers, she placed it over the candle flame, her eyes reflecting the growing fire. Flames licked at the photograph, and those faces slowly turned to ash under her impassive gaze. School team. The General's Mansion. A good life begins with repairing mechas. Sangle sat on the silver mech's shoulder, flipping through design blueprints, occasionally tapping and tinkering on the mech, removing something here, adding something there. Last time she took down Seiko in broad daylight. It felt good flexing her power, but the mech she'd just built for her new alter ego nearly got wrecked in the process. "What do you think if I change these wings to feather style?" Songjio's already got a lightsaber. Making another pair of lightsaber bone wings would be repetitive. Sangle waved the design blueprint in her hand. "Qiaoen Ye munched on data candies, just modify it however you want. You're the one building it anyway." A new batch of data candies had just arrived at the system shop, and they tasted decent, so Qiaoen Ye had grabbed several packs. "Then I'll give it angelic wings. During battle the feathers could swoosh out all at once. So cool. So stylish, so cool." It instantly boosted her motivation. Sangle didn't waste time dismantling the mech's back wings and modifying them with premium materials. Spending credits on her own creation was worth every penny. "Hold off on that work for a moment. The protagonist come to see you," Qiaoen Ye said. "What? What are they here for?" "To comfort your wounded pride about not making it onto the school team." TCH. Sangle hopped off the mech. These kids were far too earnest. It almost touched her. She withdrew her consciousness from the system space. She stepped into the washroom and frowned at her flushed reflection in the mirror. Cranking the cold water, she pressed her face against the sink to cool it down, then sniffled and blinked rapidly to redden the corners of her eyes. Patting her face dry, she readied herself. That was the right look. Qiaoen Ye watched her transform like a Sichuan face changer, remarking, "The protagonists have arrived." Soon after, the robot's announcement echoed from downstairs. "Dear master, guests have arrived." Sangle checked her reflection once more, composing herself into a pitiful, heartbroken appearance before heading down. "What brings you here?" Tong Yinny looked up to find the young woman with pale cheeks and slightly red eyes offering them a stiff, forced smile. Cursing the school under her breath, she replied, "I brought you some treats. Want to try them?" "Treats?" Sangle walked over to face the group of four. Yifei opened the box. "I baked some egg tarts and cookies. Last time you made food for us by hand, so I wanted to make something for you." Sangle's eyes widened in surprise as she looked at the box. "Made this for me, eh?" "Yes, all specially for you. Even Yifei hasn't made us anything before." Morel urged, "Take it, hurry up." "Thank you." Sangle accepted the box and took a bite of the cookie inside. Yifei asked, "Does it taste good?" "It's delicious." Her eyes grew moist and her voice dropped low as she struggled to hold back her sobs. "I'm glad you like it." Tong Yinny poked Sangle's puffed out cheeks and brushed away the tears beneath her eyes. "Why is your face so cold?" Something felt wrong when she touched her. "It's almost winter." Sangle swallowed her cookie and looked up at her eyes still red. "My body always gets cold easily." Qiaoen Ye couldn't hold back, mimicking her sarcastically in her mind. "It's almost winter, I get cold easily." Sangle flipped it off mentally. "Is that so? Then how about a spontaneous trip with us?" Tong Yinny smiled warmly at her. "What trip, eh?" Sangle, still holding half a cookie, looked up blankly. Tong Yinny patted her head and gently turned her around. Zhang wordlessly produced a banner, and together with Morel they unfurled it. Dawn Squad Vacation Trip Plan, featuring chibi portraits of all 5 members in the corner. "Do you remember Xinostar?" Zhang asked her. "I remember. It's the Federation's most famous vacation planet with year-round spring-like weather and the richest variety of flowers across the entire star system. Qiaoen Ye wrapped an arm around her shoulders. Come with us to Star for the holidays. Please come with us. How can the Dawn Squad's team-building trip go on without the commander who led us to victory? Morel blinked at her with hopeful eyes. Zhang Lan held the banner higher, bringing the 5 chibi faces right up to Sang Li's view. It should be complete. Yafei tapped her temple with 2 fingers and swung her hand forward. Our private starship is ready. Depart whenever you are. Sangle laughed, her voice still rough from crying, wiping away a tear. All right. Let's go. We're leaving now. Aren't you going to pack anything? Just buy whatever we need on Star. Money's not an issue. I'll just charge it all to my card. Star. Let's move. All 5 of them burst out of the general's mansion without a second thought, heading straight for the spaceport. Calanthe watched their retreating figures with a numb expression. His boss was just leaving for vacation. He glanced upward, then remembered the lengthy list he'd been handed. The forgotten Calanthe sighed inwardly and resolved to finish his duties. Meanwhile, Sangle, brought aboard the starship, claimed to feel unwell and retreated to her rest quarters for a nap. Since the protagonists were traveling, she figured following along was the right call. She returned her consciousness to the system space. Your materials are all organized, Qiaoen Ye said, pointing to a pile beside him as she entered. Good. Sangle glanced at the materials and opened the data panel, already thinking about how to keep the protagonists from wandering off recklessly. If they suddenly decided to travel separately or run around again, she'd have to split her avatars to follow each one. She only had a few avatars available, each already occupied with other tasks. The residual Knight Society needed nurturing. She had to help Han Qing advance in the federal government, and Lorix's medication dosages required careful management to slow his deterioration. Juggling everything simultaneously demanded extraordinary mental focus. Her spiritual energy felt like it had grown extra limbs. With just her avatars handling things she couldn't manage alone, but fortunately, she had Kalani, her dependable employee. Despite being pushed so hard without compensation, Calanthe remained dedicated to her. A skinflinting boss who didn't even pay wages. It warmed her heart. The protagonist's aura sits at 41. They shouldn't die that easily. Sangle gazed at the aura value on her panel, lost in thought. Qiaoen Ye commented, 41% is decent, nearly half the aura value. A cheap bomb should leave them barely alive, though they might end up missing a limb or 2. Sangle's grin was anything but innocent. Qiaoen Ye recognized that expression immediately. This couldn't be good news for the protagonist group. What are you planning? They just gave you homemade egg tarts and cookies and invited you on a trip. Sangle clicked her tongue. Come on, didn't I make food for them too? Qiaoen Ye rolled her eyes. You know exactly why you make food. Nothing good ever comes from it. Sangle chose to skip the topic. Alright, never mind that. These people keep running off on their own, which is becoming a problem. I'm juggling multiple avatars right now and still need to keep track of them. It's too much work. Since their protagonist aura has increased a bit, I could just cause them some trouble and keep them hospitalized until the military academy tournament. My workload would drop by half overnight. Qiaoen Ye stared at her with an expression that spoke volumes. Some trouble? Being stuck in the hospital until the tournament counts as some trouble. Sangle shrugged. I'm doing this for their own good. The protagonist's death law is truly disgusting. Instead of letting them run around and face uncontrollable dangers, I'd rather handle it myself. I know my limits and can control how hard I hit. They'll recover fully before the tournament with no plot disruption. In that case, we should be the ones doing this. Qiaoen Ye agreed wholeheartedly with Sang Li's reasoning. She too had grown weary of the protagonists constantly running amok. Let's find an opportunity now. Reciprocate with some care from my bodyguards. Qiaoen Ye offered a moment of silence for the protagonist group, hoping they could withstand Sang Li's version of reciprocity. The wind is rising. The most famous scenic spot on Star is an ancient-style Jiangnan town replicated from Earth. Stone-paved roads are lined with catalpa trees, their pink petals scattered across the ground in layers. The wind swept up the fallen flowers, making them spiral and dance in the air before drifting down once more. A rain of blossoms drowning in that falling pink shower. More excitedly dragged Zhang Lan around in the flower rain, while Qiaoen Ye and Yafei led Sangle for photos. Sang Li's face wore a bright smile, but deep down, only the gods knew what she had endured over these past half months. This new alias she had just acquired had only served to clean up messes left behind. She despised the protagonist's fate. Day 1, she had ambushed a gang of interstellar pirates along the starship route, taken them out early with her new identity, and dumped the lot to Eric's side. Day 5, they had just finished at one attraction and were heading to the station for the next one. Guess what? An antisocial element had planted a quantum bomb at the station, and she had gone ahead with her new alias to neutralize them beforehand. Yesterday suspected that some fool who had tried to rob the black market, but was foiled, was planning a shootout at the biggest mall here with the black market folks, while the protagonist had conveniently arranged to go shopping at that exact time. Sorry she took out both sides. Sangle sighed internally. The nth sigh since their journey began. There is no such thing as peaceful times. It is simply that someone bears the burden so others can enjoy the tranquility. Couldn't the Federation regulate these monsters? She was nearly losing hope in this broken world. There was no appreciation for the scenery, only resentment toward the job. The wind gradually subsided, and before they knew it, evening had arrived. Moore looked up at the blazing clouds on the horizon and gathered everyone for a group photo. This was their final stop on the trip. Sangle stood in the center with Ye and Tong Yin on the right, Zhang and Moore on the left, and the magnificent sunset as their backdrop. Zhang, your smile looks terrible. Moore pointed at the photo. Tong Yin leaned in and agreed. Might as well not smile at all. In the photo, Zhang expression was so rigid it looked like she had just discovered how to move her facial muscles, stiff as a zombie from a horror film. Zhang replied mildly, "It is still better than watching both of you perform brain disappearance tricks when you smile." What was that? True to the principle of asking when confused, Tong Yin and Moore both turned their gazes to the side. Ye explained, "She is saying you two look brainless when you smile." Sangle added, "Like idiots." Tong Yin and Moore were speechless. What followed was a one-sided beatdown by the solo fighter against the mech pilot. "Stop fighting, it is getting dark. Let us check out ahead," Ye reminded them as dusk settled. Night fell, white walls and dark tiles arranged in pleasing disorder, while warm light seeped through carved window frames. They strolled slowly along the bluestone path, moonlight and lamplight mingling beneath their feet. The river wound lazily ahead, paper lanterns drifting on its surface, swaying gently with the ripples. "Damn, no wonder everyone on the StarNet says you have to see the night view here. It is genuinely stunning," Moore exclaimed, taking in the surroundings. "Seeing it with your own eyes is far more beautiful than any photos or videos online," Ye said as she snapped pictures. She glanced down at the newly captured image. "It really cannot capture what it feels like in person. We will just have to come back another time," Tong Yin said, resting her hands on her knees as she gazed at the floating lanterns. "They say these are all handmade." The lanterns on the river took many shapes, their petals unfolding in layers around a candlelight core that cast shimmering reflections across the water. Zhang approached the riverbank and studied them closely. "Ingenious design. All have bamboo frameworks, and this paper appears to be made using traditional methods unlike what we use now. It is a replica of old Earth after all. If they did not accept StarNet transfers here, I would swear I had actually traveled back in time," Moore said, munching on the candied hawthorn he had just bought. Sangle bit into her own candied hawthorn, surprised that such a place existed in the Interstellar era. The replica was so convincing she almost believed she had crossed time herself. "No wonder this place is popular. It is so well crafted, the food tastes incredible, and the prices are reasonable. Any less successful, and it would defy logic." Thinking back to the worlds she had visited before, every tourist spot seemed determined to fleece visitors. False advertising, poor conditions, heavily edited photos, overpriced, and unpleasant food plus entrance fees. Shameless. "Hey, what are those kids doing?" Moore pointed at a group near the river. "Do not crouch by the edge, stand further back." The children looked up. "Good evening, big brother." "Good evening." Moore walked over and crouched beside them. "What are you playing that has you so absorbed, Oi?" "The riverside is dangerous. Stay away from here next time." The children nodded. "We understand, but we have a question we do not grasp." "What is it?" The round-faced girl produced a paper cup, scooped water from the river, and held it over a candle flame from one of the nearby lanterns. The flame consumed the cup, gradually extinguishing where it touched the water's surface until the upper portion burned away completely, leaving the water-filled section untouched. "Big brother, why does the bottom not catch fire?" "Because there is water inside. It cannot burn water." "But why will it not burn if there is water?" "Fire can burn paper cups." Moore scratched his head, struggling to explain. There was simply water inside. He decided to search the StarNet instead, but after reading the lengthy explanation and glancing at the three children, he gave up. Even he could not make sense of it, let alone them. "Ask your parents about this question." "All right, stay away from the river from now on." The children obediently ran to play elsewhere. Back from teasing the kids, Tong Yin teased when he returned. "I was making sure they are safe," Moore countered defensively. He had not been teasing them. He was about to say more when his optical brain's communication alert sounded. "Mom, why are you calling me now? You brat, not even coming home for the break, just running wild outside. If I do not call, you would forget you have a mother." The woman on screen wore a crisp military uniform, fine lines at the corners of her eyes speaking to years of experience. "Oh, dear Miss Alicia, how could I ever forget you? My dearest mother." Moore placed his hands over his chest and delivered the words with dramatic flair. "Save it. Where have you run off to this time?" "I am touring Xenostar." Moore flashed a smile, playing sweet. "Dearest mother, could you spare me just a little more money? Your adorable and filial son is starving to death." "Do not even think about it. Starving and still traveling. You seem to be doing just fine. You do not love me anymore, Mom. Try me and see. When you get home, we will talk about it." Moore immediately grew somber. "Mom, how can you be like this? In a few days, your father will be back too, doubling your punishment. How does that sound?" Moore fell silent. He was done for. "You went traveling with Ye and the others, right?" "Yes." Moore stepped aside, and Ye stepped forward to greet them. "Good evening, Auntie." Tong Yin and Zhang chimed in unison. "Good evening, Auntie." "Good evening, good evening. I knew that rascal would be with you lot. Keep an eye on him and make sure he comes home. Do not let him escape. Do not worry. He will not get away. You guys are too much. Sangle stood at the back, her expression unreadable. The raucous laughter grated against her nerves, her nails digging into her palms as her gaze turned cold. The water's surface mirrored the warmth ahead and the jarring atmosphere behind until a stone splashed, rippling the reflection and distorting her sinister expression. The surge of emotion pushed her spiritual energy toward losing control, an indescribable pain rooting itself in her bones and spreading through her marrow. By the way, Mom, this is Sangle. I told you about her. Our new friend and our commander. The one who led our Dawn squad to victory. The moment they turned, Sangle put on a shy expression, pressed her lips together, and was pulled to the front, her dark eyes showing practiced bashfulness. Hello. Hello, hello. Alicia leaned toward the camera. Oh my, where did you find this precious child? So well-behaved looking. Hearing the words, Sangle grew even more flustered, lowering her eyes and murmuring softly, not at all. So adorable and such a gentle voice. Come visit us sometime. Sangle blushed and nodded. So sweet. Come closer so I can see you properly. Oh, what a lovely child. My heart is melting. Mom, tone it down. You are scaring her. Moore watched his mother's excessive affection as Sangle turned crimson from the pressure. All right. Alicia, clearly still wanting more, spoke softly to Sangle. Sangle, you must come visit us when you have time. Okay. All right then, goodbye. Yifei Yini Jianglan by Sangle. Goodbye. Goodbye, Auntie. Before the words faded, the video ended. Moore was stunned. What about me? Why did my mom not say goodbye to me? Go home and feel your parents' double love properly. Jianglan reminded him. Stop it. Tong Yini waved a hand in front of Sangle's face. Sangle, what are you zoning out for? Sangle shook off her reverie. Nothing. I just thought Moore and his family have such a good relationship. So happy. Happy enough that she wanted to destroy it all. Disgusting. His family dotes on him, so he can be so naive and sweet. Tong Yini chuckled. Right, what did you want to tell me earlier? Sangle asked. We need to head to Olivia Star after dropping you at the spaceport. The school assigned us a temporary mission, so we cannot return with you, Tong Yini explained. Yifei elaborated. There seems to be an insectoid rift forming near Olivia. The school has organized a team with academy students to participate in the containment operation. It serves as coordinated training for the Military Academy League, while giving students first-hand experience of actual insectoid suppression. So we cannot go back with you. We will head straight to Olivia to meet with the school. Sangle's eyelashes fluttered, and a gentle smile appeared in her dark eyes, masking the deep malice within. Olivia Star, I understand. Please be very careful, and have a safe journey. Her soft voice dissolved into the night wind, carrying a faint curse that vanished into the boundless darkness. Han Xiaoya lay on her bed, occasionally refreshing the comic. What was this author doing? Another hiatus. She was truly losing her mind. As she kept refreshing, new content suddenly appeared. She sat bolt upright in bed. It was updated. A figure with raven black hair and dark eyes gazed quietly at the massive data map at the center. Precisely at 10 minutes, the girl raised her hand and pressed the notification device. Team number 763 Dawn Squad applying for map deployment. It's been so hard waiting for you, old fart. You finally updated. Great news. Updated. We're saved. I almost thought you'd abandoned us again, old fart. Scared half to death. Please don't stop updating. If you ever stop updating, I'll hang myself at your doorstep. No need to be so extreme, OP. By the way, where does he live? I'll send him some care packages. Love you, Bao Bao. First sight of the update is my Sangle. My baby. Memorizing the map. Memorizing coordinates. Super 3S spiritual power handled it in seconds. What a true genius. My Sangle is the real genius. 10 minutes. Anybody else? I ask you, is there anyone else? Hilo makes another shocked expression meme appearance. Made the others feel inadequate. Like when everyone's still doing multiple choice and someone's already handed in their paper. Click. The following panels adopt a warmer style with the classic chibi art. Act 1, Moore disobeys and tumbles into a snowdrift. The golden-haired boy is hoisted out of the snowdrift by the fiery red-haired lady. A huge human-shaped pit marks the snow where he fell. Jianglan, Yifei, and Sangle stand to the side in a row, their expressions respectively disdain, exasperation, and forced smiles. Act 2, several chibi figures bustle about at the supply station. Jianglan climbs onto the mech to tinker, Yifei tallies medical supplies, Moore gnaws on an energy bar, and Tong Yini wraps Sangle into a ball. So much so that in chibi form Sangle genuinely becomes a sphere. After brief discussion, Tong Yini reluctantly removes her extra clothing and hands it to Yifei, then tosses a set each to Moore and Jianglan. The group pulls out small stools and snacks, telling Sangle to sit quietly nearby and eat while they handle the cleaning. Watching this makes my corpse feel warm. The team competition feels so relaxed. Completely different from the hot-blooded tension I imagined. I suspect the author just can't draw action and is winging it with this stuff. Couldn't think of a competition plot and nearly exploded, old fart. 5 adorable babies. I want to sit on all of them. Jianglan's chubby little hands. Chibi is the greatest invention in the world. Moore had me wheezing, such a silly kid just sliding down like that. Even Yifei sighed in exasperation. Sangle's smile. I'm dying of laughter. Jianglan's disdain is overflowing the screen. Penguin version Sangle, baby, let me kiss you. round and chubby face flushed from heat. So cute. So heartwarming. They even let Sangle sit on a little stool and brought him snacks. Tong Yinny spoils Laobao so much. Han Xiaoya luxuriated in rewatching the panels several times. The chibi Sangle was so well-behaved. Screenshot. She scrolled further down to the next plot. Tong Yinny steered the vehicle with one-hand snowflakes swirling outside the window, the built-in pathfinder displaying surrounding obstacles. Moore sat in the passenger seat, sticking his arm out the window and waving at the teams they'd just raided in the rearview. Don't try one-handed driving or sticking your head or arms out the window. This is only for dramatic effect in the story. Please don't copy. The remaining 3 sat in the back row studying the map. Sangle lowered his eyes and dismissed Jianglan and Yafei's suggestions. No, not there. We'll go here first, then grab another chip. After reaching a plan, the 5 of them drove their snow vehicle around the map, leading others on a chase. If they could handle a team, they'd raid them for energy supplies. If not, they'd flee. Nobody could catch up anyway. Tong Yinny looks stunning in the snow scenery. A sister who can drift is impossible not to love. Moore is so smug. It's irritating. Sangle is starting to show his skills now. What does seems to remember mean? He clearly remembered everything. Super 3's spiritual power handled in seconds. Are they really diving into every hidden corner? Tactical retreat. Picking on the weak. Don't let that golden retriever puppy slip away. With 2 hours remaining before certification ended, they successfully lured the other teams to the East certification point and arrived at the North certification point just within the final minutes. I knew you'd come. Rue Yilingo chewed on an energy bar with both hands resting on the railing. Yunin stood beside him. Meng Zhaozhao and Yin stood guard at opposite entrances. Hilo stood at the highest point, backlit, casting a long vertical shadow across the snow. He extended his hand. Sangle hand over the chip. Sangle looked up. Golden light fell across his face, illuminating fine downy hairs, his skin made even more translucent by the snow-white backdrop. No. Snowflakes swirled, blurring the figures around them. One stood backlit on high ground, the other faced the light in the snowfield. They locked gazes, a silent confrontation unfolding. That was satisfying to watch. Felt so good. Another wallpaper ready. Mom, I never have to worry about lacking wallpapers again. Hilo looks pretty cool when he's serious. He's not outsmarted this time. He can't beat Sangle. Duh. The Federation commander nearly got taken out by that terrifying doctor. You think these half-grown kids stand a chance against Sangle? Everyone else is playing fetch and Sangle is already making trophy heads. That imagery is etched into my memory forever. Oh, isn't this the same guy who wet the bed last time? Let's not dwell on the past. Ha ha. Wait, look closely at the positioning between Hilo and Sangle. Looks like there's a knife later, right? They foreshadowed it early on that Sangle isn't on the same side as them, and this panel basically spells it out. Friendship is a butcher's knife. Are you the pig? I'm dead laughing. You're the pig. With certification time running out, the 2 sides engaged. Sangle collided with the railing beside him, a few strands of viscous blood escaping his lips. Hilo had just torn the chip loose when, beep, team number 763 Dawn Squad. Certification successful. Yafei took advantage of everyone's attention being fixed on Sangle and sprinted over to complete the certification. After the certification succeeded, the author specially dedicated an entire panel to depicting Sangle. Sangle lay on the ground. The shimmering moisture welling from pain could not mask the joy of victory in his eyes. His lips were stained with blood, and a faint flush of excitement rose across his pale cheeks. You lost. Hilo's anger flared, but he still reached down and pulled Sangle to his feet. Although it was expected, it still gave me chills. That familiar move from Sangle. This time it's just a blood bag. He almost had his entire arm sliced off last time at the black market. Sangle is so bewitching. Who are you trying to seduce? I hate that I can't crawl into the screen. Little black-hearted cake. These 5 have what it takes to make it in the entertainment industry. Forget it, military academy suits them better. Jianglan actually acted pretty well, totally fooled the other side. Baby Yafei deserves a major credit. Hilo got angry, and then just got madder. Sunder a ghost, he still pulled Sangle up after all. Yunin just crushed the chip into deformation. Rue Yilingo's expression says he's cursing something awful. Meng Zhaozhao and Yin Si look like overworked employees whose proposal got ruthlessly rejected by the boss after all that effort. For nothing. These guys are still too young. What do you mean by that? Sangle isn't young. Warm sunlight filtered through the glass and spilled across the tabletop, a tender smile blooming in Gavin's eyes as he looked at the girl. As the camera zoomed in, meeting Sangle's obsidian-like eyes, Gavin's gaze faltered for just an instant. A moment so fleeting that no one noticed, not even himself. When Sangle smiles, fortune and misfortune become unpredictable. How did that unfortunate child provoke our Sangle? No, don't you remember? Gavin mentioned, he also experienced the parasite disaster on Pamu Star. Did Sangle plan revenge because of her inner turmoil? I don't know what to say. Gavin is undoubtedly innocent, but from Sangle's perspective, it's truly hard not to hate. If I were her, I'd hate too. She should have been raised in love and favor, yet she had to endure suffering she never deserved. All the orphans on Pamu Star were properly taken care of except her. I beg you stop talking about this. Stop torturing us, please. Let me go finish my homework, okay? Why are there still people who haven't finished their homework? I'm a college student, I don't have homework. Me neither. I'm starting to resent you all now. Han Xiaoye scrolled down. The varsity team roster was released, and Sangle was the only one who hadn't been selected. The girl's fingers unconsciously pressed against the screen, her long eyelashes trembling, a grayish mist settling over her eyes and dimming their light, her face unable to conceal her disappointment. Noticing everyone watching her, she propped her face in her hands and forced a smile, turning around to comfort the others instead. Moisture gathered at the corners of her eyes, her nose turned red, and her feigned casualness was far too obvious. The scene ended by showing Sangle's departing figure from Gavin's perspective. Accompanying in her thoughts, she had risked everything with her badge for a chance to enter the military academy, when all along she had yearned to join the school team and compete in the military academy league. This was truly unfair, as she deserved to make the team. Damn it. What kind of trash school is this? Why won't they let our Sangle join the team? No vision at all. Moore deserves the blame. The school is blind, no argument about it. Actually, it's quite reasonable. From the school's perspective, Sangle is a double F, so with mental power as the priority, they would naturally choose someone with higher mental power. Yafei is so observant, the first to notice something was wrong with Sangle. I feel like Sangle probably knew all along she couldn't make the team. I think the same. Look at Gavin's inner thoughts at the end and that close-up earlier, and think about how Sangle joined Moore's team before. I get it now. Did Sangle secretly use a mental suggestion on Gavin? Her mental power level is far too high and powerful. As long as she doesn't use it on a large scale or at high intensity, a small mental suggestion, nothing like mental control, wouldn't be detected by these inexperienced students. She knew she couldn't make the team, so she wanted to choose an unlucky soul as a stepping stone, eliminate a commander, and take their place. And then Gavin happened to cross her path, and he just happened to be one of those orphans. Who else would Sangle choose but him? Eliminating a commander wouldn't necessarily guarantee Sangle a spot on the team, though. That mental suggestion of hers surely wasn't for nothing. If she'd just wanted to eliminate a commander, why bother with a mental suggestion? She could have just had Qiaoen Ye or Zhongjiu kill the person directly. Who cares? Let's see what happens next. The scene followed Sangle back to her dormitory. A pale blue holographic screen displayed a message: President, everything is ready. Reading the message put the girl in excellent spirits. After showering, she drew the curtains, and the dormitory instantly fell into darkness. She arranged white candles in an empty picture frame. As the candles burned, lines gradually emerged on the blank photo paper. What does everything is ready mean? White candles, a picture frame. Who is she memorializing? And she took a shower beforehand. Quite the sense of ceremony. That red soda looks delicious. Why isn't she pouring red wine? It's probably because her health is poor. Her mental power is overloaded, so drinking would only shorten her lifespan. Hey, upstairs, what's your address? I've got some specialty items to send you. I do too. Even though Sangle killed so many people, I still don't want her to die. I can accept that she dies after turning against Yafei and the others following an intense battle, but I can't accept her dying from a physical condition. Same here. How can she die from a physical condition? That's absurd. Can her physique be enhanced? I don't think the old man would let Sangle enhance her physique. As the final villain, and with Sangle having killed so many innocent people, she definitely won't survive. If Sangle's physique were enhanced, she could overturn the entire Federation. Please stop discussing this, it's too heartbreaking. Han Xiaoye felt a sour ache in her chest as she read the barrage. From the comments, it was clear that Sangle's ultimate fate was death, but she truly didn't want Sangle to die. What was with these comments? Why did they suddenly derail into discussions about death? With school starting soon, couldn't they just let her enjoy her final days of vacation in peace? The emotional blow came unexpectedly from the barrage itself. Scrolling down, a large horizontal panel displayed a gleaming silver-white longsword, its tip seeming to pierce through the screen and into the reader's eyes. Next, Seiko's head separated from his body, blood spraying everywhere. The camera followed the head as it rolled across the ground, the thick blood mixed with dust coating his features in an expression of fierce exhilaration. The lens blurred for a moment before a skeletal hand lifted the head. Within the frame, a black skull tattoo became visible, silver-white hair drifting gently, and golden pupils meeting the gaze beyond the screen. White hair, golden eyes. Sorry, Xia Huchin, I'm switching sides. Who is this? So this is my unknown husband. So thirsty. So hot. Everyone restrain yourselves. I can't help it, I need a taste. Go for it. The author really knows what we want to see. That skull tattoo truly sent chills down my spine. Who would win in a fight between this new character and Zhongjiu? I don't know. Probably Zhongjiu, after all, they're mechanical. This new character looks human. Looks human. That hit my funny bone. Take screenshots, everyone stop fawning. Thanks for the reminder. The scene shifted back to Sangle. White wax melted and dripped from the candles onto the tabletop, while orange flames cast a tender hazy glow. The image on the photo paper was fully rendered, the black and white figures resting quietly upon it, their expressions a mirror of fierce intensity. Sangle gazed at the picture frame and raised a toast to the monochrome figure within it, a mocking smile curling her lips. Happy death anniversary, dear chairman. 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 The barrage exploded. Colorful messages densely packed, completely obscuring the screen, all uniformly chanting, Happy death anniversary, dear chairman. The goosebumps are real. This is so thrilling. Simply exhilarating. Someone make that photo paper. It's probably sold online, search for it. To die at the hands of the Remnant Knight Society, you won, chairman. Sangle is on a killing spree. Watching this, Qiaoen Ye couldn't help but mutter along, Happy death anniversary, dear chairman. One recitation wasn't enough, so she repeated it several more times, rolling excitedly on her bed, with a delirious giggle escaping her lips. After laughing foolishly for a while, she continued scrolling. Once the communication ended, Sangle rose from her seat and withdrew a group photograph from a book. The inscription on the back read, Pamu Star Relief Station. Her pale fingertips traced across each face in the photograph. Holding the photograph between her fingers, she held it over the candle flame, her eyes reflecting the growing fire. The flames licked at the photograph, and those faces slowly turned to ashes under her indifferent gaze. The camera framed Sangle through the firelight, peering through the intensifying orange glow to catch the taunting curve of the girl's lips. The team. Even though it's painful, this scene gives me such satisfaction. Repaying every slight is just so gratifying. I don't care if they're innocent or not. Their very existence disgusts me. A pure antagonist, I love it. This is exactly the unredemptive vibe I want. Beautiful, powerful, tragic, cold-hearted, and emotionless, relentless in revenge, slaughter above all. I admit, Sangle, you've captivated me. Now this is what a true villain tastes like. Dead heads. Collectible heads. Feeling sorry for Gavin. I'm starting to feel sorry for him too, but I can't bring myself to hate Sangle. Inside the system space, Sangle watched the barrage and knew her plan was secure. Although she wouldn't kill these people for various reasons, that didn't mean she couldn't mislead readers into drawing their own conclusions. The misdirection worked perfectly. For the rest of the storyline, she simply needed to focus on Gavin. The readers would fill in the blanks about the others from the photograph on their own. Being this kind of villain was incredibly satisfying. The cover depicted a corner of an old-style Jiangnan town street on a blue planet. Rows of catalpa trees lined the bluestone pathways, their pink petals caught by the wind and dancing midair. Flowers turned into rain, drowning in the drifting pink rainfall. This feels so familiar. My neighborhood looks exactly like this. Reminds me of a song. There's a lyric about wind and rain turning into flowers. Same here. This is beautiful, makes me want to travel. Can't believe such a scene appears in a sci-fi comic, how unusual. Another glimpse of hometown flavors in sci-fi setting. Want to travel now. The word Jiangnan evokes such tenderness. Already bought my ticket. Not doing motion comics this time. Old man only makes horror and angsty motion comics. Someone make this into a motion comic. Add some text, and it could be a novel cover. After glancing at the cover, the scene shifted to the general's mansion. A girl's pale cheeks still carried a faint reddish tint at the corners of her eyes as she forced a somewhat stiff smile. Ye handed over a carefully prepared box. I baked some egg tarts and cookies. Last time you made food for us by hand, I want to do the same for you. Taking the box and biting into a cookie, the girl's eyes gradually welled up, her face filled with emotion. Delicious. Tong Yinny draped her arm around Sangle's neck. Then would you like to join us on an impromptu trip? Jianglan and more unrolled a banner, Dawn Squad Vacation Trip Plan. In the lower right corner of the banner were chibi illustrations of 5 oversized heads pressed closely together. My heart feels warm even in death. They prepared so much just to comfort Sangle. You're all good kids. Ye is seriously rich. That's a private starship. Take me with you. Can this banner be made into a physical item? Youthful friendships are always so genuine. But Sangle was faking it. Even with our God's eye view, we can't tell whether Sangle felt even a moment of true emotion. She probably did. Remember when she Luoer gave her the crystal window and said they'd be best friends forever? She pulled her hand back, didn't she? But we don't know if it was from emotion. Why else would she avoid such intensely warm feelings? If she wasn't moved, why avoid it? Let's be fair, Sangle is only 18. Even after everything she's been through, she's barely an adult. Having a bit more sensibility is normal, right? Just became an adult, yeah, she just became one, and yet she suffered all that misfortune. Don't ruin such a heartwarming scene with angsty commentary. I'll fight you all. The travel storyline was summarized in just a few panels, ending with a group photo of the Dawn Squad. The sun dipped low in the western sky, crimson spreading across the horizon. Bird wings sliced through the sunset as pink petals piled upon the bluestone paths. The 5 beautiful children smiled brightly at the camera. So warm it fades my corpse spots. Screenshot. Screenshot. I really love this team dynamic. Zhanglan's smile is painfully forced, lol. Moore's eyes are almost gone from smiling. Ye and Tong Yinny really take care of Sangle, always keeping her in the center. 3 gorgeous ladies, let me kiss you. Dawn Squad group photo. Finally, a proper 5-person photo. 5 magnificent faces, no words needed. Everyone, I looked it up. That flower is catalpa blossom. Its language is beauty, loyalty, kindness. Here comes the detail nerd. Those 3 words suit Ye Fei and the others perfectly, but Sangle is the complete opposite, isn't she? It's just a flower's meaning, you're overthinking it. Why catalpa specifically? You could have chosen any tree, but they deliberately picked this one with this particular meaning. Not overthinking at all. Another hint that the 5 will eventually walk separate paths. Qiaoen Ye had been admiring her screenshot when she saw these comments and immediately felt ill. Every 2 steps, she ate a knife. Everything was analyzed into angst by the bullet comments. She was practically feeding on knives now. She shook her head, tossed those knives away, and quickly scrolled forward. Night fell, white walls and black tiles arranged in pleasing disorder. Tiny lights glowed from carved window lattices. Walking slowly along the bluestone path, moonlight and lamplight interwove and flowed quietly beneath their feet. The river wound its way, paper lanterns floating on the surface, swaying gently with the ripples. We'll have another chance to come back in the future. Qiaoen Ye rested her knees on her hands, gazing at the paper lanterns in the river. Scrolling down, Moore crouched beside a group of children, watching a paper cup filled halfway with water slowly burn. A full panel dedicated to capturing that cup. The flame naturally extinguished where it touched the water's surface, burning away only the upper half until it was consumed, while the water-filled portion remained completely intact. Why does the scenery look so beautiful today? Sci-fi setting. If the people inside hadn't changed, I almost thought I'd opened the wrong comic. If this doesn't work, give the artist some promotion budget. Can't even criticize this. Drawn so beautifully, I want to visit Qiaoen Ye immediately. Tell me about it. My area looks similar, but the water here stinks and clothes never dry. One sentence from the floor. Your local tourism board should sue for free labor. If it's photogenic enough, not unbearable. Another chance to return. I don't think so. Statements like that are usually impossible to fulfill. A water-filled cup won't burn. That's high school or middle school knowledge. Middle school, right? Specific heat capacity for middle school physics. Knowledge attempting to enter my brain through some devious route. Turning the page further, the scene arrived at Moore contacting her mother via communication. Ahead lay warm laughter and playfulness as Moore acted coquettishly toward her mother, while Zhang and the others chimed in. The lens pushed backward, blurring the 4 figures in front, revealing a pair of cold, pitch-black eyes. Sangle stood behind her, expression obscure and unreadable, listening to the jarringly cheerful laughter, her nails nearly sinking into her palms, her gaze chillingly cold. The water's surface reflected both the warmth ahead and the alienation behind. A pebble dropped into the river, shattering the reflection, the sinister expression distorted by rippling waves. The author used one panel to depict a single blood vessel, transparent threads of spiritual power piercing through it, transforming into sharp spines that drilled within the flesh. Accompanying text, the intense surge of emotions caused spiritual power to verge on losing control within her body. An unspeakable pain took root between bone seams, crawling along the marrow to fill her entire being. Each episode of spiritual power loss was equivalent to enduring slow slicing from within. The knife is here. Ha ha ha. Great. Finally a knife. The guy upstairs is insane. This storyboard. So heartwarming up to that point, then suddenly a massive blade. Sangle's expression. My heart aches for her. Sangle once had a happy family too. She should have lived without worries, innocent and carefree. Each loss of spiritual control equals slow slicing from within. How much must that hurt? Could call it torture. I was enjoying Moore and the others chatting so happily, then saw Sangle behind, and my world collapsed. The trip was meant to cheer Sangle up, and now they've turned her heart into a sieve. Sangle wasn't sad before, now she truly is. Can Sangle not turn dark under these circumstances? Qiaoen Ye stared at Sangle's expression for a long time, unable to snap out of it. Her finger tapped the screen, touching Sangle's image. The dark eyes, now clouded with resentment, once so bright now reduced to this. Sangle existed in dark, damp corners, able only to watch others' happiness from afar. It shouldn't have been this way. She shouldn't have borne such pain. How could she not hate? She could not help but hate. Understanding Sangle's past, Qiaoen Ye found it even harder to feel dislike or disgust toward her. She had never empathized with a character so deeply before. She did not deny that Sangle had killed many innocent people, nor did she refuse to accept that as a villain who committed countless crimes, Sangle deserved her inevitable death. But she loved Sangle, a three-dimensional flesh and blood reasonable girl who lived truly in her heart, a real girl. Oh right, Mom, this is Sangle I told you about, our new friend. She's our commander, the one who led our Dawn squad to a triumphant championship. As they turned their heads, Sangle wore a shy expression, lips pressed together as she was pulled to the front. A touch of bashfulness surfaced in her dark eyes. Hello. Several figures were reflected in the water, joy dancing across every face, both real and reflected. Except for Sangle. The scene split into 2 frames. One side showed Sangle on the shore, eyes lowered shyly, a faint smile playing on her lips. The other revealed her reflection in the river. Her expression sinister, her eyes brimming with suppressed, bone-chilling coldness as she stared dead at the group on the bank, as if dying to tear them apart, flesh and bone. The artist had deliberately lightened Sangle's reflection's complexion. Already fair-skinned, it was painted an even paler shade, yielding an eerie corpse-like pallor. Her lips were deliberately colored a vivid red, making her appear all the more chilling. This panel, holy shit, nearly gave me a heart attack. The one on shore is Sangle acting, but the reflection is the real Sangle. That expression is literally ghost-like. With those looks, even a ghost would be stunning. Screenshots first, apologies later. Sangle genuinely wants to kill them now. Right, the tears are gone. Completely unimpressed now. Well, this just escalated. All I can say, protagonist in danger. Mess with Sangle and you've kicked a nuclear bomb. Feel bad for them. Stupid kids, they have no idea what's coming. Take notes from when Song Jio folded Moer into a portable screen. Doesn't Sangle look like she's about to kill them? Sangle definitely wishes them dead, but protagonists don't die that easily. In a manga like this, deaths come much later. The military academy tournament hasn't even started yet. Anyway, they're in for a rough time. Sangle never forgives a slight. Han Xia silently mourned for Moer and the others for 3 seconds in her heart, then continued scrolling. Sangle, what are you spacing out for? Nothing. I just thought Moer and his family seem really close. So happy. In the illustration, the girl's smile was gentle and warm. The lighting softened her features, making her appear harmless and well-behaved to anyone who looked. Beside it, a small caption read, so happy it made her want to destroy it all. Disgusting. A Zerg rift has appeared near Eliwea. So we can't head back with you. We'll go directly to Eliwea and regroup with the academy there. The girl's lashes fluttered. A familiar, gentle smile graced her dark eyes, masking the chilling malice lurking beneath. Eliwea star, is it? I see. You must have a safe journey. So happy it's nauseating. I don't know if you enjoyed it, but I sure did. I admit it satisfied me. Same. What kind of maniac came up with Sang Lee's character design? It hits too hard. Direct hit to my soul. Acting sweet and chatting with you on the surface while plotting how to murder you in her mind. Alright, next zone, Eliwea star. Zerg rift. Time for some bug-slaying action. What's there to watch? Just a bunch of disgusting bugs. Last time Sang Lee showed up, those bug corpses made me lose my appetite. Nothing compares to the scene where Sang Lee's mother died. That was actual physiological discomfort. It's a miracle that trash passed censorship. Look at Sang Lee's expression. Moer and the others are absolutely doomed. Feel bad for them again. My golden retriever boy, my sharp-tongued cool guy, my red-haired mature lady, my little angel Yafei. Even though I love you all, I love Sang Lee more. Sorry to disappoint you. Han Xiaoye silently mourned. A high-quality analysis had been posted in the highlighted thread, so she went to take a look. Fam, I'm back with another discussion. This time it's this panel. Attached image, transparent threads of spiritual energy, pierced through red veins. One by one, sharp thorns dug into the flesh, wriggling, as they inflicted torture akin to death by 1,000 cuts. You've all heard the saying, the passing of a loved one is not a sudden downpour, but a lifetime of dampness. It fits Sang Lee perfectly. Relentless rain eroded her bones, carving countless holes into her soul. Having watched her parents devoured by the Zerg, her agony haunted her day and night, compounding exponentially. Sang Lee had long ceased to be whole, riddled through and through. Sometimes when spiritual pain reaches a certain threshold, physical suffering becomes a gift. Perhaps the torment inflicted by her excessively high spiritual energy wasn't entirely bad for Sang Lee. It might have been the only way she maintained her sobriety amidst boundless agony. You really know how to articulate that. Physical pain isn't pain anymore, it's a gift. Damn. Also, Sang Lee's bloodlust stems from inner anguish that has no outlet. Bound tightly by her past, she desperately needs a more direct means to feel a fleeting sense of freedom. Coupled with her constitution, which shortens her lifespan, violent games became her optimal choice, allowing her to vent while pursuing her ambitions in the shortest time possible. Putting myself in Sang Lee's shoes. Her entire life held only those fleeting moments of happiness. The subsequent decade plus was nothing but suffering forced upon her by others. And another thing, she won't live long. It's just more angst. I'm used to it. I barely notice it anymore. Numb to the knives. Does everyone forget a certain close-up? Attached image, a paper cup half filled with water, its upper half encircled by flames. A paper cup holding water cannot be ignited because water's boiling point is lower than paper's ignition point. When the flame reaches the water, the heat required to raise the water's temperature and vaporize, it keeps the cup's temperature below its ignition point, preventing it from burning. When the last wisp of warmth in one's heart burns out, only stagnant water remains. Look at the thread above me. I'm dying of laughter. Classic science versus literature students. Screenshot this for posterity. Same. Whether we blow up depends entirely on this thread. That close-up was deliberately placed for a reason. The literary analysis above makes a lot of sense. It implies Sang Lee was triggered by Moer and the others' performance, completely stripping away the softness in her heart until only resentment remained. They meant to make Sang Lee happier, but inadvertently pushed her deeper into the abyss. Can't be helped. You can't blame Moer and the others. It was just well-intentioned, but misguided. They've basically played with fire. Sang Lee's complete attention is fixated on them now. Sending condolences. Lighting candles for them. Qiaoen Ye lay on her bed, a shiver running through her at the words when spiritual pain reaches a certain threshold, physical suffering becomes a gift. Was Sangle in so much pain? Physical torture akin to death by 1,000 cuts being considered a gift? It was absurd. Sangle was sick. No one could save her, and perhaps no one ever could. On the planet of Olivia, Nianqi urged as he walked, "Can you hurry up? The president is waiting for us." Eric wore a bitter expression, coming. He had just received the president's message to bring explosives to Olivia, and before he could even process it, Nianqi had already dragged him along as conscripted help. He touched the space button on his wrist, wondering what the president wanted to do with so many bombs. After rushing as fast as they could, the two finally arrived at the abandoned building district on the outskirts. The derelict high-rises were covered in unknown vines, green branches winding around them, brown roots digging deep into the crevices. Sangle adjusted the white cloak draped over her shoulders, the soft white fur gently brushing against her face, while dark red earrings caught the sunlight and scattered tiny glimmers of light. A pitch-black crack spread before her at a gradual pace. She thrust her silver-white longsword into the fissure, crushing the wriggling creatures that had yet to emerge. Dark green fluid splashed outward, but was deflected by her mental force barrier without leaving a trace. Lamia retracted her light sword, her golden eyes narrowing slightly. A cross pendant hung around her neck, silver-white hair dancing in the wind, and a skull tattoo on her face drew every eye. "President, I estimate this crack will fully expand by tomorrow." Sangle's expression remained indifferent as her immense mental sense probed into the crack. From within the pitch-black fissure came the sound of bursts and squelches. "Disgusting vermin." Lamia offered a timely reminder, "President, you shouldn't expend too much mental energy." Sangle's tone carried a hint of impatience as she withdrew her presence. "I know." The crack ceased its expansion, standing motionless between the ruined buildings. "President." Nianqi spotted the figure ahead and ran toward her eagerly. "President, I've arrived." Eric jogged behind him, bowing respectfully as he approached. "President, where are the bombs?" Right here." Eric hurriedly unloaded his space button, stacking them in piles on the ground. When he stepped into green fluid seeping from the crack, his expression froze instinctively, and he wiped his foot against the nearby vines. He gazed at the black chasm before him. Could it be that the president required so many explosives to deal with the creatures inside? With that many bombs, the entire area would likely be flattened, and this insect crack would surely be destroyed. At this thought, he couldn't help but glance at the young woman. Didn't she always oppose the Federation? Why was she helping them eliminate the insect crack today? And who was that white-haired person beside him? With a skull tattooed on their face, they looked like someone not to be trifled with. Nianqi opened the holographic screen and tapped on it. "I've hacked into the central network for the 9th Academy's training exercise. They plan to divide into groups and investigate different sectors. The sectors were assigned by lottery. I've already set things up, and they'll be directed to this particular sector." Sangle rubbed her fingers together upon hearing this. She had come early to clear out the other cracks, leaving only this small section remaining. With the reality comic updating and the protagonist's halo reaching half its value, now burying extra bombs wouldn't be fatal. She ordered, "Plant the bombs according to my markers." The moment she spoke, Eric felt his mental power connect as a map unfolded in his mind, dotted with flickering points of light. Lamia was already moving the bombs. Seeing Eric still frozen in shock, Nianqi kicked him. "Get to work. Why are you just standing there?" Eric quickly snapped out of it and joined in planting the bombs. So this was what mental power connection felt like. He'd never experienced it before. Bombs were installed at each location in stacks, ensuring the entire sector would be annihilated down to nothing. Flying above, Yuanzi commented, "Plant bomb after bomb, and we'll harvest 4 little mummies." Sangle hummed dismissively in her consciousness. "As long as they don't die, that's fine. The halo value keeps rising and they won't lose any limbs. They should just lie low until the Military Academy League begins." Yuanzi kept silent. The bomb quantity had been precisely calculated based on the protagonist's halo, ensuring these kids couldn't wander around before the Military Academy League started. Everything was ready, only awaiting the dear protagonists. Please don't blame her. This was all for their own good. She had even kindly cleared away the other cracks for them, guaranteeing no casualties among the others. Without her intervention, who knows how many would have perished across so many cracks. How kind she was to another day, moved by her own goodness. The following day, Sangle accepted the nutrient solution from Lamia, squinting at the sunrise beyond the building. Warm light poured through the clouds, green branches unfurled, and a gentle breeze carried the soft rustling of leaves. How beautiful. Perfect for setting off fireworks. Sangle smiled and took a sip of the nutrient solution. Nianqi nodded in agreement. Fireworks. We need to set off the biggest one." Lamia said nothing, merely cutting a slit in the vines to observe the cracks below. Eric's face twisted involuntarily at those words before forcing a smile. Who in their right mind would call detonating bombs setting off fireworks? He'd heard yesterday they were specifically here to kill people. He silently mourned for those individuals. With that many explosives, there wouldn't even be bodies left. After waiting only a short while, Nianqi glanced at the screen. "They're here." Sangle approached the opening Lamia had cut in the vines and looked down at the 4 figures below. The 4 of them hopped about photographing the cracks and reporting back to their school. Sangle's gaze darkened. The mental energy trapped within the crack began to churn violently, the fissure suddenly expanding as swarms of creatures poured out in a desperate rush. The 4 on the ground were immediately surrounded, forced to retreat deeper into the building complex. Inside, the cockpit mower was drenched in sweat, shielding Zhang Lan with one arm, while brandishing a light sword with the other, severing the charging creatures. Why did the crack explode all of a sudden? Zhang Lan's face had gone pale, but his light gray eyes remained calm and collected as he methodically transmitted a distress signal and coordinates to the school. Insect crack in Sector 109 is expanding rapidly. Coordinates sent. Requesting support. He sent along a photograph as well. Static crackled through the communicator. Received. En route to Sector A109. The urgent tone in the voice suggested they'd seen the image. On the holographic map, a cluster of green markers was converging rapidly toward their position. Tong Yinny kicked open the rusted door and burst inside with Yafei in her arms. Can insect cracks just explode like this? I was never taught that. Yafei clung tightly to the red mecha, mentally reviewing the terrain map she'd been given. To the right, there's a reinforced ammunition storage room. That should hold them off for now. From a distant building, Sang Lu watched the scene unfold through a gap in the vines with keen interest. Quite the sorry state they're in. Yuanzi projected an image into her mind. They've taken shelter in a sealed armory. Structural integrity checks out. Targets ready for demolition. As expected of a protagonist, the halo boost made survival almost guaranteed. Even a reinforced ammunition storage room materialized for them. Sang Li's lips curled slightly as she gazed down at the insect swarm, a flicker of disdain and disgust crossing her expression. Strike. The moment the word left her lips, a colossal explosion erupted. Flames shot skyward while thick smoke swallowed the light, causing buildings to collapse one after another into rubble, and the insect horde was reduced to ashes. Countless flames reflected in Sang Li's dark eyes, her dark red earrings flashing with the firelight, as if expressing her owner's delight. Let's go. Boarding the aircraft, the remaining buildings were systematically detonated, leaving behind only debris scattered across the ground. When the explosions ceased, a sudden downpour began, each raindrop striking the earth and bursting into spray. The torrential rain washed away all traces, sweeping everything clean until nothing remained. Sang Lu reclined on the sofa, her calves resting on the armrest, swinging lazily. Since the protagonist had been confined to the hospital, her life had become infinitely better. The commotion caused by the explosion was no small matter. The protagonist and their group were directly assigned to a 9th Army military hospital, surrounded by stationed troops guarded as tightly as an iron barrel. Mother could finally stop worrying about the protagonist's safety. On the federal government side, Han Qing had already successfully taken over the military health administration, and with the control authority of the Guard Division, she was one of the most influential figures besides the military. The Star Pirate sector was also nearly pacified. Large-scale Star Pirate organizations had been mostly absorbed, leaving only smaller crews to be dealt with gradually. A pleasant holiday was finally her turn for. No classes, no bodyguard duties, no constant anxiety. That was real living, and she absolutely adored this state of doing nothing. This period had been far from wasted. She'd climbed straight into the top 10 globally in the game, and these days, she could push even higher for first place. Such a decadent existence was damn sweet. Miss Sang Lu, an invitation has arrived for a banquet. Will you be attending? Calanti approached, carrying a black invitation card. What kind of invitation? Sang Lu took the card, opened it, and glanced inside. A cruise ship. Who's going? Calanti shook his head. I don't have the full list, but this banquet is mainly attended by federal officials and merchants. Federal officials mingling with merchants at an unofficial cruise banquet. How amusing. This wretched federation had rotted beyond repair, and the useless Lorix was to blame. Yuanzi had finished scanning. This is the proposed guest list for the banquet with detailed information on each person. Sang Lu flipped through it and found several names on her death list. Beyond those on her death list, there were also officials and merchants engaged in collusion and corruption. Easy enough, eliminate a few more. It didn't matter who. Sang Lu closed the invitation and rose from the sofa, holding the black card between her fingers as she nodded toward Calanti with a bright smile. Time to stock up on supplies. Getting tired of collecting heads and display cases, she needed something new to experiment with. This banquet would provide the perfect material for practice. Calanti put away the invitation, understanding his boss's meaning behind stocking up. Notified Song Jio and the others to come early and join the festivities. Understood. The cruise ship banquet began. Deep winter had arrived, with thick snow blanketing the ground and crimson rivers flowing silently. Against the pale white expanse, that moving scarlet was the only striking color in the world. A magnificent cruise ship sailed upon the crimson river. Sang Lu sat in the corner of the banquet hall, devouring small cakes with evident delight. The banquet itself was hardly worth attending. Besides the scenery outside and the food, there was nothing of value. She had no interest in unnecessary socializing. Most of them would die here anyway, so rather than wasting time chatting with the dying, she'd rather enjoy more of the delicious food. Surrounded by the clamor of voices and clinking glasses, a concealed, malevolent gaze pierced through the crowd and settled upon her. Sangle had long noticed that hostile gaze, but the cake mattered more right now. She'd deal with it after finishing her dessert. Qiaoen Ye circled the person and returned. Got it. Benji, someone from the Oliver family, who made their fortune through mining. Bullying in high school that resulted in a death, but the family suppressed it. His uncle works as a resource coordinator in the Materials Management Bureau, using both family connections and his position to siphon off substantial resources. The Oliver family has already abducted numerous people for illegal mining operations. Sangle licked the cream from her lips, summing it up in 2 words: killable. Qiaoen Ye landed on her shoulder. Qiaoen is coming. Sangle paused mid-bite, her eyes darting as a brilliant idea formed. She wiped her mouth, gathered her skirt, and left the banquet hall for the deck, positioning herself by the railing where few people would be, but where she'd still be visible upon boarding. That hostile gaze followed closely behind her. Beneath a canopy of stars, Sangle leaned against the railing, watching the crimson river below, its color vividly striking against the white landscape. General Qiaoen Ye's granddaughter. A mocking voice drew near. Sangle turned her gaze toward the source. Benji maintained his smile. Sangle, I believe that's your name. His expression was impeccable, properly upright, yet his tone carried an unmistakable undercurrent of disdain. Sangle smiled back. Yes, that's me. And you are? I am Benji, second son of the Oliver family. Benji tilted his chin upward, regarding her with an air of superiority. Sangle stared blankly. So you're a young master from the Oliver family, she said with feigned realization. Benji raised his chin even higher, clearly enjoying her apparent ignorance. But what exactly is the Oliver family? Benji's haughty expression froze, his anger barely contained. You don't know the Oliver family. Coming from a remote star, it seemed she was utterly uncultured. Sangle wore an innocent expression. I truly don't know. All she knew was Oreos. How could he be so easily provoked? A mere tease, and he lost his composure. Benji's lips pressed into a thin line, unable to maintain his forced smile as he sneered. After all, you came from the remote star. It's only natural you wouldn't know. The words remote star were emphasized with weight, implying that someone who returned from there, no matter if she were General Qiaoen Ye's granddaughter, had spent over a decade apart from their world, forever remaining inferior. Sangle's smile faded. What exactly are you trying to say? Seeing her reaction, Benji knew he'd struck a nerve and felt vindicated. I'm merely curious. What qualifies someone like you with dual F rankings to enter the military academy? Sangle leaned back lazily against the railing. Are you asking out of jealousy, young Master Benji? Can't you stand the thought that someone like me gets into the academy while you can't? He was nothing more than a spoiled fool, indulging in pleasure and excess, yet relying on his family's influence to cover up the deaths he caused. This cowardly bully could only find superiority by picking on her, the long-lost descendant of Qiaoen Ye just returned. Benji glared at her in fury. How dare you? Jealous of me? Preposterous. Even at my worst, I possess sea-level spiritual power. You're nothing but a dual F trash. Sangle watched him silently, letting his mockery wash over her, without response, counting down in her mind. 3, 2, 1, he arrived. Benji Oliver. What nonsense are you spouting? Sangle turned to see Qiaoen approaching with a furrowed brow. Benji's expression shifted, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Why was Qiaoen here? Qiaoen, the eldest son of the D-clans, one of the Federation's most prestigious families, heir to the family legacy, one of the rare SSS-class spiritual energy wielders in the Federation, president of the 9th Military Academy's Command Department. With no unexpected complications, he would join the military directly after graduation, his future prospects immeasurable. The weight of those accomplishments pressed down on Benji, making it difficult to engage in conflict with someone so accomplished. Benji masked his jealousy and adopted a slightly ingratiating tone. Young Master Qiaoen. Qiaoen pursed his lips as he approached Sangle, studying her carefully. The girl stood by the railing, her frame slight, the night wind rippling her skirt as if she might falter. He turned to face Benji with a warning in his eyes. Sangle is the descendant of General Qiaoen Ye, and her admission to the military academy was earned through the founding medal. Do not speak such things again. Benji forced a smile. You're right, young Master Qiaoen. Qiaoen's expression carried pride, as if sharing in the glory. Sangle was the commander of the Dawn Squad, which took first place in the team competition this time. She's remarkably capable. The tactics and route planning were all her work. Benji felt a sharp sting of resentment, but couldn't openly contradict him, so he forced a laugh. Hi, yes, quite impressive. Then why haven't you apologized to Sangle yet? Upon hearing this, Benji's face froze. Apologize? To her? Some waste from a remote star? Seeing this, Qiaoen unconsciously hardened his tone. What, you refuse? Bainie's expression shifted repeatedly. Sangle tugged at Qiaoen's sleeve, her voice low. It's fine. You don't need his apology. Let's go. Qiaoen turned his head, noticing the redness at the corners of the girl's eyes, and a surge of anger flared within him. With an impatient tone, he said to Bainai, I won't repeat myself. Right now, immediately apologize to her. Bainai was startled by Qiaoen's sudden shift in tone. Engaging in conflict with him held no benefit whatsoever, and might even bring trouble to his own family. After a moment's deliberation, just as he was about to apologize, his gaze suddenly met the space behind Shiluo. The girl's black eyes, glistening with moisture, held not a trace of sorrow. Her brows lifted slightly, a teasing smirk playing on her lips, pure provocation directed at him. Bei and I didn't know what came over him, but anger surged uncontrollably from within. Apologize? Why should I apologize to her? Was I wrong about anything? She's nothing but trash. People with dual F aptitude shouldn't even be entering the military academy in the first place. Shiluo was stunned by his matter-of-fact attitude. What did you say? You said she led the Dawn Squad to victory. If I'm not mistaken, the invitation list included Moer and the rest of them. So why didn't they come along? Doesn't that just prove they look down on her too? Bei and I cast a malicious glance at Sangle. Sangle's eyes widened suddenly, clearly stung by his words. She opened her mouth, looking toward Shiluo with a hint of bewilderment. Shiluo shot back at Bei and I viciously. Shut up. What do you know? If it weren't for Moer and the others would never have stayed away. His sentence was forcibly swallowed. Instinctively, he looked at Sangle. Sangle, don't listen to his nonsense. Bei and I finally snapped out of it, his face turning pale. Had he lost his mind just now? Why did he have to say those things right in front of Shiluo? Sangle kept her head lowered, her voice trembling. I know Moer and the others. I know they're not that kind of person. Shiluo, what did you mean by what you were about to say? Did something happen to them? Her falling hair obscured her face, and her long lashes concealed the excitement in her eyes as she struggled to keep her tone steady. Shiluo looked at the young girl, his tone hesitant, as if gathering his thoughts. Well, tell me, what happened to them? Earlier, when the school team organized a purge of the bug rift on Eloia Star, they sustained some injuries. What did you say? Injured? Sangle's head snapped up. They weren't dead. Shiluo quickly added, don't worry too much. They're going to be fine. They just need to stay in the hospital for a while, and will recover soon. Don't worry, don't worry. The girl's lips trembled as she forced a smile. That's good then. So hard to kill. Even with so many bombs, they couldn't die. Which hospital are they in? I want to go see them. They're at the military district hospital. We can't enter right now. By the time they've recovered somewhat, classes will have started, and we can visit them at the school. Sangle nodded, her eyelids drooping slightly. In the military district, how troublesome. I'll have to let them off the hook this time. About that. Bei's heart was in turmoil. Having just spoken so rashly and offended Shiluo directly, he knew his family would never risk a conflict with the heir of the D-clans over him. He had to do something to salvage the situation. At this thought, he pinched his thigh to force out a few crocodile tears. I'm sorry. I lost my composure just now. I don't know what came over me to say such filthy nonsense. Shiluo remained silent, simply gazing at Sangle. Bei and I hurriedly addressed Sangle. I am truly sorry. Please do not take my earlier words to heart. It was wrong of me to speak to you out of jealousy. I hope you can forgive me. Of course, whether you do or not is your choice. I will send a gift of apology to the general's residence as soon as possible. Sangle felt a flicker of impatience and gave a faint hum of acknowledgement. Seeing his sincere expression, Shiluo's tone softened. It's good that you recognize your mistake. From now on, watch what you say. As he spoke, he suddenly recalled their first meeting, and a touch of awkwardness crossed his face as he glanced back at the girl behind him. Clearing his throat, he continued toward Bei and I. Anyway, since you've acknowledged your error, I won't make things difficult for you. But you must remember, the one you owe an apology to most is Sangle, and her forgiveness is what you deserve most. I hope your apology is genuine, rather than out of fear for the family behind him. Some things needed only to be hinted at. Bei and I nodded repeatedly, his expression growing ever more sincere. Yes, I truly recognize my mistake. Standing behind Shiluo, the girl's gaze turned icy. The corners of her mouth curled upward as she slowly formed 3 shapes with her lips. Kill. You. Bei's throat seemed constricted. You? Shiluo's expression suddenly shifted, and he shoved Bei and I aside. A bullet instantly pierced his right shoulder, blossoming into a flower of blood. Sangle wiped the smile from her face, pressing her lips together as she looked at the bloodied wound on Shiluo's right shoulder. An obstacle. In the night, several combat-type aircraft materialized surrounding the cruise ship. Bei and I fell to the ground, his face draining of color. Staring blankly at Shiluo, he realized that if he hadn't been shoved aside just now, that bullet would have struck his heart. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead. As if struck by a thought, he instinctively opened his mouth. Before he could finish, a beam of light artillery struck the side of the ship, causing its hull to tilt inevitably. Standing near the edge of the deck, all 3 were plunged simultaneously into a sea of crimson water. Nianqi hacked into the cruise ship's defense system, disabling the protective barriers and cutting off the power supply, plunging everything into total darkness. Panic erupted among the crowd, a cacophony of screams and curses. Songjio and Lamia leaped aboard the cruise ship. Songjio glanced at the river, raised his arm, and fired. If he hadn't killed him just now, he certainly wouldn't now. Blood-stained water flowed from the tilted hull into the river. Red blood falling into a red river left no visible trace. The moment Sangle hit the water, she held her breath, coldly observing the silhouette of the cruise ship above, preparing to swim out. Suddenly, a gentle wave of spiritual energy enveloped her softly, pushing her upward toward the surface. Sang Li's eyes widened in surprise, and she instinctively turned her head. The bloody water obscured her vision, but she could dimly make out a figure slowly sinking. Ice-cold river water continuously flooded her nasal passages. The current scoured her wound, accelerating blood loss. Luo'er's head grew increasingly dizzy. Holding his breath, he pushed the figure above him toward the surface, his nerves finally relaxing. Fortunately, he had learned to materialize his spiritual energy at just such a moment. His eyelids could no longer stay open. A porcelain-white hand pierced through the crimson water, gripping his clothes tightly. Luo'er coughed, spitting out mouthfuls of water. Opening his eyes, he saw the pale face of the young girl. Silvery moonlight fell upon the girl, casting a shimmer on her damp cheeks. Her naturally fair complexion seemed to gain an ethereal translucency. Her black eyes, clouded with a heavy mist, gazed quietly at his figure. A few droplets of crimson water traced down her delicate chin. The untouchable sanctity of her presence was stained by these drops, lending her an inexplicable haunting beauty, like a snow spirit of the mountains, both unapproachable and captivating. Leaning half in the girl's arms, Luo'er blinked, his voice hoarse with relief. "I'm not dead. Ngh." His chin was gripped by slender fingers. His pale, refined features enlarged in her sight. Her icy chill breath brushed against his cheek, stirring a damp, clinging coldness. The girl wore no expression, her black eyes heavy with gloom, yet her voice carried a suppressed edge of anger. "Are you an idiot? Who told you to take a bullet for me? You couldn't even save yourself, yet you rushed to push someone else out of harm's way first." His chin pressed into his cheek, his voice muffled. "A qualified soldier must protect every citizen of the Federation with their life and safeguard their comrades." Blood from his shoulder traced down his wrist, slipping into the phoenix emblem on his spatial button. It dripped from the phoenix's eye socket, resembling a single teardrop of blood. The skin beneath her fingertips suddenly grew scorching hot, as if burning her. Sangle withdrew her hand, straightened up, and refused to look at him any longer. Luo'er rubbed his sore chin, a smile crinkling his eyes as he looked at Sangle. "Thank you for coming back to save me." Sangle remained expressionless. "Shut up. Say one more word, and I'll kill you." Seeing that Sangle was genuinely angered, Luo'er quickly clamped his mouth shut. As blood continued to drain away, double vision clouded his eyes and darkness swallowed him whole. Watching him slip into unconsciousness, Sangle thought with a touch of malice. "Anyway, the distress signal has already been sent. Whether he lives or dies has nothing to do with me. If he dies, it's just bad luck. Who asked him to meddle in other people's affairs?" She lowered her gaze to the person in her arms. His face had paled from blood loss, his damp hair plastered to his forehead. The sharp, defined contours that had emerged after losing his baby fat were now softened once more. His fragile neck lay completely exposed before her, the pulsing veins beneath his skin almost visible. His breathing grew increasingly faint, and his usual arrogance and liveliness vanished. Pitiful beyond measure. She reached out to press against Luo'er's wound. Her lips, pale from soaking in the river water, couldn't help but murmur a low curse. "Serves you right." In the distance, the cruise ship echoed with ceaseless screams. Amidst the boundless expanse of white mist, two figures shrank into mere specks as the crimson river flowed silently. A faint, almost imperceptible sigh was dissolved into the vast, snow-hued mist. Sangle downed a large cup of bitter medicine, then quickly stuffed a candy into her mouth. One could suffer anywhere, but her taste buds were sacrosanct. Qiaoen Ye lay sprawled on the table, watching her drink. "Who told you to improvise like that? Your body is in no condition to be jumping into rivers." She had soaked in the frigid water for so long in the depths of winter, sitting in the snow for an equally lengthy span. If not for the advanced interstellar medical technology that found them and stuffed them into medical pods, both would have died on the way to the hospital. Instead, they only needed to take some medicine for recuperation. Sangle's eyes watered from the bitterness. The single candy was nowhere near enough. Isn't all of this for the popularity points? At first, she had only intended to swiftly eliminate the group and be done with it, but fate had a different script. One of them had sought a fight, and then Luo'er had conveniently appeared. How could she not make full use of such an opportunity? The former mocker becoming the savior. How delightfully dramatic. As for that final act, human nature itself was a tapestry of contradictions. Sangle had not always dwelled in darkness. There was a time when light had touched her as well. Human beings are instinctively drawn to grasp at the warmth and radiance bestowed upon them, especially those who have known it once before. Why does the land scorched by wildfire bloom? Not because of rain or irrigation, but because dormant seeds lie buried deep within, waiting. Given the right conditions, they would push through the hardened soil and unfurl their buds. Faced with death, he had unhesitatingly chosen to surrender his own life, trading it for a sliver of hope for hers. That sky-filling crimson hue bore such a striking resemblance to planet Palmy. When such elements converged, tenderness found its perfect target, especially in a young girl who had only just come of age, one who habitually numbed herself through physical anguish. She could also harvest some CP fans. What difference did it make what flavor the devotion came in? Anything that boosted positive popularity scores was welcome. Human hearts, after all, could never be balanced evenly. Though they called themselves CP fans, each inevitably gravitated toward one side over the other. the side whose personal magnetism spoke more loudly. According to previous feedback, the overwhelming majority of this fanbase would lean towards Sangle, which was to say toward herself. In this arrangement, she remained the sole beneficiary, guaranteed profit with zero risk. These were all popularity points. She could almost see the gleaming score counters waving at her. Her merchandise, her paid vacation, all awaited her favor. The protagonist wouldn't stray far. The mission progressed steadily, and another popularity-boosting storyline point had been secured. Who could envy her? Life was wonderfully comfortable like this. She set the emptied medicine cup on the nearby tray, and the medical robot rolled over on its tiny wheels to collect it. Qiaoen Ye shook off its fur, long accustomed to Sangle's schemes. How she had orchestrated Lure taking a bullet, and then personally directed that tender scene. In previous mission worlds, such performances had been abundant. Let's see what our protagonist is up to. Sangle snapped her fingers. Qiaoen Ye transmitted the feed. Thanks to you, the 4 little mummies are still lying there nicely. Sangle basked in the aesthetic of her battered protagonist team before closing the feed with satisfaction. As long as they can't run. Qiaoen Ye struggled to comprehend her definition of battle damage. A form wrapped head to toe in bandages with only nostrils exposed. Pardon the system for lacking the capacity to appreciate such subtleties. All right. Time to make figurines. Sangle rose and walked to the partition's entrance, where heads bearing various expressions and stacks of arms lay heaped together. Qiaoen sat within, applying preservative coating. At the sound, he lifted his head, one hand gripping a brush, the other a severed head. Miss Sangle. Sangle burst into laughter at the sight. Carry on. I'll get to my own work. An exemplary employee, truly. The crowd would weep at such devotion. Qiaoen shifted his stool to make room for her search, resuming his painting without distraction. He had been at it since nearly dawn, and so much remained. First she collected only heads, now hands. Would feet come next? One could never fathom her employer's thoughts. Among the piles of limbs Sangle sorted through until she selected one she found most pleasing, a masterpiece of her choosing. In the living room, Sangle sat by the window, delicately working on an arm not yet fully rigid. The fingers were long and porcelain-white, joints tinged with a healthy pink, nails a tender red, skin smooth and refined. The limbs still retained a living suppleness, yielding easily to changes in form. As the fingers shifted, the skeletal patterns on the back of the hand rearranged themselves, cyan veins rising against the pallid skin. She inserted the arm into a clear glass vase where the water rippled gently, and the long filamentous moss at the base swayed, brushing against the snowy flesh. Sunlight filtered through the window into the vase, the surface dancing with golden flecks. The arm slanting into the neck of the vessel appeared as though broken. The moss enveloped the cut end. At a glance it resembled a beauty playing in water, extending a jade arm from among the emerald greens. Extraordinarily beautiful, yet profoundly eerie. Sangle rotated the vase, leaning over the table and whistling appreciatively. A work of art. My aesthetic is impeccable, wouldn't you agree? Qiaoen Ye, needing no further words after years of tacit understanding, produced a camera larger than itself. As for Sangle's passion for crafting these exquisite figurines, Qiaoen Ye could only remark that someone who traversed so many worlds while maintaining performance mode at all times, then swiftly detached after each mission to drift outside reality itself. What normal person could that possibly be? Sangle glanced at the photo. Remember to edit it for me and place it in a new album once the mission ends. Understood. A new figurine was complete. How could it go unappreciated? Qiaoen. Miss Sangle. Summoned over. Qiaoen immediately spotted the arm arrangement on the table. Within the vase, the graceful arm seemed to beckon to him through the wavering light. Qiaoen. How she came to arrange flowers with an arm, he would never know. Rather than this aesthetically pleasing arrangement, he would have preferred the mountain of heads and hands filling the room. Sangle pushed the vase forward. Beautiful, isn't it? What else could Qiaoen say? He sighed inwardly and replied, very beautiful. Sangle's fingertip lightly touched the one within the vase, as tender as caressing the delicate petals of a freshly unfurled bloom, so impossibly gentle. I agree, it is quite lovely. Her tone drifted lightly languid as the water in the vase entangling the pristine arm. Qiaoen's spine involuntarily chilled, a fine tremor rising across his skin. The girl cradled the vase and turned toward the staircase. Such a beautiful piece belonged in her figurine collection room. As if struck by a thought, Sangle paused at the foot of the stairs and looked back at him. By the way, when visiting a friend recovering from serious illness, what flowers would be appropriate? Qiaoen considered this. Lilies. Since the ancient Blue Star era, people have always given these, a symbol of healing from all ailments. Sangle nodded thoughtfully and carried the vase upstairs. The final examination vacation passed swiftly, and before they knew it, school had been in session for over a month. The mower group had finally been discharged from the hospital and returned to attend classes at the 9th Military Academy Infirmary. Sangle pushed open the infirmary door, clutching a bouquet of white lilies. The wind chime on the doorframe rang with a crisp, melodious chime. The enormous floral arrangement nearly obscured the girl's entire upper body. A fair porcelain pale face suddenly peeked out from behind the bouquet. Sangle tilted her head and offered a gentle smile inward. Welcome back. Qiaoen Ye hurried over to take the bouquet. Sangle is here. You're remarkably well informed. We just arrived and you're already here. That explosion had nearly cost them most of their lives. They had been confined to the military hospital for over 2 months before they could even move. If not for that weapons storage room, they likely wouldn't have had a single bone left. Now they still could not engage in strenuous exercise and had to report to the school infirmary on schedule for checkups and medication, lying in medical pods to accelerate their body's metabolism. However, it no longer interfered with their attendance at regular classes. Ye pulled her to a nearby stool and sat down. Come take a seat. Tong Yinny placed the flowers aside and sat beside them. Where are Moer and Jianglan? They're still undergoing examinations. They'll be out shortly. As she spoke, the two of them emerged. Wow. Sangle came. Are these flowers for us? Moer's eyes sparkled as he glanced between Sangle and the large bouquet on the table. Yes, I brought them for you all. Sangle nodded with a smile. Jianglan joined them, taking a seat across the way. Thank you. You came straight after class. You haven't eaten yet, have you? At this hour, the command department should have just finished their theoretical lectures. It was right around noon, and Sangle arriving this early meant she likely hadn't gone to the cafeteria yet. I wanted to see you all as soon as possible. Song Yao placed the prepared medicine in the inner chamber. Seeing the group chatting so cheerfully, she tactfully kept her distance and did not disturb them. Sang Li's gaze swept over the group, then suddenly froze upon a scorched red mark on the tabletop. Moer picked up the banner from the table, unfolded it, and gave it a shake. I brought this along too. Now our Dawn squad is fully reassembled. Gazing at the blackened patches on the banner, he patted it with evident regret. That was close. Almost burned to a crisp. Sang Li's pupils trembled faintly, her voice thick and stiff. You brought this with you to Elia's star. I had intended to give it to you before we left, but I accidentally forgot, and just brought it along to Elia. It makes no difference whether I hand it to you now or upon our return. Tong Yinny took the banner and passed it to Sangle. Sang Li's fingertips brushed against the charred patches on the banner, and she suddenly felt her breath catch. You vanished the moment class ended. I knew you'd come here. Shi Luo Air pushed open the door and strode straight over. He spotted the banner in Sang Li's hands and couldn't resist his quip. This precious treasure of theirs. When they were dug out, this banner was buried right at the very bottom. Sangle lowered her head, her gaze fixed upon the 5 cartoon-style, oversized heads clustered together beneath the banner, unable to snap out of it for a long while. Why do you talk so much? Jianglan shot him a sideways glance. I'm merely stating the facts, Shi Luo Air pouted. They treasured that banner dearly. When it was unearthed, I remember it was already torn and tattered. He pointed to the 5 cartoon heads beneath the banner. Right here, it was mended again. Shi Luo Air blurted out everything without hesitation. He saw no reason to conceal such matters from Sangle. Why were these people keeping secrets when they cared so deeply for her? They were all safe and sound now. Fearing she might worry and therefore refusing to tell her, it was altogether unnecessary. Sang Li's pale fingertips traced over the 5 little figures, and her raven-like eyelashes trembled faintly. Just yesterday, the true culprit behind the serial killings in the Qiaoen district of Neighbor Moon Star was successfully apprehended. The news report played through the projection screen. The Neighbor Moon Star Qiaoen district serial murder case. It was a case spanning over a decade past. At that time, a series of brutal murders had erupted suddenly in the Qiaoen district of Neighbor Moon Star, causing tremendous shock and spreading like wildfire across the star network. The local security forces had spent a month tracking down the perpetrator, bringing them to justice, and carrying out the death sentence. This case had even been incorporated into the curriculum. Yet the news had just announced that the true culprit was only now being apprehended. The individual convicted over a decade ago had been innocent. What the devil? They only caught them now. So they arrested the wrong person all along. Moer was utterly astonished. Tong Yinny watched the news broadcast. It took them this long to catch the real one. What about that person they detained previously? Was the evidence truly sufficient? Ye studied the killer's face on the screen carefully. This person appears to be a relative of the vice president of the Inpei Commerce Chamber. I encountered them the year before last when I accompanied my father to an official bidding event. The Inpei Commerce Chamber underwent an internal restructuring last month. That vice president has already been brought down, Jianglan added. Now everyone understood the reasoning. Why the wrong person had been arrested and why the true culprit had only now been apprehended. Justice may be late, but it will never be absent. The news continued its broadcast. Hearing those words, Sangle murmured to herself, what use is justice that arrives so belatedly? Justice delayed may indeed fail to remedy the harm already inflicted upon the past, but we must not dismiss its significance on that account. The wrongly condemned need to reclaim their innocence, and the true guilty must face their just deserts. Tong Yinny stroked Sang Li's head. Exposing the truth to the world is also a form of justice we ought to steadfastly uphold. Sangle lifted her chin. I understand. By the way, this is for you. Ye produced a photo album and handed it over. Sangle opened it and discovered photographs from their trip to Shinua Star. Each image bore a date inscribed on its reverse, and beside every photograph rested a pressed flower specimen. I compiled the photos we took on Shinua Star into albums, one for each of you. It's beautiful. Jianglan retrieved a sniper rifle. This was prepared for you. Sangle's marksmanship was commendable, but the sniper rifles currently available were somewhat heavy and not well suited to her physique. He had sourced lighter materials and constructed a custom rifle for her, compromising as little performance as possible. And mine. Mower handed her a clumsily stitched doll. It may not be the prettiest, but look closely. It's quite adorable. Qiaoen Ye presented her with a handmade journal she had crafted herself, each page inscribed with heartfelt blessings upon elegant stationery. Why did you think to send me all of these? Sangle asked, gazing at the pile of gifts stacked upon the table. We had originally promised to return together after our travels concluded, but matters arose that required us to depart suddenly. We broke our word to you after all. Qiaoen Ye pinched Sangle's cheek. It remained soft and unthin. Having heard from Qiaoen Ye earlier that Sangle had been submerged in water, she had harbored some concern, but seeing her in such good spirits today brought her relief. But this was an unexpected assignment from the academy. You couldn't have known in advance. Ye smiled. Even so, we still failed to keep our promise to you. Oh, come now. We simply wish to give them to you. Take them quickly. Mower pushed the entire pile toward Sangle and stuffed it into her embrace in one motion. After a moment's reflection, he plucked out the doll he himself had crafted and placed it atop the pile, nodding with satisfaction. Zhang found that grotesquely sewn doll of Mower's painfully unsightly to behold, and only Sangle failed to disdain it. Sangle responded softly, Thank you. I truly like them. All right, go eat now. Qiaoen Ye patted her head. We shall be attending classes together this afternoon. Indeed, Sangle, go grab a meal. I'll keep watch here, Qiaoen Ye concurred. Then I shall take my leave first. See you this afternoon. See you this afternoon. The petite door closed, severing the six of them into two separate spaces. The wind chime on the door swayed once more. Sunlight filtered through the window, spilling upon the bouquet of lilies within. Sangle stood in the shadow cast by the eaves, cradling the armful of gifts. Sangle gazed upon the presents in her hands, her fingers gradually tightening. The days that had clouded her eyes vanished entirely, replaced once more by an icy, impassive freeze that condensed into a dense, frigid aura. Qiaoen Ye was a fool, and so were they all. Spouting endlessly of military honor and upholding justice. Did they so delight in reciting those phrases from their tongues? The viceroy of Wei Yang Galaxy, the Qihang Group, the foreign ministry, the Mecha aristocratic families, de Kulansi. She curled the corners of her lips. Then I shall grant you an opportunity to uphold justice. If they failed to meet her expectations and wasted her time, she would ensure they met a gruesome demise, paying a price 1,000-fold worse than their present suffering. The Military Academy League was drawing ever closer. Once fully recovered, Muir and the others immediately returned to the team training camp. The school arranged weekly physical examinations for team members to eliminate any health risks before the league, ensuring everyone could compete at their absolute peak. This was a grand debut of the Federation's newest military academy talents, broadcast live across the entire Star Realm. Mayan and Lu Yao watched the training sessions from the conference room. Head Commander Zilluel, Deputy Commander Qiaoen, Individual Combat Leader Yuten, and Mech Pilot Leader Zhanglan, Logistics Leader Qiaoen. With less than a week remaining until the Military Academy League, the school abandoned off-site field training. Instead, all preparation took place within the Academy's simulation pods. They connected their spiritual consciousness into a virtual reality world for simulated combat training. Zilluel had also mastered spiritual energy materialization beforehand, giving the 9th Academy a tremendous advantage. Zilluel has already mastered spiritual materialization, and his proficiency during this training period is exceptionally high. Coupled with Zhanglan, Yunnan, and the others, our ranking this year should be firmly in the top 3 with a real chance at the championship. Zhang Yuancheng glanced at the screen and clicked his tongue. The strength of the 9th Academy this year was undeniably formidable. Rain from Qiming Military Academy appears to have also mastered spiritual materialization. Moreover, Xiao Xiaoan possesses considerable mech pilot talent, and the twins Hualing and Huai are both SS-rank single soldiers. Their logistics team includes Vina Shan, who participated in the last Military Academy League and claimed the championship, Lu Yao remarked. Jiang Qi stroked his chin thoughtfully. As for the other academies, apart from Oracle having one SSS-rank talent, there is nothing notable. Their highest ranks are merely SS. Barring any unexpected developments, the championship and runner-up positions this time will be contested between our academy and Qiming Military Academy. Nobody knows who will claim the crown until the very end. Spiritual and physical talents are undoubtedly important, but in team competitions, the most crucial factor remains cooperation. Man spoke in a calm, measured tone. Have you forgotten when Zhoga Military Academy stunned everyone by winning the championship without a single SS or SSS rank talent? During that league, all the other academies fielded SS rank students. Only Zhoga did not. While everyone assumed they would finish at the bottom, Zhoga relied on their unparalleled cohesion and exquisite coordination. They systematically eliminated the standout talents from other academies first, then defeated each school one by one, ultimately claiming the championship that year. The strategy was elegantly simple: neutralize the most prominent individuals first, then dismantle their teams one after another. Easy to say, but the other academies were hardly fools. Behind those few words lay a tactical design of genius-level brilliance. Individual brilliance could be an advantage, but without overwhelming power, those standout players would become targets. If a team lacked proper coordination, their very strengths would be weaponized against them. Once those few individuals were neutralized, the entire team would crumble like ice melting away. Qiaoen linked to Team A. Zerg expanded a spiritual barrier to shield against the Zerg's psychic influence ahead. The ability to materialize spiritual energy made all the difference. Previously, they could only block the Zerg's psychic attacks by linking with their teammates' spiritual consciousness, a process far too slow on a battlefield where every second counted. Now that he could deploy a physical spiritual barrier, its range expanded, instantly shielding everyone within its radius. He felt brimming with energy. Yes. The moment Qiaoen established a psychic link with several Team A members, excruciating pain ripped through his mind. Qiaoen. Zerg's eyes widened as Qiaoen's avatar vanished before him. Qiaoen lay pale and drenched in cold sweat inside the simulation pod. His spiritual energy was in chaotic disarray, and the system forcibly ejected him from the virtual reality. Seeing their deputy commander in distress, the others quickly logged out of their simulation pods. Personnel soon arrived to evacuate Qiaoen, while the remaining team members were calmed back into their training. Qiaoen was rushed to the emergency ward of the school clinic for immediate examination and treatment. The young man's forehead veins bulged as sweat had already soaked through his clothes within moments. A slender thread of spiritual energy suddenly pierced outward, followed by a suppressed groan of intense agony as his lips were bitten raw and red. More and more thin filaments emerged, scattering across the bed like spider silk. Sudden spiritual disorder, triggering a materialization outbreak. He needs an inhibitor injection immediately. After a preliminary examination, Song Yao administered the suppressant. The school's equipment is insufficient to determine the specific cause of the disorder. I have injected the inhibitor. The spiritual disorder has been forcibly suppressed, and there will be no immediate damage to his brain or body for now. Moreover, there is something peculiar about his condition. His spiritual energy appears to be showing signs of decline. Following the emergency examination and inhibitor injection at the clinic, Qiaoen was swiftly transferred to the hospital. Song Yao stepped out of the emergency room, her gaze vacant as she watched the frantic figures inside. Behind her, a shadow emerged slowly. Pale, slender fingers held an empty test tube, spinning it elegantly around her fingertip. Translucent threads of spiritual energy wrapped around Song Yao's neck, penetrating her fragile skin to enter her bloodstream and reach her brain. Song Yao's body swayed, a vortex forming in her eyes as her expression grew increasingly blank. Under the control of the spiritual threads, she moved like a puppet on strings, mechanically sitting on a bench outside. Sangle crushed the candy in her mouth, cast a dismissive glance, and let out a scoff before climbing out the window. The spiritual threads retracted, and Song Yao's gaze cleared once more with no memory of what had just transpired. Following the memories stored in her mind, she filled out Qiaoen's examination report. Sangle enveloped herself in a thin layer of spiritual energy to avoid leaving footprints. Although the surveillance had been blocked, she still needed to evade others and furtively make her way back to her dormitory. Slumping into her chair, Sangle stretched lazily. So exhausting. She had originally planned to cause some incident when Qiaoen left campus to prevent him from competing, but while visiting Moore and the others at the school clinic, she had spotted Song Yao. She immediately changed her plan. This school doctor, whose spiritual energy had already been infiltrated and whose cognition altered, was far too valuable an asset to leave untouched. With the foundation of previous spiritual infiltration and memory manipulation controlling her, this time proved remarkably effortless. Seizing the opportunity of the weekly physical examinations, each time Qiaoen's turn arrived, she had controlled Song Yao to administer a tiny dose of the substance that would trigger spiritual surges. She strictly regulated the dosage according to precise calculations until today, when it finally erupted completely. Then today she administered the final dose of the dissolving agent. Combined, these two substances would temporarily suppress his spiritual energy and render it unusable for a period. Of course, all of this was reversible. He would need his abilities intact for the upcoming Zerg war, so he could not be left crippled. The Military Academy League held profound significance for every cadet. As compensation, she had specially formulated a potion to promote spiritual materialization for him. The results were exceptional, though the process would be considerably more painful. Endure it for now, child. For the sake of this world's future, the pain will pass. And we have gained spiritual materialization, haven't we? She had incorporated her own proprietary formulas into these potions, completely undetectable upon administration, leaving no trace for any examination to uncover. After all, there are numerous causes of spiritual disturbances across the star realm, and many remain unexplained to this day. Let us simply say Qiaoen was unfortunate enough to be affected. Combined with the spiritual suggestion implanted earlier, everything was perfectly set in motion. Now she could simply wait for the team selection notices to arrive.